Oh, heck yes.
What's up, Jan? I'm fired up. It's a beautiful Monday here in the Bay. As I say good morning to all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for the end of school. School's almost over. School's out for summer. Who's that? Alice Cooper? Maybe we have that one of these next weeks. I think, young Benjamin's out next Thursday, I believe, in the Oakland Public Schools.
Yay!
Good morning,
One of
Benny.
the great scenes of all time, Dazed and Confused, at the end of the year when everyone's throwing the paper everywhere. It's also probably a top 10 movie of all time, and for me.
Was that a summer blockbuster? I wonder. I think it might have been.
It was actually what I consider old school. It became more popular in VHS than it was in the actual theaters.
Well, sometimes that happens, like DVD movie. What?
The Big Boss Man coming through with a white Wilson basketball.
Oh, did he get that from the Valkyries game? First game of the season on Friday. It was
that
a tough
ball
loss.
looks bigger than Brock's bag.
Oh, we'll get into that. Brock Purdy and the contract that's going to dominate the offseason signed a 5-year, $265 million contract, including $181 guaranteed. God, that must be nice. Average annual salary of $53 million. But those are just numbers. And as we know, numbers are numbers.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
And we'll talk about what they mean going on throughout this whole show. But I say good morning to you, Joe Shasky, Sam Lubman, Carter, and all you lovely people just getting off work and getting ready for work. If you want to hit us up, 888-957-9570. That's the number to call or text. Remember, same thing. Call or text, 888-957-9570. Also hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, where we are streaming all day long, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. A huge weekend in sports. And, heading into this weekend, we thought there was going to be a lot of drama, right? A couple Game 7s, whether into the NHL, whether in the NBA. We had Nuggets. We had Thunder yesterday. Thunder ended up dominating that one. And then you had Aaron Gordon with a grade 2 hamstring strain, playing through it, which was the most insane thing I saw all weekend. Yeah, he's probably going to be out a couple weeks, Shams was saying. Actually, no, he's going to play it. Okay. And their season's over, so hopefully he didn't injure it even more so. But that happened, so we got Thunder, we got T-Wolves, that's going to be tomorrow in the Western Conference Finals, and then we got Pacers-Knicks on Wednesday in Game 1 at Madison Square Garden to tip off the Eastern Conference Finals. So the Final Four is set there. The Final Four is set in the NHL, and the Giants sweep the A's. And what are they calling the I-80 series? They're like selling merch.
Highway 80 series.
I hate that a lot. Stop. I don't even know what they are. I think Mike Krukow said it best on the broadcast for NBC Sports Bay Area. He called them the Oaklamento, is what he said. Athletics, the Oaklamento Athletics. I'm not mad at it.
Just real quickly, I want to get into the Brock contract.
There's everything. There's so much
for the Giants to come back and win that game the way that they did with small ball and Pat Bailey coming through with a huge hit, and then they bunt right after, and then Ramos gets a big-time hit. Small ball, baby. I thought Belmel was brilliant yesterday.
You should call him Bat Bailey, because that was clutch yesterday. Am I right? Come on. That's a three.
-4.
All right. Well, we'll take it. We'll take something. Let's talk about that Brock contract, because that dominated the airwaves right when it happened. There was Grandy filling in for Willard alongside Dan Dibley. And I want to say it happened right after crosstalk, or maybe right after crosstalk.
It was about 2 to 2:15 on Friday, because the second I got the alert, the boss texted me like I don't have the alert and was like, Purdy just signed, massive deal. And I'm thinking to myself, my God. And look, details are still coming out. We really don't have specifics on when he's getting some of the money and the guaranteed at size. So all of this is kind of just up in the air.
We know the total guaranteed, and that's what matters in the NFL. It's not like the NBA. It's not like Major League Baseball where you see all the contract numbers, and it's like, that's what you get. In NFL, it's different. You got the contract, then you got the guaranteed contract. So the total contract is a 5-year, $265 million deal. All right, 5 years, 265, including 181 guaranteed. Now, there are things that Brock can do these next 5 years, if he truly does go through these full 5 years, that could be worth up to $265 million. But he gets that base of $101 million guaranteed. That's going to go in his bank account. Now, is it going to be the average annual salary of $53 million every year? That's what's being reported. How much of that was at signing that just goes straight to his bank account? We don't know all of that. That's still to be seen here, going for the cap hits, all of that. That we don't know. But we do know it was a big contract. And it was the talk of the entire season. Do you pay him? How much do you pay him? Do you trade him? Were they ever going to trade him? Probably not. This is the guy. He went from Mr. Irrelevant to an MVP candidate. This has been, the contract details aside, because this is a big contract, but the fact that Mr. Irrelevant, Brock Purdy, 25 years young now, coming out of Iowa State, is the highest paid player in the history of a franchise like the San Francisco 49ers. This is an incredible story. Like that, just what a story for Brock Purdy. And I'm happy for him. Like, now we'll get to the football details and how the team is around him. But for Brock Purdy, Joe, like, this is one of the great stories you can think of in maybe not just the Bay Area, but nationally, right? Mr. Irrelevant got paid. That's pretty crazy.
In terms of a story, I mean, there's really only a couple that come close to it, right? Dwight Clark being a 10th round pick, having caught like 40 balls basically at Clemson, and they don't even have 10 rounds in the draft anymore.
No.
And him turning into a Klay Thompson-like figure in the 1980s, where he's one of the most beloved players of all time and finished with so many different individual records that Jerry Rice would go on to break for the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, just one of the most beloved players of all time, and to come from where he came from to have the career that he did, and to have that moment, the catch, which ended one dynasty, sparked another, and created a legacy for Bill Walsh and Joe Montana and just the entire region and the area. It's one of the most remarkable stories of all time. So Dwight Clark is one. Number two is Joe Montana. Joe Montana being found in the third round, getting yo-yoed at Notre Dame and being a third-round pick, not a first-round pick, because the Niners didn't have a first-round pick, having traded it away to go get O.J. Simpson years prior. I know, it's an incredible sentence, isn't it?
The juice.
But Joe Montana had one of the more storybook careers of all time, and being a third-round pick, it adds to the lore. It's totally different in this era, where every single player, from the time they are in like first grade, has their own player max prep profile in every sport, and scouting is through the roof. It feels like no talent can go through the cracks, and yet Brock Purdy becomes Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft, third or fourth on the depth chart before he gets an opportunity to actually play because of multiple injuries to guys that were obviously more decorated as NFL players, came into the league more decorated in Trey Lance, and to do it at his size and stature with an aw shucks kind of like a personality, it is one of the most incredible stories of all time. And now let's get to like the actual time. Like the news dropped. The news dropped, and you thought what, Joe?
There goes all the rest of the drama in the offseason. It's over. That's good. They got it done. They needed to get done. It didn't bleed into what a lot of people thought potentially training camp. Now they'd had the OTAs, the voluntary OTAs. And you know what? He showed up without a contract, and everyone was like, okay, that's good news. Maybe something's on the horizon here. So they got Kittle done. You got Brock done. Get Fred Warner done.
It sounds like
that's going to happen, according to Jennifer Lee Chan, NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the team. It sounds like that's going to get done. No more drama. Isn't that what we wanted? Right? Didn't we want a drama-free offseason? Relatively. Obviously, we'll wait and see with the Brandon Ayuk, right? How his rehab's going. That's, I guess, going to be the last box to be checked. But even if he doesn't start the year, if he starts it on IR or starts on whatever it is, the injured list, I don't know what it's called anymore. But if he misses the first couple of weeks, I don't think anyone would be shocked. It would be disappointing, but I wouldn't be surprised. But as far as like the contracts are concerned, that's been the topic of conversation for last year, the year prior. Like every offseason feels like, okay, someone needs to get a deal done, and let's just hope it doesn't bleed into the regular season or leading up to it. And I think that's not going to happen this year, and that's a positive. So that's my initial thoughts. No drama. That's good. Now the contract itself, right? It's like, again, we just talked about this incredible story. That's insane. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, is getting paid $265 million. That would be nice. Can I just get a mill? That'd be nice. Shout out Lil Wayne, a milli. I would love that. Now, how's it going to look going forward? There's a weight of expectation that comes with the contract. Doesn't matter the sport. You get paid, eyeballs immediately from the fan base, from everyone. Okay, Brock, it was a cute story. This was fun when you're on a rookie deal and it was the greatest bargain in sports, right? That's great. It's no longer a bargain. It pays to play in this league. And if you're not going to live up to that contract, and what does living up to the contract look like for Brock is a conversation we're going to be having ad nauseum here today, this offseason, all throughout
the life of his deal.
We're going to be talking about it, right? And that it's not exclusive just to Brock Purdy. That's exclusive to, a guy like Jalen Hurts, who a lot of people thought, wow, is he going to live up to that deal? They just lost the Super Bowl. He got paid. I don't know. Well, I think he lived up to it. He won the Super Bowl last year. And I think what was not even an elite year from him, they kept questioning him throwing the ball. The offense doesn't look right. And all of a sudden, he's throwing dimes left and right in the Super Bowl and looks incredible. So I'm not saying Brock needs to win a Super Bowl for this to all make it, worth it. But some people might. And, I'm interested to hear what the fans say. 888-957-9570. I think this needed to be done, and I credit the 49ers for being swift about it relatively to years prior. So I got to, is it a cop-out to say I got to wait and see how this thing comes to fruition going forward to see if it is going to be, a success? I think we all have to wait, right? Right?
I mean,
you're one of the biggest, if not the biggest 49ers fans I know, Joe. And in my lifetime, and for a big chunk of your lifetime, outside of Steve Young, when he left, you've been searching for that next franchise guy. You thought you had him a couple times, right? Maybe Jeff Garcia, maybe. It didn't work out. Alex Smith. Wow, Jim Harbaugh comes along. He saves his career, it looks like. You got something. Then he gets hurt. And then Colin Kaepernick, this young phenom. What? Colin Kaepernick, this guy's running the ball. He's got cannons. He's kissing the biceps. Maybe it's him. And then it wasn't him. All right. Well, all right. We got a regime change. We got Chip Kelly's of the world. We got Blaine Gabbert out there. Oh, my God. This could not get worse. Then all of a sudden you stumble upon Kyle Shanahan. You get Jimmy Garoppolo in the building. You say, oh, wow, we got a franchise quarterback. And then tears his ACL. Damn it. All right. Oh, you get to the Super Bowl. Was it on Jimmy's back? Not really. Okay. Well, Jimmy can't stay healthy. Then we get Trey Lance. Oh, we're going to trade up into this draft, trade all his draft capital. Trey Lance is our guy. Couldn't get him on the field. Then he gets on the field, he gets hurt. Then you go back to Jimmy, and he gets hurt. And then all of a sudden, this Mr. Irrelevant kid, Brock Purdy, out of nowhere, against the Miami Dolphins, gets thrusted into action. The team that his dad grew up rooting for, right? Dan Marino was his favorite player. And then all of a sudden, he takes the league by storm, and they go all the way to the NFC bleeping championship. And then what happens in 49ers quarterback fashion? He gets hurt. And then it's, oh my God, their elbow surgery, I don't know. And then they double down next year, and then they go to a Super Bowl, and then they lose it to the Chiefs in heartbreaking fashion. And then it's just like, oh my God, are we ever going to win? I'm just giving you the whole history right now. And then last year, it was not underwhelming, but he didn't live up to that MVP caliber season he had a year prior. And there was a lot of injuries around him. And I think Niners fans, for the first time in the Brock Purdy era, got a little concerned, Joe. And I think you did too. And that leads me to your thoughts when you saw this contract. Given everything that's happened, I just gave you the history of the 49ers quarterbacks the last 2+ decades. Could Brock stop that? Could he be the guy finally going forward? Can he be that for you?
The second I saw the news come across my phone, I almost dropped my phone because I was in the restroom. I dropped my phone onto the tile.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's good.
In the room, and I said, oh my God, $181 million.
Oh no.
Wow, that's a lot of money. And look, I know what everyone's going to do today. They're going to say, Joe, the market, Joe, this quarterback and that quarterback and this quarterback. All I'm saying is it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money.
A lot of money.
And that terrifies me. Now, did this guy deserve a pay raise? Of course he deserved a pay raise, right? Of course he did. Did you have other options? No, you didn't really have any other options. But when I saw that number come across, I was like, wow. And then I said to myself, all right, well, let's see how this gets spread around, right? Because we know it's kind of funny money when it comes to the NFL. Right. You could say 265. All right, well, how much is guaranteed? How many years are you spreading that guaranteed money over? When does he get the first chunk? How are they going to roll that over year after year? It's a lot of money, Joe. It is just a lot of money. Like just for
quarterbacks get paid a lot of money. Spoiler alert: starting quarterbacks too. They do.
I understand that. 181 million guaranteed. Now, just to give you some perspective, that's Fred Warner's money combined with Diamond Lenoir's money, combined with Trent Williams' money, combined with George Kittle's new money, combined with Christian McCaffrey's new money. That's your top 6 players. That's how much 181 million guaranteed is.
It's also $1 million less than Willie Adames, the highest paid player in the history of the Giants. And he signed a 7-year, $182 million contract. How about that?
Now, I understand the cost of doing business with a quarterback is exorbitant. Like, it just is. You didn't have any other options. I really like the player. I really like Brock
Do you
Purdy.
love him?
I think this year I saw some flaws. Not that he had a horrible year. I just thought it was not a great year.
So you were in the honeymoon phase, and now the honeymoon phase kind of like dissipate a little bit, and you saw some, some warts, some wrinkles on there. It's like, all right, well, this relationship going to work for going forward.
Big Joe, he hit his elbow at the end of the year, and he went numb and didn't play in the final game, and then didn't throw for a couple of months. All right, the arm is a big concern for me, just in general. All right, so I just put that on one end of the thing. All right, the team building around him. I just read off 6 players. They're top 6 players, okay? Literally, the money that you gave him in guaranteed is what you gave Fred Warner, Diamond Lenore, Trent Williams, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey. All right, that's a lot of money. All right, and so you could spread that around on an entire team. Now, I understand what a quarterback costs. There are really only 4 guys in the NFL, and one of them, I've got some questions, but it's Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, to a lesser degree, Joe Burrow. You could pretty much pay those guys anything, and all of us would agree, yeah, those guys are going to win with a lot of variables around them. Then it becomes everybody else. And I might put Stafford at the high end of all of this. You got your Herberts and your Tuas and your Goffs and your Daks.
Hurts.
All these guys making a ton of money.
I might put Hurts more closer because he won now, maybe closer to the top 5, but I hear you.
Like, all those guys making a ton of money, I think situation matters, how they play matters, who's the coach matters, and I would put Brock in that category. On any given day, that guy can play top 10 level, but I can also get more middle of the teens in terms of quarterback play. And all of those contracts, Goff included, I don't love those contracts. Knowing what the market is. I understand the market. I'm well aware. Mike McGlinchey got $50 million as a right tackle in free agency. That's what the market dictated. God, I didn't love that amount of money. God, I just didn't love that amount of money. This offseason, Javon Hargrave got a lot of guaranteed money from Minnesota. That's what the market dictated for a D tackle. Boy, I didn't feel comfortable giving him that kind of money. All right? Javon Kinlaw got crazy money for a D tackle guaranteed. I think we'd all say, I didn't love that kind of money. So as I step back and I look at it, I go, love the player, right? Love the player. Loved him at $1 million a year. Loved him at that. $53 million a year or $45 million a year in terms of the guarantees, I acknowledge that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, right? And so I just sit here and I say to myself, I'm glad they got it done. I'm happy they got it done. I'm thrilled they got it done in that sense. But I also acknowledge how difficult it's going to be for him to have a team built around him and for him to succeed. And then I also understand the second you put pen to paper and you make a ton of money, how people talk about you league-wide, how your fan base views you changes dramatically. And so this plucky little story that we all love and a guy that we all root for and that we all want our daughter to date and that we admire the story and we know that he's going to come in, he's going to grind his butt off to earn that money, which I have zero doubts he's not going to work hard. Zero. All right? But I also acknowledge this team, this fan base, boy, things got real tricky the second Nick Bosa got $122 million guaranteed. Boy, things got real different for Brandon Ayuk the second he got $76 million guaranteed. Boy, we viewed Colin Kaepernick a hell of a lot different when he put pen to paper on that money. Boy, we viewed Jimmy Garoppolo a hell of a lot different once he got that guaranteed money. Today is a great day, but it's also a day where I'm like, all right, the team better build around him.
The clock started ticking for you today.
The coach better figure this thing out in terms of maximizing this roster around him. And you better pray to God Christian McCaffrey is healthy.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, Righteously Brewed here in San Francisco. It's going to be a beautiful day out today. The sun is already shining. I think it's going to be in the 70s all across the bay. Cannot wait for that. That's why these shifts are so great, because I get off at 10 and then I can go walk around the beach if I want to. So I'm going to do that with my Odyssey app, and I can tune into Steiny and Goo at the same time. By the way, be tuned in around 8:30 today, because we got your boy, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joining us. I'm sure he has a lot of thoughts on this contract and what it means for Purdy, for Shanahan, for Lynch, for the entire 49ers, and the fan base, and how they should feel about it. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? So Mike Florio, 8:30. Cannot wait to get into more of this, because you mentioned it, Joe. There's so many different layers on this. in this contract that I want to get into. We're going to do that on the other side because we're up against it. But first and foremost, I just want to know where 49ers fans are at on this. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that Brock Purdy will be the franchise quarterback? I think I just butchered it. Let me strike that, reverse it. All right. How confident are you that he will be the franchise QB and he gives you the best chance to succeed and win a Super Bowl every year? Can he do that on a scale of 1 to 10? Can he win a Super Bowl for you each and every year? Like if I was to say that about Patrick Mahomes, you'd say, what is it? Yeah, 10 out of 10, he could give me a Super Bowl every year. Like if things go right, things break the right way, I know Mahomes can do that.
Daniel Jones would be on the low end, and I would go 0 out of 10.
Josh Allen would probably be, for most people, 8 or a 9, right? Where's Brock Purdy on that? I could win a Super Bowl with this guy every single year. Scale of 1 to 10, where are you at with Brock Purdy on that? 888-957-9570 is the number. And it's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment, stay in your car, done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
What up, Oreo? Happy Monday. People never say happy Monday. You ever notice that? But there's so much that happened this past weekend.
I mean, who's happy on Mondays?
I am, because this job is different than all the other ones. Because we get the entire Friday, Saturday, Sunday news cycle. We get to react to it all, Joe. Scotty Scheffler, three-time major winner now. PGA Championship winner over Bryson DeChambeau yesterday. We've got Western Conference Finals, Eastern Conference Finals matchups solidified. We got the NHL Conference Finals solidified. We got Valkyries officially underway. Their regular season. Oh, by the way, in WNBA, we had Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese going at it or something. I don't know. Of course that's going to happen.
Yay!
Right? There we go. We got Brock Purdy getting a contract. We got the Giants sweeping the A's. Giants are now en fuego again. And they start a series up against the Kansas City Royals. And your boy, Bobby Witt, tonight. 6:45, I believe, is the first pitch at Oracle Park. So we got all of that built into it. And of course, the big talking point today. And by the way, the Warriors at the Valkyries game, did you notice Mr. Joe Lacob courtside with one Jonathan Kuminga? Interesting. Steve Kerr was there as well. Kevon Looney. I guess Steph was going to go, but there's something, a family thing came up, and he couldn't make it. So shout out to the Valkyries. People. Yeah, he knows people. Shout out to Valkyries, though. They fall in their first ever game, 84-67. But shout out Kevin Dana and Sophia Jones right here on our own 95.7 The Game, where you can catch all of your Golden State Valkyries games going forward. Just download that free Odyssey app, and you can hit us up at 888-957-9570. As we're talking Brock Purdy, and what I teased heading into the break, kind of a word salad, if you will. It's okay. It's a Monday. We're working on it. But confidence. When you saw Brock Purdy and that number, Joe, what was your immediate confidence level that this team wasn't even the number for you? Like, because when I saw Patrick Mahomes get that huge, it was like a $500 million contract a couple years ago, I was like, oh, I think he's not even getting paid enough, which sounds insane because he was that important to that team.
We agree.
He was incredible for them. And every single season, like, I don't even care what the team looks like around him. There's only a few guys how I feel like that. Tom Brady is one of them. Like, if I got Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, my confidence is still 10 out of 10, maybe at worst 9 out of 10. I feel like that with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan heading into next season and for these next at least 3 years, because that's the total guarantee is 3 years on this deal. And it's interesting because that's one more year than what Kyle Shanahan's currently tied to, which is 2 years on this contract. But if I was to say heading into these next couple seasons, your confidence level of winning, just winning, Super Bowl, sure, but just winning with that tandem is what? On a scale of 1 to 10. Shanahan, Purdy, tied at the hip these next couple seasons.
Probably 6 or 7.
Okay. All right.
Are you talking about winning the whole thing?
Sure, but just consistently competing for the playoffs.
Yeah, I would say it's in the playoffs will be like an 8 or 9.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
Just because they've proven that they can win double-digit games even when things are kind of awry. Like, yeah, it would be higher than most. Like, winning the Super Bowl is obviously significantly more difficult. But I would say somewhere in the 6, 7, 8 range.
I say playoffs because I do, in my mind, maybe I'm wrong on this. I do think if Brock consistently competes for the playoffs and like just makes the playoffs, I think this contract's already worth it. Personally. Now, there might be some out there that says the only way he can truly succeed and live up to this contract is winning a Super Bowl. I don't know. I think that's a little rich for me because there's only a handful of guys that can do that every single year. But I hear you when you say, hey, well, you get paid like this. That's the expectation. For me, it's just, can you get back to the playoffs? Because you were not a playoff team last year. At minimum, you got to get to the playoffs next year.
Yeah, but when you sign a deal of this magnitude, there's an expectation of Super Bowl. Like, we're not giving you, 181 million guaranteed without at least contemplating, we've got to get to the Super Bowl. Like, that's the ultimate goal.
Doesn't the fact that he's already been to one already tell you that you can get there? And doesn't that help you? Like, you feel a little bit more confident,
team building, right? This goes back when he's making $1 million and everybody else on the team is making a lot of money. You can build a really fun, good team, and you could splurge in free agency and make dynamic trades like for a Trent Williams and pay him a lot of money, for a Christian McCaffrey, pay him a lot of money, spend on Charvarius Ward in free agency. When the quarterback's making $53 million, it's just more difficult, right? And so, team building is tough. It's really hard. Now, you ask that question, and I know what my mind says, right? When Dak Prescott got the money that he got, well, you just cross the Cowboys off the list. They're not winning anything.
Yeah, but the Cowboys have been inept my whole life. They haven't reached a conference championship in what, like 30 years? 20, like, yeah, that's the Cowboys.
Think about the team he inherited, okay, when he was making $750,000, and then think about how the team has evolved and the lack of playmakers around him because he's making $60 million, right? I look at it as team building. Jared Goff, when he signed his money, he deserved a pay raise, just like Brock. Played freaking great football. But when I saw how much he got, I was like, wow. Well, they're going to have to say goodbye to some good players. I don't know. We'll see about that, right? When Herbert got his money, I was like, wow, that's a lot of money. Boy, man, he hasn't really done a whole lot. That's a lot of money. I don't know, man. Who you? Wow, I don't know. Like when Tua got his money, I laughed. Like, give me a break. Like, are you kidding me? I can't even guarantee the guy can stay healthy through the season.
Those of all of those like franchises you just referenced have been dumpster fires or like inept for my entire life.
No doubt. Kyler Murray. Wow, that's way too much money to give someone who I can't really rely on, right? So I'm trying to be fair here, and I'm stepping back, and I'm saying, like, it's almost impossible for the top 4 guys to be overpaid. And I'm talking about Burrow, Allen, Lamar, and Patrick for most fans, most organizations. Then we start getting to these other guys, right? And I think Brock falls into this other bucket where it's like, okay, there's market value. You deserve a big time raise. How much do I trust you to stay healthy, play great ball, and for them to build a competent team around you for you to reach your most maximum, right? And that goes back to Shanahan, goes back to John Lynch. Now, I'm happy that the Yorks gave him the money. He deserved a big pay raise. He did. I don't know what the alternatives were. Like, you didn't draft anybody, right? But I will freely admit, and again, I'm not saying it's a bad deal. I'm not saying it's a horrible deal. It's just a lot of money. It's a lot of money. And so I understand how Niner fans are. If you are not in the Super Bowl contention list year in, year out, they're going to come for your dome. Whether that's coach, whether that's GM, or whether that's quarterback making top dollar, right? It's just, that is how Niner fans are, fair or not, right? Like when Jordan Love got the amount of money that he got after only really playing well for, 7 or 8 games, I thought that was crazy.
Well, the Niners did out Jimmy Garoppolo once upon a time.
And that ended up probably being a little crazy, right? Yeah. If we're being real. So, like, I have mixed emotions today, and I feel like a hater because everyone's celebrating this incredible opportunity for Brock Purdy to cash in, which I'm really happy for.
Well, I don't think everyone is celebrating real quick. I do think there's a split between the fan base right now, and I think last year how things went down kind of jaded them. Now, if you were just to fast forward and like just forget last year, you can't do that, obviously, but just this hypothetical, like if we were to give this contract this time last year, like if you were able to, people would be like, oh, are you kidding me? Now it's a bargain. He's coming off a Super Bowl run.
Sure. And he stayed healthy.
He stayed healthy. He was an MVP candidate. He was incredible. But a year after, it's like, hey, they were kind of struggling. He got nicked up a couple times. The arm, I don't know. They're putting a lot on Brock's shoulders. There's no Christian McCaffrey. The offense, But having said all of that, I think you look at where this team is at, all the injuries that took place last year. Again, the conversation was, oh, if Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow was there, I still think they're a playoff team. Sure, that might be true. Just because Brock Purdy is not those guys does not make him still a really freaking good quarterback.
Well, I think a lot of, like, so take the top 4 that I keep referencing.
But I know, but people
take them out. I know. How many other quarterbacks would have gotten the Niners last year? Everything that happened last year to the playoffs. Not many.
No, I don't think
many.
So.
I don't
think like people would say, I think Justin Herbert does. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But that being said, it doesn't evade the fact that I thought Brock was good, not great last year. See, this is where I think nuance, and I think we really struggle with this. It's a lot like, the way we talk about whether it's, Kuminga, Brandon Belt. Sometimes there are these polarizing positions or players, and people can't understand nuance. I really like Brock Purdy. He's a good player. This is great player money, all right? And I'm not just talking about at the quarterback position. I'm talking about it's the equivalent of 5 elite players at their position on the Niners roster. That's how much you gave him in guaranteed money. It's a lot. He deserved a pay raise. I don't think he stinks. I don't think he sucks. But my God, it's a lot of money, right? And so I think that we have to acknowledge all facets of it. And it's going to be a lot harder to build the team around him with him making a huge chunk of the money. That doesn't mean they can't succeed. That doesn't mean that he can't be really, really good. It's just, it's a lot harder. And so I have a lot of mixed emotions this morning. And even admitting all of this out loud, I feel like a hater.
You're not
I feel like I'm raining on everyone's parade, and I don't want to do that because I like the player.
I don't think you're being a hater right now. I think you're just being a fan right now that has been battered, bruised, and beaten in the past when it comes to getting burned.
I watched Jeff Garcia have the team dismantled around him when he made a lot of money. I watched Alex Smith make more money than any player in that locker room, sight unseen, because he was the number one pick and they didn't have, the structured salaries like they do now. I watched Colin Kaepernick get a big bag of money and the rest of the team just withered around him. Deshaun Golston leaves in free agency.
Don't miss that break, doggy.
We'll pick it up on the other side.
He keeps saying the money, right? That's what Chesky's referencing. What was the alternative path then if the money is tripping you up? 888-957-9570
I don't know. See, that's the part.
is the number.
I don't think there was an alternative. So I just hate doing business when we feel desperate.
Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Tony on 95.7 The Game.
Shut up.
You know, Joe, I'm thinking about this Brock deal, and I just keep hearing, and Sam brings it up before he, leaves the studio. He's like, all right, so I hear you. It's a lot of money, but like, what was the alternative? What was the alternative?
There wasn't one.
And this is just me in life, right? There are times where a desperation move works in your favor. Like the Jimmy Butler trade just happened. It felt, if we're taking a step back, the Warriors felt very vulnerable and desperate, and they swung big. And although they didn't accomplish the ultimate prize, it ended up being a really good move.
So I didn't mean to cut you off there. They said they were desperate.
Right?
They said as much. They told us they were desperate. Yeah.
And so, like, just my algorithm in life, from learning from my uncle and my dad and people that I trust, like, when you make moves out of desperation, very rarely are they successful. And I'm not saying that the Niners were in this desperate, bleak situation. That's not what I'm saying. It's just, but when I hear people say that, like, what's the alternative? Well, the alternative, is up to the team to kind of figure out. Like, that's what these guys get paid big money. Not that Mac Jones was the alternative or drafting someone and replacing him immediately. But I just see that these teams, that when they make moves out of desperation, a lot of times they don't work out. The Atlanta Falcons, they had a huge gaping hole at quarterback a couple of years ago. Coming off of a big-time injury, Kirk Cousins was available. They were desperate, okay? Much more desperate than where the Niners are at. And they gave a lot of money to Kirk Cousins and almost immediately regretted it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. The Niners themselves, just last year, when they went through the whole Brandon Ayuk situation, it felt very desperate. Hey, we've got to cling to our Super Bowl chances. And instead of being pragmatic and logical about it on the front end of negotiations, they let it drag and drag and drag. And then it became very desperate. And they almost immediately regretted it. And, now in this situation, they got it done in May. So that's good. I am happy they got it done.
Drama-free offseason.
And look, I will be the first to admit, I'm all over the place on this one. I have a lot of mixed emotions. I want Brock to be the quarterback heading into this year, right? I do. I definitely do. But he's a guy, like a lot of guys in the league, and I'm going to rattle off the names, where it's a lot of money. And I wince at the amount of money that he gets, because I understand, as I surround this player with talent and as I try to fill these holes, because there are tons of holes, it just becomes really hard. Doesn't mean you can't do it. It's just this type of a deal. When I hear, well, what's the alternative? Ooh, that feels desperate when you say that. And I remember when they were desperate and looking for Jimmy Garoppolo, and it ended up being a good deal.
You think this was a desperation contract? Because I don't feel like that at all. Not even close. Brock Purdy's a really good quarterback.
But when you tell me like the only
Jimmy Garoppolo, when they signed him initially, after like 6 games, that was a desperate contract. Like, we just need a starting quarterback. Let's assign this guy. You didn't know anything about Jimmy Garoppolo then. You thought you might see something. Yeah. Bonte was here all day. He's like, I saw when he yelled at those wide receivers to get back in line. I knew we had a franchise. I was like, 6 games? 6 games?
But that's how desperate we were.
See, I don't feel like this is desperation. I feel like we know who Brock Purdy is for the most part as a quarterback. He's shown us enough at this point. He's a pretty good quarterback. Is he great? He's shown greatness at points. He was you don't become an MVP candidate, but you just can't have a season like that and be a scrub. I'm sorry, you just can't. He's a very, very good who has moments of greatness as a quarterback. For me anyways.
Well, Jared Goff had an MVP-like year last year. He was spectacular, right?
He did.
Right? And I admit, like, that guy deserves a lot of money. What's Detroit's alternative? What, are they going to draft somebody? Like, I understand that. But, like, when you say, well, then you got to pay them whatever they want. It's like, all right, well, there's got to be a happy medium here. And I just think the quarterback money is all over the place. And a lot of these deals make me wince. Herbert, right? I don't love paying Herbert. Like, I don't. Now, I understand. What are the Chargers going to do? Like, what are they really going to do? Like, I acknowledge that.
Well, it's for that. He's so interesting, too, because I guess because you asked the question before the show, what other team out there relies more on a non-quarterback on their offense than the 49ers do with Christian McCaffrey, right? I'd say the Chargers sneakily, not that it's one player, they don't rely on Herbert's arm as much. They don't rely on his arm. They run the ball. You know Harbaugh. Mm-hmm. You know what he's going to do. You have the howitzer for an arm in Justin Herbert, but we're not throwing it left and right. If anything, we're going to do dink and dunks to Lad McConkey, yes, right? That's what he did last year. So, I mean, so that's an interesting one you say, Justin Herbert, because I do kind of liken him to Brock Purdy in that respect, where he's not asked to do everything, and people pick him apart for that. It's not his fault. He just runs the offense the way it's supposed to be catered to. And I think it got a little bit, Herbert, for me, got exposed a little bit in the playoffs. Now it was his first ever, or second, I guess, playoff game, other than that collapse against Jacksonville a couple of years ago with Brandon Staley. But he looked bad against the Houston Texans. He looked bad. I have yet to see Brock Purdy look awful. And I mean god-awful.
The Baltimore Ravens game?
In a playoff game.
Okay.
And that's in the back of my mind still, because that's an important question.
Well,
I know when he's under pressure.
I'm admitting I don't love the Herbert contract. Again, okay. I'm not sitting here and saying that I wouldn't have signed him. I would have signed him.
Sure.
I'm acknowledging there's a ton of risk here.
Yes.
And this isn't a slam dunk celebration that everyone wants to make it out to be. I'm not trying to rain on people's parade. I'm giving you how I feel as a Niner fan. I like Brock a lot. I want him to quarterback my team. But there's a lot of guys in the league that have gotten a lot of money, and I'm like, oh, okay, I gave you Herbert.
Give me Sam Darnold. How about that? He just signed a fat contract with the Seattle
Seahawks.
Like
a 1 year, 1.5 year deal.
Okay,
but I wouldn't have been comfortable for giving Sam Darnold that money. I wouldn't have been comfortable giving Geno Smith that money.
There you go.
I wouldn't have been comfortable giving Trevor Lawrence money at all. I wouldn't have been comfortable giving Tua Tagovailoa that kind of money. There are a lot of Dak Prescott. I despise that deal. I despise that deal. No, I think Brock is as good, if not better, than almost all those guys I mentioned, right? And so you're in a really tricky spot here. I get this. This is the cost of doing business at the position. I acknowledge that, but I also remember the cost of doing business at the defensive tackle position, because you're desperate to be able to bring someone in, was Javon Hargrave's $50 million. And that didn't work out real well. The cost of doing business to retain Deebo Samuel was a lot of guaranteed money. We saw the best of them, and it didn't work out well. And I supported that deal. I could go right down the list and name a lot of different deals that I was ready to throw a ticker taper parade the day that they signed him. Nick Bosa, Trent Williams, CMC extension, and a lot of them have blown up in their face. All I'm saying is that I'm happy for Brock. I like him as the quarterback. I love that the Niners themselves have invested in him and shown that faith in him, but it's a lot of money. That's all I'm saying, guys. And I know you're saying, so what? No, so what? I want the team to win. We are waiting 30 plus years to win a Super Bowl. All right? He needs an offensive line around him. He needs a true wide receiver one, right? Maybe less so on this team than others because they're a run-first team. Please to God, can Christian McCaffrey be healthy? Who is the off-ball linebacker alongside Fred Warner? Who is the defensive line alongside Nick Bosa? Who's playing safety with Malik Mustafa
Williams
on the shelf? I have so many questions about this team. So it's a great day for the quarterback. I'm happy for Niner fans that they're pumped that they got their guy. I want to win a Super Bowl, and teams win Super Bowls.
They do.
And so as you ask that question, are they more confident now that Brock's in the fold they can win a Super Bowl? Not much has changed. I got the same question marks, and then I haven't even gotten to health, which every quarterback is subject to it. But this guy in particular hit his elbow at the end of the year, and that terrified me. It just terrified me.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. By the way, Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, joining us at 8:30, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. Cannot wait to talk to Mike about this contract, what it means for the 49ers, for Brock Purdy, for the future. Who are they bidding against? Who are they not bidding against? All of that baked into the equation with Mike Florio at 8:30. In the meantime,
like right now, if you're going to pay a guy, and just real quick, you're going to pay a guy, let's just say it's 45 or 53. I've seen the numbers all over the place. And look, we all love 45 more than 53. We admit that. We got to protect this guy. You got to protect this guy to maximize your return on him. And they just refuse to protect him.
Well, that's not Brock. Yeah,
who's your right tackle?
Well, that goes
searching for a right tackle.
That goes to Shanahan and Lynch. That's not on Brock though.
No,
that's
I
on
know,
Shanahan and Lynch.
I know, and that's where I'm like, okay, so you didn't protect him when he was making $1 million. How are you going to protect him when he's making 53?
So who's under more pressure to live up to that contract? Is it?
I actually go to the front office.
Okay, Shanahan,
More
Lynch.
than Brock. I know what Brock's going to do. He's a lunch pail guy. He's going to be ready to go. I don't question his motivation. I don't question his IQ. I don't question his toughness. I don't question any of those things. I question, can you build the team around him? Which sucks because I feel like I'm raining on everyone's parade today.
I don't think you're raining on everyone's parade. I think he's just talking about the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is you're coming off a non-playoff season. A lot of injuries happened. A lot of tragedies happened around this team. So maybe it was a one-off. You trim some of the fat, if you will, financially. You give Brock this fat contract. I think he's earned it. Whether you think it's a little too much.
No, he has absolutely earned a giant pay raise. I don't deny that at all.
George Kittle earned a pay raise. He was incredible last season. It was him and Brock Bowers, 2 best tight ends in football. He gets rewarded because of it. He was the leader of that team during the Devontae Campbell situation. He stepped up in a major way last year, even in a lost season. Fred Warner looks like he's going to get paid as well as he should. So the 3 leaders of your team are getting rewarded. I love that. Prior to that, this past season, Brandon Ayuk, who had a really good year the year prior.
Oh, he was awesome.
He was incredible. But the way it looked, the way it all went down, the way it was, is he going to trade to Pittsburgh? Is he not? Oh, Mike Tomlin. Oh, he looks like me. Like that whole situation. Then a year prior, the Nick Bosa stuff. It was all just not good business. It felt like. It just felt like dirty's the wrong word. I didn't feel right heading into the season, even though he went to the Super Bowl or the NFC Championship in those years. It just didn't feel right. This, for me, it feels right. It feels good. Okay. It feels fresh. It feels like, okay, you're actually making some big boy decisions, and it didn't feel like a panic move. For me, it didn't feel desperate for me in all of these. How are you feeling, 49ers fans? 888-957-9570. I want to go to Rob in San Bruno, how he's feeling about this 49ers deal. Rob, long time no hear. How you doing, man?
What's up, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? I'm doing great. I can't complain. Man, look, I'm going to say that's probably the worst deal in Niner history, man. I mean, come on now. We went 6-11 last year, and we're rewarding guys for going 6-11 last year. Purdy not worth $53 million. When you say that money, I look at Lamar Jackson, I look at Burrow, and I look at Josh Allen. I need that type of performance from Purdy every week. Every week I need that. You can't give a guy $53 million who just admitted he can't see over the O-line and can't play in the rain. And you don't get that guy all that money when you got other areas that need to be fixed. You need a linebacker. You need help at safety. You need help at corner. You need help at O-line. I think we addressed the D-line, but you don't know if them guys can play yet until they get on the field. So you put all your money into this one guy who, to me, physically, when I say, I'm not talking about team. Oh, he went to the Super Bowl. No, the team went to the Super Bowl. I'm talking about physically. Can he do what those other $50 million quarterbacks can do? Can he throw the ball downfield without the threat of play action? I just felt like if CFC get hurt for a 4 or 5 game period, I think this becomes the worst deal in Niner history because those other guys are asked to carry a franchise. Purdy's not asked to do that. He's asked to game manage and make plays when they're there. So to me, you can't compare him to Dak and all them other dudes because the other dudes are asked to be franchise leaders. Purdy's not asked to do that. So you paid this guy $53 million to be a league game manager. I just don't agree with that.
So what should they have done then, Rob? What would you have done?
I mean, he was making, $900,000. If you gave him $40,000 with a little more guaranteed money, $40 million, $40 million, I mean, that's one hell of a raise. He's not a $53 million quarterback.
So it's the number for you. So if it was 40 instead of 50, you'd be feeling better about it.
Yeah, because for $50 million, he make more than Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson had almost 1,000 yards passing, 4,000 yards throwing, and almost 40 touchdowns. Can Purdy live up to that? Can he live up to what Burrow was doing? And that's what I'm looking at. I'm not judging them off, the top 20. I'm judging them off the top 5 now. And that's the pressure they put on this guy. So CMC needs to stay healthy. If CMC don't stay healthy, this could be the worst deal in Niner history, to be honest with you.
Thanks, Rob.
Really strong.
Really strong.
Right now, that's a really strong opinion. I don't think I agree with it.
I mean,
I get his point.
Brock Purdy's gone to a Super Bowl. Josh Allen hasn't. Lamar Jackson hasn't. I'm just telling, whether that's fair or not, I'm just telling you the facts. Those guys haven't been to a Super Bowl. Brock Purdy has been a quarter away from winning a Super Bowl as a starting quarterback in an MVP caliber season.
Would those guys trade their player for yours?
No.
Okay.
It's fine. I don't care.
No, I know, but we do this thing where those, I always see it, Josh Allen hasn't won anything. It's come on. Josh Allen's one of the best players in the league, hands down, without a doubt. And the Bills wouldn't trade you Purdy. We can be reasonable here.
Yeah,
we can acknowledge that, okay, his team has come up short. He, by the way, had Mahomes beat multiple times, and his defense let him down.
Yes.
And his kicker let him down.
Correct.
All right. Teams advance, and that's my big thing this morning. Teams are what wins, not just players. And my biggest question is, I'm happy for the player. He deserves a giant pay raise. How can this team win a Super Bowl? Not just Brock. It's not going to be just Brock. You know what Brock's going to need? Jawan Jennings to ball out and CMC to ball out and for them to have a really good defense and all those things. Like, he's going to need all these draft picks to hit. Michael Williams, for example, has got to be an absolute star. Like, it goes beyond Brock. And so but when you pay one guy this amount of money, every player you bid adieu to, like Dre Greenlaw, that's $7 or $8 million difference. Like, you're going to look back at the quarterback and you're going to say, can you elevate the loss of that player? And that player, and that player. That's how fans do the math now.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios at Spadoni at Shasky. 1 hour down, 3 more to go. We're talking Brock Purdy contract. And for just joining us, and if you've been under a rock the last few days, Brock Purdy, 49ers quarterback, signed a 5-year, $265 million contract with the San Francisco 49ers, including $181 million guaranteed, as I go Charles Barkley there. Average annual salary of $53 million. And that's what we're talking about right now. The deal is for at least 3 years, a 3-year deal, I should say. That's when it expires. 3 years, Joe. Kyle Shanahan's deal right now expires in 2 years. What does that tell you real quick?
This is just my theory, and I have nothing based on, this is just my gut. This is my gut opinion, all right? And I'm recklessly speculating here.
Love that.
I think Kyle really likes Brock a lot. But when you make like a commitment of this size, $180 million guaranteed, this goes beyond whether the coach loves the quarterback. Like, the owner better love the quarterback. That's a lot of money.
Well, Jed York said as much. He said he's going to reset the quarterback market a couple of years ago.
No, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is like, everyone from top down has to be on the same page, right? But I personally believe, I actually think that in some odd way, this is Jed basically saying to Kyle Shanahan, you're not wiggling out and picking another quarterback. Either you're figuring this out with this guy who you told me you like, and that's it. We're not going to the last minute on negotiations. And I appreciate this from Jed or Denise or John or whoever ultimately in that group is making these types of opinions. I think this is ownership basically telling the coach, you're not weaseling out of another quarterback. It's year 9. Figure it out. We're putting you together with this guy. We're actually going to give him 1 extra year than you, and we're going to guarantee money to him. It's you two, make it or break it. Let's figure this out. You're not wiggling out. You're not blaming another quarterback. You're not blaming anyone else. You did it with Jimmy Garoppolo. You did it with Trey Lance, where you had these little outs. You know, you did it when you brought in Hoyer and Beathard, and you didn't want to commit to a quarterback. This is your guy, and I appreciate this.
I don't know.
We are aligning. You have to win or lose with this guy. Yeah. And I think it's, honestly, I think it's a respectful business tactic.
I don't know. I'll wait and see on that one. The notion that Kyle Shanahan's future is now tied to Brock's success. Do you buy that? 888-957-9570.
This is his last quarterback here.
I don't know. Let's see.
So you think he's going to be here beyond Brock?
If I was to tell you that Brock made the playoffs 2 of the next 3 years, and then the 3rd year he regressed and wasn't very good, and the injury started to mount up, and they said, you know what, maybe we got to look elsewhere, I'd say Kyle Shanahan might still be around. I do. And they could look to, he just couldn't stay healthy. That's tough. I can't control that. The guy's just not healthy. Now, I hear you in saying, really? This is like the 3rd quarterback, basically?
Well, and then if you said he didn't stay healthy, I would say, all right, well,
that's his fault.
Did you protect him? John, right? That's been part of the Shanahan 49er existence.
That's John Lynch's fault. That's his job.
No, but has it not been part of the 49er Shanahan existence is, wow, our offensive line has not been invested in to the degree that the fans want it to be.
I'm just telling you, I think there's going to be a couple fall guys, quote unquote, shout out Chris Carter, before Kyle Shanahan goes. And I don't believe yet that Brock Purdy is going to be the guy that stays and Kyle Shanahan leaves. I don't believe that. If anything, Kyle Shanahan is the one that walks away.
This is the largest commitment in 49er history.
Yes, correct.
Financially. And he has more guarantees than anyone in that building. He has more years than Shanahan currently. They have now pivoted. Like the whole franchise is in this guy's lap.
Is this Kyle Shanahan's last quarterback as 49ers head coach? Is this his last QB?
So you don't think it is?
I don't. And if some people...
But that surprises me because that tells me that you don't believe in Brock to the degree that they're telling you that they believe in him.
I'm telling you that could act like I could talk myself into that happening. Brock makes the playoffs 2 of the next 3 years, but maybe the 3rd year, if they makes the playoffs the next 2 years, in the 3rd year, it's a dumpster fire. He looks awful. I don't know, like just hypothetical here. And that happens. I do think you could say, okay, well, maybe we'll draft a quarterback now. And then we'll give Brock another chance. And then we'll see what happens.
Year 12, and Shanahan doesn't have his guy.
Hey, crazier things have happened.
I mean, it would be insane.
Marvin Lewis on line 1 in Cincinnati. He stayed a long time.
They had Andy Dalton for a long time. He was a stabilizing force.
Sure. Then they had Carson Palmer, but it felt like they could still never get over that.
True.
Different expectations. I hear you. In Cincinnati compared to San Francisco. Cheap ownership. There's a lot built into that.
The unfair part is once you put pen to paper. I mean, the reality is that every player who gets that amount of money, the only real way to satisfy the Wolves is to win a Super Bowl.
Doesn't this contract look different, though, in like a year or two, as we say this right now? Like, this could look like, oh, my God, a massive overpay. And then a year or two, it's just like, oh, actually.
We said that about Hargrave, and that did not age well. We said that about Brandon Ayuk. We're counting down like, oh, my God. We said that about Debo. How many times have we had restructurings and the movement of money only to eventually have to swallow the cap hit?
Yeah, I like this. Like, I trust Brock Purdy infinitely more than all those other guys. I just do. Javon Hargrave is a nobody. He was a free agent coming here. I had no love lost in Javon Hargrave. I didn't know who the guy was. I think he benefited off of a stacked defensive line, clearly, in Philadelphia. And he was the guy that got singled out and got paid, kind of like Javon Kinlaw this past offseason with Washington. So the Javon Hargrave thing, I don't know. Brandon Ayuk, I think he was coming off a second-team All-Pro season. He was incredible. He deserved to get paid. Now, he got hurt, and that changed everything. And that's baked into the equation. Brock Purdy could absolutely, knock on wood, this doesn't happen. He could absolutely get hurt in the first couple weeks. And then we're looking at this deal saying, oh my God, but I can't live life like that. Anything could happen like that. And Patrick Mahomes could get hurt. And then their season's cooked. And then I was like, oh, I don't know if he can come back. Like, crazy things happen. Kevin Durant getting hurt in the finals, his Achilles. Like, that, I can't, that's just baked into the equation of sports. I just can't live life like that. And yeah, it could blow up in their face, but right now, as it stands, I love the deal. I feel confident in the deal.
Are you surprised less Niner fans aren't calling in?
Yes, I'm actually very surprised by that. Like, where are the Niner fans out that feel great about this deal? 888-957-9570. It feels like a lot of wishy-washy. I don't know. Why? Why do you feel like that, Niners fans? 888-957-9570. We'll pick this conversation up on the other side. We'll get to Larry in San Francisco, and it's going to be brought to you by Valvoline. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment, stay in your car, done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Now back to the morning roast.
A lot of people wait to hate. They cheer when they're drinking the beer. I want you to keep that same energy when we win that chip this year.
With Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oscar and Stockton, they did not win the chip this year. I think he was talking about the Golden State Warriors. Didn't happen. That's okay. Maybe the Niners will win a chip now with Brock Purdy, who is locked in for at least the next 3 years, $181 million guaranteed. And I love the deal. I think there's a lot of, I'm not saying you're scared about it, Joe. You're a little nervous.
Well, I think all these deals come with tremendous risk.
Tremendous.
Right? Like
the greatest risk.
Nick Bosa had some injury concerns, right? Obviously missing an entire year from an ACL. Mm-hmm. And then he had the groin injury, which he dealt with, and he signed for 120 some odd million guaranteed.
Going back to college.
Most people were like, like he deserves every single penny. And I was one of them too. And I was like doing cartwheels and whatnot. It's had a tough time living up to it. Right?
Yeah.
We view Nick Bosa a hell of a lot different today than we did.
Season last year, though. I want to Nick. Let me look it up right now. The stats. Nick Bosa. Let's go right.
He had probably 9 to 10 sacks.
He did. He had 9 sacks, forced fumble, a pick. All right. For him, that's a really down year. But compared to the rest of the league, he's still pretty good. I'd still say he's a top 5 defensive end.
Wouldn't you agree
football.
The heat on Bosa was cranked up to inferno blazes after he signed the contract?
Absolutely, but it also just highlighted there's nothing else around him. There's nothing.
I agree.
Nothing. By the way, Drake Jackson, he's gone. He's cooked. He's done.
But at least I'll give the Niners this. In the Nick Bosa situation, if they don't give him that money, I think 30 other teams give him that money at minimum. Right? So I always do these things like, all right, well, if you weren't going to give him the money, who else was going to give him the money? Right? I'm sure there would have been a couple of teams that would be willing to shell out the money for Brock Purdy.
Raiders might have been interested. Jets, they signed Justin Fields.
Sure, maybe the New York Giants.
Sure.
Right?
Exactly.
Okay, we could find a couple of slots.
Right now, the Saints, right?
That's a good example. So I'm sure there were some teams out there, and your alternative was basically pretty simple. And I hate when this happens, but sometimes this is reality. You either sign him at about what these other quarterbacks are making, or you're moving off him. There was really no in between, right? And so if that was the alternatives that I was presented with, I would probably do what the Niners ended up doing it as well, which is sign him and give him the money. But I would freely acknowledge the second pen hit paper and I had to put that money in the escrow. Oh boy, that's a lot of money. That's all I'm saying. It's a lot of money.
Fine. And my whole thing is, if you're going to be happy with this number this time last year, you should be happy about it now, because I think the totality of last season was such an absolute dumpster fire around him. I still think overall he had a pretty good year. All things considered, not a great year, not the MVP caliber season the year prior. I thought he had a good year, all things considered. 888-957-9570.
Yeah, he was good, not great last year. And I know there's all these advanced metrics to try to do cartwheels to explain how good he was. Look, everyone.
Only one great player on that team last year, and I know Fred Warner got a second team or first team All-Pro on a bum ankle. He was really freaking good. I thought only one player was truly great last year for the Niners. That was George Kittle. That's the only guy that was really great.
I agree. And if I knew today, hey Joe, CMC is going to be healthy for 15 games.
Yep, I
would be like, look, I think Brock's going to have a great bounce back.
There you go.
Right? I would, but again, that goes back to the guys like Jalen Hurts, for example. When Jalen got his payday, I was like, bad contract. I wouldn't have paid him. I was wrong. And then when you put him with Saquon Barkley and the weapons that they have around him, he completely shut me up and played not good. He played great football in the playoffs. And I stand here today and I admit I was wrong.
We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. We're going to discuss this with Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk at 8:30. You know Mike, been on this station a lot, been on this show a lot. NBC Sports, him and Chris Sins do a hell of a job there. And we'll get his thoughts on the Brock Purdy deal. I want to get your thoughts on it right now, because we got damn near full phone lines talking about it. Do you love it? Do you hate it? How we feel about the Brock Purdy contract going forward?
Before you go to the lines,
I love it.
I know you do. I know you love it.
I love it.
This is what I love the most about just overall, as I step back. He's going to be there for everything this offseason.
Yes.
That's number one. Franchise quarterback.
Yes.
And of all the guys on the team that I trust to show up day in, day out, ready to practice and ready to work, Brock Purdy is... it's a layup that we should expect.
Isn't he the quintessential franchise quarterback? Just That's the guy.
No doubt. But I would like him to take on more personality.
Sure. Well,
I
that
want
might not
him
be
to be
him,
more
though.
of a leader.
That might not be him.
Honestly, I think there's going to be a time and a place where I want him to bark at Shanahan in a good way.
Okay.
I'm talking about in a good way. Creative tension in a good way. That's once you become the highest paid guy on a corporation as big as the Niners, I think you have some earned equity, and I want to see him grow in leadership because I think that he is a good leader. He sets the example, but I think his voice is desperately needed. This team needs voices. That's number one. Number two, you got George Kittle inked up. Mm-hmm. Love that. Love that Fred Warner sounds like he's getting inked up. Love that their draft class looks like it's ready to go and participate.
Hey, they're saying Michael Williams is going to be that dude. Everyone keeps telling me. We'll wait and see. And then OTAs are OTAs, but the guy is a physical specimen.
Look, you got rid of the worst special teams coordinator and the worst defensive coordinator in all of the NFC, and that's being gentle.
And you bring back a guy that you've been to a Super Bowl with, Robert Saleh.
Exactly. All right? You got 20 rookies. You got 2 new kickers that are going to compete with Jake Moody.
Greg Joseph.
This has been a pretty freaking good offseason, if not great. And so to have all of that other stuff not linger into this year, I am happy for that. Absolutely. But that doesn't mean that this isn't rife with risk.
Larry, San Francisco, how are we feeling about this Brock contract, Larry? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, fellas? It's been a long time since I called in just because of all the horrible season last year. What's up, Joe? Hey, I got to tell you guys something. You guys need to stop, man. Just stop it. Let me tell you something. That last caller who said that, what's that Baltimore's quarterback's name? I'm drawing a blank.
Lamar Jackson.
Right. Lamar Jackson has had a stacked team his whole career, and he cannot win a playoff game. Let's just face facts. Brock Purdy has done much more than Lamar Jackson. But I'm not saying that Lamar Jackson ain't great. He's like the early Peyton Manning, who's really great in season and then falls apart in the playoffs. But to pass that part, all this worry and angst about Brock Purdy's legit. If you put Brock Purdy last year on any other team that had anybody who could catch the ball, one, because Debo dropped the ball. Everybody dropped the ball last year. If you had a running back that could run for more than 4 games in a row, I think he would have did better. He would have made it to the playoffs. But it just brings me to one point. 49er fans are the weakest fans in all of sports. Our announcers just don't. We have no enthusiasm about anything. We hate every decision our team makes. If our team wins the Super Bowl, the first thing we're going to say, yeah, but we should have 5. You know, I mean, it just gets old after a while. That's why I kind of quit paying attention to it. It's just because it's like almost depressing to listen to sports talk shows now because it's always the same thing. It's all, no team can win if they pay their quarterback this, they pay their quarterback that. You know what I mean? Let's just get on and play the game and enjoy football.
That's Larry in San Francisco. He loves it. He says, you know what? Brock's better than Lamar. I'm not going quite there yet. By the way, Lamar Jackson's 28 years old. Should have 3 MVPs. He already has 2 of them. He's a Hall of Famer already. We're
just going to respectfully disagree.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. As it pertains to Brock Purdy, though, he loves the contract. Do you love the contract? And does the fact that this is a drama-free offseason for the most part, does that carry any weight for you Niners fans? Because we've talked ad nauseum about just the emotional and mental toll that this fan base has had, which kind of sounds insane. Maybe we just need to take a step back as fans, but we can't do that because we're all diehards, and that's why we're doing this job right now, Joe. We are mentally and emotionally invested in every single decision that these franchises make. But the last couple seasons, it's been a lot. Ayuk, McCaffrey, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa.
The Jimmy saga.
Last year.
Trey Lance saga.
Go to the Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga, Lowry Markkanen. It'll be happening again this year as Jonathan Kuminga and Joe Lacob sitting next to each other courtside at the Valkyries game. Like, sometimes the off season, the drama of it is better than the regular season. When I say that, it's almost like Michelle watches those Real Housewives or whatever sometimes, right? Sometimes the tell-all shows at the end of the season. What's up? Yeah, you do too. I do too. I love Love is Blind.
You mean the show recaps?
The recap.
What's the guy's name who's printing money?
Oh, watch what
Andy
happens
Cohen?
live. Yeah, Andy Cohen. Yeah, there you go.
That guy, you want to talk about a guy he's making more than Brock Purdy's making. That guy is a genius.
I respect it, honestly. The hustle. He's great at what he does.
He'll cross his legs and like, is that really what you said about her?
And then he has...
Like the way he says it, dude, he just tees him up.
I wish I had a pencil right now because he has it in his mouth. You're like, interesting. Yeah, right. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
I'm a Tamara guy.
What's up?
Tamara, I don't know if you know her.
No.
But she's one of the original housewives.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. I always rock with her.
Please, hey, you got to get into Love is Blind, by the way. It's the best. It's great. Nick Lachey, Vanessa Lachey. They're not the best moderators. Some of the Love is Blind, like Mexico, I think they're a little bit better. There's different countries for it.
Yeah, but sports is, no doubt, the transaction has overridden all of the drama, and the transactions have overridden the actual game.
Are you more excited, which this sounds insane, are you more excited about the offseason of the NBA or these conference finals?
Oh, no, I think this is actually really fun conference finals.
I think most people would say the offseason.
No,
where the hell's Giannis going?
But like
what's
Knicks,
going on with
Pacers,
Kevin Durant?
One of those fan bases is going to be thrilled to be in the finals.
I'm actually, this is what I'll say. There's going to be a franchise that gets its first ever trophy.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I know the Supersonics technically.
And the Knicks had one in the 70s.
Right. No. I mean, but the Pacers, the Thunder, and the Minnesota, one of those teams will win their first ever trophy in that certain city.
Yes.
I'll say that. And then the Knicks, it's been 50 years. Right? So that's going to be fun in and of itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, I can't wait until the season ends and then it's just Giannis watch, Kevin Durant. What are the Warriors going to do? Is Jonathan Kuminga going to go? They can do a sign and trade. I'm saying all that to say sometimes the offseason can be more juicy. In this case, for the 49ers, I'm kind of glad it's not because I've had enough of that. I've had enough of the drama of the last couple seasons with all those contracts. I'm going to give credit to Kyle Shanahan. I'm going to give credit to Jed York, to John Lynch, to Parag, everyone, all the Niners brass, the executive level for nipping all this in the bud early when it comes to these contracts. And Fred Warner, as we all think, that's going to happen soon. So let's go. We got our guys. They're signed up. Let's freaking go. No drama.
No, that's so true. The drama and being removed of all the negativity, absolutely true. Are they a better team like a year later?
Yes. If Christian McCaffrey, of all reports, he's healthy, absolutely they're a better team.
Well, but think about where you were a year ago. You thought he was healthy.
We didn't know. Again, going back to drama, the dirty little secret.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, it's game one. Actually, McCaffrey in bilateral Achilles. What?
I mean,
it was insane.
And look, like if CMC had another year like he did a couple years ago, I could see that happening. But if you told me he was never the same player, I could also see that happening. So like, when we so like true Humpty Dumpty Matt Steinmetz style, like I have no strong opinion either way. That's me trying to evaluate whether CMC is going to be X factor, one of the best players in the league, CMC, or I have no idea. But like if I knew that CMC would be closer to the version he was a couple years ago, I would be doing cartwheels right now as a Niner fan because I would be like, they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, I don't think this entire season hinges on his health. I think a lot of 49ers fans feel like that's the case when it comes to a Super Bowl. But I do think this team was a couple games away here and there last year without him, and they could have been a playoff team. It just takes a little mix and a match in here. Some guys need to step up. Some guys need to stay healthy. Again, it's baked into the equation with any sports team, right? Health is going to dictate everything. Like, the Warriors weren't winning anything when Steph Curry got hurt. The grade 1 hamstring strain, they were done. They were cooked. It sucks to say that. They were done. And I credit Draymond and Steve Kerr saying, yeah, ifs and buts are candy and nuts, we'd all have Merry Christmas. We're not going to go down that road. Because it doesn't matter. Because we've benefited off people getting hurt too. So it's similar where it's just like, yeah, Christian McCaffrey got hurt in hindsight. He was the team's best player overall, top to bottom. And you can't replace a guy like that. Now, Jordan Mason was incredible. Right? He was really freaking good for that team.
Joe, I know it's a different season. They lost 7-8 to end the year. Okay? So like I as optimistic as I am, and I also acknowledge like this team got handled within their own division.
They did.
All right. Kyler outplayed Brock Purdy and the team.
But am I fearing this division right now? I'm not.
No. But I'm just saying, like, let's not act like they were really close. They weren't. They actually weren't.
Well, not really
they
close.
Good last year.
But they had a couple games here or there where you could say, you know what? We win those. Hey, that 20, like the game you had against the Rams in LA. That's one where it's just like, wow, that was an absolute dumpster. I know. Again, you just go through the entire schedule.
But Stafford outplayed Brock in the second half.
Yeah, but it was more so the special teams for me.
There's no, and Ronnie Bell dropped a big time pass, but also Brock missed Brandon Ayuk on a wide open over the top play, and Stafford was excellent in the second half, throwing to no one. Remember? They had no one in that game. So, like, look, I like Brock. He's a really good player, but this team went 1-5 in the division last year. And for whatever reason, Kyler Murray gives them fits. And I don't even think that highly of Kyler Murray. but he's a guy that can play elite on any given day, and he can also play terrible. I don't know what to make of Seattle, Joe. Sam Darnold, is he the guy that lost the final 2 games of the year as ugly as he did? Or is he closer to the guy that looked spectacular?
You know why?
I have no clue.
No, we all know why he looked spectacular last year is because the head coach, Kevin O'Connell, who comes from the Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan coaching tree, that's why he looked incredible last year. And he had Justin Jefferson, and he had Addison. He had all those plethora of weapons to throw to. That's why he looked incredible last year. And he had a resurgence. Who's my running back who came from Green Bay over there?
Aaron Jones.
Thank you. Like, that's why he looked incredible. Now he's going to a defensive-minded head coach over
really
in Seattle.
like McDaniel, or whatever his name is.
Kubiak? Is that another one there? Is it the
It is. One of the
coordinator?
Kubiaks just took the job.
Right. Like, we'll see.
Well, they lost DK. Like, we'll see.
There's no
I guess
Tyler
what I'm going
Lockett.
at is
They have
to
Jackson, Smith,
pretend
and
like the
Jacobs.
rest of the NFC West isn't near you is kind of foolish. Like,
Well, it's the Rams. They're the class of the division, and
Yes.
they were a drive away from going to an NFC championship, and I think they would have had a good opportunity to beat the Washington Commanders, and maybe they're in the Super Bowl. And then who knows at that point? Maybe they win the whole damn thing. I have a lot of respect for them because they've done it.
Yeah.
They've won it. Kyle Shanahan has not won it yet. Sean McVay has with that quarterback and Matthew Stafford. Puka Nacua is incredible. No more Cooper Kupp. He's gone. He's now in Seattle, but he's older. We'll see there. There's a lot still unknown about the Seahawks and Cardinals for me. I know, and I've seen Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy make sweet music together and almost win the whole damn thing. And that means a lot to me. Now, Christian McCaffrey was a part of that. George Kittle, all of these guys. It was incredible. Like everyone, health is the most important thing for this team going forward. Health. Again, you laugh at that, you scoff at it, but the same thing could have been said for the Warriors heading into this playoffs, right? Like health was the most important thing, and they played with their food in round 1, and it bit them in the ass, right? Next year, heading into this season, no drama, all business, stay healthy, focus on the goal. I'm feeling really confident about this 49ers team. I am. If Michael Williams can hit, that could change everything. Now you got another guy outside of Bosa. I'm feeling really confident about the 49ers. Maybe you might think I'm just talking myself into it. I'm not. I just feel really good about them. I do. You're looking at me like I'm lying.
No,
I'm not.
I mean, like again, they had one of the worst defenses in the league last year, and I
can only get
expect
better.
Okay, I agree, but when you're going from the bottom, literal bottom, you got a long way to go, and we're asking for a lot from these rookies who we'll see. I think the template of trying to be like the Rams, where you struggle early on, and then by like week 10, a lot of these rookies don't feel like rookies anymore. Like that's what they're banking on. That's what they're absolutely hoping on. And then I look at the Niners offensive line right now and the run game, and I just think so much is of the unknown of Christian McCaffrey. And I think there's just a lot up in the air, and I don't want to overrate them. I've overrated them the last couple of years heading into the year. And one year I looked good when they went to the Super Bowl. Sure. And last year, they fell flat on their face. And they looked old and expensive and filled with holes.
I thought that the writing was on the wall for a regression last year. I think a lot of us and the station, and include, of course, we want to ride the high of the 49ers. But the fact of the matter is when you lose a Super Bowl, you take a step back the year after. And they took a major step back.
The roster wasn't good.
And the roster wasn't good, and there was a lot of drama. Again, there was a lot baked into last season. There's some tragedies. Your first-round pick got shot right down the street over here in downtown San Francisco. We know what went with Trent Williams, Charvarius Ward, some just tragedies in their lives, losing children. It was horrible. There was so much negativity and just, it was all bad last year. Fresh start, though, this offseason. I'm giving this team, a clean slate when it comes to Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy. I don't think a lot of people are willing to do that. 888-957-9570 is the number, though. We're talking about the Brock Purdy contract and what that signified for you going forward, 49ers fans, is what? 5 years, $265 million, 181 of that is guaranteed, but it's really a 3-year contract and $181 million guaranteed at this moment. How are we feeling about it? Are you feeling good? You feeling bad? You feeling indifferent? You feeling nervous? What when you first saw that pop into your text, whether it was Rappaport, Schefter, whatever, how did you feel about it? I think that's simple. Simple as that. You're feeling a little nervous. I'm feeling great about it.
What are the risks, right? That's what I always ask myself.
He can get hurt, and then you're going to Mac Jones, and it's another dumpster fire season.
So, to me, what's the least risky thing about Brock? Performance. Yes. I kind of know what I'm getting from Brock Purdy, okay? Let's just cross that one off the list. Yeah. What's the next one? You referenced the injury.
Injury. That's the biggest risk for any.
See, I think it's not. I think it's personnel around him. right? I have more questions on them. I'm talking about other people putting the right team around him because it's so hard. It's so hard. I just watched Derek Carr, all right? And I think he's a solid quarterback. Not great, solid. And his entire career after he just retired, you could make the argument he played for some of the worst organizations that you could possibly play for in terms of building talent around you.
I don't think he was ever put in a good situation to win.
I agree. Okay. This organization, the Niners, they kind of did in Alex Smith with what? The personnel around him. Now, did his own performance and injuries factor into that? Absolutely. Why was Jalen Hurts so good this year? Now, I think he's a good player, but he also got hurt this year. Their personnel around him was outstanding.
Stacked offensive lines, stacked wide receivers, and the best running back in football.
All right.
That helps.
So, like, my number one question with this entire Purdy contract when it comes to risk is not his performance. It's not, because I think he's going to be a good player. He's shown he's a really good player. It's not even his injuries, even though, trust me, the elbow is a concern. I am probably more concerned than the casual fan is about his stature. It's tough to stay healthy, right, in the league. But it's the personnel around them. The guard, the center, the right tackle. Going into the season with Juwan Jennings as wide receiver 1. Don't love that. I even though I'm a run-first team, right, I don't think I need a $40 million wide receiver to be prolific offensively. Where is CMC at? Who's your backup running back if he can't go? Garendo? He can barely stay healthy. And then I look at defense because you got to have complementary football. Can this defensive line, with all these rookies, actually be a good defense? I don't know. So the biggest question and the biggest risk I have on this entire Purdy contract is, what is the personnel and how do you build a team around him? And then it comes back to Shanahan and John Lynch. And as much as I like them, they got a lot of work to do.
Let's go to G on Highway 80. Wants to talk about the Brock Purdy contract. G, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast. G, ain't nothing but a G thing. What's up, man?
Yeah. So I like the deal. I like the deal very much. And I like the fact that they're getting it out of the way this year as opposed to last year and in the years before, like with Bosa and with Debo and Ayuk, and having to drag out and getting to, kind of interfere with practice and go into the season. So let's get all this contract stuff out the way, get Fred signed, get all this stuff out the way, and let's get our players together and do what it needs to do. Also, Purdy deal don't kick in until next season, so they still got some wiggle room to get some pieces that they need to protect them and scheme up and do things that they need to do. So I like the deal. I think it's cool, man. And getting all the drama out the way, now we can just concentrate on football. Let's go get it.
There you go.
I like that.
That's like the positive mindset. As much as we want to crush this brass, this 49ers executive brass, whether it's Shanahan, whether it's Lynch, whether it's just them two together, the mind behind it all, like, we wanted to crush them so badly for how things went on these last couple off seasons. Let's give them credit and give them their flowers for addressing the needs this offseason and being very upfront about it, whether it was getting rid of Debo Samuel, whether it was trimming some of this fat, as we've seen, whether it was initially trying to shop Ayuk to see if they could, they regret the contract. Now, injuries are part of it, though, Joe. Like,
insane. But the Ayuk thing, like, I've never seen a team sign someone and then immediately regret it quicker.
I think that the injury is a huge part of that. Like the fact that he shredded his knee.
He wore the wrong shorts, and the coach in him, after he got $80 million on a Friday, there was this odd, bizarre shorts thing.
Short skate.
I mean, come on, we can admit, like, before the injury, it was a little bizarre.
Sure, but you could talk yourself into it had he still been healthy right now. It's like, okay,
right,
you know what?
I'll meet you in the middle.
That was a bad year.
I'll meet you in the middle.
Clean slate for everyone. Let's just go into the season. And I would be feeling a lot better if I have a healthy Brandon Ayuk right now, because I know at his highest of highs, he was a second-team All-Pro player. Right now, I don't know what he is. Hopefully the rehab is there and he's there for training camp. That would be amazing, because right now, I don't know. Talking about like some concern still, I don't know who your number one wide receiver is. Like Ricky Pearsall, Juwan Jennings.
What have they done really well during the regime of Shanahan and Lynch? What would you say is one of the best things that, like, they've almost been incredible at it? What do you think?
Well, finding like late, like round talent is what they've done very well.
All right, I'll give you that. See, to me, I would take it a step further. Some of the best players they've had on this team over the entire tenure of their operating this squad has been trades and then extending players. And you have that luxury when your quarterback's not making a whole lot or when the team roster isn't making a lot. Jimmy Garoppolo was a trade and an extension. Yes. Trent Williams was a trade and an extension. CMC was a trade and an extension. Charvarius Ward, huge money in free agency. Yeah. Richard Sherman, money in free agency. So they've had a lot of money at their disposal, and they've used it pretty well. For every, bad deal at Javon Hargrave, I could find a couple of more that have actually been better deals for them. Even Quan Alexander, although it didn't end up being the greatest deal of all time, he was a very useful, high-functional player for them. And I think I'm most skeptical about them building through the draft around Purdy because when you guys making $50 million, now you got to get all of these inexpensive players, and their drafting has just been spotty.
Well, they need to hit on the draft this year. Like Michael Williams needs to be a stud.
Yes.
Because outside of, Nick Bosa, I don't have any confidence on that defensive line. I just don't. The depth of it, the defensive tackles, everyone. So I'm looking at Michael Williams. I'm looking at, the Yetur Gross Matoses of the world. I know Carl's just shaking his head at that name. But like Sam Okawanu was the guy what we were clamoring for last year. Sam Okawanu, we had to find a clip to even pronounce his last name because half of us couldn't do it. 888-957-9570. Are you feeling a lot better about this 49ers offseason going forward? And that doesn't matter for you 49ers fans that they did address all these situations where it was George Kittle, the leader of this team. You paid him. They're going to pay Fred Warner. So the both of the leaders on your offense and defense have been a priority. And now your quarterback, who needs to be the priority, got his contract. Doesn't that give you some hope and optimism that things are changing now going forward? Like we crushed them for all the negative stuff in the past. Let's give them their flowers now going forward. 888-957.
Well, no, they definitely deserve credit in terms of they put their money where their mouth was, right? And they did that this offseason. And I liked, they had so many holes. I liked what they did in the draft. I know a lot of people are, they reached on this guy. I think Mikel Williams is going to be a baller. If I was going to put money on it, and I like these long-term bets, I like him as Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Ooh.
I really do. I just think he's going to have lots of opportunities, can get lots of reps, gets to play alongside Nick Bosa for Robert Saleh. I really like him as an impact player in year one. The other guys, we'll see about West, the D tackle, the kid they took from Texas. Who's their off-ball linebacker going to be alongside Warner, right? I need to know about that. And
Michael Williams, by the way, 6th best odds according to DraftKings for NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Well, Abdul Carters are going to
Abdul Carter, Jalen Walker, Travis Hunter, Mike Green, and Jihad Campbell ahead of him.
Interesting. And then I look at Ricky Pearsall, who I'm treating him like a rookie this year because I think last year it was just a lost year. I mean, it's out of his control.
I thought he ended the season on a high note, though.
Absolutely. Yeah. But we're getting a whole fresh look of Pearsall. He got hurt in training camp before he even got shot, right? And it was a lost year. And that happens. Ayuk's first year was the COVID year. It's kind of a lost year, even though he had a pretty decent production that year. So I think he'll look a lot better in this particular year. But now you got everybody together and ready to go for training camp and all the OTAs and whatnot. And I do think that synergy is desperately needed after the last 3 years of all the holdouts.
3 in Berkeley wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Remember, same number to call or text. Also hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. All powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 3, Berkeley. How are we feeling about this Brock Purdy contract?
Hey, man, first of all, I want to preface my comments by saying I'm a Raider fan through and through.
Okay.
But I got to call and talk about all these Niner fans crying about this man getting his money. I would say, first of all, be glad that his agent didn't try to push the line after year 3 to redo the contract.
They couldn't legally.
He's a humble kid that made good.
They couldn't, by NFL standards, they couldn't because he was a drafted player. They couldn't extend him until this offseason.
Facts. Now, the one thing about it is embarrassment of riches that he had around him, which is competent franchise building. You guys had a good team. Brandon Ayuk, he got disrespected because he was clearly the most polished route runner that you guys had, but all the attention went to Debo. You guys didn't want to pay him and take care of him. Stop crying about Brock Purdy getting his money. He got what he deserved. He took you to NFC championships. He took you to the playoffs. He had Mahomes on the ropes. in the Super Bowl. It just so happened that the tackle whiffed, and Ayuk was open in the end zone, and he didn't throw it that way. He looked right when he should have looked left. So my thing is that you guys have had success. The man got his money. Dak set the market. He got his just due for being a premium position in the NFL, which is your starting franchise quarterback.
Hey, 3.
You asked him not to do too much.
Hey, 3. If the Raiders didn't sign Geno Smith and Brock Purdy was out there, would you have given that contract?
I would have given that contract.
Okay.
I would have, because he's a smart enough quarterback to know how to play within the system. He's good enough to play in a West Coast system. He doesn't need to throw the ball 70 yards. You know what I mean? What he needs to do is find the open receiver, find the hot route, and get it there. It's always a benefit when you do have a good running game. But on top of that, they didn't even address that in the offseason. McCaffrey has recorded 2 tendonitis Achilles. Bad. That's bad for the future. You have to address that. You didn't re-sign Jordan Mason. I pay attention to football. I'm just a pure football fan. And I say the Niners whiffed on a lot of things, but they hit on Brock Purdy, man.
No, it's a good point. Hey, 3 in Berkeley. That was a very measured and rational take, and we appreciate that here.
You know, if the Christian McCaffrey thing,
well, they did draft a running back real quick. So, he said they didn't address anything. They did draft a running back because I'm with their depth. Was it CJ? No, who was it? Jordan James from Oregon.
Yeah. I mean, he's got close to 800 touches in the 2 years prior to last year, Christian McCaffrey.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. It's an astronomical amount of touches.
Well,
I'm talking about playoffs. Catches.
Baldy talked to us about it. He said, hey, when you have that many touches, there's going to be a drop off the year after. He referenced too Sean Alexander with the Seahawks when he had his incredible MVP year, and then he fell off right after that. There is a correlation between that many touches and the wear and tear on the body. It's nice to say, wow, we might have the best running back and slot receiver in football. Yeah, that's great. His knees don't like that. I'll tell you that, right? His Achilles doesn't like that, right? Speaking of Baldy, I just mentioned him. He joined Grandy and Dibbs when that contract news happened back on Friday, and he knew this deal was always going to get done.
I remember talking to Jed York. It was this year before the Tampa game, so mid-season maybe. And I was just talking about a bunch of different things, but Brock's name came up. And I remember Tom Brady was doing the game that day. He was down the field. Everybody was talking to Tom. But honestly, Jed York said that we're going to get the deal done. It was never going to put him on the market. He was never going to trade him. He was never not going to pay him. He was never not going to pay him what the going freight is, but that's what the rate is for a franchise quarterback, or a quarterback that you think is a franchise player. What he got today was what franchise quarterbacks are getting. Justin Herbert, Tua Tagovailoa. They're all in the same price range right now, and so they got the deal done. Congratulations.
When you say franchise quarterback, people have many different ways that they define franchise quarterback.
How do you define it?
A franchise quarterback to me is somebody that you need to drive the stake through the heart in any given game, no matter who's out there, no matter what the circumstances are, to defeat that player. Russell Wilson, when he was in Seattle, no matter who was out there, he was a franchise quarterback. Okay. To beat him, you had to literally to the very last whistle, right? And there are only a handful of those guys that I view in the league. Burrow's that way. I would put Stafford in that particular boat. I would put Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, whatever. And I don't think that every team has a franchise quarterback, even if you've committed franchise quarterback money to someone. It's kind of like being an ace in baseball. Just because you get the ball as the number one doesn't make you an ace, right? No. So my algorithm
Luis
is a little higher.
Severino for the A's, he's their ace, but he's not an ace. If you hear what I'm saying.
So here, and I'll be the first to admit it. Coming into the league, did I think Baker Mayfield would be a franchise quarterback? No, I did not. I despised him. I did not think he was mature enough.
You don't like Baker?
At all. Didn't think he was mature enough to be a quarterback. Okay. I thought he was reckless off the field, which to me was a big signal of I can't trust you. Was it the running away
from the cops video? Was that the one for you?
But when I watch Baker, there is you have got to drive the stake through the heart to beat him type of a player, right? And he is going to find a way to win 9, 10, 11 games with that Buccaneers team.
Right.
That's the way I view him, right? I didn't view Derek Carr that way.
No. Well,
right?
at least after the injury, I didn't. I thought early on, again, but that goes baked into it.
Yeah, I don't view Trevor Lawrence that way.
No.
I don't view Herbert that way. I don't view Tua that way. I definitely view the Josh Allens and guys like that way. I think Brock, I lean toward I view him that way. So that's what I'm saying. I think this year, like, it's playoffs. You got to make the playoffs when you're making this kind of money. And I want to see him play that possessed style of ball where he's not giving up, and you got to drive the stake through the hearts on a guy like him, no matter who those guys are out there. And you saw when he was throwing to Ronnie Bell in that Rams game, because remember Ayuk hurt his shoulder and he was on and off and coming out, and then Debo got a little nicked up in that game. No matter what the weapons are, the expectations is playoffs year in and year out.
That's it, right there.
And Burrow last year didn't live up to the expectations.
No,
of how much you pay him.
Well, I think he lived up to the expectation. I think that offense was really freaking good, and had their defense just stopped the nosebleed, he would have been in legitimate MVP conversations.
No, but
he was so good last year.
He was great. He was.
His
great.
defense was god awful.
I hear you, but I think Cincinnati's sitting here saying like, hey, you got to be in the playoffs every single year.
Yeah, how about your owner stop being cheap and pay your defensive end Trey Hendrickson? How about that, right? Like again, it goes to money allocation. That's why it matters.
Exactly.
Like, you need to pay those guys. That means that much to your defense. Like, we thought their defense is bad now. Without Trey Hendrickson, good freaking luck. I thought he had some very interesting comments, by the way, between him, ownership, the executives, all that. By the way, you just asked, like, what is a franchise quarterback for you? And you said it in your own ways. I think it comes down to this. Can you get me to the playoffs every year?
Yeah, maniacally.
That's it.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
It. That is what a franchise quarterback is.
So like even
and
like Jordan Love, like I'm tantalized by the talent of a guy like Jordan Love. I don't know about him.
Two playoffs.
I don't know about
two playoffs
him.
in a row though. And I will say this about Dak:
No,
as much as we crap all over Dak Prescott, when he is healthy, they get to the playoffs.
They won
do.
12 games, 3 consecutive years.
He's a good quarterback.
He
man.
is a good quarterback.
He's a good quarterback.
He's not great. He's really good.
And then when you say like, oh well, he fails in the playoffs, well, he gets you there. That's what a franchise quarterback is. Can you get me to the playoffs? Derek Carr couldn't do that, as you mentioned. Now, bad organizations.
Yeah.
There's bad organizations built into that, and that is absolutely a factor.
When I view Matt Stafford, I view him in the way that you're talking about in terms of dragging teams to the playoffs. Like when you watch the end of that Philadelphia game in the snow, I thought they were coming back and winning.
But it's interesting because we've used Matt Stafford as a Detroit Lion as an underachiever. Although he did get to the playoffs a couple times. I know they were one and done, but the fact that he got the Detroit freaking Lions just to the playoffs was incredible. But people say, oh, Calvin Johnson.
Joe, my opinion of it has changed. And that's where I will allow variance in these things. Like there are guys that play themselves out of favor and into favor. Baker Mayfield, at one point I did not view him that way. Now I do. Russell Wilson, I viewed him that way. Now I do not.
Well, look, you know what? Let's just ask the question. Do you view Brock Purdy as a franchise quarterback? He didn't make the playoffs last year when things around him weren't going well. Prior to that, he was in the Super Bowl. Is it somewhere in the middle? Is he a non-franchise quarterback? Is he a franchise quarterback? It's a simple question. 888-957-9570, because I think that's the bugaboo about this whole thing. Some people just don't view him as a franchise quarterback because of last year. I think that's a little unfair. Let's talk about it after the injury report. I swear to God, this guy has been on the injury report 5 times this year, and I've yet to see him play. Bob Melvin provided an update on Errar Encarnacion on Saturday, announcing that the Giants intend to restart his rehab assignment. Encarnacion was feeling some soreness in his left hand. I hate when that happens. And so the Giants wanted to err on the side of caution. He's expected to restart that rehab assignment in Sacramento this week. He is still expected to be activated when eligible on May 26th. That's a week from today. He has been out the entire season so far after fracturing his left hand at the end of spring training. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Mike Florio, 830 Pro Football Talk, knows all the ins and outs when it comes to all these quarterback contracts. How's he feeling about this deal for the 49ers, for Brock Purdy, for all of it? And speaking of Brock Purdy, just asking the question. You think he's a franchise quarterback? 888-957-9570. It's Spadoni at Shasky, halfway home on a Monday.
bow, bow, bow.
We're not going to the Super Bowl.
That kid was right. I think that was about the Raiders, though. He was right. Oh, welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's the morning roast. We're halfway home here on a Monday. It's going to be gorgeous out here. I just checked the weather app. Joe, it's going to be like 73 degrees in the city today. What are you going to be doing? What are you going to be doing today? You're going to be going out the Diamond? Playing with the young ones? Playing with LJ?
I'm taking a break from the Diamond. I was there for the last month and a half straight.
Really?
Yeah, but no, I got to go up to the cabin today and clean up. Get it ready for the week.
But it's going to be beautiful up there.
I hope.
You hit some golf balls or what?
Eventually this weekend, Memorial Day weekend. You know, it's my favorite weekend of the year.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it signifies the beginning of summer.
The unofficial start of summer.
No, it's the official Shasky start of summer.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Like,
as we know, that matters most.
The official drink of summer, the official beer of summer. This is the official start of summer per Joe Shasky.
Okay, there you go. And we all get... Shout out to the big boss man. We all got Monday off. Yeah.
Yeah, did you see that? He sent out an email, and I was looking at it at the break, and it's got all the different dates off. Mark Willard's just taking all summer off.
I think he's in Cabo right now. Shout out Mark Willard and the lovely Christy. Good for them. Cabo sounds great right now.
I'd like to know how he negotiated 8 months off in the year. Him and Guru.
Well, he probably had the same agent that Brock Purdy has as he negotiated a $200+ million
franchise
contract.
Host?
What is your criteria for a franchise
host?
He has to get you to the playoffs, the ratings. What's his cume? 5-year, $265 million contract for Brock Purdy. We're talking about it. $181 million guaranteed. A lot happened over the weekend.
Joe, the thing that is bought, it's a lot of money. It's okay to say it. I'm not saying that he didn't earn it. I'm not saying that the market, blah, blah, blah. All I'm saying is that for the average Joe, okay, who is me and you.
That's our names.
All right. I spend money. I'm a season ticket holder. Been going to Niner games my whole life. All right. Joe Montana made less than $20 million combined in the entirety of his career. He signed his final deals in the mid 90s. All right. Early 90s, technically, with the Chiefs. $181 million guaranteed with a hundo at signing.
Must be nice.
It's a lot of money. It's okay to say it. That doesn't mean you don't like the player. It doesn't mean that you don't think he's a good player or that he was worth it. It doesn't mean that I love the alternatives of going elsewhere. No, I want him to be my quarterback. My God, it's just a lot of money. I'll never be numb to hundreds of millions of dollars.
Shout out Lincoln Park. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. And for those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, it is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. About 25 minutes, we're going to have Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, joining us, breaking down this Brock Purdy contract and what it means for the team going forward financially, all of that, because you were concerned about that. What if I told you Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, he's not concerned about the finances for the Niners?
But the 49ers are not overextended here. The salary cap will be $300 million per club in the next year or two. When you, again, from a budgeting perspective, are budgeting 45 per for Brock Purdy over the next 6 years, you got plenty of wiggle room to continue to never rebuild in San Francisco, but certainly retool some things and get a little bit younger and get this thing going the right direction.
There you go. Does that make you feel better? Said, hey, they're not going to be that financially strong.
I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs are on one end of this where they have rebuilt around the quarterback making a lot of money. The Buffalo Bills are on the same end as the Chiefs, and they found a way to rebuild. And those organizations
Mahomes even making? Is he even in the top 10 right now?
Who?
Mahomes.
Well,
I don't even think he's in the top 10.
No, but I'm saying like when his money kicked in, like where he was relative to the rest of the league and how they've revolved around him and how they've done it. They've done a great job. But on the other end of that spectrum is the Dallas Cowboys, who have not done a good job reloading around Dak Prescott.
Right.
It is incumbent on the Niners to be able to do that and to build around Brock Purdy. There's no doubt about it. And that's not in his control. It really isn't. Now, is his performance under his control to a degree? And I expect his performance to be about what it's been, which is really good as a quarterback. But to say that it's easy to reload around a quarterback making a lot of money, like Tom Pelissero, you could say it all you want, but what Buffalo and Kansas City has done is a pretty remarkable thing.
It is.
It's hard to find. There's a reason the New York Giants keep drafting in the top 10. It's not because they can't pick players. It's because it's just hard to build winning teams year after year after year. And so Just because those organizations have done it doesn't mean everyone can do it. I trust the Niners way more than I do the Dallas Cowboys to find talent. They've proven that. So I'm cautiously optimistic about this entire thing. And not that Brock didn't deserve a huge pay raise. He did. Not that I don't want him as my quarterback. I do. It's just a lot of money. And I've seen how this fan base, Joe, I think this is an important one. I've seen how this fan base expects and demands more of a player once they do ink the big deal. Trent Williams, after holding out last year, what was the tolerance level for him getting IVs multiple times in the first month of the season?
Not very high.
What about Nick Bosa after he held them over the cliff, if you will, to squeeze every last dollar over them?
I actually thought Bosa skated by a lot this past year, given his whatever.
Oh, you don't think the criticism was big enough?
No. I do not think the criticism was big enough of Nick Bosa at all.
What about Brandon Ayuk?
They were booing him in 3 games into the season.
Which is insane.
Yes, they were booing him.
I mean, Deebo Samuel, what did it end up like? We went from Deebo, whoa. Last year, he dropped that ball in the rain against the Rams on Thursday Night Football or whatever that was. They were booing him off the field. Deebo Samuel.
Yeah, he didn't show up to speak to the media after that Green Bay game when they got eviscerated.
That's right.
And people called that his leadership. And rightfully so. It was bad. It was poor.
So I see how the money changes the famous. And by the way, this is not exclusive to just Niner fans.
No.
Think about Jordan Poole once he signed an extension. Mm-hmm. How did the opinions change on that? Klay Thompson was a certified legend. And the money hovered over a lot of stuff.
Draymond Green right now. Just saying. People are viewing him differently. They're saying we can't free up some of that cap space now.
If I bring up Jimmy Garoppolo's name, and I would have done the deal for Jimmy. I would have extended Jimmy. There was a lot that I would have done exactly the way that they did it. But there's a lot of people, and I'm not one of them. I actually thought I understood what they were trying to do, even though it was the wrong guy to keep. They traded DeForest Buckner because they couldn't afford Jimmy and Armstead and Jimmy Ward and Buckner and this guy and that guy. So they had to make tough choices.
Hard truths.
And that money eventually factored into how people felt about Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And how do we feel about this Brock Purdy contract? And we were talking about franchise quarterback. You know, what constitutes a franchise quarterback? And I think Shasky and I are lockstep. Are you making the playoffs every single year? Are you in the conversation to be a playoff team every single year because of your quarterback first and foremost? Yeah, that constitutes as a franchise quarterback. Now, does Brock Purdy fit your definition, Niner fans, as a franchise quarterback? 888-957-9570 is the number. Does Brock Purdy fit your definition of what a franchise quarterback should be? 888-957-9570.
I think if we ask this to just 100 NFL fans, there would probably be unanimous decision amongst Patrick Mahomes, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Franchise guy.
Franchise guy, Patty Mahomes, all right? What about Josh Allen?
Yes.
You think it'd be 100?
Yes.
Because I always feel like there's people in the comments say, he's done nothing in the playoffs.
No, but he's a franchise. He gets you the playoffs.
Okay.
I think this last year proved it with the lack of everything else around him. He was pretty freaking good.
So if Pat's a 10 out of 10.
He shut me up. I said that they weren't going to make the playoffs at all, and they made the conference championship. So,
all right. What about Lamar?
Lamar, yes.
Okay. What about Burrow?
Burrow, yes, but then you start getting the injury concerns. That's when this one's a little like, don't feel great about it.
I agree with you.
But he was incredible last
No, he's amazing.
He was so
It's one of the greatest games I've ever seen at Levi Stadium when he came in and dismantled the Niners on a torn calf or whatever the heck he had. What about Matt Stafford?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Stafford? Okay.
He was really good.
If I asked this question a year ago, would you have said yes on Jalen Hurts?
I would, but I don't think a lot of people would have.
So I would have said no.
You would have said no. I think we talked about this.
And now I'm wrong.
I was higher on Jalen Hurts than most people.
So I'm going to put Hurts there, even though I freely admit and I'm raising my hand, I was wrong.
Is it crazy? I still think some people have question marks about him because in the regular season, they just didn't throw the ball.
He was so good in the playoffs.
He was so money in the playoffs.
I watched every down. He was money.
Yeah.
And he had some lower body injuries. He was awesome. All right, who else? How far down do I have to go here?
How
about Jared Goff?
Jared Goff's an interesting one because I do think he's a franchise quarterback in the sense that he'll get you to the playoffs.
Which is crazy because a couple of years ago, he got banished to Detroit. I think we all thought of him as terrible.
But you know what? I think even all of us said that's such a dumpster fire. We're gonna give them a year or two. No one wanted to because
McVay was dumping him.
That's true. And that spoke a lot.
I think we were like, wow, what does McVay see that we don't?
Well, they won immediately, right? That kind of like, well, McVay was right?
I agree with you. I got Goff there.
I got Goff there.
I got Goff there as well. You and I are.
Jordan Love is an interesting one.
See, to me, he's on the, right on the fringe. So I'm going to put him under the fringe.
I watched a lot of Packers game last year, and I had him as my quarterback.
I did too. He was so frustrating.
You have certain players as your quarterback in fantasy football,
changes you.
and you don't look at
Trevor Lawrence, I will never look at the same.
Justin Herbert, same thing. Now Jordan Love is a part of that conversation. Never drafting those guys again. It's like Kyle Pitts. Yeah, I knew Kyle Pitts was. Everyone kind of talked me into Kyle Pitts last year. Oh, but he's got a real quarterback in Kirk Cousins. My brother Ray was telling me about this. He was super locked in fantasy. I was like, Ray, don't draft Kyle Pitts. He's going to break your heart every day. And what did he do? He wasn't very good last year.
Okay.
There you go.
So,
sorry, that was.
Do you have Love as a franchise guy or on the fringe?
He's on the fringe.
Okay.
For me. He's made the playoffs last 2 years. So, by that definition, I guess he is. Yeah.
All right. Justin Herbert. I have him in the fringe.
Yeah, all same boat for him. He's on that. He's teetering there.
And I'm probably higher on Herbert than the hater is on Herbert.
I think that offense now with Harbaugh and running the ball. Do they have Greg Roman there right now? Is that who they have?
Yeah.
So they run the ball. That's what they do. We've seen it first and foremost. So they're not going to show off his cannon arm all the time. That's fine. They made the playoffs last year, but he stunk it up in the playoffs. But for right now, I'll say he's a fringe franchise quarterback.
And we're going to get to Purdy in a second. Trevor Lawrence, who's making about what Purdy's making. I say no. He's out completely.
Not right now.
Yeah.
No. And that's honestly, I'm not going to blame Trevor for that. It's just he's kind of in that Derek Carr category. Yeah. He got screwed with,
but I've also haven't seen a lot from him.
He had Urban Meyer in his first year as an NFL quarterback. And then when he had some sort of competence with Doug Peterson, wow, he looked pretty freaking good. Then it's been bad ever since.
I think this will be a controversial one, but to me, it's like, take a step back, remove the hate. Dak Prescott. I think he is absolutely a franchise quarterback.
I do too.
Okay. If I put Dak in Detroit, I think you get comparable production to what Goff's giving them the last couple years.
He's been hurt.
I'll lean Goff, but I wouldn't be mad at Dak either.
The reasons they don't make the playoffs is usually because he's hurt.
I agree. Okay. And then we go all the way down. Kyler Murray.
Ooh.
I'm out on him as a franchise quarterback.
No. I actually like Kyler more than most. I think if he got out of that situation, maybe it'd look different. But right now, he's not a franchise quarterback. He shows flashes. Remember, he was in the MVP consideration halfway through the year. Oh, should we talk about Kyler? I was like, as soon as you said that, he's going to fall off, and he did immediately.
Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
I have him in.
He is.
I have him in.
Yeah.
So, of the franchise quarterbacks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I got Purdy in there as 9. And then I go the young guys, where it's kind of not that it's TBD, but I would just like to see more. I think CJ Stroud, for a lot of people, is a franchise quarterback.
His first 2 years,
what do you think?
In the playoffs, first 2 years, they've won the division, right? I have to go CJ.
Okay. What about Jaden Daniels? 1 year.
Ooh, stock up though. Stock up. I think so.
I have to put him there. As of now, I have to. Okay. Who are we omitting?
Who do we get to? I think that's about it, really. Not putting Caleb there, not putting the Anthony Richardsons, the Drake Mays, Sam Darnold. They made the playoffs.
Sam Darnold is a TBD for me.
I have a question for you. If you're not taking into account his contract, if he's getting 53 like Brock, are you still putting him in that conversation?
Yeah, because I've watched Baker play high-level football now. When I was really down on Baker.
He's taken 2 different franchises to the playoffs. That matters to me.
And the Cleveland franchise he inherited, to say dumpster fire is an understatement.
Yes. Yeah.
And he also beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in the playoffs.
God, maybe, I'm not going to say should have, but he had an opportunity to beat the Chiefs at the height of their powers. Beat them. And who was it at the end of was it Chad Henne that iced that game at the end? Crazy, right?
So
Crazy.
A lot of these guys, I think, would be winners at 20 to 25 spots in the league. Yeah. And that's how I determine my franchise quarterbacks. Can I put you in different settings around the league and make the playoffs in a lot of different variables with a lot of different weapons? And I think Purdy falls right into this group.
Let's go to some of the phones here. We got Kirk in Los Altos that wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. Kirk, good morning. How you feeling about the Brock Purdy contract? And Kirk, do you believe that Brock Purdy's a franchise quarterback?
Thank you for taking the call. To answer the last question first, I don't really know. I will hedge on that. I realize the administration is in a between a rock and a hard place, I guess, with the way the NFL is right now. But I have my two principal concerns about that is, one, by paying him so much money, again, it's the lack of available funds for other people's positions or buildings, so to speak. I don't know if he'd been offered 5 less or 6 less, if they would have balked and tried to walk, but I would have just rebuilt if they had and let him go necessarily. But the second point is, my entire time I've been impressed with what he's been able to accomplish. But to me, in the modern prototype of the quarterback, he is just so small and potentially fragile. And I just, he can do wonderful things on the field, but my view is he's just one complete smash away or missed blocking assignment away from a broken limb and out for the season. And so I don't know how that translates into your dollars and your contract, but I'm more along the lines with Mr. Shasky there. I'm glad they got it done quickly. That's great, but I'm still a little nervous about the whole thing.
It's fun. It's great. You could feel that way 1,000%, Kirk in Los Altos.
Well,
appreciate the call, but that's also football.
Well, no, I was going to say it's okay. If I took Pat, Josh, Lamar, Burrow, and Stafford off, I could say the same about Jalen, about Jared Goff, about Dak, about Baker, about CJ, about Jaden. I'm clutching my pearls with almost all those guys, right? There's an elite 4 that will give the benefit of the doubt to, and then there's a lot of other guys in that top 12, 13 range where they have a lot of similarities in terms of there's some concerns.
The thought just popped in my mind, and I'm not trying to, say this is going to happen, but the difference between, and this is almost kind of like the counter argument, if you will, playing devil's advocate, the difference is between all those other guys you mentioned, if all those guys go out, their season's over. It's cooked, right?
Completely
it's done.
Cooked.
If Brock Purdy, week 2, is out this year and Mac Jones is thrust into action, is their season over? Is their playoff chances over? Are you completely saying they're done?
I guess
I don't think you're saying it, which is crazy.
But can I say something though?
Sure.
Regarding that, I think that's how I view the coaching.
Yes.
For the other teams.
That's fair.
Not the quarterback. So, for example, Harbaugh in Baltimore is not an offensive mind.
No.
He's a leader of men,
yes.
right? He's more of a CEO type. McDermott, I don't trust him on offense.
No.
Right? Pat Mahomes, I actually think Kansas City, because what is it, Carson Wentz backing him up? They actually would win 9 games and somehow get into the playoffs. I just believe in Andy Reid. And then Joe Burrow, I did see Zach Taylor do some good things with that backup. Was it Browning a couple years
Jake
ago?
Browning, Washington.
But Cincinnati would be cooked. More so because of the AFC and how difficult it is and the division.
Okay, so I just threw it out there.
I think to me, forget the quarterback. It's more I trust Shanahan.
Yeah, but the Eagles would also be cooked in that situation.
100%. That's a great point.
Well, you have to vault him up to the top 5 then, right?
Hey,
that's actually a really good point.
Got action.
That's a really good point. What about Jared Goff? If Jared Goff went down for Detroit, I would feel like their season's
Hendon Hooker's their backup, right? Or
I would feel like they're done.
Well, who is it got action? Wasn't that the playoff game? Was it Teddy Bridgewater? Remember that?
Teddy Two Gloves?
Teddy Two Gloves. I am a sucker for Teddy Two Gloves.
If Baker went down, I'd feel that way about Tampa.
Yeah.
Right? I don't even know who their backup is.
Trask?
Stop. Florida legend?
CJ Stroud, I probably would. Davis Mills, yeah, they're done. Jaden, no, they'd be done.
Marcus Mariota? No.
And you know what? I'll say this. And if it happened to the Rams, I think they'd be done too with Stafford. Because I don't trust. Don't even.
Come on.
Don't even.
Don't hate on my guy, Jimmy.
Now Mac Jones, look, there's a separate conversation on Mac Jones, and I have Mac Jones I'm very intrigued to see what it looks like with Kyle Shanahan just in general. But is Purdy $45 million a year better than Mac Jones? I would say yes, he is, but I'm willing to adjust my opinion based off what I see with Mac Jones in the preseason. I didn't think Sam Darnold was any good.
Sure.
And I watched him in the preseason, and he shut me up. And I'm willing to amend my opinion. Geno Smith, I thought, was garbage. And he came into Levi's and kicked our butt.
Went night-night. Went Steph Curry.
Ended our season, really.
He did. Before we get to Mike Florio in 9 minutes, Pro Football Talk, NBC Sports, talking about this Purdy contract, let's go to Will in Marin. Will, good morning. How are we feeling about this Brock Purdy contract?
I actually really like it. You're getting it for $10 million less in total than Trevor Lawrence, who Brock Purdy has he has 5 more touchdowns in 1 less year and half the interceptions. And, Trevor Lawrence was supposed to be the next best thing since sliced bread. I think one of the biggest things for casual fans that's hard to understand why he's getting paid is because he was Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, say what you not. I totally understand that he has surpassed that draft placement, and I know that's been said 100 times before, but for the casuals, because you said you'd ask 100 NFL fans, I think that's why they might think he's getting overpaid. And I just think what he's done for the franchise as a whole, he's just made them optimally better. Like, I get it. Like, they got really close with Jimmy Garoppolo, but, no one wants to go through that anymore. No one ever wants to go through that, and we don't. And the best thing about Brock Purdy is that we don't have to go through this carousel of saying, who's going to be the quarterback now? Oh, my God, why did Shanahan bring in Mac Jones? He brought him in because he wanted a comparable backup. But we all know that Brock Purdy is now the number one, and we know that he's the best option for the Niners offense. So you're getting it for cheaper money. He's way better than Trevor Lawrence than we ever thought he was going to be. And Trevor Lawrence was a surefire first-round draft pick, and Mr. Irrelevance come in. I love his work ethic. I love what he's done, and to me, he just plays 49er football. And here's another thing. I get it. He is kind of smaller, but he's put on a lot of muscle mass. And guess what? In the NFL, it doesn't matter if you're 5'10", $185, or if you're 6'5", 380. Everyone is one big hit away from night-night. That's the NFL.
Exactly.
Just wake up. So I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I love you guys. Have a great day.
It's funny that you say, because he was the last pick in the draft. I mean, really, it's Dak, it's Hurts, who's a second rounder, Dak, I believe, 4th round, and Purdy in the 7th round. Every other quarterback on all these lists is a first rounder, and most top 10. Pat Mahomes, Josh, Lamar, Burrow, Stafford, Goff, Baker, Stroud, Jaden, Trevor Lawrence, number 1 overall, Kyler, number 1 overall, Love, late first rounder, Herbert, 6th overall, Tua, what was he, 8, 9, 10?
6 or something. Yeah, he's top 10. He's top 10.
He is right on a sense of there's really only 3 quarterbacks in the current league that people view as good quarterbacks who are not first rounders. Dak, Hurts, Purdy.
And Kirk was there for a little bit.
Yeah, but Kirk's done now.
No,
you're right.
But Kirk was there. I'm just looking
Russell Wilson.
Russell Wilson. I know Derek Carr wasn't a top 10 quarterback, or maybe sometimes, but that was a 2nd round pick. So yeah, Jimmy for a second. Some people. Lamar was late first round though.
31st.
Yeah, so he's technically he gets
well, like
there.
Love, he was late.
Exactly.
He was late, and that actually probably benefited him to go to a better organization.
God, I still remember Bill Polian saying on air on ESPN when he did coverage for them, saying you should be a wide receiver, Lamar Jackson. We're talking about one of the worst takes and freezing cold takes of all time. Grant in Sonoma. We'll get to you before we get to Florio on the other side, I promise. 888-957-9570. We're going to ask Florio. I want to know Mike's definition of a franchise quarterback, his own definition, not what the league says, what his own definition of what a franchise quarterback is, because both you and I are lockstep, Joe. Make the playoffs consistently. I think you are a franchise quarterback. Can Brock Purdy do that going forward? That's going to be the question. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's going to be brought to you by Honda of Vallejo, Mike Florio, and then plus we got more sound from Brian Baldinger I want to get to. Chase Daniel, former NFL backup, longtime backup around the league, Chargers, Bears, etc. Now does work for Fox Sports. He had some interesting thoughts on Brock Purdy's contracts and how it stacks up to the rest of the league when it comes to the finances. That's all coming up, again, brought to you by Honda of Vallejo.
It's just dumb football.
Shut up.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Can I get a water though?
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, joining us shortly, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We'll talk Brock Purdy contract with him. How does Mike define a franchise quarterback? And does Brock Purdy, Niner fans at 888-957-9570, does Brock Purdy fit your definition of what a franchise quarterback is? Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Sam Lubman, Carter, all of you. I hope you all had a lovely weekend. It's Memorial Day weekend next weekend, but you know what? As far as the weekend of sports, there was a lot happening. I thought there was going to be a lot more exciting, like down the stretch, like Game 7 ended up being a blowout in both hockey and in NBA. Scotty Scheffler does, just runs away with the PGA towards the end there. His ball striking is so freaking good, man. I'm so jealous of him. Oh,
how about the non-conforming driver from Rory McIlroy and then not talking to the media?
Well, how about Wyndham Clark throwing a driver at a fan? You see that? Or
I don't know. Rory just bugs me.
Really?
Yeah, I told you guys. He's just a country club arrogant dude. I'm like, you didn't even grow up on a country club.
Grew up in Northern Ireland.
I don't know. Rory bugs me. I think he's fake.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope you don't say that about Mike Florio. I know you love Mike.
Oh,
right?
I love Mike. Mike's the real deal.
He's NBC authentic, you would say, right?
Even more so.
Okay.
I mean, Mike, look, I'll tell you this right now. Mike saw us at the Super Bowl, came right up and started talking about which one of you guys was the one. And I was like, it's Bonte. It's Bonte. I love Mike.
Mike Florio joins us now on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And we're talking about Brock Purdy's 5-year, $265 million contract. $181 million of that is guaranteed. And before I get into that contract, Mike, we've been talking a lot about franchise quarterback. And Shasky and I, Joe Spadoni here, given our own definitions, how would you define, in Mike Florio's definition, of what a franchise quarterback is?
Well, first of all, I'm glad to know that you guys are smart enough to realize when I'm on hold. So if you're going to talk crap about me, you'll have to deal with me. You can go back to talking crap about me after the interview ends. Now, and second of all, good morning.
Good morning.
I look at franchise quarterback, and there could be more definitions of franchise quarterback than there are franchise quarterbacks. To me, the truly elite quarterback is the guy who, when the play that's called isn't there. Now, obviously, when the play that's called, if it is there, he can deliver and execute and get the most out of the play that's been called. But in the occasions when the play that's called isn't there, he can make chicken salad on the fly. The Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, the best of the best, Joe Burrow, guys who can make something good happen in those inevitable occasions where the pre-snap chess match results in something not good happening. Those are the guys who are the truly elite. Those are the guys who should be the highest paid. But we know that the way the game works, the guys who should be the highest paid aren't always the highest paid. And there's no shame in not being a short list best of the best franchise quarterback. Like, we have consistently said Brock Purdy's middle of the pack. There's nothing wrong with being middle of the pack. If he's number 16, right dead in the middle, there's only 15 quarterbacks in the world who are better than the guy who was the last pick of the 2022 draft. That's a major accomplishment. The challenge has always been, how do you properly reward financially a guy who is up for a new contract but isn't one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL? And Brock Purdy will never be one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. The question is, will he be top 10? A lot of that is driven by accomplishment. But for now, the contract, it needs to reflect, it should reflect, and we've argued for months that the 49ers would be stupid if it didn't reflect the reality that he's not a top 10 quarterback. And again, there's no shame in being 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, or 16. Somebody has to be that. And whoever is in today's NFL is still going to get paid a lot of money.
That's such, Mike, I'm so glad. I feel like there's no nuance. I'm like, hey, look, I really like the player. I think he's really good. But I also acknowledge, like, this is a lot of money. And I probably pressed into the same situation as the Niners would have gave him something similar to what he got. But $181 million people are acting like it's not. It is a lot of money. Both things can be true. I really like the player. I want him to be my quarterback, and 181 guaranteed is a lot. That doesn't mean that he didn't earn a big pay raise and that I don't, like, I want him as my quarterback, but it just makes it a little trickier to try to build the team around him to maximize that money. So when you saw 181 guaranteed, what did you think?
Well, there's a basic reality in all major quarterback contracts. And here's how the game is played. When the deal is done, the agent will leak the best possible numbers to the folks in the media whose value is driven by getting to their phone and thumbing out the tweet faster than anyone else. Usually 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people will get the information at or about the same time. And you don't get the text if you aren't in the habit of parroting the information that the agent wants out there. So that's why we always see the biggest possible numbers in the initial tweets. And that's also why we don't get the truth for several days. The agent has no incentive to put out the real structure, the real value, the real nuance of the deal. The agent wants to wave the flag with the biggest possible numbers and the best possible characterization, because that's the way the agent parlays this contract into more clients. That's the basic thinking. And if you guys remember, it's now been 11 years ago. When Colin Kaepernick got his second contract with the 49ers, it was initially characterized as the greatest deal ever given to any player in the history of the NFL. And then when we got the numbers and the details and we started picking through it, it's like, this isn't really as good as the agents tried to make it seem. That's the way the game is played. So when you say $181 million guaranteed, that isn't fully guaranteed the moment he signs Brock J. Purdy or whatever his middle initial is at the bottom of the contract. I'll just go with J. J is the safe guess. When he signs his name, he's not guaranteed to make $180 million no matter what. He's guaranteed for injury. So if he has some career-ending injury, which almost never happens to a quarterback, if he has a truly career-ending injury, he gets the $181 million paid out over time. And the 49ers will have insurance available to help defray that. The key factors for any of these contracts, what's the signing bonus? Because the only truly guaranteed money is the money that they have already given you or committed to giving you that you can always have and they can't get it back unless you violate the contract in some way. 2, the full guarantee at signing. That's the key. And then 3, the cash flow over 3 years / how many years are they committed to keeping you? Is it a 1-year commitment like the Seahawks gave to Sam Darnold? Because after this year they can move on. Is it a 2-year commitment? Is it a 3-year commitment? That's really the key. And we're not going to get any of that until Brock Purdy and his new contract have slipped way down the stack of relevant NFL stories. It may not be till the end of this week. Maybe this Friday, in the Memorial Day weekend, we'll get the numbers and no one will pay attention to them. So that's the important thing to keep in mind when we look at this. We don't really know what kind of commitment the 49ers have made. And I made the argument after the George Kittle deal was done that there were some parallels potentially between the Kittle deal and the Purdy deal that would allow it to look great and sound great. But then when you dig into it, maybe it's not as great. And that's good for the 49ers. So just the basic analysis, we heard $53 million per year in new money. Well, the reality is it's a 6-year contract that pays out $45 million per year. That sounds more reasonable for the 49ers. And then the challenge will become looking at the contract and figuring out what is the true commitment that the 49ers cannot get out of unless Brock Purdy would engage in some sort of on-field or off-field misconduct that would allow them to avoid paying him the rest of the money. So we don't truly know. But what we do know is this. Even the best possible characterization of the deal has him tied for 7th on the list of highest paid quarterbacks based on new money average. So, it's not like he went straight to the top of the stack. When Jimmy Garoppolo was due for a new contract after half a season with the 49ers, he was the highest paid quarterback in the NFL for about 2 weeks until Kirk Cousins was signed by the Vikings as a free agent. So, Purdy is starting tied for 7th. I would suggest in a few years, that contract is going to truly be middle of the pack.
Talking with Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk here on the River Islands Guest Line on the Morning Roast. Author of Father of Mine and Son of Mine, both available on Amazon. Also has a Christmas book, On Our Way Home. Mike, talking about Kyle Shanahan and all this. Okay, so he's got 2 years remaining on his contract. Brock now, essentially, we have the full details aren't out yet disclosed, but 3 years on his now. So one in between that. Is Kyle Shanahan, as San Francisco 49ers head coach, I can't say where else, but as San Francisco 49ers head coach now, is Kyle Shanahan now tied with Brock Purdy? Is his success now tied to him and his own future on the team?
Well, yes and no. The 49ers wouldn't be the first team to move on from a coach despite having a quarterback who has a contract that extends beyond whenever they would move on from the head coach. We see it all the time with quarterbacks who are taken high in the draft. The current regime brings the guy in. The current regime gets shoved out the door, and then they have to get a new coach, new GM, new whatever, and hope that the new people want the guy that the old regime brought in. And a lot of times that doesn't match up. Sometimes it happens quickly, like when Josh McDaniels got rid of Jay Cutler the moment he became the Broncos coach. Other times they wait a year. And they allow more evidence to be created that the quarterback is part of the problem and the quarterback needs to go too. But every GM wants his own head coach and every coach wants his own quarterback. And if the system was working well enough with the current quarterback, the coach wouldn't have gotten fired. So there's always kind of a presumption, I think, by the people who are hired to come in and fix a franchise that was broken to the point that the last coach got fired. The quarterback's part of the problem. I need to get my own guy. So they're not necessarily tied together, but if Shanahan goes, there's a chance that Purdy will not be around a whole lot longer than that. That's why it makes the structure so critical. What is the true commitment? Is it 2? Is it 3? That is the key. 2 years or 3 years, that's going to be the first thing I look at when the real details of this contract are finally available.
So are you reserving judgment until that?
Reserving judgment on what?
Do you think, without knowing whether it's 2 or 3 years, is this a good deal for the Niners?
Well, the initial indications suggest it's a good deal for both sides.
Gotcha.
This is a guy who was the last pick in the draft. He was never expected to get a second contract as anything other than a backup. So for him to end up with $53 million per year in new money, $45 million on the 6-year deal, I was saying a few weeks ago the Kirk Cousins contract makes sense for Brock Purdy. And what's Cousins' deal worth? $45 million per year. At signing, he signed it as a free agent. How much was fully guaranteed at signing? $100 million. As a practical matter, it was 90, but there's another 10 that kicked in earlier this year. The Falcons let it kick in. They're paying him $100 million fully guaranteed. And I've seen some suggest that the full guarantee for Purdy is $100 million. So I think it's a win-win. The reality is going to be, does Purdy keep playing well? If he does, you're going to see that average dip farther and farther down the stack. And if he doesn't, then you start looking at the deal and figuring out where the breaking point is. That's why that Deshaun Watson contract with the Browns is such an albatross and an outlier. When you commit to 5 years fully guaranteed, nobody does that. 5 years fully, and nobody's ever going to do it again after what happened with Watson. If the player doesn't deliver, you're stuck. So that's why the true commitment is so critical, because the team needs to have the flexibility to say, you know what, this hasn't worked the way we thought. And when you're a top 5 guy, a true top 5 guy, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, Mahomes, etc., it never happens. Once you've made it clear you're one of the best of the best, you don't suddenly wake up one day and you can't play anymore. And it makes it safer to do a long-term deal with a player like that, because he's proven that he's great, and that's not going to change. With Purdy, I still think we have to see how this all plays out. Look at how they played last year with all the injuries and everything. We've seen plenty of quarterbacks out there, great quarterbacks who have overcome that and taken the team to the playoffs. The record down the stretch last year was not good. So I think that we've yet to know how it's going to break, how his career is going to break. But I think there are indications in the contract based upon what we've seen so far. And I don't think it was an accident that this thing got leaked at 5 o'clock Eastern time on a Friday. That's where bad news goes to die, not good news goes to thrive. I think when we start digging into this thing, we're going to realize, hey, you know what? As quarterback contracts go, this is pretty good for the 49ers. It gives them protection. It gives them flexibility. And it forces Purdy to keep proving he can play at a high level.
Wow. Okay. Well, now you're kind of, swaying me on this. No, because, initial reports like $53 million. That's just a lot of money. I mean,
but that's the game.
I know.
The game. The
You're
agents
right.
want and here's the problem. And I said this earlier this year, and I got all of the insiders pissed off at me, but I really don't care. The insiders are part of this external PR effort, and they play the game. We know what the tweets look like now. Player X signs contract worth huge number of $1 million per year per sources. Deal was negotiated by insert names of agents. The agents are the ones putting that out there, and the insiders go along with it because it gets them the information. It placates their editors and producers, and that's good enough, even though the ultimate characterization to the audience is false. And that's the way the game is played. That's how it goes, when in Rome, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, we view our role in all of this to come in after the fact when the real details are available and explain to everybody what it really means.
No, I love your clarification there, and I appreciate you for just kind of like illuminating just the whole quarterback conversation in terms of the money and the insiders like that. That's really important because the money's all over the place, and it's just hard to kind of know what's real, what's funny, what's not. But let me ask you this: forget the fans, because fans want championships. Some fans will do cartwheels to protect their guy, even if they come up short in the playoffs. For you, how does Brock Purdy justify this big of a contract moving forward?
He's got to go out and he's got to perform well, and the team's got to play well. They got a good draw in the early weeks of the schedule. That is so critical to a team's success. If you get off to a good start, confidence leads to more confidence, and a team that maybe wasn't expected to do much can build the kind of momentum that the next thing you know, they're in the playoff chase. They need to take full advantage of it. He's going to have to perform better to make up for the fact that the team is changing around him. It was jarring when I saw the tweet from Cam Inman with the opening day roster from, not opening day, but the Super Bowl roster from just 16 months ago. And at one point, 11 of the starters were gone. Now, Kyle Juszczyk has since come back, but 10 of the 22 starters on offense and defense gone from Super Bowl 58. There's a lot of change with the 49ers, and a lot of that obligation to replace the players who are gone with effective performances on the front office and the coaching staff, but it does put more pressure on Brock Purdy because it's a hell of a lot easier to play quarterback when you have a lot of great players around you. If all of a sudden the players around you aren't as great as they used to be, it's easier to get exposed if maybe you're not getting it done at the level that you otherwise would if you were blessed by having great offensive line, great receivers, great running backs, great defense, great everything. Quarterback looks a lot better than maybe he otherwise would be.
Talking with Mike Florio here on the Morning Roast Pro Football Talk, author of Father of Mine and Son of Mine, both available on Amazon. And one more for you, Mike. We appreciate it this morning on a Monday. The no trade clause. Mike Garafolo, NFL Network, announced that Brock Purdy's $265 million extension included a full no trade clause for the duration of the deal. What does that mean if I'm just a 49ers fan, just going out there? It's like, all right, does Brock now control? If Brock wants out, does he control where he goes? Do they just cut him? What does the full no trade clause mean?
Well, every quarterback with a high-end contract has a de facto no trade clause because no one is going to trade for a quarterback who doesn't want to be there. The quarterback is the most important player on the team. The quarterback has to be fully committed. He needs to show up early, stay late, work on Tuesdays, as most of them do, except for Kirk Cousins. Be all in, set the tone for the rest of the team. You're basically a coach who is in the locker room and in the huddle and on the field. You want and you need the quarterback to want to be there. Mike Tomlin, the Steelers coach, always says we want volunteers, not hostages. Quarterback is the ultimate. He needs to be a volunteer. So no trade clause to me is meaningless because nobody's trading for the Brock Purdy contract if he doesn't want to play for that team. And if it ever gets to the point where before cutting Brock Purdy, the 49ers are exploring trade options, it gives him the ultimate control. But even without the no trade clause, you're not just going to dump a guy onto a team that doesn't want him. I don't think Aaron Rodgers had a no trade clause. The Packers weren't going to trade him to some team he didn't want to be traded to because that team isn't going to want a guy who doesn't want to be there. You got enough problems managing a football team without a quarterback who just doesn't want to be there. So, hey, it's better to have it than not have it. And I don't know what Brock Purdy had to give up to get it, but I wouldn't give up any real value as to other terms in my contract for a no trade clause because the contract itself, the position itself, the status itself creates essentially a no-trade environment.
So the Niners, the last, 6-7 years, have done a great job trading and extending guys, whether it's Trent Williams, CMC. They did it with Jimmy Garoppolo, obviously, at one point. They fired off big in free agency, Javon Hargrave, Travarius Ward. Do you trust them to build the team around Brock Purdy through the draft?
Well, I think the draft is where the 49ers have done a great job of finding the specific kind of player that I think you need in today's NFL, with reduced contact, reduced padded practices, reduced opportunities to work on fundamentals like tackling to the ground, which we almost never see in practice anymore. Chris Sims and I have been saying for years that the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have done an excellent job of finding the mid to late round guys who are wired the way Lynch was. They'll roll out of bed and they'll kick your ass. And they're go, go, go all the time, and they throw caution to win. Now, the problem is those guys get injured too, but they have done a great job of drafting and identifying the players and then developing the guys who will come in and give you that kind of extra, that George Kittle quality, the Dre Greenlaw quality, the badass, there's a physicality there that other players just don't have. So that's the challenge, I think, as they go through this transition. Can they find more guys like that and get those guys developed and turn those guys into the next wave of star players?
Hey, Mike, really good stuff. We greatly appreciate it this morning, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
There he goes. That is Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, author of Father of Mine and Son of Mine, and also the Christmas book, On Our Way Home, all of which are available on Amazon. You feel better now, Joe, about this contract?
I do. I feel a little better. Yeah, I absolutely do. But look, again, I'm acknowledging this is still a lot of money, regardless of however they want to play the mental gymnastics of, the money and whatnot. But I put out a tweet on Friday, and this was right after hearing the news. I said, wow, it's going to be almost impossible to live up to $181 million guaranteed without a Super Bowl for a lot of fans. Purdy absolutely deserves a massive pay raise, and we'll see what the true guarantees are. But on the front end, holy smokes, that's so much money. I don't love the deal as of right now. I like Purdy the player, but man, this is a lot of money. And people lost their minds. And I don't think I said anything in there that most people don't agree with. Really like the player. It is a lot of money. Like, does anyone disagree that? Like, this is not like $1 million salary.
I think people got upset with living up to that deal. That's the phrase, I think, people, because you're assuming that he's not going to, and fans got upset about it.
No, I just think that once you sign a deal of this magnitude, a lot of guys fail to live up to their contracts by the algorithm of championship or bust, which is so unfair. Yeah. But that's how people do the math.
Well, exactly. Who in the NFL has lived up to their contracts other than Patrick Mahomes right now? Jalen Hurts. There you go.
Like, has Myles Garrett, who is going to the Hall of Fame, has Myles Garrett lived up to his contract?
He was incredible last year.
Yeah, but there's always this, but he didn't win it all because he doesn't play the quarterback position, right? He's not held to that same degree, but a lot of guys will never be able to live up to their contract.
Well, he just signed a new one too, right? And remember that, right after the season. So is he going to live up to that? I don't know. Maybe. But he's already a Hall of Famer. He's 29, so we'll see. He's played it in 8 years already. So.
Has Fred Warner and George Kittle lived up to their contract extensions?
Well, not yet, because they...
No, the ones they did before.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And there's no Super Bowl there.
No, but
I know how a couple. I know how it goes for a lot of people, Joe. And unless you're getting MVPs, and even then, Lamar gets MVPs, and what's the big talking point for quarterback Lamar Jackson?
Can't win it all.
Which is so unfair, right? But it's also part of how we talk about quarterbacks.
Mark Andrews catch a ball, right? Sometimes it's just as simple as that. You know?
And so I just think that as more information comes out and we realize that it's structured a little different than what we thought on Friday afternoon, I feel a little more comfortable with it. But I'm never going to shy away from being just who I am. And I'll just tell you straight up, damn, that's a lot of money.
It is. No, it is. Absolutely.
And I was also really reluctant on paying Ayuk.
No.
And I really like Ayuk. And I thought he was the best wide receiver on the team. But I also was like, does it make a lot of sense, knowing that Debo's kind of stuck with the money he's making, to spend $70 million guaranteed every year on wide receivers? Probably not on this team.
No, it does not.
Right?
I'm very curious because Mike is in the same boat here. He's like, yeah, I want to see like the full breakdown and details of some contract because he still thinks it could be like a 2-year deal. And if that's the case, if it's basically a 2-year contract, well, then that tells me
I feel even better.
Well, you're feeling better, but then that signals to me as like maybe you don't love this guy.
No.
I see. No, I think that
really.
Like, if you loved him, you're locking this guy up as long as possible.
Yeah, but
2
why
years?
give anyone extra guarantees in the NFL? Well, just knowing the league the way it is. But Joe, knowing the league the way it is, like how many guys, like for example, Fred Warner, he's restructured twice since his last contract extension, and then now he's getting a third new deal, right? So
different the quarterback though, right? Like so,
yeah.
Could he like if that's the case, couldn't the 49ers kind of screw themselves here? If he's basically a 2-year contract and then he balls out these next 2 years, they're going to be paying him even more.
If he balls out and they win a Super Bowl, I think we're all ready to just give him what he wants.
What if they don't win a Super Bowl, but they go to the playoffs and get bounced in 2 years in a row? I'm going to want more money if I'm Brock Purdy.
Probably.
Right?
Probably.
So,
but like Matt Stafford is a great example. This last year, he wanted more guaranteed money.
He did.
And I feel like he earned it.
Yeah.
You know? And so if Brock Purdy earns more money, then we'll sit back down at the table and we'll renegotiate. I'm not opposed to giving someone money when they play better.
I know. I think he's earned the money now that he's gotten.
No, I agree. Yeah. Joe, when have I ever said he didn't deserve a massive pay raise?
But I just think you're nervous about it. That's just what I'm getting at here. But as far as the details go,
look at the life of a Niner fan. Just hear me out.
I know we've gone through.
Jeff Garcia got a ton of money.
I went through it all.
Okay, we couldn't afford other players. For example, Julian Peterson. I'm just using examples, right? When Alex Smith came onto the team, they literally had nothing around him. He was making $60 million guaranteed before he even took a snap of football. That was more of a problem of having the number 1 pick and not having a rookie salary set and scaled out. When Kaepernick got paid, they had to say goodbye to Deshaun Golston. They had to say goodbye to Delaney Walker. They had to say goodbye to other players on the team. Jonathan Goodwin, who was one of their centers. And so he lost players around him. They couldn't afford to be able to pay and trade for Deshaun Jackson, which is what I wanted them to do at the time. When you pay the bill on a quarterback, you have to make hard decisions elsewhere. I always, if you get the right quarterback, I always side with staying with the quarterback. I get that. But I also understand that it comes with consequences. When Jimmy Garoppolo came to the Niners and they had all the money in the world, that was what they were armed with. They gave him a crazy contract. I felt like he was worth it because they were so desperate where they were at. A couple of years later, though, because of what he was making, you had Jimmy Ward, Eric Armstead, and DeForest Buckner all looking for new money. You couldn't afford all of them with Jimmy making what he was making. You had to make some hard decisions. Now, they went with Armstead and Jimmy Ward, and they actually did okay the next couple of years and made the playoffs in the NFC Championship game. But I think a lot of people are like, yeah, but you couldn't afford DeForest Buckner. Well, why is it? You can't keep everyone, right? And so when you give Brock what he's getting, which he's earned, and I think that he deserves a big pay raise, we also have to acknowledge they're going to say goodbye to more good players, and they started to this offseason. Trey Greenlaw, Hufanga, Deebo Samuel. Now, you can make an individual argument for every one of those guys, kind of like, it's okay that they're gone. Because I'm not banking on Greenlaw's health moving forward. I'm not banking on Hufanga's health moving forward. Deebo, I think that both parties needed to move off each other. But we also have to acknowledge you're a lesser team with all those guys gone.
So the risk for you is more so personnel than the player. It's the personnel around said
It's about
player.
the team building and how difficult it is to field the team. If I ask Buffalo, okay, just for example, could you have used one more player in the playoffs this year?
Probably.
With Josh making what he was making?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's an easy argument to say.
Well, Stephon Diggs, right?
Yeah.
Like that was the guy that they ended up missing on. And, Amari Cooper, I don't think was the guy that they all hoped he would be.
They needed another playmaker.
They need another playmaker.
Right? And so now on the reverse of me making that Josh Allen statement, look at what Philadelphia did. Philadelphia kept all their playmakers, okay, on offense, paid them at the right time. All those deals after a couple of months looked really good.
Yep.
But what did they do in the draft, Joe?
They nailed it.
Crushed it.
Yep.
Jalen Carter making nothing.
Jordan Davis.
The kid from Georgia on the end who turned into an absolute beast in the playoffs.
Yeah, Sweat?
No, the other one. From Georgia.
I know what you're talking about.
The name's going to kill me.
It's okay.
He turned into an absolute monster. They got Bond from, no one had even heard of this guy, and he turned into an all-world player. They got Cooper.
Nolan Smith.
Thank you, Nolan Smith. Cooper DeJean, and the other kid from, was it TCU or Tulane in the draft at cornerback. They nailed all their picks. It all came together, and Jalen Hurts shoved it right in my face and proved me wrong.
Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell for Toledo. That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, what they did was special. I'm hoping the Niners can replicate it. It's just really hard.
What is the risk factor for you on this Brock Purdy contract? 888-957-9570. I'm going to give you those three right there. Is it the injury concerns with Brock? Is it the performance from him? Or is it the personnel that Joe's most... That is what's scaring him the most.
Which is out of his control.
It's out of his control.
It's out of his control.
But that puts the pressure, not on Brock for me, that puts the pressure on Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch.
Absolutely.
That's exactly where the pressure goes.
And if I'm being real, like for this year, if CMC doesn't give me 15 games,
right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Valkyries and Warriors, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. 1 hour to go here on this Monday. We've been talking about this Brock Purdy contract all show long because you know what? We've been talking about it for the past year, it feels like, when it comes to contracts. And it's here. And it's I think I've mostly been positive when people call it mostly positive.
I think, for me, I think when it comes to all these contracts, it's hard for me to do these like, oh my God, let's do cartwheels. They've failed to do what I need them to do for the last 30 years. And it's like every time we've signed one of these guys, right? I'm super thrilled that I'm doing cartwheels only to later on go, yeah, they came up short. They came up short.
Right.
They came up short. They came up short. Just once I would like to say like, hey, we just won the Super Bowl. Let's reward everyone.
No, I feel
just once. And so like maybe that's kind of like scarred me.
Oh, hey, that's okay. You know what? Fool me once, can't get fooled again, right? It was that George W. Bush.
Like George Kittle, right? I love George Kittle. I'm so happy he got re-signed. I want him on the team. I love Brock. I want him on the team. I want him to be my quarterback. But like, goddamn, are we gonna win a Super Bowl? Are we ever gonna win one? And that's, again, it's not even on just them. It's like the defense, the coach. Do you know the rules? Is my kicker any good? Like, that was another thing. On a news dump, they signed another kicker. They now have 2 other kickers outside of Jake Moody.
Greg Joseph. Was that the biggest signing of the weekend? It was just the kicker, not even the quarterback.
No, the biggest signing for the team this year has been Robert Saleh. Because I don't think I have any faith in any of the young players being drafted to develop if I didn't have Robert Saleh.
Oh, and the 49ers.
That's one of the best moves the Niners have made. And I was kind of lukewarm on it at the time. The more it's kind of settled in, the more I've realized, like, thank God we have Robert Saleh.
It's him and the Brant Boyer now who's taking over special teams from Schneider. Oh, my God.
We got a new long snapper.
Yeah, there you go.
Guy looks older than me and Carter.
Well, the long snappers are built like that. They're just different, right? They look 50 years old perpetually. Ryan's in Irvine. It says here on the little text, he doesn't mind the contract. Okay. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, I don't mind the contract. I think it's a win-win situation. I do think it was somewhat a little bit team-friendly, and I think he's earned the contract. I just think the excuses of, oh, man, we paid $50+ million for our quarterback, so it's going to be really hard to put a roster around him. It's just an excuse. Because, like, it was just mentioned, you guys just mentioned, like, how do the Eagles do it? The Eagles pay their players. They just won the Super Bowl, and then they extended players. Instead of losing players, they extended the important ones. I just think it puts more onus on John Lynch and Parag, really, to do their jobs, manage the contracts, but then draft well. And I think that's what gives me the most pause is John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, their scouts, are they going to do a good enough job year in, year out of drafting the right guys? That's what I'm worried about.
Sounds like someone's calling you.
Thanks,
right
Ryan.
now.
Yeah,
but no, his point is well taken. So like this last couple of years, the Eagles let Hargrave walk.
Yep.
They had his replacement in-house.
Yep.
And he's way better than him, right? The Niners overpaid for Hargrave and now are paying him to not play for them.
Just imagine that real quick. He's like, we stole this guy from them, and he was just not good at all.
Best nickname, and yet worst production I could think of.
Grave Digger. The Grave Digger. Yeah.
Such
Tickets
a great
are
nickname.
just $15. Yeah.
It's like being the Kobe stopper when you're not.
When you're not, thank
Ruben
you.
Patterson.
Oh, God.
But no, it's and then I think his name's Milton Williams. The guy played 40% of their snaps this year and got huge money from the New England Patriots.
Milton Williams,
but that's really smart business to not overpay for somebody just because they're your guy.
Right. No,
and I think that's the trap the Niners have kind of found themselves in a couple of times this.
And again, we've been talking about this when it comes to contracts and letting them bleed, then losing the battle, if you will, or the battle for PR, quite frankly. Feels like the 49ers have been on the losing end of that for years now, and they finally nipped it all in the bud. They trimmed the fat. Debo, gone. We're not bringing back Dre Greenlaw. Injury concerns. That's one of the only ones that really you might look back and say, I don't know. But the injury concerns were just through the roof for there. So I can't fault the team for saying, you know what? We don't feel comfortable giving that guy that much money, considering we're already paying our star wide receiver for basically rehabbing this entire offseason. Hufanga, gone. Was a former All-Pro, but you know what? Injury concerns there too.
I was okay with him walking.
There's a lot baked into it, but you know what? They prioritize the leaders and the guys that have just been proven on this team, which I can't fault. George Kittle, been a proven leader and a Hall of Famer.
And outplayed his last contract.
Absolutely. And the guy that's going to get paid here, according to reports shortly, is Fred Warner.
Same thing.
Just a great leader, and is going to be a Hall of Famer. And now Brock Purdy, he's your quarterback, and he needed to get that done. And he got it done. And it's not even June yet. So I feel great about it from that standpoint. I also feel great when Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, says as quarterback contracts go, this is good for the Niners.
And I don't think it was an accident that this thing got leaked at 5 o'clock Eastern time on a Friday. That's where bad news goes to die, not good news goes to thrive. I think when we start digging into this thing, we're going to realize, hey, you know what? As quarterback contracts go, this is pretty good for the 49ers. It gives them protection. It gives them flexibility. And it forces Purdy to keep proving he can play at a high level.
And I think he's going to play at a high level this year. But who's going to be that wide receiver? Who's going to be healthy? Is he going to have a running back? There's a lot baked into the equation. Again, he referenced like Joe Burrow in there and Brock Purdy. He's like, oh, Brock's like, and Mike Florio. I'm not dogging the guy, but he's like the 15th or 16th best quarterback. I was like, I disagree on that.
Well, I think he's better than that.
I think he's better than that. But he referenced a guy like, he's going to have to keep go out there and performing. I was like, well, yes and no, because what if Brock does go out and ball out next year and the defense just is not good? And they're a 500 team.
If they had the same season that Burrow just had.
Correct. That's what I was getting at. Because
Okay.
Joe Burrow was incredible last season, and they weren't a playoff team, and people are going to use that against Joe Burrow. I was like, really? That's what we're going to do? It wasn't his fault that his defense couldn't stop a nosebleed. They couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat. They weren't very good. How is that on the quarterback? It's a team sport is what I'm getting at here. So, in a weird way, sure.
But
Brock got the contract and there's pressure on him. There's more pressure on Lynch and Shanahan, though.
No doubt. but
Absolutely, for me.
I actually find that Cincinnati Bengal thing kind of interesting because Burrow's making a lot of money, and one of their best players on defense, the worst part of their team, now they can't afford him.
But that's also, I think they can afford them, and that's just them being cheap.
Again, like you can't have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase and Burrow all making crazy money. Like I hear you, they do spend cash money. I'm talking about actual guarantees, less than most.
Yes.
I'm not here to pretend like the Browns. The owners, I'm talking about the Browns, Mike Brown, is out here spending money like the Yorks, but there's only so much you can have across the board.
When we just referenced the Philadelphia Eagles, there's right ways to do it, right? So there could have been a way where everyone was happy if you nipped this in the bud earlier, if you're the Cincinnati Bengals with Trey Hendrickson, and they could have done that, and they didn't. And now it's like he's showing up for OTAs, and he's going to be a good soldier because he's also at a weird spot where he's, 30, 31, where like you need to pay him, but like this is when the production starts to dip.
I know.
There's a lot baked into it, but as far as like just how it's viewed publicly, if you're the fan base, it's not a good look. Again, it's just not a good look if you're a fan base wanting to keep all your guys together. And if you're the quarterback's out there, Joe Burrow, like telling him, like, we need to get this done.
But the Cincinnati's a great case study because Burrow has these injury concerns, and I question whether they can protect him or not. And I know you want to have all these wide receivers, and I get it. And the Niners were kind of similarly a little overpriced at wide receiver. Like, but you got to have an offensive line. And, this year the Niners were so bad on defense. I co-signed them taking whatever it was, 4 or 5 consecutive defensive picks. That was the right decision. Next year, they better invest in that offensive line.
Well, they need to. And
they have
and
to.
Trent Williams, what's his status going to be this year? He's getting older. The guys, you keep banging, like, he's a Hall of Famer, sure. He's injured. Obviously, he had dealt with some personal tragedy last year that we cannot even quantify. So there's a lot baked into this year. Just health-wise for the 49ers, it's going to be the name of the game. Sure, you can say that about how many teams, right? Well, if they stay healthy, this is going to happen. No. For the 49ers, for me, it all comes down to health. When it comes to Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Fred Warner, the quarterback, obviously, and then number one, it's Christian McCaffrey. That is the biggest what if, And I'm sure all the fantasy people are in agreement there. What is Christian McCaffrey going to be this season? And how drastically do you view this team if he is healthy, right? Because all of a sudden, are you looking back at being
if I told you
Super Bowl contender? Maybe.
If I told you CMC was healthy, I mean,
you're going to talk yourself into it?
Well, that's where I'm like, okay, we can win the division, right? Like that's now, like right now, without a healthy CMC, it's like, all right, I just want to make the playoffs. Can I get to 10 or 11 wins?
Bobby Los Altos will get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. How does Brock Purdy justify this contract for you, 49ers faithful? Is it winning a Super Bowl? Is it being a playoff contender year in and year out? What can Brock Purdy do to justify this contract for you? 888-957-9570 is the number. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
playoffs?
Possibly.
This is Big Pun, and there's only one way to start off my morning, and that's with the morning roast with my guys, Joe Spadoni and Butcher Boy Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Great voice. I love me some Big Pun. What's up? You're about to say something. I was what?
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, okay. You had a little smirk on your face. I don't know. I was just talking to Steiny, as we do. We like to walk past and see what the other guys are doing.
Stop!
Him and Evan just chilling. I guess he's wearing a nice little, you see his little Timberwolves sweater he's wearing, Steiny, today?
Stop!
Must be nice. Oh. He said we a lot, by the way, talking about the Timberwolves, who had obviously taken on the Oklahoma City Thunder tomorrow in Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals.
Shout out from the 510. Laughing Monk in Sunnyvale. I took the family there this weekend. Food and drinks were fire. Plus, I didn't know that the lobster linguine was actually named after Shasky. Great location from the 510.
That is fake. It's named after Shasky, please. You pick out the lobster when you eat the linguine there.
Yeah, so?
Oh my God. That is sacrilege, my friend. I'm just saying that the guy actually has like an Italian last name, Spadoni. Maybe it should be named to me. I'm just, Sam, come on, man. Let's get together. I know who you're truly a fan of. All right. We share certain fandoms. Come on, Sam Gadiri, Laughing Monk. By the way, it is a perfect day for Laughing Monk. You see the sun out there shining, even through these blinds? It's going to be gorgeous out there today, Joe. You better be out with baby LJ, pushing him on the swings, playing in the grass, frolicking, doing what you got to do. You going to be hanging out with baby LJ today? Yeah? Huh?
No, I have to go up to the cabin.
Oh, you're just kicking him to the curb.
Can't do it. Yeah.
No, my son.
Actually, no.
Really spend time with him?
We were together.
Stop.
I will not be taking time to be a dad today.
Take your time.
I got to go up to the cabin to clean and get things ready for the weekend.
Oh, okay.
So that we can enjoy it as a family.
Got it. Have you ever, have you gotten on like a little golf club yet?
Yeah, he's got some plastic ones, but I think I want to go get like a real golf club.
But yeah, well, those got to be, the weight distribution out of the
Back in the day, my dad sawed down some golf clubs for me when I was a kid. This is before they had junior sets.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like digging through my mom's basement yesterday looking for them. I couldn't find them.
While you're doing that and cleaning up there at the cabin, you're going to be tuned into Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast because Sam Lubman and Steven Risotto and you, all three of you guys, have the best Giants talk in the world. It's Wilmer Flores Appreciation Week on the podcast.
Whoa.
And the Giants pitching staff is rounding into one of the best in baseball. It's a little strong. Best in baseball? I don't know about that. Subscribe today so you do not miss out. But you know what? Maybe they'll sell me on why they are rounding into one of the best rotations in baseball as the Giants sweep the Oakland, Sacramento, Las Vegas A's of the Bay Area, Sacramento. I don't know where they're from anymore. But you sweep them and you get the job done there. Wilmer Flores was incredible. His greatest at bat might have been in a walk-off walk. It wasn't even in a home run. Off Mason Miller throwing 103, just right below the knees.
Hit a 104 too at one point.
No, Mason, that guy's stuff is unreal. But he was throwing some walks out there.
What'd you think of them walking Yaz to get to him?
I don't know about that. Well, that was Kotze. I don't know. Maybe
Omel had a great weekend.
He did against his former team. Look at that.
Some great pinch hitting moves yesterday.
You know who else had a great weekend?
Who?
Bryce Eldridge. Might be pushing the narrative.
Oh, really? Is that according to reports, Sam?
Just
no?
File it away.
Okay.
Remember?
September call-up?
He'll get here when he gets here.
Well, it might be sooner than you think.
Well, is that good or bad?
Well, when you got a guy in the in what I call the 150 zone in Flamont Wade Jr., you might need that left-handed power bat.
You call it the 150 zone?
Thank you. Giants improved to 16-7 at home now. Home field advantage. It's a thing. 28-19 on the season. A's fall to 22-25. They're still over 500 on the road. They're actually a better road team than they are a home team because what did you know? They play in a triple league ballpark. So there's that. Bobby and Los Altos, we'll get to you in a sec. We've been talking about Brock Purdy's contract all morning, Joe. We just had Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. If you missed any of that interview, find it on the free Odyssey app or on YouTube. He had some interesting thoughts on Brock Purdy and, justifying a contract, right? It's interesting. And I think it's different for a player, for a sport. Like, if I were to ask you, has Mike Trout lived up to his contract with the Angels?
Yes.
There you go. But it's different, right? Had he signed that in New York? Probably a no, right?
Baseball is so different from football.
Yes.
But similarly, they are team sports in which you can be Tony Gwynn or Barry Bonds and never even come close to winning the ultimate championship.
Let's do another.
No, both of them were in the World Series once.
Let's do a recent contract. Let's say Draymond Green. Has he lived up to his current contract with the Warriors, you think?
He's not the highest paid player on the team.
He's not.
He's left a little to be desired.
But Steph Curry, has he lived up to his contract?
Well, yeah.
Okay, Steph has.
And they haven't won a championship with his new extension.
No, but he was playing meaningful basketball games, right?
Yeah, Steph's similar to the top 4 dudes in the NFL. Like, you can't pay Steph Curry enough.
And let's go more recent and more, again, local again. Let's go Willie Adamas. Has he lived up to his not yet, but he's getting there?
It's going to be really hard to live up to that contract.
Okay.
It's the richest contract in Giants history.
Now it gets me to Brock Purdy. And how does he live up to this contract for you, 49er faithful? 888-957-9570, because Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, just told us how he thinks Brock can justify said contract.
He's got to go out and he's got to perform well, and the team's got to play well. They got a good draw in the early weeks of the schedule. That is so critical to a team's success. If you get off to a good start, confidence leads to more confidence, and a team that maybe wasn't expected to do much can build the kind of momentum that the next thing you know, they're in the playoff chase. They need to take full advantage of it. He's going to have to perform better to make up for the fact that the team is changing around it. There's a lot of change with the 49ers, and a lot of that obligation to replace the players who are gone with effective performances on the front office and the coaching staff. But it does put more pressure on Brock Purdy because it's a hell of a lot easier to play quarterback when you have a lot of great players around you. If all of a sudden the players around you aren't as great as they used to be, it's easier to get exposed if maybe you're not getting it done at the level that you otherwise would if you were blessed by having great offensive line, great receivers, great running backs, great defense, great everything. Quarterback looks a lot better than maybe he otherwise would be.
And that was Mike Florio last hour right here on the Morning Roast. Team's got to go out, got to win, got to perform. Okay, simple right there. That's not all on the quarterback, but a lot of it on offense is obviously predicated in Brock's hands. And whether he's limiting the turnovers, whether he's putting his best players in positions to win, obviously that's baked into the equation. Now, for me, I think for you, it's just getting the playoffs. Get us to the playoffs, have us in the playoff picture, and, competing for a division win or a wild card. Doesn't really matter. Just get me into the playoffs and we'll take our chances because you know what? More often than not, when the 49ers are in the playoffs, they get to a conference championship. At the very least, that is what they do under Kyle Shanahan. So 888-957-9570. How does Brock Purdy justify this $200+ million contract, 181 of it guaranteed? Just go out there and ball. Just do what you've been doing. For me, that's kind of what it is.
Well, and I think we could, if I were to come in here and say, Joe, he needs to throw for 4,000 yards. He needs to throw for 28 touchdowns. He needs to run for 400 yards and scramble for another 5. Doesn't that feel stupid when it comes to this offense, this team, that player?
Yes. It feels very just, you know what? Because there's seasons we've seen with Jimmy Garoppolo who's been really freaking good. He hasn't sniffed those numbers. Like, you can have a really good season and not be an MVP candidate.
And I think the way that Brock plays football meshes with how Kyle wants to play football, which when they do, it's very complimentary. Play action, run the ball down teams' throats, situationally gash them down the field, be efficient in the 20-yard plus throws, play field position when warranted. And I think that is never going to be a statistically over-the-top type of an offense. He's not going to have a Joe Burrow statistical season, and I don't think they need him to.
That's not their philosophy.
No. And so that's why I keep coming back to, team success. And I think Brock, more than any of the other quarterbacks that I like, Tua, for example. Tua had this prolific passing season a couple of years ago where he had led the entire NFL in passing yards. It felt very hollow.
Right.
And it didn't mean that they were playing good football and winning football, nor did that translate to playoff football. The way Kyle wants to play football, the way that Brock has shown to be successful playing football, he doesn't need to have those gaudy numbers. He can if they have that type of a team and they need him to. So that's why I come back to team success. Double-digit wins this year would be a great year.
Well, you just heard it from Mike there. He thinks they have a favorable schedule early on. I'm always hesitant to say, but it's a favorable schedule. Look at these matchups. So they're on. Okay, I don't know.
Teams come up and teams come down.
I don't know what they're going to look. I don't know what the Seahawks and Sam Darnold is going to look like week 1.
Me neither.
I don't know what the Saints are going to look like. They're probably going to be bad, I would assume right now. But again, Maybe one of their quarterbacks looks good early on. I mean,
Did anyone have the Vikings be
Derek
good?
Carr in the first 2 weeks last year, remember they were blowing two teams out in a row. And then they were bad.
And then
he's
Spencer
retired.
Rattler played against you.
There you go, right?
Not Derek Carr.
Not Derek Carr. So the Cardinals early on. I don't know. The Jaguars, new head coach. I don't know what to make of the schedule next year, so I'm not even going to discuss that. Getting off to a hot start would be great. It'd be awesome, but let's take it game by game. I do think health and where Christian McCaffrey is and Trent Williams is going to be the most important things heading into training camp to where this team can be. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos. He's been hanging on tight. I want to go to Bobby. He says, Joe, that you owe him a burrito. Bobby, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Look, first of all, I just got over the disappointment last week in terms of the Warriors, my Washington Capitals. A side note, I know the Niners haven't won a Lombardi trophy since '95, right? Against the Chargers. But no Canadian team has won a Stanley Cup since, I think, '93. I think hockey is a Canada sport. They should at least get a freaking Stanley Cup at some point. But Shasky, here's the main thing. When I called in when you were with Bonte a while ago, I remember it like it was yesterday. I said, and you said, quote, over my dead body.
You have to say that again. Your phone cut out. Like literally the most important part of your message. The phone cut out. One more time.
Yeah, so I said he's going to get over 50 easily, guaranteed. And then Shasky said, quote, over my dead body. And in my mind, I was picturing him probably standing up with his, hands on his hips like Superman saying, over my dead body. But then he said, burrito bet. So, brother, I want to let you know I'll meet you on Mission.
Oh, Bobby, did you listen to our guy earlier that we had on the show? Did you listen to, our guy Mike Florio? He says this deal has yet to be actually disclosed financially, and he thinks it's more like 44, 45 million per year as opposed to the 53.
Dude, I think you were trying to get him for like 30 million.
No.
If you're trying to get hey, I want to let you know, I'm going to get double camarones with extra guac. So, and then if they have white truffles that they can shave on top of it.
White truffle burritos? That's the most San Francisco thing I've ever heard in my life. I'm actually offended.
Bobby, look at when the real details come out, if you are right, I will get you that burrito. I promise I will meet you for lunch. We will eat burritos together.
Dipped in gold leaf, too.
Does that sound like a fair deal?
I'll take what I can get.
Hey, Bobby, do you remember the day this happened? Do you remember the exact date? Do you remember or no?
Dude, I can't remember that. I mean, it was with Bonte, obviously.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's when all these clowns keep calling in. And there's a reason I'm in a bad mood now is because all these clowns call in and I'd be okay if we got him for 35 or 40. Oh, I'd be okay if we got him for 45. And guess what, bro? I'd love to get a house in the Bay Area for $100,000, but I just can't do that. And so if I want to live in Toledo, Ohio, then that's my choice, right? So if you don't want a quarterback that's proven himself to be one of the top quarterbacks, top 10 quarterback in the league over the last 3 years, and you don't want to pay market rates, then, have fun with Josh Jackson Part 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
Thanks, Bobby. That's Bobby in Los Altos. Trying to flex on that burrito bet. Shaska's hanging on, though, until the actual details are out there on a per-year basis. If it's $50 million or less, Shaska's saying, no, I get the burrito. You paid for me, Bobby. All right? How about we just go to Laughing Monk? How about that?
I'm down with that.
Have a lobster linguine burrito.
I'm 100% down with that.
Okay.
But here, the housing market analogies. All right. As someone who is very well versed in the housing market.
You want to live in Toledo, Ohio?
Okay. Everyone says things like that. Like, if you want to live in the Bay Area, this is what it costs. Yeah, there are levels to it. And there are consequences.
Yes.
Right? So, for example, when my wife and I were looking for a house, I watched lots of people my age go to Brazil and go to Greece and go to Europe. You know what they couldn't do? Afford a house.
Yeah, because they're going on trips.
All right. You know what we did? We sacrificed, right? And what we got was what I would consider the best of the deals possible that was out there. But I also realized when you buy a house in San Francisco, okay, number one, property tax for the rest of your life through the roof, period. There's no negotiating that. Number two, very small closet space. Number 3, you're probably not getting a 2-car garage, okay? You're probably not getting the backyard and front yard of your dreams. It's one or the other, right? So when you make these decisions and these financial commitments, consequences do come with the house that you choose. And depending on what your variables are, there are things that you are living to live with when it comes to those consequences or not. For some people, they have to have 3 bedrooms. All right, well, if you're getting 3 bedrooms, you're probably not getting a 2-car garage.
Right.
If we're talking about affordability. If you're getting a front yard, you're probably not getting the backyard, okay? If you are getting all of those things, now I start to question, what does the foundation look like? Are people living in that house? Is the bathroom and the kitchen needing immediate upgrades? Like, you're not getting everything. No. There's only a handful of those, and that's called Zuckerberger money, and that's where Patrick Mahomes is, right, in the Zuckerberg category. For most of us normal people, which is where the Niners are shopping, normalcy, you pay for the home, and now you've got to live in a house that probably doesn't have the greatest kitchen, probably doesn't have the biggest closets, probably doesn't have the complimentary backyard that you're looking for, right? And so you're going to have to live with some things not being good. So right now, what is Brock Purdy? Buying him. You bought Brock Purdy. Yeah. What are you stuck with? You're probably stuck with a bathroom that needs upgrading. That would be the offensive line, okay? You're probably stuck with a kitchen that's like in the middle of being upgraded. That's the defensive line.
But you got the house, Joe.
Exactly.
You got the house.
Exactly. Now, what you do have is a beautiful view. That's George Kittle, right? What you do have, you have that 3rd bedroom that you'd like to be able to utilize at some point. That's Trent Williams, right? There's some give and take in this. So if you're going to use the house analogy, let's do the full house analogy, and let's have the full conversation of what these things cost.
Yep, R.I.P. Speaking of Brock and God, how about let's go to Tony in Oakland, 888-957-9570. Tony, are you happy that Brock Purdy's locked up as your San Francisco 49ers quarterback?
Yes, I am, because you know what? If God is on the radar, anything is possible. And as I was telling Sam, I just want to say that I tried to get on Friday, but I couldn't get in. When Bonte, and he says, you know, he likes Buddy, but he says he knows what to expect from the dude. But you know what? I mean, he could not tell. Hardly anyone can tell this stuff. Like Kerr missed the lucky moment in battle with Buddy, because not last Saturday, but the Saturday before, the dude was lit like a Christmas tree. They should have kept, you know, giving him the ball. And this guy asked me, he said, Tony, do you think generals are lucky? I said, no. The good ones can perceive the lucky moment when the time has changed and what action they should take. So Kirk can't, you know, in the way Shanahan, he can't perceive the lucky moments.
I'm so
Very
confused.
few people can. And then, you know, I wanted to say, too, about, you know, Paulini, the one who won the Italian Open, has the delight of Buddy. This is a rarity in the same way Tommy Paul does, right? So these people will be coming in.
No,
and
not
also,
right. Yeah. Wrong.
Oh,
I don't know what you're
Tony,
talking about.
Hey, Tony. Oh, you got it wrong. Like,
what?
I was going to ask her about Brock Purdy. Like, what did she say in the screening call, Sam? That's what I really want to know.
There's a lot of, because Brock is of it, you know, there's a lot of that stuff. And then she started going into Buddy and the tennis and stuff like that. It's like, Tony, I thought we were talking about Brock here. And then she's like, yeah, we'll talk about Brock. And I don't know. It's Tony. Tony's like a box. Tony's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
I know what I'm going to get. It's going to be some nutty chocolates, that's for sure.
Ooh.
All right.
Some people like nuts.
I do. I love nuts.
Pause, dog. Hey, Carter.
Yes,
San Francisco. Let's just go San Francisco, because I don't want to do like the neighborhood thing. What's the most expensive neighborhood in San Francisco, you think?
Gold Coast, Broadway Street.
You think that's the most expensive real estate, period?
It is.
Okay. All right. So
Carter knows.
That would be what? Mahomes?
Yeah.
In this quarterback. Okay. What's probably the crummiest neighborhood in terms of price point right now in the city? What do you think?
Tenderloin?
TL, maybe parts of the Bayview, depending on what we're going. Okay. All right. I think Brock is somewhere in Midtown Terrace. Really nice. Would love to raise my family in Midtown Terrace. I don't know if you guys are familiar with where I'm talking about.
Sure.
You know, like, not bad, right? Maybe a little Diamond Heights, right? Nice. You know, it's good. It's definitely above means. You're living good. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Like, I would love to live in that particular area. I can't afford it currently, right? So am I wrong when I make that assessment?
No, it's probably right. But can he play himself into Broadway Street? Can he do that for you, Joe?
He can definitely move up into the West Portal area. Okay. There's no doubt about it.
How does he do that?
I think that right now, his synergy with the playbook moving forward is going to be his biggest. That's the thing he can hang his hat on. He knows this playbook inside and out.
The mentals.
Yeah, his ability to anticipate throws and understand defenses is only going to be able to increase. I think multiple years removed from the arm injury should help him.
What would you say his greatest strengths and weaknesses are at this point? This is what
I think his toughness and his moxie are two things you either have or you don't. He's got it.
This is going to be his third full year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think his demeanor with Shanahan is rare. I don't know a lot of quarterbacks would thrive with Shanahan being as negative as he is. I think Brock's demeanor is a huge asset for the team. He's not a guy that panics. He might make a mistake, but I don't view him as a panicker. Do you?
No. He doesn't. Although last year I did feel like for the first time the lack of trust with his outside weapons, and rightfully so. He didn't have some of his big boys out there, and the offensive line was bad. But that was the first time I've seen his lack of trust turn into sacks a couple times when he was just trying to make something out of nothing, where really either you just eat it or throw it away. So that's something he could learn on as well.
Sure.
But for the most part,
like he was trying to make plays because others around him, to give him fairness.
Correct.
A lot of stuff was breaking down around him. Yes. He actually did a great job. The numbers should have been worse.
Yeah.
I know there's metrics on offensive line play and whatnot. There was a lot of plays that had no shot of success last year. I mean, just nobody up front is doing anything. And how many times did they throw the ball to Debo? And it was like, break 50 tackles, Debo.
Right.
Wow.
No.
Okay, good luck with that.
And I was actually impressed with his red zone. The red zone offense wasn't great, but I thought he was very decisive when he needed to run the ball. And you just see the parting of the Red Sea. All right, I'm just going to take it in right here. I'm going to run in, what do you have, 5 rushing touchdowns last year, something like that? So overall, if you're going to just do total touchdowns, it was like 25-12 touchdown interception ratio. Not bad. I mean, it's 2-1 at that point. If you're just going combining, I know if it's 20-12.
I thought he was forced to hold the ball longer than he and Kyle wanted to. I mean, because of a variety of things.
Lack of separation.
Yeah, I also think the defensive schemes up front, people were doing a really good job. Separation's a part of that. I don't think he trusted the guys that he had out there in front of him. Like, he really trusts Juwan Jennings, right? Like, now, is Juwan the prototype, wide receiver 1? No. It's probably more of a 2. I don't think he trusted Ricky Pearsall till later on in the season. Wouldn't you agree there?
Of course he didn't. How could you? He's a rookie who didn't play with him and was hurt.
And if you're going to be an anticipation thrower, you can't just go out there with anybody and just throw it to the spot. Trust he'll be there. No, that's a turnover waiting to happen. There was a play that he threw to the outside. I think it was Ronnie Bell
I know
earlier.
Exactly what you're talking about.
And everyone was like, "What kind of throw was that?" And I was like, "Are we sure Ronnie Bell ran the right route?"
Tom Brady was talking about this in some of the broadcasts where he said, yeah, like a receiver, like a rookie or someone just drops the ball. It's like, yeah, I'm not throwing to you.
I'm not throwing to you. I literally don't want you out there.
I don't trust you.
No.
Sorry. You got to make those. For me to trust you in you as a quarterback, that's Tom Brady. It's the greatest quarterback of all time. He says, yeah, I'm going to go to the guy I know. I'm going to go to Gronk for this example, or Kittle for Purdy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think one of the best parts of the offense and of Brock as a whole, the ability to hit that check down after processing what's intermediately and deep. When he will throw deep. We all know that. He will. Like, anyone who says he doesn't throw deep, you're not watching games. He will throw deep.
And we're not talking 60-yard bombs, all right?
But he will be accurate down the field. Like, he will be. That's a misnomer about him. But I do think not having the check down of CMC to be able to make that first guy miss and to trust that underneath guy, I don't think he trusted Jordan Mason. I don't think Jordan Mason warranted the trust in the passing game. I don't think he trusted Isaac Guerrero until later on in the year. And then I actually thought he did some nice things with Guerrero. But I think a trust for this offense is a huge factor. Trust that you'll be in the right spot. Trust that you can beat zone coverage. Trust that you know where to be when I'm going to throw it on time. And do I trust you to make a play?
Do you trust Brock Purdy as your quarterback going forward? 888-957-9570. I do. Kyle Shanahan does. What about Brian in Palo Alto? I wonder how he feels about this.
I trust Brian.
Brian, we trust you. Good morning.
I trust you. I trust you guys too. Yeah, I feel like it's, that he was going to get a big number. I don't feel great about it. yeah, I'd obviously feel better if he was making $25 million a year, and obviously that wasn't going to happen. But
yeah, it was La La Land.
Yeah, I don't feel great about it. It's kind of the general vibe around the Niners, just lukewarm. It's sort of the Niner vibe, in my opinion. Yeah, like hopefully these draft picks work out. Hopefully CMC is still a top line player. I don't know if any of those are true or are going to happen, but yeah, we'll find out. But yeah, I'm not. I don't know. I guess you could feel like there's a new energy there. You could feel like this is sort of maybe the end of the run if it goes bad this year. But my belief in Kyle and John together has never been lower than it is right now.
Brian,
that's how I feel.
It's funny you say that, because that's kind of like my overarching thing is not Brock related. It's like, I just don't know about building it around them. Like, I kind of got to see it before I believe it.
But Brian, don't you feel like this has been the least drama-filled offseason for the Niners in quite some time? And don't Lynch and Shanahan get some sort of credit for learning from the mistakes of the past, right? You nip it in the bud early with Kittle, now with Purdy, relatively early. And then Fred Warner now looks like, by all reports,
I just think they have more faith in CMC coming back than I do.
But don't you kind of have to? Right? Like, I don't know what running back was out there. You're going to draft Genty? He was tough.
If I told BPA, no, you're right. But if I told BPA, you couldn't take a running back.
No.
You had too many holes. But if I would tell him right now, like, hey, CMC plays 15 games and looks closer to the guy that he was, we would all feel a lot better.
He gone. Thank you, Brian, in Palo Alto. Real quick, I wanted to get to this sound because it's really good stuff. Chase Daniels, I teased it earlier, former NFL backup, whether it was the Chargers, or it was the Bears, now he's with Fox Sports. Here he is talking about the contract being specifically really good for Purdy and the 49ers. Take a listen to this.
Then for me, it gets a little bit better because when I saw this deal, I thought it was coming in around 53, 54, 55. I think 53 is good. But when you look at his average annual salary as a percentage of the team's salary cap, which this is what GMs and contract negotiators go to. I know there's a whole bunch of numbers. That's great. Just take your eyes all the way down to the blue highlight at the very bottom of the graphic, Brock Purdy. 18.98% of the salary cap. That puts him 14th in terms of the salary compared to the salary cap. And that's sort of what you want. I would rank him higher than the 14th best quarterback in the NFL. So to me, it looks like a bargain, especially the next year when it goes to $300 million. So for me, based on the ranks, based on where he's gotten to, look, he ranks 9th in wins over the last 2 seasons, 3rd in passing yards, 3rd in passer rating, 8th in passing touchdowns. I mean, what more do you want for that? This to me is a fair deal for everyone, because when you see it, based on the percentage of the team's salary cap, and it's 14th, I'm like, hey, it's a good deal for the 49ers and for Brock.
So some of the quarterbacks, obviously, talking about the salary cap percentage. Joe Burrow's number one. He's almost at 25%.
That's a lot.
Then you got Dak at 23%, Herbert, 23%, Lamar, 23%, Patrick Mahomes, 22%, Jalen Hurts, 22%, Kyler, Deshaun, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Tua, Jared. And then it gets into Josh Allen, 19.7%, and then Brock Purdy, 18.98% of the salary cap.
Which I hear all those arguments, and you're making a great point about his particular hit, but this goes back to personnel and team building. You're paying Armstead to not play on your team. You're paying Javon Hargrave right now to not play on your team.
There's over $90 million in dead cap right now, close to it.
You're paying Debo to not play on your team. So, this goes back to, can the Niners be fiscally responsible around the Purdy contract? That is yet to be seen.
And that's why you want to nail these rookie contracts, because look at the guys who are on rookie deals right now and the amount of percentage that's allocated to the cap. CJ Stroud, 4%.
Well, he's on a rookie.
Well, I just said that.
Yeah,
that's why you maximize those rookie
no
windows.
doubt. And they could afford all these guys around.
That's why you look back. It's like, damn, we almost had that Super Bowl with the Russell Wilson thing, right? When they won on the rookie contract. So there's a lot baked into it. Jaden Daniels right now. You don't think Washington's trying to load up these next couple of years before they have to pay him $1 bajillion? Same with CJ Stroud. Jaden Daniels right now, he's accounting for 3.69% of the cap. 3%. So, yeah, there's a lot baked into it. Sam Darnold is one of those other starters that's.
But the Niners had the luxury of Purdy making less than 1% of the cap.
It was ridiculous.
Year after year after year.
Something to keep in mind here, too, is only one team has ever won the Super Bowl paying their quarterback over 15%. And that was the Chiefs, Mahomes in 2023.
Yeah, but it pays to play. I mean, when you got a guy like
that. He did it
on
the broken ankle or whatever.
Only year ever.
That's crazy.
I mean, it just goes to show the guy that was winning all of them, who's won 7 of them.
I mean, he's the algorithm breaker. He's the outlier.
Because Tom was taking pay cuts.
He could have thrown 17 interceptions in a game, and I still think he's going to win that game if he's down 14 with 2 minutes to go.
It was
right. Am I the only one on the world? Like, it's just.
I think we all waited till about a couple minutes into the fourth quarter, where it's like, all right, I think they're finally done. And it was like a 30-point lead or something.
I still thought he was coming back.
The Devontae Smith touchdown and what the heave was kind of the final nail, I think.
But he scored so fast after that, too, to whoever it was, Xavier Worthy.
You guys, how old were you guys when Terminator 2 came out?
We weren't alive.
Yeah, I view him as the Terminator. Where
T2?
Yeah, basically
the
like
metal guy.
He has to fall into the liquid boiling lava, whatever that lava stuff is. And even then, I still think he's going to come back from.
Have you seen this boy?
I mean, he's Emperor Palpatine times 100.
Thank you. Brian Baldinger on if he sees Purdy as a quote unquote top tier quarterback. This was on last week with Grandy and Dibbs. Grandy filling in for Mark Willard.
I do. I mean, he's taken him to a championship game. He took him to a Super Bowl. Went into overtime, had a chance to win the game. I mean, that's what you want. You want a guy that can, get you to the playoffs and win in the playoffs, and he has done that. Obviously, the team was injured. He was injured this year. It was a bad year. That's going to happen. That's what you want. You want a guy that can lead you, that can make the plays, that can make those better around him, and he has done that for the most of 3 years. So, yes, I commend the 49ers on, figuring things out. They had to cut some good players, or at least not bring some good players back, but that's just the price of doing business in this business right now.
Baldy, I love you. You didn't sound very convinced when you were talking yourself into him being a top.
He's happy with Brock.
Let's for a second. Like, Baldy was his biggest fan.
Was.
Okay, and he was the one who really sold me on Purdy. And then I started watching certain things over and over. I've watched every 49er game at minimum 3 times in the last 5 years. Okay, so I've seen everyone take, and that's just doing this show, okay? Every game. Joe, do I not watch every freaking game?
You do. You tell me you do. Yes.
Okay.
And I see you when I walk in here and you're here before me sometimes. It's just you're watching film.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'm not trying to pretend like I know the game.
You and Greg Cosell. Yeah.
Purdy was literally flawless in the 2023 season. The guy was playing at a level I didn't even think was possible. Just watch that Dallas game. It's one of the greatest quarterback games in Niner history. I'm not even dreaming hyperbolic. That was that Sunday night game. He was unreal. And then what he did in the playoffs was special.
Yeah.
That second half against the Seahawks a couple years back, unreal. The third quarter against the Detroit Lions was unbelievable. And he ran for big first downs in that fourth quarter. He was special.
Yep.
Last year wasn't the greatest year for him. He was good, not great. There were specific moments where I thought the team and the player just played down to what my expectations were. And I think that's coaching. I think that's player. I think that's personnel. I think it's a lot of guys. I also don't think he was 100% after like week 7. He had this dive in the Arizona game. He dove with the shoulder out, and I thought he got hurt on that play. He'll never come out and say it. That's just my belief. And I thought that he looked a little dinged up, and I thought he lost confidence in the team around him, and he started seeing things that weren't there. I still love the player. Like, I really do. And I expect him to have a bounce back. But it's incumbent on a lot of other guys also stepping up, not just the quarterback.
Fast 5? I remember Baldy coming on with you and Bonte at the time and saying that game on Christmas against the Ravens kind of shifted his feelings about Brock the rest of that season, and really since. You think of what they were able to do against him. He looked so bad. Sam Darnold had to come in the fourth quarter. He almost made it in a game if they had scored a touchdown late there. But I think ever since that game, Baldy, he'll tell you, he's like, he hasn't recovered in his mind from that one. Yeah. But he did get paid, and he deserved to get paid. And I do think he is a top 10 quarterback at the end of the day. And top 10 quarterbacks are not easy to find in this league. Ask the New York Jets. Right? They thought they got a Hall of Famer in Aaron Rodgers, and they're still looking for one. Really, since Geno Smith was never one for them. Mark Sanchez, he was never even a franchise quarterback.
Cleveland Browns.
Cleveland.
Ask Pittsburgh.
Chicago Bears.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams.
Yep. So it's not easy. You can do a hell of a lot worse than Brock Purdy. Can you do a whole lot better? Well, I think there's only about 5 guys maybe in front of him that you can do better in. So he's in good company.
My final thought is this. Yesterday was a sad day. Yesterday was probably the last CYO championship day for baseball in San Francisco. Sounds like CYO baseball is going away, and that sucks. And I know CYO has been going strong. I grew up playing Park and Rec and CYO. Those were the two things that I played. Now there's all this AAU and stuff, but like my dad played CYO baseball for the St. John's Eagles back in the 60s. I have video after his passing that my aunt sent to me of him running the bases at Balboa Park, scoring in the St. John's uniforms of the late 60s. I grew up with pictures of my dad and me and the Hayes and the LaRoccas and the Murphys and all these different guys that my dad coached at St. Gabriel's in CYO. And to hear that it's going away, and yesterday was probably the last championship day for CYO baseball, breaks my heart. I understand it's just a really difficult sport to be able to put together in the city, but I want to give a shout out to the final 8th grade team to ever win it all in CYO Upper Division, St. Philip's and Emerson Fowler and his family. I know they won it, and I know the 7th grade at St. Cecilia's ended up winning the championship. And thanks to Coach Joe and Coach Johnny Mack, they beat St. Philip's yesterday out at, sounds like, West Sunset. It just stinks that baseball's going away for CYO, and a lot of my love for the game and what makes the fabric of CYO great. You know, you're playing with all your classmates to go up against these guys from this other school that we can't stand, but we're all going to go to high school and play with each other and against each other. It sucks that it's going away. So shout out CYO baseball. I miss you, Dad. And whenever I think of CYO baseball, I think of my grandfather and my dad and what my son would be missing out on. And so to all the kids that played over the weekend, God bless you. I hope we can find a way to keep it going.
Well said. Carter, what you got?
Man, that's a bummer, Shasky. I didn't know that. I myself was an 8th grade CYO champion, so that means a lot.
Flex moment of the show.
But my shout out today is going to Sir Scotty Scheffler of the weekend. Man, Steiny and I have this running thing going. I always bet Scheffler. He always bets Rory. We're 1-1 now for the year. I'm calling it now. Scheffler's getting another major this year, without a doubt.
Okay, lock it in. Sam?
Wow.
How do you follow that one up?
Oh, I'm going to be shouting out the incredible weekend the Giants and Wilmer Flores had. The first Giant to hit 3 home runs at Oracle Park in a game ever, and is just the second time that a right-handed hitter has hit 3 home runs in a game at Oracle Park. Wait. The only other time being Kevin Elster on day
Pablo?
1 of this ballpark. What?
Didn't Pablo hit 3 in a World Series game?
Yeah, as a right-handed hitter, though.
Oh,
Pablo was lefty that game.
Right-handed hitter. Okay.
Come on, Joe. Lock in.
Okay.
But it was also Flores was the 4th Giant in franchise history to hit at least 3 home runs in a game and drive in 8 runs, joining Jock Peterson, Willie Mays, and George High Pockets Kelly from that vaunted 1924 team. So shout out Wilmer Flores, man. It is Wilmer Flores Appreciation Week.
Sorry that I ruined your stats there. My bad.
It's okay.
No, it's all good.
I heard 3 home runs at Oracle Park, and I'm thinking, what?
No, you're good. It's not the worst time you've interrupted me.
Shout out Journalism, who won the 150th Preakness Stakes. That's my final thought today. Incredible
Wait a minute.
comeback.
The name of the horse is Journalism?
Journalism's not dead.
Love journalism.
That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Steiny and E-Dog next, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Purdy signed a 5-year extension, Evan. $265 million, $181 million guaranteed. And it, in essence, is a 3-year deal. And I guess the 49ers have locked up their franchise quarterback.
So it was a payday Friday.
Well, for somebody. Although it doesn't kick in until next year.
That's a lot of money, Steiny. That is a lot of 265 M's. You might go back and buy all of Iowa. How do you feel?
Oh, boy.
Well, first of all, how was your weekend, man?
Great weekend. Great weekend. Nice weather in the Bay. Played a little golf.
I see you got some new swag.
And you?
Yeah. Well, we both got...
Shut up, Carter.
We both got friends in high places.
How do I feel about the Purdy contract? I guess you had to do it. It doesn't make it a sure thing. I don't think it's super risky, but I think it's risky. And I guess they had to do it.
Now, why do you think it's risky? Is it just the obscene amount of money?
Yeah, and I know sometimes you don't have more than one alternative, but I think that's superstar money, and we don't know yet if he's a superstar quarterback. Now, I know other quarterbacks who aren't superstars got those kind of deals. There's deals similar to what Purdy got, but no guarantees. And last year wasn't a great year, but my question would also be, well, what could they have done other than make Brock Purdy their guy?
Well, I think, first of all, it's about 180 million guarantees. There's a lot of guarantees in the Brock Purdy contract. But when I saw this deal, and we talked about it during the crossover, just the immediate lineup, 7th highest AAV, 8th most total guarantees. I said it on the air, and I still believe it. It's fair. But I'll take it a step today further, Steiny, because actually I've been looking at some contracts, and it's really difficult to step outside the $50 million realm, because since 2022, that's when Aaron Rodgers became the first $50 million man. It was a 16% spike from the next highest paid per year quarterback. And since then, it's exploded. We got 10 different quarterbacks since then that are making $50 million. Brock Purdy becomes the 11th. This is the most appropriate contract for a quarterback in the last 5 years.
Appropriate
quarterback contract. Since Patrick Mahomes reset the market and got a 10-year, $450 million deal that he duly deserved, this is the most appropriate contract given to a quarterback. That's what I believe. And from having gone down all of the different contracts over the weekend, trying to figure out where Brock Purdy ranks, how much he deserves, did the Niners get it right? I mean, leave out even the fact that they got it done early in the offseason. You wanted to pay your guy. Leave the offseason on the back burner. This is just about Brock Purdy. I do believe this is the most appropriate contract given to a quarterback since Patrick Mahomes.
Well, I also think the Warriors, man, I got to get them off my mind right now.
It's hard.
I mean, I think the big thing with this contract with Purdy is after the offseason of a year ago, I do think that they made a commitment to making sure everybody got in on time, making sure they didn't have the distractions of a year ago, and it all started with Brock Purdy. My question to 49er fans is, if you like this deal, why do you like it? What is it about this deal that makes you extremely optimistic about the future, or doesn't it? I'm trying to get a sense of how many 49er fans are into this and how many 49er fans are a little skeptical of this. But knowing all the while that we all pretty much expected it to happen. Maybe the money's a little bit different, but he's getting 53 AV. Is it a little high? Maybe for some. Did some people think he was going to get more? Perhaps, but it's really all about how good he is and will he live up to that contract? And most important, will he lead the 49ers to multiple winning seasons after they went 6-11 last year? It's really on the team to perform well with Purdy at quarterback.
Well, there's no doubt that there's expectations now. And there obviously have been before. And the expectation is what he did in his first full season as a starting quarterback, get you to a Super Bowl. I think that's in many people's minds, Steiny, I think that's why the contract seems so daunting or intimidating. It's because you already got to a place with him as a $800,000 quarterback, and people are afraid that now, because he's paid so much money, they can't get there again. To me, it absolutely puts more pressure on the front office, on the coaching staff, to surround him with pieces, and we can get into some that they lost as a result of this contract. Brock Purdy's the man now, but there's about 10 or 11 other men in the respective organizations around the league that's why this contract got done. And to me, if you want to line it up, it's Jared Goff, it's Jalen Hurts, two quarterbacks that I think that Brock Purdy is often compared to. And to me, that's why it's completely fair. It's intimidating. It is striking when you first see the amount of money given to a player that was once the last pick in the draft. But it is completely fair in my opinion. And I cannot fault the 49ers for making this deal with a guy that they've, to your point, clearly been married to from what feels like the first moment he got in the building.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Think about it, 49er fans. We've been talking about this contract for a long time and thinking about what Brock Purdy deserves. And I think it came out to about what we thought. I know the number 60 was coming out a lot. He obviously didn't get 60, but he's certainly among the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL. And to me, the main thing, even more than the money, is now how 49er fans will look at Brock Purdy. Because starting with his first game next year, fans are going to look at him differently. He's no longer Mr. Irrelevant, and I understand the contract doesn't kick in till next year, but he is no longer Mr. Irrelevant. He's no longer a cute story. He's no longer this overachiever. What he is one of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL, and he will start to be judged accordingly. That's just the way it goes. And if he's a Hurts or a Stafford, that's great. But if he's a Tua or Trevor Lawrence, then we're going to have something to talk about.
Well, what he is he's no longer the best bargain in football.
That's a fact.
He is no longer what for the last couple of years was able to put the Niners in a position to build a roster that could rival maybe some of the best they've ever had as far as position players. Obviously they've had better quarterbacks throughout their history, but that 2023 team could not be put together. And to even some extent last year's team, I know that it broke down and got injured, but a lot of the players that were on that Super Bowl run were there in 2024. And that wouldn't have been possible if you didn't find this quarterback that was worth beans.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing is they clearly, and I think you said this earlier, whether you're Shanahan or Lynch or even Jed York, it does feel like they pinpointed this guy a year or two ago after they saw what he could do. And once they saw what he can do, they let it play out. And by and large, he was... I think we know what kind of quarterback Brock Purdy is. He's been solid. When he gets time, he can be effective. Now, he has had big time weapons around him in the first couple years. Last year, not so much. But that's, to me, another thing that's happening here is, okay, you have Purdy and you like Purdy and he's your guy, but now we got to talk about the rest of the team and whether the rest of the team got better or didn't get better in the offseason. And we're going to have to wait till the regular season for that because they're relying so much on this past year's draft.
Well, and I'd be curious from the fans too, like for people that feel good about it, why? What makes you so confident in Purdy? And for I think probably the largest percentage of fans, from what I've heard over the weekend, Steiny, we were at the cafeteria on Friday, literally had to step outside because my buddy needed consoling because he was so mad immediately that Brock Purdy got paid $265 million. So for people that are apprehensive about it, why? Why do you feel lukewarm, or what do you think the results of this is? I seriously think that there's so many different thought process about this particular player and what he was going to get paid, that now it's finally out there on the table. We can have that discussion.
Yeah. By the way, I'm looking at the YouTube chat and a little bit of the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, and I can tell some people are giving me grief about wearing a Minnesota Timberwolves sweater. But
you are.
Let me tell you something about what I learned growing up.
Did you even wash it?
About true fans. True fans, when their team is eliminated, they root for the team that eliminated them. So I think we can all acknowledge that the Bay Area, we're all Timberwolves fans right now, because you want to get beat by the team that ends up winning it all. Remember, I go back to 1981 when the Boston Celtics got beat at home by the Philadelphia 76ers, and they started chanting, beat L.A. as Celtics fans. So, yeah, that's a little explanation that I didn't need to give, but Warrior fans know that there's only one team to root for in this postseason, and we all appreciate that.
We got to address that on the other side.
888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, he has been locked up by the San Francisco 49ers. How you feeling about it, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Safeway. What is it? Guru?
Are you okay?
No, Guru. We know he's a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
He also likes the Pirates.
Yes.
Okay, we know that you have a soft spot for the Padres.
Sure.
Okay, and you like the LA Chargers also.
Formerly of San Diego.
Yes. So what's the difference?
Number one, I'm not wearing any of those teams' apparel.
You wear Padres stuff.
Not when I'm on the air. Number two, I did not receive Padres gear from the head coach of the team.
Well, that's why you wear it.
Third of all,
yeah.
And you know this, this is actually something that you've helped me come to understand better than I think just about anybody at this station. Rules don't apply to Guru. Those rules do not apply to Daryl the Guru Johnson. You saying that, yes, he walks in here every day with a Cowboys jersey or a Pirates jersey or whatever else he's got on, that's because that's what he gets to do. Rules aren't the same in life, Steiny.
Well,
you never wear this kind of gear except when
I wear 3 teams
you want to
gear.
stick it to people.
Nah, I wear Washington Wizards gear. They won 11 games. Exactly.
Well, that's neither here nor there. The point is you wore a Tim Rules shirt, and a very nice one, I might add. It does look good on you.
Thank you. Somebody said, and somebody's being mean and says it adds weight to me, and they just want me to take it off. What are you laughing at, Risotto?
No, I actually think it's quite slimming. It's like when a defensive lineman wears the number 1. It doesn't always just highlight how big they are.
Is it like Pat Spencer's 61?
Yeah.
It makes him not look like a player.
Yeah, you and 2 others.
All right. No, I mean, listen, Warrior fans, they are the ultimate. They understand, as a team that's won 4 titles in 10, 12 years, they know how it works. When a team eliminates you, you root for them. Just like every team the Warriors eliminated on the way to their 4 titles, those fans of those beaten teams, they became fans.
See, I don't think that's how it works.
It is.
No, I really have never heard that before.
It's always the way I've been a fan. The team that beats you, you got to root for, so then you can say, hey, we lost to the champions.
Well, that's just choosing the lesser of 2 evils. That's not being a fan. Like, I'm not actively rooting for, let's say, a couple years ago in the Super Bowl.
Okay.
You think the Niners are rooting for the Eagles?
Yes.
If
it's against the Chiefs?
Dude, we literally did this last year between Philly and KC, and I feel like more than half the fans said the Chiefs could win 3 straight Super Bowls as long as the Eagles do not. People were not happy about that. So the Timberwolves are far less threatening, and I think Minnesota's far more
they're likable,
affable city than Philadelphia.
I mean, let's face it, the Timberwolves are a very, very likable team.
Yeah.
All right, Brock Purdy. Let's get Chucky in Oakland to start us out, because I have a feeling that we may have some mixed reviews. But Chucky, get us started.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Always enjoy the show.
Thank you.
You know, well, I pray safe travels for Guru, man, him and his daughter as well.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, if I may divert, though, before I get into Brock Purdy, if I may, Sonny, I just wanted to thank you, man, on the laugh you gave me a few weeks ago. Because you and Guru, you guys played that Phil Collins song, you, Guru, and Evan.
Yeah.
And we're doing a crossover. Gibbs and Willard said, "How dare you play that? Because last time you played it, you jinxed it, and they lost."
Right.
And Willard was saying he would never play that song, and then you got mad at him, and you ended up singing the song before you left. And I just was laughing, man. I was just cracking up, man. How you did that?
Well, keep in mind, I knew they would win Game 7 just like 2 years ago. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, about Brock Purdy, man.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't like the narrative how his name is mentioned in the same sentence as Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Allen, Burrow, and Mahomes too. I don't like that. And the reason why I disagree with the contract is because, and I want to ask you guys why would they do this? I want your opinion. You guys are way more knowledgeable, and I always get a lot of information from you guys. But being that Brock Purdy, he was drafted the last person in the draft for a reason. He has limited downhill passing, so therefore it really don't pay to have a good fast receiver to go downfield. It because a lot of his balls does get hit. It happened in the playoffs most recently, and he has had a terrible elbow injury. And so by having that elbow injury, you don't know if he's the same yet even re-injured last year. So why would they do a contract like that, knowing that he has all these, what I consider, maybe you guys don't, but what I consider negatives?
All right, Chucky, let's not call them negatives. Let's call them limitations. How about that?
Imperfections.
How about that?
Sure. He is limited. Just like a lot of quarterbacks. Look, and Chucky, by the way, shout out to St. Mary's. I think Chucky's a Panther, so Panther pride there, Steiny. But the quarterback market, it's full of guys with limitations. It's full of guys. And I understand what Chucky's saying, right? It's hard to think about Brock Purdy being in the same conversation as Lamar. Or even now Jalen Hurts, who I think before this year people would put him in that category, but he obviously won a Super Bowl. Jared Goff, I think not Lamar Jackson as much, although he has had his shortcomings in big postseason games. I think it's absolutely fair to say that Jalen Hurts and Jared Goff have limitations. So does Brock Purdy. You know, the numbers speak for themselves when he throws in the sun compared to when he's got to play in the rain or the snow. But that's just kind of what the going rate is, Steiny. I don't know about you, but when I woke up this morning and I saw the reaction to the deal,
right,
it's really hard for me to feel extreme one way or another that this was a great deal or it was a terrible deal. I fall right there into, I think it's a completely fair deal that the Niners got done for a quarterback that, again, we knew that this was coming one way, shape, or form anyways.
I think you're right. I don't think it's egregious in any way. They didn't get him for a super bargain, and they also didn't, quote unquote, reset the market. But I'm thinking about this 49er team last year, and I know they went 6-11. But if Brock Purdy is the quarterback he was last year, I think there's going to be a lot of people that are disappointed. And the thing I'm worried about most with Purdy, at least this year, and I do think we essentially know what kind of quarterback he is, but his receivers are going to be, Ricky Pearsall and Jawan Jennings to start the season. And Christian McCaffrey is going to have some question marks this upcoming year after missing most of last year. So we may find out right away how Brock Purdy does without the same kind of weapons that he's had for the past 2 or 3 years.
Well, let me throw it to you like this, because in a way, this is what it cost the 49ers.
All right.
Is Brock Purdy worth Charvarius Ward, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Aaron Banks, Javon Hargrave, Leonard Floyd, Deebo Samuel? Because that's what the Niners got rid of this offseason. Right. And I know it's, Deebo wasn't as good anymore and a couple of players had fallen off, but that's essentially what the contract cost you. It cost you 7 starting caliber players. Not all of them were great or Pro Bowlers or the best version of themselves, but they at one point last year started football games for the San Francisco 49ers.
Well, and the guys who were mainstays who are still here, they're the ones that are going to need to have bounce back years too, like Bosa, Trent Williams, obviously Kittle. They would love to keep at the same level. He was probably the best San Francisco 49er last year. That is the way I feel about the contract. They had to do it. It makes perfect sense why they did it. The question is that why you like it? Or do you like it because you do think Brock Purdy is the kind of quarterback who can elevate the team around him? I think that's the one thing we got to wait to see about Brock Purdy in this upcoming season. Can he get the 49ers back to the playoffs? That is his first and only job, I think, at this point.
And they're obviously set up to have a good chance to do it because they have the easiest schedule in the NFL, I think, since 2015, at least as far as previous years, winning percentage, all the rest. Yeah, there's pressure on him now, and it's crazy, Steiny, because would you say that there was pressure on Brock Purdy last season coming off of a Super Bowl appearance?
I think there's been a measure of pressure on Purdy his entire career because there are still a lot of people that doubt how good he really is in the context of quarterbacking for the San Francisco 49ers, a team that for most of his tenure had some great talent around him. Maybe they feel like Brock Purdy's a quarterback that's continuing to improve. Maybe they saw an improvement last year, even though the record wasn't quite what anybody wanted or anybody thought it was going to be. But now I do feel there's added pressure because it's now about winning. This team missed the playoffs last year, and the only time they've missed the playoffs twice in a row was Shanahan's first 2 years. So it's not just about Purdy. It's about what this could mean for Shanahan and Lynch, too, if it doesn't work out.
Well, I think that's why we saw them take 11 draft picks.
Right.
I think that's why that we saw them get rid of a lot of the old guard, so to speak, in this football team. It's because, you're going to have to figure out now how to do it with less money available to you. You know, Brock Purdy is worth now, 19% of the cap, which is not crazy, but it's a whole hell of a lot more than the 0.5% that he was before.
Right.
And I know it's not going to kick until 2026 and all the rest, but I do think that it adds an immense amount of pressure on one player's shoulders in which there's a very fair amount of skepticism surrounding, I think. And the Niners have already reached as close to the pinnacle of the profession as you can. And so the question becomes, how does he get back there? How does he get this team back there? Because really, the only way to justify this contract, and I stand on what I said, I think it's totally appropriate, and we can get into more of a reason why in a bit. But the fact remains that for a lot of people, and I understand it, the only way that we can justify 265 M's is if the San Francisco 49ers win a Super Bowl. That's the only thing that is going to bail Brock Purdy out in a lot of people's minds. And to your point, Steiny, I get it, because it is about winning. For this franchise, it has always been about winning. And Brock Purdy, for his first 2 years, did a pretty damn good job in that department. In his third year, he fell flat on his face.
And the team fell flat on its face, in fairness.
Yeah, but I think people, and this is what happens when a quarterback gets paid. It all goes at the foot of the highest paid player. It happens in every sport. And well, maybe not to Steph Curry, but generally when the Warriors lose, I think it's fair to look at the highest paid players and say, did you perform? A lot of people were looking at Jimmy Butler after that 4-1 loss in the Western Conference semis. Where was Jimmy Butler? Yeah, he might have been hurt. Yeah, he might be a bit older. He's still making $50 million. You're expected to perform in those situations. And now Brock Purdy, who's already had, I think, a lot of pressure on him, just because he's the quarterback of the team, has even more pressure on him now with lesser of a surrounding cast than he had certainly 2 years ago.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, we pretty much knew this day was going to come. We didn't know the specifics or the particulars, but the 49ers essentially have made Brock Purdy their franchise quarterback, top 7 or 8 paid in terms of other quarterback salaries. And is this step one toward getting back to the pinnacle, which is the best team in the NFC? Let's go to Dave. Dave's in Fresno. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning. I'm doing very well. Thank you. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Real quick on the contract itself, and then I'll go through what it means going forward. I just think with the contract, it's not really a Brock issue. It's more of an NFL issue. You know, it's just the going rate for the quarterbacks. That's just, I mean, anytime you look at a contract and there's not 100% agreement, usually it's not a good contract. Like when Justin Jefferson got paid, when Myles Garrett got paid, Jamar Chase, Lamar, there's no, there was no hesitation. Everybody knew, everybody agreed. So those, when you're an elite player, there's no disagreement on the contract. But going forward, now that he is paid, what's not going to be allowed now is the excuses. So going forward, if there's a game or two where there's no Trent Williams or no McCaffrey or no Ayuk or no Kittle. When you in that $50 million bracket now, which Brock is, you're expected to be in contention every year. Doesn't matter who's there, who's not there. It's a quarterback-driven league. They make the rules so you can stay healthy with your quarterback. Running backs are going to come and go. Receivers, O-line, they're all going to come and go. But when you're making 50-plus, you're going to be expected not to win a Super Bowl every year, but you're going to be expected to be in contention and make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Whether that's fair to Brock or not, those are the expectations. So I don't care who's injured, who was got there last year or this year or the year going forward. When your quarterback is making that much money, I expect a 10-win season every year, or it's a failure. So that's where we're at now. Whether he's good enough, we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But those are the expectations I have for Brock and his team going forward.
Thanks, Dave. You know what, Dave? I actually agree with you on that. You want this team to be knocking on the door while Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback. And I got to throw this one out to 49er fans. You guys were 6-11 this year, and let's just say Purdy's got this year, which is still on his initial deal, and then 3 more years. I mean, does he have to win a Super Bowl in 4 years? Because it sounds to me like that's what you're saying, and that's just a high bar for any quarterback to achieve, because he's still got to rely on the team around him. And I have no idea how good the team is around him right now.
No, I push back on you have to win a Super Bowl, but that's what a lot of my friends are feeling. That's what I'm gathering from a lot of 49ers fans, that they have to win a Super Bowl to essentially feel like this contract was worth it. But what I believe, and to me, that I understand the no excuses business, but Steiny, again, there's 10 other quarterbacks that make $50 million. Not all of them are expected to contend for a Super Bowl every year. If Tua Tagovailoa doesn't lead his team to the playoffs, no one's going to say, oh, this guy stinks. No one expects right now that Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars to do it. No one expects, maybe even Justin Herbert. And
right.
Maybe to make the playoffs, but to contend for a Super Bowl means that you have to be one of, I would say, the top 6 teams, top 5 teams in the league. I don't think the 49ers are there as currently constructed. You know, they got this contract done. They extended Kittle. It looks like they're going to extend Fred Warner. But I would not look at this offseason and say it's been a victory. I would look at it and say that this has been the process of resetting. They got rid of a ton of players. They paid the ones that they wanted, which is good. But now you got to go out there and prove it. Like, it's better than last offseason. Last offseason was a freaking disaster.
Right.
But to compare it to only the Ayuk and Trent Williams situation, throw McCaffrey in there if you want, to me that's the lowest place that they've been under Kyle Shanahan since they've been contending for Super Bowls. And I would also say this too. You can make a case that last year, if that's the worst that Brock Purdy can be, if that's the very bottom, that's a pretty good spot. Like, he was, I want to say, a top 12 quarterback statistically last year when everything went wrong. People around him dropping like flies. His first-round pick gets shot. Players on the team are having family crisis off the field. And Brock Purdy still was a top 12 quarterback. I think that's another reason why they felt like they had to pay him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, he got paid over the weekend. It kicks in next year. Was it just a fait accompli? Was it something that we all expected? And, you know, the other thing I want to ask 49er fans right now about this team in general, not just Purdy. I mean, how do 49er fans look at this team? Do they look at this team as though it were 2 years ago when they were a contender, or do they look at this team and say, we're 6-11. We are a 6-11 team. Forget about a Super Bowl next year. We got to get back into the postseason. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Eric. Eric's in San Francisco. What's going on, Eric? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, first-time caller here, and thank you for the answer.
Sure.
Good, man. I think the Niners are going to do good this year, man. We have a credible team. We always do. And you know that quarterback situation with Purdy, I think it's the best it did. In the last 10 years I've been watching, how many quarterbacks have we had?
Yeah.
We thought Jimmy G was going to be the guy. He ended up not being. We drafted Trey Lance. I was a Trey Lance believer. Bay Lance or something like that. But he didn't make it. And Brock, even last year you said he didn't do good. I think his numbers were great. You put him compared to the top 5 quarterbacks out there, he's done more than them.
Who are the let's I mean,
you want to go down that road already?
I mean, there are quarterbacks that are making Purdy money that haven't won it all yet.
Or that haven't won anything.
Right.
Like a playoff game. Like, you know how many playoff wins Justin Herbert has, Steiny?
I think 1?
0. He's 0-2. I'm serious. Like,
no, I know.
Like, there are quarterbacks that are making what he makes that people would put above him that have not done anything in the realm of Brock Purdy. And I understand it's a team sport, but when we're trying to stack guys and see who's who, that stuff matters.
I feel like Herbert is somebody that, do you think any Charger fans regret paying him?
No.
I don't either. Like, there's something about Herbert where...
Yeah, he's 6'6" with an arm molded by Hephaestus.
Who? Hephaestus Ezeli?
No, the Greek god of blacksmith. Yeah, it's fine.
Stop it! What's his name?
Hephaestus. Or Hephaestus, whatever it's pronounced. Yeah, he's a Greek god. Look it up.
I'm going to have to look it up now.
He's the one who made Zeus's thunderbolt. Poseidon's trident.
Is this Greek mythology or
yeah, it's you wanted mythology? To know. You wanted to know.
All right. Yeah, go ahead. Get on that, Risotto.
All right.
888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy is under contract for the next 4 years at least. He's got a no-trade clause, too, which...
By the way...
is interesting.
He's one of 12 quarterbacks with a no-trade clause.
All right.
This isn't the NBA where they hand those out. So that's another kind of misconception I've been seeing floating around. It is a lot, and I understand that means that Brock Purdy is probably going to be here for a long time, but that's also something that the top quarterbacks get. Okay.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, you're going to be around a while, ladies and gentlemen. How confident are you? The 49ers do the right thing? You like what they did? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. And so why don't you swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Guru getting his daughter from college over the weekend, and he'll be back tomorrow.
Also,
all things being
we can officially say happy birthday.
Oh, that's right.
Happy birthday to the Goo.
It's today, right?
It is today. It's actually today. He's turning 30.
Yeah, let's see. You want to talk about one of the great mysteries.
You better be careful.
Guru's age.
He's still hoping.
Yeah, he'll be the first to tell you. Brock Purdy, under contract now for the San Francisco 49ers. He was, I guess it's still not official, but everybody's reporting it. And the one thing I was thinking about, Evan, is, over the last couple years, there was some discussion about, do you really think the Niners truly believe in him? Do you really think Shanahan is all locked into Purdy? We know that Kyle Shanahan has every once in a while looked in another direction at quarterback. But I'll give the 49ers this. They've pretty much been unwavering in their support of Brock Purdy. And I think if you look at it today, you have to acknowledge they liked Brock Purdy from the moment that he started for them and took over after injury. And they like him every bit as much now as they did 3 years ago. They clearly believe in this guy, and they clearly believe he's good enough for them to win a Super Bowl because he's gotten there once before, and he's gotten this team deep into the postseason.
Well, and from everything it sounds like, that's the way it's been from the moment he's been in the building. Like, they've thought that they could win with Brock Purdy before he was even the backup quarterback. And he only became the backup quarterback because of injury. And he only became the starting quarterback because of injury. But before all that, the stories, Matt Barrows in The Athletic was kind of recapping after the Purdy contract came down, all the things that have led to the confidence in this guy, right? Fred Warner identifying in training camp in the fall, saying this guy's putting balls in tight windows. He's not afraid to go up against the ones. There's something about this kid. Trent Williams loves Brock Purdy. The first time he came in for the Miami Dolphins when Garoppolo broke his ankle, they won going away in that game, and nothing fazed him against a team that tried to blitz the crap out of him. The next week, in his first game as a starter, he beats Tom Brady. He injures his rib cage, goes to Seattle in a short week, wins the division for them without even throwing a practice throw in warmups. And they didn't think he was going to be able to play that game. So he's demonstrated, obviously, an ability that they think can help them win at the highest level. He's shown a leadership ability behind the scenes that, whether people care about that or not, the team does. And he's also demonstrated a toughness that you need to play the position or just need to play football in general, and being willing to play through injury and still succeeded at a high enough level. So, like, I understand some of the hesitation around Brock Purdy. I myself have. It's hard not to.
Right.
But the San Francisco 49ers have been married to this dude. It feels like, you go on a first date, and so you hear this at weddings all the time. I just knew. Like that was the girl, or that was the guy. There's something about her. I was at a wedding 2 weeks ago in Oregon. They were talking about the first time they met at a rave of all places.
Oh.
She sunk her claws into him and couldn't let him go.
And vice versa.
Well, neither here nor there. Wow. But the 49ers sunk their claws into Brock Purdy and vice versa, and they haven't let him go. And this is just the natural progression in that process.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, Brock Purdy, $53 million annual. He's still under his old deal for this upcoming season, and then it'll kick in. So for all intent and purpose, he'll be here for the next 4 years. Yes, at big money, but it is essentially the going rate for a quarterback of his stature. And that's the part that will play itself out over the course of this contract. Is he going to end up being worth it, or is it going to look like a contract that they kind of gave because the market did dictate it, and they didn't really have any other alternatives. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hey, Trevor, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? A few things I wanted to mention. I know it's been a while since I called. How's it going, Matt?
Going well, thanks.
Good, man. All right, so here's the deal. We knew that was going to set the market. We knew he was the guy that they were going to go for. He's not going to lose the Niners games. He's only going to win them games. That's the way I look at it. What I'm looking at right now, what I'm disappointed is there's other areas that they need to look at. That offensive line, they better figure out how to keep him upright. Otherwise, we should be talking about this all day long, but in 4 or 5 games, he could be sitting there. That would be the next thing to talk about, is him sitting on the sidelines injured because they don't have anybody to protect him. That's what we should be really discussing right now. They paid him, and in the draft, I'm fine with the first pick that they picked going defense, but they have still not addressed the offensive line issues. In my opinion, that's what we should be talking about. And the wide receiver core is okay, but one wide receiver gets hurt, Purcell gets hurt, somebody gets hurt, and they're not deep at the wide receiver position. There's 2 positions there that worry me quite a bit. I think Brock Purdy is a great quarterback. Is he a top 5? Numbers would say possibly, yeah, but I mean, he's going to get paid what he's going to get paid. He set the market. These are the things that we knew for the last 3 months that were going to happen. We knew he was going to be a $55 million guy. We knew that the Niners were going to sign him. We knew that he wasn't going anywhere. So, I mean, all these things but there's things outside of that put this team as a 10-win team. I heard a caller call a few minutes back that said, I expect them to win 10 games a year. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's not one guy running the whole show, right? It's also a collective effort. If he doesn't have an offensive line that can keep him standing upright and he's going to be running for his life, it's going to be awful hard to win 10 games a year. I mean, I'm looking at this next Niners season and going, 8-9 wins, is this thing kind of working and going the right direction? They got their quarterback, they got another piece, but there's a lot more to go from here to call yourself a Super Bowl contending team. And that's okay. That's okay. Just because you signed your quarterback of the future doesn't mean you're ready to win right now.
No, that's true. I mean, but then again, how do you judge, and this is kind of what I want to know from 49er fans, is how do you judge where this team is right now? Like, how do you view this team? I mean, the facts say that you went 6-11 last year. You got rid of a lot of players. If it's not an overhaul, it's certainly a change of direction or a reset. So where do you expect this team to start? I mean, do you look at him as a 6-11 team and look, we got to get to 8 or 9 and maybe 10 next year? Or do you look at this team like you looked at it 2 or 3 years ago and viewed it as a contender? I mean, the one thing that I will say about Purdy, and I do think it's important, especially for the Niners, is one of the things you know about Purdy is he works hard. He's a leader. He's not going to get into trouble. He studies, all that kind of stuff. Like Brock Purdy may not reach expectations, but he's not going to underachieve because of himself. He's going to be the best player he can be, and nobody really has to worry about whether his heart's in it, whether he takes it seriously, or whether it means a lot to him. I think that's a big part of this, and I think it's a big part of how the 49ers view him, and it's why they think that he can get better. I'd also like to know that. How much better can Brock Purdy get, do you think?
Well, it's going to be really hard to top what he did in 2023. I mean, he was statistically the most efficient quarterback in football. And he threw 31 touchdowns. It's a modern game, but his numbers were the best of, I think, almost any San Francisco 49ers quarterback, in the history of the franchise. And they got Hall of Famers. So can he be better than that? I think that's a lot to ask. But he can absolutely be better than last season, numbers-wise. And to the caller's point about putting the team around him, yes, that's the next big step or question the Niners have to answer. But I think they're in the process of doing that. That's why we saw them get rid of, again, Charvarius Ward, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Aaron Banks, Javon Hargrave, Leonard Floyd, Deebo Samuel. They replaced them, honestly, with a lot of rookies or cheaper talent. And that's a product of paying your quarterback. It's also a product of some of those guys are over the hill. Like, some of those guys aren't very good anymore. We saw what happened with Deebo Samuel last year. He deteriorated before our eyes. And they figured out that he was not anymore as great as he once was a winning player anymore. So solving the quarterback position, is Brock Purdy, wherever you have him ranked, he's not a problem, in my opinion. They had a lot of problems last year on their team. And while Brock Purdy maybe wasn't good enough to mask all of those problems, I would argue the Niners have moved in a direction of trying to create solutions at all of those positions. And the biggest one probably was on defense. I know people make a big deal about the O-line. You got to protect them. The defense could not stop anybody when they needed to last year. And what did they do? They spent their first 2 picks on defensive linemen. Like, they're trying to address all of those holes that were absolutely highlighted by the amount of injuries and less than stellar play from last season.
I think one of the things that also happened is the 49ers, whether by design or by accident, have picked the right year to try to reset. And yeah, I'm talking about their schedule and the list of opponents they have this year. I mean, I think it's very possible that we might not see a team as dominant as 2 or 3 years ago, but they're probably going to win their fair share of games. And if you look at it that way and you see you have a 6-11 year and you start to reset and you can win 9 or 10 games because you got a young team that's growing with a young quarterback who's growing, and in addition you have a great schedule that's kind of bolstering you. They don't have to, how do I want to put this? They don't have to concede a mediocre year this year, whereas maybe if their schedule were tougher, they'd be looking at a very difficult year. But you can't tell me they can't win some games this year with the opponents that they're playing.
Well, I mean, you have to look bigger than that. You're not going to play a last place schedule every single year. I think the combined winning percentage of teams on their slate is like .415, which is, again, the easiest since the 2015 Atlanta Falcons from what I've read. They're playing an easy schedule. There's no excuses this season, but you can't pay a quarterback or build a team assuming that's what you're going to get.
No, I just feel like it's a silver lining to do it. Yeah, it's like a silver lining to do it right now.
I think they were going to do this regardless.
They might have.
I think that's, and obviously the process was sped up by the fact that they stunk last year.
Right. They were kind of forced into it, or at least they had impetus to do it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Thomas. Thomas is in San Ramon. Hey, Thomas, what do you think? What are you thinking of this deal?
Hey, boys.
Hey.
I think he's worth the money, but I think you're really close to the point. I think the right move, I'm not a Niners fan, but I think the right move would have been to let him play this cupcake schedule in the 4th year this year, let him ball out, and then exercise the 5th-year option and trade him for a haul of picks like Stafford. And then, the team is getting older. I don't know that paying a big quarterback as the team starts to fall apart around him is the right move. I think resetting would have been the right way to go and let him crush this cupcake schedule, go to the playoffs, and deal him off to Cleveland for 6 first-round picks or whatever idiotic thing they do, and reap the rewards. That's what I would have done.
So you're not. Thomas isn't a huge fan of Purdy, clearly,
and I think he's still on the line. So Thomas.
So you just don't, and it's all right. You just don't really believe in Purdy.
No, I like him. I just think the Niners are in a bad place for a young quarterback. That's the team's going to age out, and McCaffrey's going to get hurt again. And I think he's a good player. He would fit in on a young up-and-coming team that could use some leadership, but I think they're sort of at a different trajectory than him in their life cycle.
I got you. I do think that they are. I do think that they look at Purdy, and thanks for the call, Thomas, as somebody who they're still going to have a lot of tinkering to do, but they do have young players. They got a young receiver in Pearsall. Ayuk is still a darn good receiver when he's healthy. Ideally, he comes back. But I do think they're looking at Brock Purdy as the kind of quarterback that can grow along with the team. Like, they're not a finished product yet. Maybe they were. Maybe they thought they were a couple years ago. But I think right now the 49ers may be looking at this thing as something that'll take a year or two. You get back to the playoffs next year. You see how far you go, and then you know what you need for the following year, and you can start to build. But I think they view Purdy as somebody stable at the quarterback position, and now they continue to get good young players to surround him, including on the offensive line.
But why are we still talking about Brock Purdy like he has to prove it?
Because there's still skepticism, I believe, from a certain amount of the fan base that they look at a quarterback as they look at a great quarterback as, if we have a great quarterback, we're going to win 10 games a year. And I'm not sure that...
Which, by the way, doesn't happen.
No, I know, but that's...
Always
the reputation of a quarterback who can win you a game when nothing's going right. I don't know if Brock Purdy's that guy. There's
three of those dudes. Well, I mean, look at Jalen Hurts, who again won the Super Bowl last year. The year before, they absolutely collapsed at the end of that season. They were horrible. They got dog-walked in the first playoff game and were out, and everyone thought that they were dead. They were talking about firing their head coach or getting... by the way, just got a contract extension today. How about the 365 days for Nick Sirianni?
Yeah.
But Brock, this contract is not a prove-it deal. It is a proved-it deal. It means that they believe that he is proven enough to receive 5 years and $265 million. Like, the idea that he was going to come back and play on a fourth-year deal, that's for a quarterback you're not sure about. And while fans might be skeptical and hesitant and feeling like there's still a lot left to figure out about Brock Purdy, the 49ers had to make a choice this offseason. And that deal that we saw handed out on Friday is because they believe that he's proved that he can be their franchise quarterback.
Yes, he's proven that to them. The question is, has he proven it to the fan base here?
Well, I hate to break it to you, that you're going to be wondering that for 5 years. Like, at the end of this, because I do think that there's a strong likelihood that he finishes his contract here.
Right.
It's just going to be hard to trade, even if you want to, and he agrees to it. Steiny, he's going to be the quarterback for a total of 8 years between when he was drafted and started,
right,
and by the end of this deal.
I guess my question is...
That's a franchise quarterback.
No, I know he's a franchise quarterback at this point. I mean, he's played the last 3 years, and now they've paid him big money, so he's going to be around another few years. I mean, listen, if he doesn't have last year on his resume, I don't think anybody is really questioning this move. But he does have last year on his resume. I don't think he was that great last year. I know there's some numbers that say he was every bit as good as he was in the previous couple years, but I thought do I want to say he took a step back?
Well, the team wasn't as good as it was the first 2 years he quarterbacked.
Well, that's something you got to put in the equation, don't you?
So you're not going to pay a quarterback because he doesn't have a good team?
No, but what I'm going to say is no. If you think you have the right quarterback and you don't have a good team, you should still pay him. But if your team is not, if you're building around a young quarterback or you're building around this guy, there might be some growing pains because he might not have the talent around him this upcoming year that he's had in the previous 2 or 3 years, despite all the injuries last year.
Yeah, but I would argue that that's a blessing as opposed to a curse. Like, a lot of people, and I get it, people are going to be comparing Purdy to what he did in his first 2 seasons for the rest of his career, at least until he wins or doesn't win a Super Bowl. And I understand that. However, when young quarterbacks get paid, Steiny, it's because teams believe that they can reach a height in which your team can contend for a championship. Kind of like a couple weeks ago, you were talking to Bob Myers and you guys were asking about Jalen Green. And this idea that you don't know Like, you have to make the best educated choice for your franchise about what that player can eventually become. We've seen what Brock Purdy can be when he has a good team around him. And I would argue that's more valuable than any sort of projection that you can put on who are the guys that are going to get paid this year. I don't know. The C.J. Stroud, younger quarterbacks. Jaden Daniels in his own category because he made the championship game last year. But or a Herbert or a Lawrence, or like, you've seen that if Brock Purdy has a good team around him, which, by the way, all quarterbacks need to succeed, that you can get to the overtime of a Super Bowl. That's a pretty valuable piece of information.
No doubt. Do you put into the equation, though, that when Purdy had his most success 3 years ago,
the team was damn good.
Yeah. And he was making a paltry sum.
Yeah, of course.
Like, that I think is what some 49ers are a little concerned about.
Well,
and I would be too.
I agree, but there's also there's pressure on the front office in this as well. And they chose to pay him. That means their margin for error in terms of team construction is a lot smaller than it used to be.
Yeah.
But if you hit on half of these 11 draft picks, maybe there's a future All-Pro in there. Maybe there's an immediate impact starter. Like, the 49ers are not a team that they did not just sign a death sentence, which is what I think a lot of people are, they're not saying, but it's like the fact that they now paid their quarterback means they can never win.
No, I don't think of it like that at all. I think of it as they had to do it in a way. They don't have another quarterback. They don't have any alternatives. They have a good quarterback they believe in. So that part, or at least they've had a good quarterback they've believed in for the last 3 or 4 years, who's had success with this team. And the reality is that we have to deal with the fact that a lot of 49er fans or NFL fans aren't wowed by his physical gifts. I think that's a big part of this too. That, Purdy isn't 6'6", stand in the pocket. Purdy isn't Lamar Jackson, who's got an unbelievable ability to run, or even Jalen Hurts, who's kind of a mixed threat. But the thing with Purdy is now with this contract, I mean, he's got to produce that. And that's the one thing that I don't think we can simulate right now. The pressure that Purdy's going to be under, and I think he's under pressure, but I'm almost wondering who's under more pressure for all this. Is it Purdy or is it Shanahan or is it Lynch?
I think all three of them have an equal amount of pressure, because Purdy's the one that has to go out there and do it. Shanahan is the one that is, in large ways, responsible for Brock Purdy. And John Lynch is the one who paid him.
Right.
All three of them are equally culpable in the 49ers' amount of success or lack of success for the next 5 years. And so it is a big choice, and it's one, you're right, they had to make. But whatever you think about, I don't know, the amount of like pressure or the voices, the loud group of people that were down on Purdy or down on Shanahan or down on Lynch, if they don't win, there's going to be a lot more voices in that amphitheater.
Yeah, and I look at Brock Purdy as someone who's got paid, and I almost feel like he's now officially on the clock. It doesn't wipe away what he's done for the previous 2 or 3 seasons, but I think he's going to be held to a different standard. And I don't know. Like, they had to do it. I get it. They like him, so it's their prerogative. But I would say, hey, what do you think? Hey, Sonny, what do you think of the Purdy contract? We'll see. Like, that's the way we'll see. That's the way I feel about this contract. Not, well, it's a sure thing. They had, this guy is a surefire big boy quarterback. You know what I mean? I think we got to. I don't know.
Wait and see what happens.
Yes.
But that's the same for any contract or any deal or any season.
It is, but I think it's more so for Purdy, because the success that he's had, for whatever reason, people haven't focused on him as being the number one reason that the 49ers have had success. And that might not be fair, but I do think that's the one thing that Purdy and the 49er fans sometimes get frustrated with is, for whatever reason, this guy doesn't get some of the credit that he's deserved over the years. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, how do you view it? We kind of knew this day was coming. He got a big boy contract. He's going to be the franchise quarterback. All things being equal. How you feeling? You had to do it. You love it. You're not crazy about it. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. And come on, people, as Rick Barry would say. Now,
what for?
Just looking at our favorite text line, the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, and somebody from the 408, of course, that's outside the San Jose area. Fire Steiny now. Steiny making this station about the Wolves. That's why Lacob fired him from the sidelines. Now, you might not be wrong. However, you know, we've got 6 hosts here at 95.7 The Game, and I was just kind of going through the list, Evan.
Yeah.
We've got Daryl the Guru Johnson.
You're not pocket watching, are you?
We've got Daryl the Guru Johnson, who frequently wears Dallas Cowboy attire, and they're a rival of the 49ers. Minnesota and the Warriors have Minnesota Timberwolves and the Warriors have no history.
Budding rivalry.
So, you know, why is it okay for Guru? And secondly, you know, we all like Joe Spadoni. We know that he's got a team outside the area that he roots for.
He's an Italian.
And on top of it, Evan's got a big soft spot for any team out of San Diego. So
they have one.
I mean, we got Shasky and Willard. Those two are loyal, hardcore Bay Area fans. But we really should kind of mix it up a little, and that's really what we're doing here at 95.7 The Game.
Well, the thing that our show, I can't speak for the others, don't want to, don't need to.
Yeah.
We've set a precedent, which is why Goo has almost been grandfathered into his apparel, that he wears jerseys and you don't. Or he wears team apparel items, which, by the way, you give him a lot of flack for. Like whenever he comes in with a Warriors shirt after a big win but doesn't after a big loss, you kind of needle him about, well, that's funny. I don't see a lot of blue and gold on you today. However, right after the Timberwolves, and congratulations to them, played a great series, deserving, 4-1 against the Warriors, advanced to the Western Conference Finals. You just happened to show up with a Wolves pullover.
Well, let me tell you something, Warrior fans out there, and this is what you don't understand.
You haven't done this before. You don't do this normally.
Don't do what?
Wear team gear.
Now that I have Hawks gear and Wizards gear. Do you not?
Yeah, have the Hawks beaten the Warriors in a playoff series recently?
They own them in the regular season.
They do. Did they have the Washington Wizards?
They don't
won
beat
a playoff
anybody.
series recently against the Warriors.
Ryan Burns on the YouTube chat should only have Bay Area fans announcing.
Well, that I disagree with.
All right. What else is it going to?
Look, you got to have a wide range of thoughts and, I mean, just perspectives in general. I mean, that's what sports is really about.
Yeah, and this is really what it's all about here from my main man, Jeffrey Jeff. Steiny always wears random sports teams all the time. That's correct. And you know what? For all you guys saying I'm a troll, I hope you notice I waited till the series was over.
I'm not going to do no trolling on you, Steiny. I'm going to let you live for it.
I didn't wear it last week.
Well, that's almost what makes it worse.
3-1.
It almost makes it worse. You should have worn it when they lost game one. How about that? That's what a real fan does, Steiny.
I didn't have it.
You didn't order any gear before the series?
No.
Why?
I don't order gear. That's the first thing.
That's a drop.
That's the first thing. All right. No, I'm not rubbing it in 925. Please.
It's just a statement.
Having a little fun.
You know, sometimes you can speak with what you... Well, you haven't asked what I'm wearing.
What are you wearing? Listen to this. Hey, before you hate on me, listen to this. Take a look at Evan's shirt.
Okay, so what I'm wearing is a collared shirt that the logo or the images is a scorecard. And the background of this gift, I will say, is... What was this, like a month ago?
Yeah.
We're sitting in the green room... And Steiny gets all these targeted ads on Instagram, and he looks up and says, hey, what do you think of this? And it's a scorecard, a baseball scorebook design on a shirt. And I go, wow, that's pretty cool. And then we start talking about, do you keep book and yada, yada. And Guru says he does. Remains to be seen. And then a month later, I walk in today, and Steiny and Guru bought me this shirt. So I'd like to say, first of all, thank you very much. I love it. It's a great summer.
Pretty cool.
It's very light, and I think it's pretty stylish. It's right down my lane.
Yeah, so if you want to go on the YouTube chat, you can see, of course, my sweater. but also Evan's sweater is it's pretty cool.
I love it.
It is pretty cool. I'm glad you like it, buddy.
Yeah, it's got
You deserve it.
Well, it's just real quick. It's got triples. So you put 3 lines in.
Yeah.
For all the runs that scored, you fill in the box. We got some strikeouts, some singles, some F9s, and yeah, I'm a nerd, so I'm pretty happy about this.
Well, I'm glad. Because I'm glad.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah, so lay off Steiny today.
Thank you. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, people getting on me about my Purdy take because it's not a bold one. I'm not going to say, 49ers, man, they blew it, or what a great move. It's a move.
You just go Zach Taylor. We'll see.
It's a move.
We'll see. We're not there yet.
It's a move. I completely understand why they did it. I see why they did it. They believe in Brock Purdy, but there's no guarantees it's going to be a great move. And chances are it won't be a terrible move because we've seen him quarterback for 3 years. He's not a stiff, but now the clock's on him, and I think 49er fans are going to start viewing him a different way. That's all.
Well, can I make the case? Fine. We'll see. Yes. I actually believe one of the reasons why I originally felt coming into today, like, again, this is the most appropriate contract that I've seen in the last 5 years for a quarterback, is because Brock Purdy, unlike the rest of the guys who preceded him, did not reset or come close to resetting the market. Again, if I give you these numbers,
okay,
53 per year, that's 7th right now in the NFL. 181 guaranteed, which is the number that really matters. Number 8 in the NFL. Brock Purdy is now worth 19% of the salary cap. That's the first time since 2020 that a player not named Daniel Jones has received less than 20% of their cap as a quarterback.
I like that.
That means not only was it a fair deal, it's below market value. And I'm not trying to sit up here and convince people that Brock Purdy all of a sudden is going to transform into a Josh Allen or a top 3 most valuable player. But based on what he got, that has him not a top 5 quarterback, but a borderline top 10 quarterback, which is a lot of what I hear from people all around the league, the Bay Area, on these airwaves, telling me that he is. He received a deal that is completely appropriate for the level of play that he has demonstrated for 3 seasons. Since 2020, the market has been reset by quarterbacks 7 times.
Okay.
Would we agree that in the last 7 years, the best quarterback's been Patrick Mahomes?
Yes.
So every single year, in the last 5 years, every single time the market's been reset, that quarterback is overpaid because he's not the best quarterback in the league. Brock Purdy was not paid like the best quarterback in the league. He was paid like the 8th best quarterback in the league.
All right.
Some people might not have him there, but they're not telling you that he is the best. Certainly not the worst, but he's pretty damn good. And I think that's a fair assessment to right now place on him.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the question is, if he's the 8th best quarterback who's around the 8th highest paid quarterback, then there's only one question, is whether you believe he can win a Super Bowl. And I think that a lot of 49er fans assume he can because of the past and where he's gotten this team. And I just think there's another segment of 49er fans that are concerned that under different circumstances, he may not be able to have the same amount of success, which is probably true of any quarterback whose team around him, the talent gets worse.
Yeah.
Let's go to George. George is in San Leandro. Hey, George, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah.
And yes, I think it's a great contract for both sides. But my point is, Purdy's year is going to be determined by the offensive line. Now, let's look at the Super Bowl. We know that Mahomes is probably the best quarterback in football. However, because his offensive line couldn't protect him, he looked like an average or below average quarterback, and he couldn't carry the team. That's my point.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, that is fair. The Philadelphia Eagles certainly made Patrick Mahomes look ordinary in the playoffs. How much of that was Mahomes and how much of it was the team around him? Probably a little bit of both. And I think that's what I'm hearing mostly from 49er fans who, have a little doubt about it, and that is we got to keep this guy upright and we got to keep this guy healthy. And I would say, yeah, that goes for every quarterback in the league too.
Well, I'm not saying to be the Eagles of last year. I think that's a lot to ask. That was a really good football team. But to your point earlier about people questioning how much of the 49ers' success, say during their run to a Super Bowl, how much was it really on Purdy? I think you could ask the same question about how much of last year's Super Bowl victory was on Jalen Hurts or their Super Bowl run. Now, he was obviously good, and he had some solid moments, and he helped them win a lot of playoff games, even before they won it all. But in that playoff game, people are going to remember Patrick Mahomes more on his back than they are Jalen Hurts scoring a touchdown. And in fact, the big question was who's going to get Super Bowl MVP like midway through the second quarter. It wasn't, look at how great. Like, I would argue that Jalen Hurts in the Super Bowl that he lost was better than he was in the one that they won going away. He was awesome outside of the one scoop and score that he gave Kansas City. They didn't win that game. So just because your quarterback, all I'm trying to say is there are many ways to win at the highest level. And that's what the 49ers have to figure out how to do. I just feel like securing your quarterback it's a no-brainer. If you don't have one, you're dead. And there's a lot of teams that right now are looking for one.
What are the positives, or like what 49er fans, what are you most confident in with Brock Purdy? For those that say this was a no-brainer and we like the signing, what does Brock Purdy hang his hat on? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Will. Will's in Oakland. He likes it. Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Doing well, thank you.
Swell.
Love to hear it, man. Well, I think, Niners fandom, and it's been a rough, 30 years roughly since we won a Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
I think it's easy because we've been so close, and there's just a lot of, anger for not getting the job done. But the way I'm putting it is very similar to what Evan laid out. He's not getting the Dak Prescott deal last year, right? $60 million, he's the highest paid quarterback in the league. He's not even getting the Trevor Lawrence or Jordan Love deal from last year, where it's $55 million apiece. He's the eighth, best contract on a quarterback in terms of salary, the highest amount of money he's making. And, the guy just wins. He just delivers. He makes plays for us. And some of the off-script stuff where he's scrambling around, that Ayuk play he made against the Commanders, or even some of those plays he made, in the playoffs. The guy had game-winning drives against the Packers and the Lions 2 years ago to get us in the playoffs. That's what quarterbacks get paid big money to do. Am I correct in that? When the game's on the line, you got to make plays and get a win for the team. And, yeah, we lost to Mahomes. It wasn't his fault. I blame some special teams there. The unfortunate Dre Greenlaw injury, we could go back and forth on that all we want. But you've got a quarterback that ranks at or near the top of all the statistics over the last 3 years since he's been a starter. And he just wins ball games. And, if last year we're a healthy football team, I think we were 1 or 2, in injuries. Evan would probably know this better than I. But it's really hard to win when your team's very injury prone. You don't have a defense. And I think that's what a lot of the criticism's coming. If you didn't make the playoffs last year. Hey, Joe Burrow, not to compare stat lines or quarterback production, he was outstanding last year. They didn't make the playoffs. So, if we're going to put Purdy in that same category where he didn't make the playoffs, you kind of just got to, re-question the deal. I don't know. I just don't see it. I think Purdy, for what we got him for, where he was a little bit more generous with the money, given the current rate that's going around, and was a legitimate MVP candidate in 2023, I think it's very fair. And the last point I'll leave you guys with, we've been spoiled as a franchise with quarterbacks dating back to Montana. The Jets, the Browns, the Bears, all of these franchises, the Giants right now, they would kill for a player like Brock Purdy. Kill for just stability at the quarterback position with a guy with an above-average stats and a chance to win a Super Bowl. And that's what we got in Brock Purdy. If we surround him with the right pieces, as mostly every quarterback needs, we got a chance to win the whole thing. And that's what I'm going to leave it on. You guys have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate the call. I mean, let's...
By the way, the Niners were the fourth most injured team by total games missed last year.
Okay.
Just to answer his question.
Gotcha. When I think about Brock Purdy, like there are a lot of things that he brings to the table that you can count on. I think you can count on him having the respect of his teammates, which I think is a big deal. I think he's very poised as a quarterback. I don't think he's the kind of quarterback that will get you beat consistently. Doesn't mean he won't make a mistake here and there, but I don't think he beats you he'll get you beat consistently. I think he's very accurate. 15 yards, 20 yards and in. I think he's good at that. I think he's got a great understanding of what Kyle Shanahan wants out of a quarterback, probably way more than Jimmy Garoppolo thought. So I do think he brings a lot of positives to the table. I just think there's some football observers out there that just don't think he has that one extra thing, whatever that is. He can also scramble. I like the way he can make plays with his feet. And you add them all up, and I think you got a pretty good quarterback there, but there's still some kind of sentiment out there from some fans that think he's not a top 7 or 8 quarterback. That's all.
And I understand the reservations, but that's also why he didn't reset the market.
Right. What do you think about this text from the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line? 408 says, step back and look at how many other teams would trade for Purdy compared to some of the other $50 million quarterbacks. Everyone knows Purdy's limited and dependent on Kyle and the team around him. Forget the team around him because everybody's got to deal with that. But what about the connection with Kyle?
I mean, is Jared Goff going to look as good without his offensive coordinator this year now with the Chicago Bears? Ben Johnson, you can make the case, was one of the best, if not the best play caller in football the last 2 years. The Lions won 15 games. I think Jared Goff is probably going to take a step back. So, yes, Kyle Shanahan is awesome, although I could argue last year he didn't really have a great season. Their offense, their run game, a lot of stuff looked pretty stale. And people were on these airwaves saying Kyle Shanahan's got to readjust or figure things out. But what I would say is that applies to every quarterback not named Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. If you want to throw Lamar Jackson in there, go for it. Like, that applies to literally every single quarterback. And what the Niners have been trying to do for what feels like forever, Steiny, is find a quarterback. They found one, and people aren't happy with him.
Some people aren't.
Some people aren't happy with him.
Well, I mean, you know whose voice I can't get out of my head?
If I could go back in time, Steiny,
yeah,
Back to the Future, and go drop 1981 Joe Montana onto the 2025 San Francisco 49ers, I would do it. If I could go back and get 94 Steve Young, I would do it. You can't get that guy every single time. And I would argue the fact that the 49ers have found someone that is unlike, think about the quarterbacks we had to watch, Jimmy Garoppolo included, for the last 15 years, or however long you've been covering the 49ers, maybe not covering, sorry, that's a buzzword, watching the 49ers. How many awful quarterbacks under Shanahan, under Mariucci, under pretty damn sensible offensive play callers. Brock Purdy is not that. He may not be the best, But they didn't pay him like the best. They paid him as he is, which is an imperfect, really good guy that the Niners think that they can win with.
I can't get Guru's voice out of my mind.
Is that how you go to sleep?
Sometimes. You know why I can't get Guru's voice out of my head is because late last season, you remember what he was saying about Purdy? He's got some Garoppolo in
Well,
him.
new information. I don't know.
I'm just saying. I wonder, how do you think Goo will feel about it?
Give me some good news, damn it.
Well, Goo doesn't feel good about football right now because, all right.
No, he does. He likes where his Cowboys are at.
Yeah, because they got a wide receiver. And then he's going to remember game one that Dak Prescott's their quarterback, and he's not going to feel good anymore. Who, by the way, is the highest paid quarterback in football.
Right.
Dak Prescott.
But that's what people are worried about.
Brock Purdy is nowhere close in terms of the financial investment to a Dak Prescott. And that guy is considered a bum by a lot of people. Daryl the Guru Johnson included. I don't think he's that bad. But my point is, it seems like people almost wanted Brock Purdy to get a Dak Prescott deal so they could kill him today. And the people that are detractors of Purdy are frustrated because they have to listen to logic today about what this deal actually is.
I mean, the way I look at the deal is if it would have been 47 or
would you feel that much better?
No. That's what I'm saying. If it were 45 or 58, it wouldn't bother me one way or the other because the key is they're making an investment. They believe in him. That's a fact. And now we'll see how he performs with a big contract. And I just think that his world's going to change with the fans. And I've heard this, who really cares what the fans think? They're not happy with anything or it doesn't matter if fans don't like the deal. I actually kind of think it might sometimes with a quarterback just because, you don't want your starting quarterback getting booed at home. And I'm not saying that's where Brock Purdy's headed at all. I'm just saying, we're taking a lot of calls today and there's some people that understand why the 49ers did it and they're excited about it. And there's some other 49er fans that are worried that maybe he's not that good. Or I shouldn't say not that good because he's good. Maybe say not that great. Not that great.
Well, I think it's fair to say he's not great. But being good is what gets you paid in the NFL. And I think that's also just a big part of this too, Steiny. I know we got to wrap up here quick, but I do think there is just a sudden shock when you see $265 million. Like that's what we're investing, or the Niners are investing in one player. That is hard to wrap your mind around, especially if you've been watching football for as long as you've been watching football. I don't want to jump you there, but it's a lot of money. It is.
No, you're right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy coming to an agreement with the San Francisco 49ers. I see Dennis, Rick, GPD. Rich, I see you all on the other side. We'll get to you. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. don't order gear.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Guru will be back tomorrow. Big news in the Bay. Brock Purdy going to sign a big contract extension. $181 million guaranteed. 5-year deal, $265. AV of $53 million. And for all intent and purpose, he's going to be the quarterback for the next 4 years, barring something unforeseen.
Well, it kicks in after next year, so technically 6 seasons. And if you really want,
I thought you said it was in essence a 3-year deal with the guarantee.
Oh, front loaded, yeah. But I'm saying that the deal is for 5 seasons. But also signing too, if you want to look at it like that, if you include this upcoming salary, it's really a 6-year deal in which he's making 45-ish a year.
Well, that sounds better.
Doesn't it?
It does.
It sounds like what people wanted to pay him in the first place. I don't know. I know we got callers I want to get to, but I think you were right on the previous side, which was basically if he had gotten 45 or 48 or whatever, I think people would probably still be feeling the same way just because it's a lot of money.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it feels to me like some people are sold on him and others aren't. It's pretty simple. 888-957-9570 is the number. Brock Purdy, one of big contract signing on the way, and of course there was another gentleman that got a big deal today too, and nobody deserves it more than Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, Super Bowl champion.
Oh man, boy. You are something else.
Listen,
what
I'm saying that. I'm saying it for one. I'll tell you why. Is because we must let things play out. This guy was almost going to get fired. Everybody thought he was a joke. They come back and they win the Super Bowl, and now he's one of the best coaches in the NFL. That's just the way it works. And when
not around this town,
if and when Brock Purdy gets it done, then nobody's going to be able to complain about this deal.
I think there are a lot of people around this town that still don't think Nick Sirianni is a good head coach.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, I know you do. Literally,
no. I don't think.
No, you love Nick.
I love that. People think he stinks, and nobody ever stinks as much as people think they stink, and they're not as great as people who think they're great. Well, there's always somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, whatever. You always think that people who wear their emotions on their sleeves are great. They're just true, genuine kind of individuals, which is what Nick Sirianni is. He's not afraid to cry.
I can respect that. You know what I really enjoy about the Nick Sirianni contract extension?
Yeah, Carter just got in my ear. Big Niners fan. Quote, he stinks.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I just, this is the same guy that I had to sit through weeks and weeks and weeks of crossovers with Dibley and Willard, just mocking the guy, making fun of the guy, saying he's a fraud and everything in between. And just, you never know. You never know. And you got to learn your lesson. And somebody like me, I've learned my lesson with that. I made a rash judgment about Steph Curry early in his career. He ends up turning out to be one of the greatest players in the history of the game. And, it taught me a lesson. Just no need to be first with the take. Just observe, give your opinion, and give credit where credit's due. So just give him credit.
But you need to have an opinion. See, I
do have an opinion.
That Nick Sirianni is a great head coach, always has been, always will be.
He's a Super Bowl winning coach.
That's not an opinion. That's a fact. But I think it's interesting because, Steiny, you know what actually would just alleviate all that stress you feel about coming in and concocting a take?
Yeah.
The 3 words, I was wrong. It's really easy to admit you might have been wrong.
I was 14 years ago. Shut up, Evan. Yeah. It's the last time.
Shut up, Steiny. Yeah, but...
actually, I was wrong. I had Timberwolves in 6.
You were wrong. You were wrong about that.
Yeah, I was wrong about that.
And yet you still want a victory lap for it, which you're not taking. You're visually exhibiting right now. That's the victory lap. You haven't said anything about it. You're just aesthetically promoting your victory lap to our YouTube audience.
The other thing is, if you remember when I made the prediction about the Timberwolves, I said, I'm going to say 6, even though that means they would win a game 6 in San Francisco. Maybe I should go 5. But you know what? I just didn't want to incur the wrath of Warrior fans.
Yeah, that's what stopped you.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to GPD in Hayward. What's up, GPD? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen? How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I like the weekend expenses and viewers.
Oh.
I like having that stuff in there. It's looking short.
Hey, GPD, I gotta ask you to call back. We got a funky connection.
Well, the most important part came through.
I didn't hear.
Said something about how he likes Evan.
I think he said he likes your shirt.
Oh.
Let's go to, all right, we'll go to David in El Cerrito.
I'll take it.
What's up, David? How you doing, man?
How you doing?
Dynamite.
Good. So I happened to coincidentally run into Brock Purdy's agent in December while visiting my mother in Florida. This guy's mother lived in the same development.
Nice.
And at first I didn't know. It was his agent. He was wearing a Brock Purdy shirt. I'm like, what kind of guy is wearing a Brock Purdy shirt here at the pool in Florida? So I look at him, I go, oh, you're a big Brock Purdy fan, eh? He's like, yeah, I am. I'm like, he's like, why? What do you think? I go, I don't think much. And I said, I think it'd be a big mistake if the Niners give him a lot of money. And I go, what do you think? He's like, well, I disagree. I think they should pay him. And I'm like, well, I think he's like possibly their Daniel Jones, if you ask me. And he's like, yeah, well, I don't think that at all. And I think that the organization's going to, disagree completely. I'm like, well, what makes you think that? He's like, well, I'm his agent, and they've suggested to me that they're going to pay him the money. I was like, oh, okay. Well, best of luck. Hope that all works out. And clearly, I'm sure he's a happy guy today. And they did pay him, but I still think that, you need a guy, as I said last year, he's not going to win you, the Super Bowl. But the hope is he doesn't lose it for you. And I think in the NFL this day and age, you don't have one of the top 3 or 4 guys. If there's even 3 or 4 guys, you just got to get a guy that's not going to lose it for you. And maybe he's a guy that doesn't lose it for you.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's a safe quarterback. I don't think, the one thing I don't think is going to happen, he's not going to fall off a cliff. I mean, we got 3 years of a track record there. But my question would be, is everybody under the opinion that Brock Purdy's going to get better? Or has he played his best football?
I think he can get better.
What can he do better?
Well, the amount of situations that he's had to face this season, I think, are going to make him better. Like, he's playing football Nirvana for 2 years. He didn't really have to do a whole lot outside of dissect where it put the ball, and the ball is probably going to be in a place where a guy can make a play, and he's going to be open because you got so many things you got to account for. This last year, it's like he probably had to make a lot more tight window throws than he did the first 2 seasons. He probably had to, during the week, figure out how he's going to win without the best roster on the field. I think all those things are going to help him for the future. Is he going to get a stronger arm? Probably not. Is he going to run faster? Probably not. But quarterbacks do get better over the course of time, I think, just because of the experiences that they have to go through. And Brock Purdy, to be fair, he's had more experiences in big games, and now he's finally had an experience of playing without a made hand or a made team. That is going to benefit him down the line.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, was on with the morning show, and he was talking about the Brock Purdy contract. Take a listen.
And I don't think it was an accident that this thing got leaked at 5 o'clock Eastern time on a Friday. That's where bad news goes to die, not good news goes to thrive. I think when we start digging into this thing, we're going to realize, hey, you know what? As quarterback contracts go, this is pretty good for the 49ers. It gives them protection. It gives them flexibility. And it forces Purdy to keep proving he can play at a high level.
All right, that was Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
I didn't like it. Just a news dump. Basically what he called it. He said, Yeah, the Niners just decided to drop it on a Friday because they didn't want anybody talking about it until Monday.
Yeah, that's a different. More Mike Florio.
They're not necessarily tied together, but if Shanahan goes, there's a chance that Purdy will not be around a whole lot longer than that. That's why it makes the structure so critical. What is the true commitment? Is it 2? Is it 3? That is the key. 2 years or 3 years. That's going to be the first thing I look at when the real details of this contract are finally available.
Possibly.
Mike Florio. And we know it's 3, right?
Yeah, it's effectively a 3-year commitment that they're making. And I think Shanahan is also someone that they've committed to for at least 3 more seasons. At least that's the way that I felt like this offseason. We talked about Brock and the draft picks. Like, I know that they just went 6-11, Steiny, but I don't get the sense that Shanahan's going anywhere anytime soon. Same for John Lynch. And that actually surprises me because football, the NFL is not for long. And you'd imagine after missing the playoffs on the heels of a Super Bowl appearance that there would be, I don't know, some sort of pressure or seat warming for this guy. But I haven't gotten that sense whatsoever.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, this has been years in the making about what this team was going to do with Brock Purdy come contract time, and the 49ers deliver with a $265 million contract, $181 guaranteed, 5 years in total. This year, he's still going to be working under his rookie deal or his original contract. And how are you feeling? Was there any doubt in your mind that Brock Purdy wasn't going to be the franchise quarterback for this team? And now where do they go? Where do they go? Where is this upcoming team going to rank in terms of talent as some of their teams of the past 2 or 3 years that actually, went deep into the playoffs? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's go to Dennis. Dennis is in San Francisco also. What's up, Dennis? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, Steiny? How's my friend Evan doing?
Oh, he's doing great.
Yeah, I'm great. What's up, man?
Not much. I don't like Sirianni either. I mean, he's kind of too cocky. He's kind of too cocky for me. But I'll tell you what, he's got one hell of a general manager. Howie Roseman put a hell of a roster together.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, our roster has now been depleted quite a bit. But, I think that Brock will be fine. I think that, yes, he's limited, but I think he's a good quarterback. I think he's a hard-working, smart kid, and I think he will get better. He does get passes blocked down at the line of scrimmage because of his height, I guess, and he's not the fastest, but he does do a good job of moving in the pocket and scrambling. So I think he's got a lot going for him. But, where I've always had a hard time with Shanahan as much as he likes to run the ball, why he doesn't draft offensive linemen drives me crazy. I mean, I played line, I only played high school football, but I started both ways, but I played offensive line. And, you put, it's up to the line to open up the holes, to protect the quarterback. Now, we just signed this kid. He needs to get some guys that can protect him. That's where I'm at with it, is that build up that offensive line. And hopefully we'll see where we go from then. But I don't understand the salary cap. I don't know how it works, But we definitely need some offensive linemen. I think Trent Williams will probably be gone after next year. And we're going to need, we're going to need 2 tackles, not just one. But
right.
That's where I'm at. I'm hoping that they can build the roster, back up and go from there. But thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir, Dennis. Appreciate it.
Well, that's actually one thing they didn't really address in the draft. I think it was just 7th round pick that was an offensive lineman. And people, look, I do think that the Niners are going to have to start operating, Steiny, more like modern football teams, which is, Like, you have to draft to protect your quarterback. To be fair, they haven't really had a quarterback to protect in some time. You could say Garoppolo, but I do think they need to start doing things a little bit differently in that regard.
Yeah, let me ask you this, Evan. If I were to ask you how you have perceived 49er fans' reaction to this signing after listening over the weekend and after your boys called you on Friday, what do you think is the perception that 49er fans have of this deal?
They're lukewarm on it.
That's what I feel like. They're a little muted.
Skeptical, I think, is how I would put it, which is funny because I just ran this by Carter and you guys during the commercial break. I'm getting the sense that, and it's the ultimate example of recency bias, that people were more excited about Jimmy Garoppolo resetting the market in 2017 because he won the final 5 games than they are about Brock Purdy becoming the 7th highest paid quarterback in the league because he just went 6-11. That's the sense that I'm getting from a lot of people. And if I'm wrong, please call in and tell me why. But the fact that Jimmy Garoppolo, and look, they were in a state of despondence as a franchise, and so he represented hope. But Brock Purdy has accomplished more than Jimmy Garoppolo did before he got his bag, and people are feeling apprehensive toward it. I find it very interesting.
I would have to plead guilty to that. When Garoppolo got his contract after 5 games, I think I was excited about it because they were obviously, awful with Tom Sula and Chip Kelly. They had no clue who their quarterback was going to be of the future. Garoppolo came in, won 5 games. And if you remember, he sat, even after they acquired him, he sat for a few games, and then he started the last 5. Yeah, I remember thinking, they got their quarterback. They got their quarterback, and it kind of came out of nowhere. They traded for him in the middle or early part of the season, and by the end of the season, he won 5 games, and they extended him, and I do think there was an excitement there. Purdy's been a little different, though, because we've now watched him for 2 or 3 years, and I think you're right. If they were forced to extend him after the first year he played, maybe we would be more excited about it. Although I think we'd be more skeptical of Purdy than Garoppolo because Garoppolo had been a quarterback in the NFL, albeit a backup, but the fact that he was Brady's backup kind of gave him almost more stature. And, had they had to do that with Purdy after year 1, I don't know how it would have gone over, but I agree. I think it's been a muted response from 49er fans. I think there's a lot of fans out there that figured they had to do it this way. They did do it this way. There weren't a lot of realistic expectations, or not expectations. There weren't a lot of realistic alternatives. And, I think you can be excited about it or not excited about it. But both those groups probably feel the same way, that kind of what happened before doesn't matter. It's going to be how he deals with things from this point on.
Yeah, I mean, everything else is, and that's, I think, why people are lukewarm, Steiny. I'm getting the feeling, and I kind of feel the same way. Like, there's a very good chance that we've seen the highest the 49ers can get with Brock Purdy at quarterback. And that scares people. But I look at it from the other direction, which is, now I know what I can get with this guy. And it's almost like the unknown is more, is more attractive to people than what we know.
That might be right.
Like, I think it's really interesting that, like, the fact that Brock Purdy has gotten this team to a Super Bowl as its quarterback, and yes, the team is really good, that makes me confident that if I can build a team around him, I know where he can get us. As opposed to, well, look at that team. Like, we're never going to have that again. Brock Purdy's never going to play that good again. How could we ever get to a Super Bowl? How could we ever win a Super Bowl? I guess maybe this is where I'm different. Like, I don't look at it like that at all. I think the information that he's given us is worth a whole hell of a lot more than the unknown that people are projecting about these young up-and-coming quarterbacks, because They haven't done it before.
Well,
I've seen Brock Purdy in playoff games. I've seen him be bad. I've seen him be clutch. I've seen him orchestrate game-winning drives. I've seen him orchestrate second-half comebacks. I've seen him, yes, come up short in a Super Bowl, but put you in a position to potentially win one. Like, to me, that's valuable. And I can't say the same about a lot of people that are in his group of a $50 million quarterback.
You know what? That's interesting because I'm going as far back as Kaepernick, okay? You can't tell me 49er forget the contracts that these guys got. Let's talk about three quarterbacks who we saw play for a smaller period of time. There's no doubt 49er fans were way more excited about Kaepernick than probably Garoppolo or Brock Purdy. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
And we didn't see a lot of Kaepernick. Ditto with Garoppolo. I can just tell you, I remember thinking, looks like they got their quarterback. And he only played 5 games. And you're right. Here's a guy who's played 3 years now. And it's almost like a college basketball player who stays in college, and it makes front offices worry that that's a shortcoming or a weakness. So that part I do think you're onto something there. Why aren't 49er fans as excited about Purdy becoming their quarterback as they were when Kaepernick was thought to be their quarterback, or when even Garoppolo was thought to be their quarterback?
I think that's the answer, if you want me to be honest. The rat on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control, is 49ers fans feel like they've seen this before. And I think it's less of Brock than it is this PTSD of believing that in many people's minds, a game manager is not going to eventually fall off, is not going to eventually reveal his true colors, because that's what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo. And we now have, it's revisionist history, but yeah, you can look at it and say, like, he wasn't very good. I think that Brock Purdy is markedly better. That's just my opinion. But I absolutely can understand where a lot of 49ers fans are feeling like they're not diving in the deep end with this guy. Like, they're waiting in, and it's almost like they're waiting for him to turn back into a pumpkin, which I personally don't think is going to happen. But I can understand why some people do, Steiny.
Well, what would you think if I said that when Kaepernick came onto the scene, there was a general consensus that he's already good and he's going to get a lot better? And I think Garoppolo probably was viewed the same way, although he's not nearly as dynamic, or wasn't nearly as dynamic as Kaepernick. But there was an excitement because there was an unknown there. But I think that when people look at Purdy, they wonder if his upside is as great as a Kaepernick. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, but it doesn't feel to me like there's the excitement about Purdy being the franchise quarterback as there was when Garoppolo was signed to his deal. I might be wrong. Feel free to tell me at 888-957-9570.
How are you feeling that offseason when they signed Jimmy compared to now? I think it's a fair question.
I was optimistic, and maybe it was because we didn't see him as much as we've seen Purdy. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you guys think, 49er fans? Brock Purdy in the fold for the foreseeable future. Are you excited? Are you excited? If you like the guy, you should be. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Guru will be back tomorrow. And we're talking about the Brock Purdy contract. A lot of money. And he is the franchise quarterback at this point, you have to acknowledge. And the one thing, and this was articulated on the YouTube chat by Simon, and this is what I want to throw to you, Evan.
Strong name.
Because I think that a lot of people or fans feel this. They had to do this with Purdy. It was logical. They had to do it.
Yep.
There wasn't really any other alternative. So if you feel that way, does that mean that if it doesn't work, there'll be less criticism about this move than, let's say, there was for Jimmy Garoppolo?
Let's say that one more time.
What I'm saying is, like, and I agree, the 49ers were in a position where it felt like this was the logical thing to do. It was the thing they kind of had to do.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have a plan B that was realistic. So if it doesn't work out, and I want to ask what it looks like for this contract to work out and what it doesn't, but the fact that they had to do it, does that make it more palatable if they don't achieve their ultimate goal? Like, do you really, like, I don't necessarily think.
Are they off the hook, basically, if it doesn't work out?
Exactly.
No.
Not off the hook entirely, but if we ever look back on it, we'll say, hey, what'd you want him to do?
Some people might, but it's not going to change the fact that Steiny, a big reason why I think that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch still have their jobs is because of Brock Purdy. Because if he wasn't here, or they didn't find someone like him, Trey Lance probably would have flamed out by now, or you would have figured out that they would be running through a host or a revolving door of quarterbacks, and they might have wasted a potential Super Bowl roster. I don't know. He maximized 2 seasons, one of which was going to be lost. Like, Lance got hurt, Garoppolo got hurt, throw in Mr. Irrelevant, and he helped you get to an NFC Championship game.
Yep.
The next year, you got to a Super Bowl. And that's why he's getting paid, but I think that's also what has masked a lot of the failures or misidentified draft selections of the front office. And so, yes, kind of like people are going to look at it, maybe they'll say, they had to do it and they're off the hook for it. They're not, because if this doesn't work, if the Niners do not make a single postseason in the next 5 years, there's no chance that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch keep their jobs.
Super Bowl.
No. I'm saying miss the playoffs. Like if 6-11 continues to happen,
right,
and they just paid him, we are going to see a very different San Francisco 49ers organization, I believe.
You would think.
That's why you're not off the hook.
Right. Well, the one thing I was thinking is, okay, you look at the 49ers Super Bowl quarterbacks, Montana and Steve Young. What quarterback since then has been described as a success, or, man, he was good enough? You know what I mean? Like, can you possibly succeed in this organization and be looked upon as a really good quarterback if you don't win it all?
I don't think so. I mean, you're not in the first tier, right? Like, the second tier would be Garcia, Kaepernick. Maybe you put Smith in there. Even Garoppolo, maybe. I don't know. And maybe he's in the third tier. I'm not sure. But, yeah, if you do not win a Super Bowl, then you're automatically just going to be another guy. To a lot of San Francisco 49ers fans, because this organization, maybe not recently, but over the course of its existence, has set a precedent for winning Super Bowls. They're one of, they're the class of the West, or whatever you want to call it, over the last 50 years. So for a lot of people, yeah, it is all about a Super Bowl. And that's actually what I think for many fans is the only way that they can justify paying Brock Purdy this much money.
Yeah, that's where I wouldn't go that far. And I know it's all about winning a Super Bowl, but to me, if the 49ers remain in contention for the next 3 or 4 years, that will have been worth it. If they have a quarterback who's leading them to 10 wins a year, sometimes more. I'm more interested in what's going to happen this upcoming year with this team because I don't know how good it is. And I don't think anybody does because they're a little like the Warriors. They got some older players who I think people are worried might be a touch too old. And then they've got a younger players that many of whom they drafted in the last 2 drafts. And how ready are those guys going to be?
We don't know. I mean, we just don't. But I think last year's experience of losing did create a lot of opportunities for now second-year players, for third-year players, basically guys on rookie contracts. And to me, Steiny, that what last year highlighted to me more than anything else is this team just does not have enough players. Like they're not a deep roster. And so while 2 years ago when you made your Super Bowl run, you had immaculate health, you had players and all pros at all positions that played the majority of snaps. And last year, the bottom just fell out.
Yeah.
And I think, yes, they were tired. They were mentally fatigued, so to speak, but they just didn't have good guys behind the ones who were supposed to play well, and either they were unavailable or didn't. Like, I would also say that, because we're talking about expectations and big money, that we have the same conversation with Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa is one of the highest paid defensive players or non-quarterbacks in football. And a lot of people killed him last year for not either being able to stay on the field, be the best version of himself, and that still applies this upcoming season. The Nick Bosa contract is one that hasn't worked out so far. The Brandon Ayuk contract obviously has not worked out so far. But one thing that I do feel good about, and I know we got to get back to the phones, is this offseason I do think is the last, for now, of the big contracts just being given out. From here on out, you got to earn it. And that was not the case the last 3 off seasons.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Bosa and...
Like Warner, they obviously got to still get done, but I'm saying Kittle, Warner, Purdy, like the albatrosses that they were just handing out left and right, those days are done.
Yeah, you got me thinking about Bosa now because I think you said that hasn't worked out.
I don't think it's gone the way that fans have wanted it to. Or he has not been as good as his DPOY self since he signed that mega deal.
Well, that's true. Now, the advantage he has is nobody said, well, if this is what we're paying Bosa, the only way it's worth it is if the 49ers get a Super Bowl. That's kind of the only way we judge quarterbacks, but not any other kind of player on the roster. Let's go to John in Napa. Hey, John, what's going on, man?
He has not been. Not too much, I said.
Yeah, what's going on?
I just was listening to you. I said, hey, I'm a Raider fan, but I said, I'm listening to you guys talking about Purdy, and I said, I think the guy's a good quarterback.
Well, he's good, but is he worth being the 7th or 8th highest paid quarterback?
Yeah.
What's going on, man? Well, Mahomes ain't in the top 10 list either, but I said, hey, he's paying, they're paying him less, and he's putting money into the other people's pockets so they can have a good team. That's the only thing that's bad about somebody taking 50-something billion, All
right, I should have told him to turn that.
The radio?
Yeah, thanks, Sean.
Turn the radio down.
There's nothing worse than hearing myself 5 seconds after I said something.
You ever go back and
to agree with Steinmetz?
You ever go back and listen to yourself?
Never.
Why? That's how you learn. Like you never would watch tape of yourself playing basketball?
They didn't have tape when I played basketball.
Oh boy.
You mean, did I ever look at myself, for example, when I was doing my sidelines?
Yeah.
Would I ever go look at myself doing sideline reporting when I used to do sideline reporting?
As a form of self-critique, not to figure out, or not to to loathe yourself.
You want to know the truth?
Yeah.
Yeah, I watched myself once.
You never did it again?
Nope.
Why not?
Because it was painful.
You weren't bad.
No, I was worse than bad.
You weren't worse than bad.
Nah, you look at yourself and you're just like, oh my God.
I mean,
who the hell is that?
You're no Allie LaForce, but
I'm no Roz Gold on Wood, Kareth Burke. I'm none of those guys.
Well, they're gals.
Performers.
Okay, I'm just saying you can always go back and there's room for self-criticism without, getting too down on yourself.
Yeah, it's
like these players. Brock Purdy's got to watch himself throw the ball to the other team each week.
Well, thank God, after every broadcast, we didn't have to do a film session with, the boss at Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. That would have been painful.
So you could come down your road what was it when Finch...
He had anger in his heart or whatever.
He said he chose violence that day. Just ripped everyone in the film session.
The difference between not performing well as a pro athlete and not performing well as a sideline reporter is people tend to feel more sorry for you if you stink on the sidelines.
I don't know about that.
Well,
maybe it's just because of our personal text chain, and sometimes there's a lot of criticism of sideline reporters, Steiny. But if we're being honest, if we're playing a sport like radio, what you guys do, it's baseball. You do so many shows,
right, that
you really can't lock in on one because you got to do 4 hours the next day. You go 0 for 4 today, and I think you probably got a couple knocks today, but you still got to wake up and do it again tomorrow.
Exactly, and like a pro athlete, we're very adept at putting what we do today behind us immediately. You walk off the set here and you give it about a minute's thought, and then you're on to Cincinnati.
You give it that long?
Yeah, about a minute or two.
You hit the door real quick, man.
It depends. Right. I think about the show on the way to the elevator. That takes about 48 seconds. And then I hit the down button. Let's go to Scott in San Anselmo. Hey, Scotty.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
I think Brock Purdy is the man for the 49ers. My main thing with him is he's a smart quarterback. He's a smart quarterback who can figure things out, even if he doesn't have the skill set of, say, a Brady or, name him. He reminds me of Joe Montana. Joe Montana was not a great quarterback physically, but he was really smart and accurate, and that's what I like about Purdy. And the one thing that I think makes a big difference and why he took a step back, he could have just had a bad year himself, but the 49ers were 29th last year in giving up points. They were fourth the year before in 2023. He had Christian McCaffrey, who's the best running back and the best receiving running back in 2023. He didn't have him in 2024. The receiving core was down. The offensive line was sketchy. The defensive line was sketchy. You put all that together, and unless you're Mahomes or Brady, you're not going to have a great year. That's what I got to say.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think it's interesting that some of the things that explain why Purdy maybe didn't have a great year are the same reasons why people are skeptical or why people need to see more from him.
Well, I think expecting the offense to operate at a level like 2023, it's like that ain't going to happen. It's just not. And it's almost just because of all the stars aligned that season for them. You had Purdy, who had a year of experience. You had McCaffrey, who was still in his prime. That remains to be seen. You probably got the best last year of Debo. Ayuk was emerging. Kittle was still really good. Trent's still there. You had by the way, none of them got hurt.
Right.
Everybody was healthy for about as many games as possible. So, yeah, I remember that you were having the MVP conversation in the Niners, and it's Trent Williams is the MVP. Next week, Kittle's the MVP. Next week, it's all about McCaffrey. It all goes through him. Ayuk might be the most valuable. They were so damn good. To expect them to do that again, to me, it's just, you're never going to see it. But that doesn't mean that you can't still be good. Like the Niners in 2019 when they made the Super Bowl, they had a really good defense. They had a three-headed monster in the running back, in their backfield. Just because you don't have all pros all over the field, which, by the way, you still didn't win with, doesn't mean you still can't be a good team. And I don't think the Niners are going to be great next year. But to me, Steiny, if we're looking ahead, that is not... And the goal is to win a Super Bowl, yes. But getting to the postseason becomes the expectation now for this team. Last year was Super Bowl. 2 years ago, Super Bowl. 3 years ago, Super Bowl. You cannot expect this team to walk in to 2025 and assume that they're going to be a Super Bowl team. Even if Brock Purdy got paid $30 million, even if they traded him away and got somebody else in here, this team was not set up to be back to 2023. And I guess, I don't know if fans necessarily expected that, but it's like, that's what we're assuming they could be.
Right. The one thing I think that we are probably also undervaluing is that he's been on the 49ers for, 3 years now? Or 4? 3 or 4. So he's been inside that building. I do think that some of this, not all of it, but some of it is, in a way, they know exactly what they're getting from Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy has emerged as a leader on this team. I think Brock Purdy has absolutely emerged as someone that his teammates absolutely respect. I don't think there's one concern in that building that Purdy's going to stop working. I don't think there's one concern in the building that Brock Purdy isn't going to make being the best possible quarterback he can be a priority. And I think that's a big part of it. Like, I always think about a player and think, if a player's going to fail, it's got to be only because he's not good enough. It can't be because he's not only not good enough, but he doesn't care or he doesn't work hard. Like, Purdy has a foundation, and I don't know how much better he can get or if he can, but I guarantee you Shanahan and Lynch think that he's got another level or two in him. And that's another thing I think they're counting on as, time moves forward.
Well, and we may not be able to see it or identify it, but I wholeheartedly believe that both Lynch and Shanahan and probably everybody on their staff believes that Purdy is a better quarterback than when he entered the league. Maybe even in some ways better than he was 2 years ago when he was fourth in MVP, because he had to do more last year. He wasn't playing from ahead. They weren't the front runners that they constantly were in 2023 and even self-labeled themselves as. Brock Purdy had to deal with so much crap last year that I do think that'll make him a better quarterback, because things are he's not living in a mansion now. He's living in a 2-bedroom apartment, and he's got to figure out how that thing is how he's gonna make that life work.
Right.
You don't invest $250 million in somebody that you don't think can get better. And I for one, am willing to put my trust in Shanahan and Lynch that is going to come to fruition. Not best quarterback in the league, but again, that's not what they're paying him to be.
Right. I'm more confident in the way Brock Purdy is going to attack the quarterback situation as whether or not Shanahan and Lynch have evaluated his talent precisely right. If you know what I mean. Like, Brock Purdy probably just got, or is going to get, the biggest raise in the history of the NFL, a 1-year raise. Starting next year, he's going to go from $5 million to $50 million or whatever it is. But I don't think there's one 49er fan that is concerned, well, now he got paid. Like, he's just not that kind of guy. He's not going to change his approach. He's not going to change his work ethic. And I do think that's a big part of it. That's one part of the equation that the fans don't have to worry about and the front office doesn't have to worry about.
I mean, I also think, too, he's ready to become even more of a leader on this team. I think it was hard for him to do that originally because you're playing with so many great players, high-paid players, tenured players, in some cases, like Trent Williams, Hall of Fame players. It's hard to have a voice in that locker room. which is another thing the Niners have given him an opportunity to get more of, a voice. Deebo Samuel, who was, he was a captain. He's gone. You're looking at Dre Greenlaw. His voice mattered in that locker room. He's gone. There is more of a void left by the absences or the departures from their previous NFC Championship, Super Bowl bound teams, to where Brock Purdy, yes, they're paying him to be a better quarterback and help him get wins. They're also paying him to be the leader and captain of this football team. And he's got that C on his chest, but there's more of a need for him now. And I do think that while he might not be, I don't know, there's questions about him being like this force multiplier on the field, like he can make other players better. He is someone that leads by example, and I do think is someone that is he's going to push people. Like, if you're seeing your quarterback run sprints hard in practice and ball out in the locker room or in the weight room and be there every single day and work as hard as he does, and you're making $53 million, that sets an example that there's just no excuses.
Yeah, I think the other thing that we got to acknowledge is that Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft, and the next thing you know, he ended up being a quarterback of a really good Super Bowl contending team with a lot of veterans. And who are the veterans? Well, George Kittle was a veteran, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Bosa, Warner. All the veterans respect him. And it's not just something they say. I think it's absolutely the truth. They have seen Brock Purdy quarterback for 3 years, and they believe in him. Now, and this is the part that I think is what the 49ers are looking for in terms of growing together. So last year they had a bunch of rookies who ended up having to contribute. Clearly, if the 49ers are to have a good season, this year's rookie class is going to have to contribute. Well, guess what? The rookie class of last year and the rookie class of this year, like, Purdy's a veteran compared to those guys. You know, he's been the starter for 3 years now. So he automatically has the respect of all the veterans, and the young players who come in are going to see that. And that to me is a big part of a team's belief in a quarterback. The veterans who are Super Bowl contenders completely believed in Purdy. And now it's up to the younger players to start looking up to Purdy. And I do expect him to be more vocal this year, or let's say more animated than the Brock Purdy we've seen, for the first 2 or 3 years. I think he is fully entrenched at this point, obviously, and the contract just makes that all but apparent.
Well, it's a reward, but it's also an affirmation of faith that he's going to be able to deliver these things that he's done so far and will continue to do. But that point about the veterans, I think, is interesting. We can explore on the other side too. Like, that's not common. I know that he plays an important position, and so you just feel like you have to trust the quarterback. That's not the case. Like, we've seen it with other Bay Area teams. Young players, especially, and the Warriors are Exhibit A. Like, just because you're a quality young player does not mean that you have the faith of your veterans. And it's a very hard thing to acquire. And Brock Purdy already has earned that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any doubt that Brock Purdy is somebody that there's belief in from the top to the bottom of the organization. Now, whether it's ill-placed, we'll find out, but they have their quarterback, ladies and gentlemen, and maybe we knew it was coming, but it's going to be official in the next couple of days, that's for sure. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Brock Purdy's imminent contract extension, and the 49ers, I think it's safe to say they officially have their franchise quarterback. How are we feeling about Brock Purdy taking us in to the next era of 49er football? 888-957-9570. Memorial Day weekend, it's almost here. So swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointment. Stay in your car. All done in 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, and the big news, it broke late Friday. 49ers and Brock Purdy coming to terms on a big boy extension. Some of the numbers, 5 years, $265 million, $181 guaranteed. Over 5 years, $53 million annual salary average. And also, they're expected to extend Fred Warner at some point pretty soon. You were going to say something about making a statement.
Well, it just hit me, Steiny.
What did?
This might sound crazy, and you can correct me if I'm wrong in case I'm missing anyone. Is this not the largest faith shown in a young Bay Area athlete since Steph Curry?
Oh, I was going to say.
Seriously. No, think about it. They gave him $53 million a year. Brock Purdy's 25. The only other athlete that I could think of was Buster Posey, but that contract was in 2013 and was the largest contract that the Giants had ever given out.
And he was established at that point.
Posey, I think, had just won an MVP and obviously had two World Series rings. Steph didn't actually sign his first max until he was 26 or 27 because of that 4 for 44 that the Warriors got him on amidst his ankle issues. I'm pretty sure, and this is crazy, but this is how significant this contract is. Name me another young athlete in the Bay Area that's received this kind of surefire faith from their organization since Steph Curry and Buster Posey. Curry was in 2016, I think, was his first Supermax. Posey got the largest contract in franchise history in 2013.
The only guy I can think of is, what about Nick Bosa?
True, but Nick Bosa is not the quarterback.
True.
That's the only separator for me, because by virtue of significance to their franchise, like that's who the Niners are making Brock Purdy the face of their franchise.
Right.
Nick Bosa, we've talked about this a million times. Not really the face of the San Francisco 49ers. He is on the field by how good he is, but you think about the Giants, you obviously think about Posey. You think about the Warriors, you obviously think about Curry. You think about the Niners, who have we thought about? Garoppolo might have been the closest player, but he was on his second team.
Well, I do know somebody.
Who?
Although it's the money. Are you talking about money specifically?
I'm talking about this kind of cash, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say
Jordan Poole?
No, it has nothing to do with the amount of money. I was thinking of Trey Lance. Just making it clear they were making a commitment to a young player that they thought could be the next big thing. I know they didn't pay him. He was just under his rookie deal. But I think like the principle's the same. Although Brock Purdy is obviously accomplished, infinitely more than Trey Lance did when the 49ers made the decision to see if he could be the franchise quarterback. I'm talking about Trey Lance.
Well, and I'd love to hear what people think about it at 888-957-9570. It's crazy, and maybe that also is a reason for hesitation, but I'm just thinking about young Bay Area athletes that got their second contract with the team, or I guess their first big one, right? Non-rookie deals.
Yeah, I guess Jordan Poole would fit there. Not to the extent of Purdy, though, because you're right. Purdy's the going to be the face of the franchise.
And this was as close to the max as you could kind of give him.
Right.
I mean, Jordan Poole got a big bag. There's no doubt about it. But it wasn't like he was a rookie max candidate at the time.
Well, what about we'll see. What about Kuminga this summer?
You think he's going to command max money?
No, I don't.
I also don't think that the Warriors feel... Well, this actually hit me too during the break. Like, I believe that there are people in the Warriors organization that think Kuminga is going to be a star. I also think there are people in their organization, and it's reported as much by Logan Murdoch, that there are people in the organization that don't think he's going to be a star. Like, they're very divided opinions on Jonathan Kuminga.
Right.
This contract for Brock Purdy means that there were no divided opinions about him in the 49ers front office, I think.
Or at least nobody of significant weight.
No.
Clearly, Shanahan, Lynch, and Jed York were on the same page. No doubt about it.
I think so, because if one of those big players doesn't feel that way, you can't pay him. Like, that is so much money to invest, and I think it was fair. I think it was appropriate, but I don't know. It just hit me like, yeah, they want him to be the face of the 49ers. Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant.
What you had a list of quarterbacks and what percentage of the cap that each represents, or what Purdy's new contract represents, and that actually to me was
like the percentage of the cap?
Correct. And that actually to me is something that's working in the 49er favor. Would you say 19%? Something like that?
Yeah, which right now, so this was just a number taken of when quarterbacks sign their big deal, right? Like,
yeah,
Trevor Lawrence and Tua signed for 50-something. I forget if it was last offseason or the one before, but the cap was a little smaller. So it was worth a larger percentage of the cap when they got their money. Brock Purdy would rank 14th of quarterbacks that have recently been paid big, massive dollars in terms of percentage of the cap.
Right. So you got to love that.
And the cap is only going up. So that percentage is coming down.
Right.
And it's obviously, front loaded. There's the finances are what they are. Numbers are the numbers. But it's not as intimidating as it sounds when you look at it from that standpoint.
No, that's true. And I think that's something that's a percentage to me that's hugely important. And you're right. It's going to continue to go down. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, was on after the Purdy contract became, not official, but was announced that it was pending. And he was asked what he thought Purdy would get maybe on the open market.
Brock has a lot of things that he's shown on tape that other teams have noticed. Brock Purdy were to hit the open market. We're talking about the same league in which Kirk Cousins, made NFL history back in 2018, which at the time was a mind-blowing type of contract. Although now, if you looked at, I think it was 3 years and $84 million, that would be like not even in the top 15 guys. But he played out his leverage and he got to the market. He ended up getting a really big contract. What Kirk Cousins had to do, and of course Kyle has history with Kirk, but he had to not only play out his rookie deal, he had to get tagged. He had to get tagged again, and then finally got his opportunity to hit the open market. Brock was several years away from being able to have that level of leverage, but let's say there's a world in which Brock could have played out this year and not gotten franchise tag. Absolutely. I'd be surprised if he wasn't in the $50+ million per year range, if not in the $60 million per year range.
Ooh. You agree with that?
That he's a $60 million quarterback?
That if he would have, if a situation were to have arisen where he would have been on the open market, that somebody would have paid 50-ish for him.
I do. Because quarterbacks are a premium. And you can't, I know people used that a lot last year. Like Ross Tucker, friend of the show, would always talk about, just go see what he can get on the open market. I actually do think that he would get $50 million from, and this is the thing.
From somebody.
Not every team has to pay you $50 million, but if you can get one team to pay you $50,
right,
that's what you're worth. It's the same thing for like restricted free agency. I may not think that Kuminga is a $30 million player, but if somebody out there believes that he is, well, then that's what he is.
No, you're right. And the other thing is if you have multiple teams that are throwing 40 at him or want to sign him or would want to sign him at 40-ish, then somebody might give him 50 if he meant that much to him. Let's go to Pat. Pat's in Foster City. What's up, Pat? How you doing, man?
Hey, good. I'm doing good. Hey, yeah, I was thinking about this contract with Purdy, and it seems like it's one of the more glaring, and I'm all for a guy getting whatever he wants. I've always been a Purdy fan, so I'm not a Purdy basher by any means, but it seems like there's been more visibility about the Niners needing to make payroll cuts and losing this and losing that and giving up this and renegotiating this, kind of trading the team down, if you will, to afford Purdy.
Right.
And I know that's realistic. I mean, that's just the way it goes. But it seems like there's been almost an undue amount of publicity around that. It's been really obvious in the media. And to the point now where, you're reading Purdy saying stuff, which sounds okay, but I mean, in a way, it's kind of weird. He's kind of like, it's basically saying, it's more expensive to it takes more money to be a public person. I need protection and he was talking about his wife needing to, fly first class. Well, when you're making $60 million a year, you're not really talking about flying first class. You're talking about what plane you're going to buy, so it's a different thing, but I don't blame him for positioning it that way. But I just seems like there's been a lot of hype on that. And that's why I was sort of not rooting against the guy personally, but rooting for the Niners and hoping maybe they could get him for a little less money just so they could afford, a little bit more money in other positions. But I guess that's just not the reality. But I just wondered if your guys' take of that was that there seems to be more of that sensitivity going on now regarding him because of the media attention to this.
Well, I do think that's a fair point. Is that, do you think it's fair to look at it this way, Evan? Two things occurred. One is, the 49ers paid Brock Purdy because they believe in him, and it was the going rate for a top 10 quarterback, and the deal was very fair in that regard. However, run down that list of players who the 49ers didn't re-sign or let go, and can you look at it that way? Well, yeah, okay, he deserves 50-ish, but look what it cost us in terms of having to get ourselves in a position to give him that money.
Yeah, and I'll ask you again, do you think Brock Purdy is worth Charvarius Ward, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Aaron Banks, Javon Hargrave, Leonard Floyd, and Deebo Samuel?
I mean, that's 5 to 7 starters on last year's team, right?
Yeah.
Now they're all, they each came with kind of a qualification, but no, my answer would be no, not on the surface, but we were also dealing with some players who the 49ers have clearly believe their best days were behind them. I think, run down that list again.
Charvarius Ward, Dre Greenlaw, Talanoa Hufanga, Aaron Banks, Javon Hargrave, Leonard Floyd, and Deebo Samuel. We're all the most notable players that were on last year's team that are no longer with the Niners.
Do you believe any of those players are about to play their best football? The only guy I could think of would be maybe Hufanga.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be one of the two younger players, so Hufanga or Banks.
Right.
But that's the thing is the 49ers determined that those 7 players, all of them starters, and at one point effective players in their careers, were either too expensive and are going to get overpaid by somebody, or they're over the hill. And they're just, but any way you slice it, they're not worth it to us to keep around. And I'm not saying it's like an exact trade, but that's effectively what you lost in order to provide contracts. I won't just say for Purdy too, because you also got to throw Kittle and now Warner in there. But yeah, you lost 7 starters.
Yeah, this from the YouTube chat, Lori Matthews. Some of those players needed to go. Wrong mindset. Ward was gone regardless, and Dre Greenlaw also chose to leave. All true. All absolutely true. Here is, by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, and now the home of the Golden State Valkyries and the Warriors, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. More Tom Pelissero, and he's not surprised at where this thing ended up.
It came in right about, guys, where it seemed this was tracking, which was Brock Purdy was not going to reset the market. It was not going to be $60 million a year, the Dak Prescott number. And there's a variety of different reasons for that, but it was going to make him, depending how you slice the numbers, one of the top paid quarterbacks in the NFL. So 5 years and $265 million, that's the new money average. Obviously, he was only due like 5.4 this year. So from a budgeting perspective, the 49ers have him locked up for 6 years and $270 million. That's $45 million per. You can, especially with a rising salary cap, absolutely put a championship caliber team around Brock Purdy.
All right, that should make 49er fans feel a little bit better.
I don't know if it does.
Well, it just made me feel a little better.
Oh.
Because if you're right, I mean, the cap's going to continue to go up, and now at least they have cost certainty at the quarterback position, and now all he's got to do is deliver.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same reason why you look at like Mahomes. Mahomes is this year, he's not even close to being the highest paid quarterback because he signed a 10-year deal 5 years ago that he's halfway through. But obviously the contract looks great because he's still great. And if you do have any concern about what the Niners did in paying Purdy, it's got to be tied to you don't think that he's going to get any better. And in fact, he's going to fall off tremendously.
Right.
Like if he maintains this level of play that he's displayed for his first 3 years, for the next 5, I think that's a pretty reasonable investment. I just do.
I don't disagree. And but obviously I think the hope is that he gets better.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he'll be a MVP candidate. I also don't think he's going to be the quarterback he was last year, but it means that you're going to be in playoff contention. You're going to have a pretty good shot to win some playoff games, which Shanahan himself has a good track record of. Well, let me ask you this, because I think a lot of people might feel like we're tiptoeing around the question. What is a successful contract? Like, what do the Niners have to do in the next 5 years?
I mean, to me, and I'm always different than the Super Bowl or bust crowd, but I would, with Brock Purdy, would like to see that the 49ers remain, and I know they weren't last year, but basically remain a contender for the duration of Brock Purdy's contract. Just be a contender. Like, I never say, well, you got to win a title, otherwise it's not worth it, because we don't know what the circumstances are if they don't win a title. Just be good enough that the 49ers have a quarterback who's durable and is going to play 15 games a year, and you can pencil in 10 wins a year. Now, that may be asking a lot because 5 years is a long time in the NFL, but yeah, I mean, Purdy's got to keep them at the standard that they were at before last year. And I'll give him 2 years to get back to that standard, because I think next year, I think they might be better next year. I think they should be better next year than this past year, but I don't necessarily think they're going to be a Super Bowl contender.
I think you got to make the playoffs at least 3 times of the 5.
Okay.
I think because one of those runs, maybe multiple of those runs, you got a really good shot. You get to an NFC Championship game, maybe you get to a Super Bowl, but if we're looking in 5 years and the Niners have 2 postseason appearances, to me, that's just going to be underwhelming. Like, I do think that the number for me would be 3. Also, because I think this year you have a really good shot to take advantage of a schedule that's well below average. And I think the Niners, I expect them to be in the playoffs this year. And then from there, it's can you make it twice in the next 4 years? I know that's projecting a while, but
well, no. A
lot changes.
Like, I think there's a scenario where they don't make the playoffs next year. I just think they're going to have a lot of unknowns. So the way I look at it is you won 6 games last year. Can you be better than last year? And then the following years, you get back into legitimate Super Bowl contention. I don't think anybody thinks the 49ers. What do you think the 49ers right now, if you had power rankings of every team? We know that in the last 3 years, they've always been a top 3 or 4 team, right?
Yeah.
Chiefs, they were always 1 or 2 in the NFC. What about this upcoming year?
I mean, I think it's hard to look at the other conference just because you don't really have to play much. It's like, you'd hope that you're a top 5, top 6 team in the NFC.
All right, that would be about a top 10 team in the NFL, 10, 12. I would take that if I were the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of variability with this season just because of how young you are. I would expect health to be a bit better for them this season.
Yes.
And I feel like there's a lot of games that ideally they'll be able to clean up. But people are chiming in from our YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Austin and San Jose, that's not going to be good enough. 3 playoffs in 5 years. Is a question from Pierce Evans. Would you accept being like Pittsburgh, which is you make the playoffs all 5 years, but you go 0-5? I think the Steelers are a model organization. Like, I know that they haven't won anything big, but the biggest reason for that, in my opinion, is they haven't found their quarterback. Like, that's the one thing that Mike Tomlin, since Ben Roethlisberger retired, I'm not saying it's at his footstep, but they have not found a quality signal caller. And I think the Niners identified theirs, and that's why they paid him, because they believe in him.
I always think that's such an unfair question, even though I'll ask it, is, you want to be the Pittsburgh Steelers? Yeah, I want to be the Pittsburgh Steelers because they go to the playoffs every season. Well, then you got to take the 0-5. Well, okay, that makes a difference. But to me, it's about making the playoffs. If you make the playoffs, you got a shot. And I get it. After you make the playoffs, you got to advance. But you got to make the playoffs first. And if you're telling me a team's going to... I want this team to be a perennial playoff team so that every year we think we have a realistic shot to win it all. Like the previous 3 years, and I'm including last year, even though last year went awry.
Yeah, I think that's what they've been. They've been a perennial playoff team. And the division's a lot tougher now. The Rams are good. Cardinals are getting better. Seahawks, I'm a little curious to see how they play this year with Sam Darnold as their quarterback, but they got a new young head coach. Like, that division's not a pushover. But I think the Niners going in next year have reason to believe that they could win that division. I don't think that's crazy at all.
No. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers and Brock Purdy coming to terms on a contract extension. Going to pay him $265 million, $181 guaranteed, 5-year deal. And Brock Purdy now essentially, let's call him a top 8 paid NFL quarterback. When you put it that way, that doesn't sound too bad. Top 8. I think a lot of people have Purdy, is it right on the verge of a top 10 quarterback? Is that fair?
I think so. Okay, well, I wrote down 3 questions, so we'll just go through them. Is it a fair contract? Yes or no?
Yes.
Even the way you said that.
I mean, it is a fair contract.
Yeah, but you say it like begrudgingly, like, I guess I got to admit.
I am a little bit saying it begrudgingly.
Numbers are the numbers. Numbers are the numbers. But it's a fair deal.
Like, we all get why he got it.
Yeah.
It would have, you got to have a big set to tell Brock Purdy, you know what, we're not paying you that, hit the pike. So, what was the question again?
Well, no, and I'm not making fun of you. The question was, is it fair?
Yeah.
It's fair. But the way you say it, to me, is how a lot of fans are feeling.
Right.
It's pretty fair. I mean, damn it, like, there's almost like a resignation to this news that it's interesting to me. I'm not saying it's funny, and I'm not saying people should feel bad about it. I think it's fascinating that you get your franchise quarterback and the feeling is not positive, nor to give credit to people, I don't think it's been really negative today, but it's just been more of a, well, I guess, yeah, sure. It
is, yes, it's a fair contract. Okay. I don't think anybody can say he doesn't deserve it. He does deserve it in the context of the NFL. So, yes, is it a fair contract? Yeah, it's fair.
I agree. All right. Second question. Will he finish out his deal? It runs through 2030, I think.
Oh, boy. No.
Wow.
No. That's 5 years from now.
Can't do it?
No.
NFL, not for long?
I wonder how many...
Well, they can't trade him.
If we went down the list of quarterbacks who have been their team starter for 5 years, I wonder if it's more or less than half the league.
Now?
I'm going to say no.
I would say Well, now 5 years after you got paid is one thing. I think there's been quarterbacks for teams that have played, 5 years with a group.
All right, I'll take the third question on the other side.
All right.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you what, Risotto's got it going on with the bumper music.
Don't encourage him.
He knows. He knows. He knows how to do his job.
That's pasta to you.
You know what? Do you mind that nickname, Pasta? I don't use it because I don't necessarily feel like it's a flattering nickname. But if you don't mind it, I'll go with it.
I don't mind it.
Okay.
Well, it's kind of a Saturday thing because Steven's our producer on the weekends, and so myself and Dan Devone, we have some fun. And Pasta is just kind of the birth child of the Saturday morning show.
Rizzo is the other one I get called a lot. In high school, it was Rizzo.
Okay.
There's a lot of Rizzos, though, out there.
Well,
Anthony.
Well, the most famous Rizzo was...
Joe?
No, Stockard Channing in Grease. Stockard Channing in the movie Grease.
Channing Tatum?
No. Her name was... what did I just say?
Rizzo.
Why can't I think of her name now again? I just said it.
That happens.
Yeah, Rizzo. She was one of the beauty queens. She worked in a hair salon.
Okay.
Beauty school dropout.
Pink Ladies.
Yeah, that's right. You ever see Grease?
Yes, but I don't know if you're talking about Grease or Pink Ladies.
With Travolta and Olivia Newton-John.
Yeah, of course.
It's a classic. I'd advise everybody to go out and see it.
In case you missed it.
Of course, Rizzo ended up hooking up with Jeff Conaway, I believe was the actor who played, not Danny, that was Travolta. I can't remember the guy's name. Kanicki. No, I think Kanicki was in the rival gang.
Incorrect.
Check it out.
All right. First of all, before we get back to football.
Yeah.
What is your obsession with, is it musicals?
Oh, yeah. Oh, I've got a big obsession with musicals.
I know you do, and I'm trying to figure, look, everybody's got their own lane.
My sister was very much into musical theater, and I went to see all her plays in high school.
Hey, guys, real quick. Sorry to jump in. But the only reason why I know that, I did a high school production of Grease. And
That's Ken, by the way.
I was one of the T-Birds. I was Roger. I pantsed people. But so, yeah, Kanicki.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Kanicki. I got most of it right. Okay, we're talking about Brock Purdy. And he's going to be a richer man. And it looks like he's going to be the 49er quarterback of the near future. Question is, how much longer? 5-6 more years?
I mean, I'd have to bet he's going to finish out his contract. Really, I think he is. I'll say this. He, to me, is tied to Shanahan. I think that Shanahan is going to be here for 5 more years because his track record says that he's probably going to find a way to win in the near future or get them back to the postseason. He's done it consistently enough. And outside of years where they've been absolutely blasted by injuries, last season, 4th most in the NFL in terms of total games missed, then I think that Brock Purdy is going to be his quarterback. Like this, actually, it's funny. We've asked this question for so long. Who's Kyle Shanahan's favorite? Who does he like? Who's the guy for Shanny? Is it Kirk Cousins who's been waiting out there for so long? Could it be Aaron Rodgers? Brady after 2019? This is his guy. This, for the first time, is going to be Kyle Shanahan's quarterback. And we can dismiss that conversation from here on out.
Can we? Didn't we think that of Garoppolo?
Until he started getting hurt. Sure. Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Now, this guy, Purdy's got far more of a track record than Garoppolo when Garoppolo got signed. But I remember thinking the 49ers had their quarterback with Garoppolo. And we were just talking about how I think a lot of people were more excited about Garoppolo getting the deal back then than Purdy getting the deal now. And we're trying to figure out why. And I think part of the reason is there's always a kind of an infatuation with potential and what a guy can be. And we didn't see Garoppolo quarterback more than 5 games. And we've actually gotten to see Brock Purdy for 3 years. But Brock Purdy's track record significantly more than what Garoppolo had when he got his.
I just feel like there wasn't this level of trust from Shanahan in Garoppolo.
I agree.
And he may not like it because there's also plays where Purdy does just boneheaded stuff, and you can see Shanahan wanting to rip his gray beards out of his chin, which, by the way, are gone. I think he actually shaved. So he's even feeling better about this season. He shaved off 6 years. But I never got the feeling that Shanahan was as trusting in Jimmy Garoppolo as he is in Brock Purdy as a play caller.
I think we can agree with that. Let's go to Tony. Tony's in the city. What's up, Tony? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, Rizzo, no, she wasn't beauty school dropout.
That was Dee Dee Khan.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a different one. But, I want to see what's going to happen with the offensive line. It's one of the annoying things about football is that there's so much focus on quarterbacks and wide receivers. They're the sexy position, right? Yep. I'm glad he's there. I'm glad Purdy's our guy. I believe in him. It was the right decision. I'm stoked. But now I want to hear some talk about what we're going to do with the offensive line. I don't have all the answers about what that is, who we should get, what we should do. But I want to hear people talk about that. I want to hear the coach talk about that now that the quarterback's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you. And I think most 49er fans are kind of with you. The ones who are a little concerned are concerned that what if this offensive line can't protect Purdy?
Well, that's why I can't label this offseason as like this raging success because there's still a lot of gaps on this roster, Steiny. I think that,
right.
To me, last offseason was about, and I would say actually the last couple of summers, you could say they were about adding, or the addition, right, of star talent or maybe a big free agent or taking care of their own. This offseason has been more about subtraction than addition. It's been about trimming the fat of the roster that was a big reason you were 6-11 last year. So you're right. To the caller's point, they haven't really addressed the offensive line, and they're expecting Trent Williams to, at age 37, be the best version of himself. So I think the Niners, look, just because they signed Brock Purdy doesn't mean that everything else is taken care of. But what it means is they got a big previous hole, for the last few years, finally shored up.
This is from the 925. People were more excited with Garoppolo because, and it's a good point, Niners were not winning for years, and he was a beam of hope. With Purdy, they've already tasted winning, and he's more a beam of skepticism. Let's go to Liddell in Union City. What's up, Liddell? How you doing?
What's up, baby? Evan, I love your shirt. Steiny, I had to call, man. I'm in Diego with the family.
Nice.
This is Goo. We're walking to Papa Lenko restaurant about to board a plane in a couple hours. The lovely Mia, your biggest fan, says, has Steiny wished you a happy birthday because Evan has. You don't have to. And I told him, honey, you know what? He hasn't. Let me turn on the Odyssey app and just rewind and see. Hasn't come yet, about 3 hours in. But Steiny, for you to lump me in with what you're wearing is Hall of Fame trolling. I'm a Cowboy fan from birth, Steiny.
Oh, yeah.
So just your gangster, Evan, his gangster's on 1 million, but don't lump me in it. Norman gave me the love, and I'm from the Bay for the Cowboys. You're wearing that not even a week after they eliminated us. Evan, how are you put up with it?
What up, Gil?
You to throw me up at the bus.
Who's Liddell?
No.
Who is Liddell?
It was a disguise. It was a disguise because I said he won't take it if it's Goo. But Steiny, you hurt me. Just say you're wearing it, but don't let me in.
Goo.
I'm with you, Goo.
I go back to the 1989 Minnesota Timberwolves when they were an expansion team.
Oh, my God.
And Eric Musselman's father was the coach. And our first pick in the expansion draft was a guy named Tony Campbell who played for the L.A. Lakers. Don't tell me I don't go back with the Wolves. The Wolves are howling.
Tell them the difference. And listen, Steiny, there's a playbook when you're a fan. Nobody knows the stress I went through these last 2 years when Dallas played the Niners in the playoffs. And I did have these thoughts. If Dallas wins, I can't wear the stuff in the studio the next day. Only God knows those were my thoughts. But for you to wear what you're wearing, it's a night sweater after they knocked us out and hurt Curry. Steiny, you're a gangster, baby. My man is a gangster.
When did the Warriors get eliminated? Wednesday. Did I wear it? Did I wear it Thursday? No. Did I wear it Friday? No. I let it sink in. That would have been a troll, but I wore it today because listen,
he's going golfing, Goo, and he wanted to look nice and rub our faces in it. It's a two-pronged attack.
Goo, tell me you agree with this.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go.
No, I'm saying golfing on the Monday. Wednesday's your day, but go ahead.
No, he's a new man. He's got a Wolves shirt on.
Let me, I gotta believe you are like me and you believe the following, that after your team gets eliminated, you become a fan of the team that eliminated you.
Wrong.
There would be nothing more rewarding for Warrior fans than to be able to say, well, we were knocked out by the NBA champions.
Who is this guy?
Hey, Steiny, I love your thought process, but that ain't the same. You're a gangster, man. Forget Tony Soprano. To wear that, and Evan, you put up with it. I had to call, and I'm going to leave you with this because you didn't ask, and I'll let y'all finish because y'all killing it. My Brock Purdy take, he's already earned the money. That's all. I'll just leave it at that and expand tomorrow. He's already earned the contract as far as I'm concerned. Dudes would have been fired left and right had that debacle of Trey Lance stood. I feel like Brock Purdy's already earned the money. He's had his best chance to win a ring. The Niners got bigger fish than Brock Purdy, and this contract, seventh? AAV, that's about right. But Brock has already earned this bread.
Steiny, wish him happy birthday. Come on.
Goo?
I'm waiting, Evan. I'm just waiting. We threw you a party.
Happy birthday, Goo.
Thank you.
Happy birthday, my
I'll
man.
See you tomorrow, guys.
All right.
Love you, Goo.
I would have taken Goo's call if it said Goo in Union City. Or
why Liddell? He actually had me for a second there.
He told me to put that.
He was speaking as if he was someone else for a second. It took me a minute.
Yeah, I thought it could have been somebody imitating Goo.
And then he said the lovely Mia. Yeah, I thought it was like a family friend or someone for a second.
At first, yeah.
Locked into the Odyssey app.
No, I mean, I think most fans are with me on that. If you're a Warrior Risotto, you a Warrior fan?
Of course.
Who are you rooting for to win it all now?
The Timberwolves.
Thank you.
Shut up, Pasta.
Risotto gets it.
No, he doesn't.
He gets it.
He's like 13 years old. He doesn't get it. What? All right, Steven, I know
you're saying that because I'm inexperienced.
That's a good one. That's a 4. Thank you.
And plus, you know what? Also, Warrior fans, they knocked out the Lakers. You got to be ecstatic.
I think that's actually why they're kind of mad. Is they thought they would have something over the Lakers if they'd beat the Wolves, but they don't.
By the way,
what?
I believe in signs, and I saw a sign on Friday.
Mel Gibson.
Let me tell you who's back. Jonathan Kuminga. Ladies and gentlemen, he's not going anywhere. There's no chance that Joe Lacob invites Jonathan Kuminga to sit next to him at half court if he's going bye-bye.
It is suspicious. And
that's Joe Lacob's way of saying, this guy's not going anywhere. Relax, fans.
Well, I think people didn't like it, quite honestly.
Who?
What? The fact that we've been bashing this guy and coaches didn't say anything nice about him, and then he's sitting right next to the owner. By the way, Pods was there too. You see Doc Rivers there?
I did see Doc Rivers there.
Maybe doing a little networking. Just saying.
Yeah, I just look. Just any true sports fan knows.
Nobody's rooting for the Timberwolves.
Any true sports fan roots for the team that eliminated him.
I like Ant though. I'll root for him.
What do you think about this, Evan?
What?
We're going to have the 7th different champion in the NBA in the past 7 years. Is that good or bad?
You want my honest answer?
Yeah.
It's bad. It's
the Raptors, the Lakers, the Warriors, the Bucks, the Nuggets, the Celtics, and this year's going to be OKC, Minnesota, Boston, or New York or Indiana.
If I was just an average viewer, I don't think I'd like it. Like, I don't know what to expect.
I mean, there's storylines all over the place.
Oh, yeah. We can figure out who won the trade between the Wolves and the Knicks.
I mean, I think the country would like to see that. Just don't give me the Knicks.
The 10,000 Lakes would love to see it, and that's about it. The thing is, Steiny, leagues are better with heroes and villains, and it takes time for us to establish relationships with each of those groups. That means that someone has to be either the Death Star, which the Celtics had a chance to be, and unfortunately are not because, well, I don't know, they might have come back with Tatum, but they broke down. And there's not really a hero because I don't really know who right now is the face of this league moving forward outside of Steph and maybe LeBron.
I mean, I know who it could be, but nobody's going to want to hear it.
Anthony Edwards?
Well, him, but Halliburton.
Oh.
What?
Oh.
Why would you say, he's a class act, he's a great player. Second year in a row, he's gone to the Eastern Conference Finals. Under the radar guy.
Steiny.
What?
I'm watching these commercials for the playoffs, and they're showing me Pastorland. They're showing me wind turbines in Indiana trying to hype up a place I've never been to, nor will go. And I've been to a lot of places, Steiny. You know this about me. I've lived in 7 states. I have never had a reason to want to go to Indiana, with all due respect. Home of basketball, or birthplace of basketball, whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry. That does not get me excited to watch a series. Now, I'll watch because I like basketball, and I think that they're both going to play well. But show me something with a little pizzazz. Steiny, have you ever driven through a state entirely with corn?
No.
It makes you want to drive off the road. And that's what I feel like I'm watching when they're trying to hype me up for Pacers Knicks.
Listen, as somebody who's driven cross country, the worst state by far to drive through is Kansas. Kansas is the worst state to drive through because it's like a rectangle. It takes you like 8 hours. You get to Salina and you think you're there, but you're only halfway there. All right? Now, let me tell you something about Indiana, but I'm going to be specific to Indianapolis. Quietly. A nice little city. Great place to raise a family. A lot of young people, surprisingly, and close enough to Chicago that you can get there in a little while. Yeah, 2-hour drive.
Oh, yeah. No.
Have you ever been in Indianapolis?
Indianapolis?
Yeah.
No, I've been to Gary, Indiana.
That's the Music Man.
Yeah. Well,
you ever hear that song?
I just know that the Jacksons are from there.
No.
Michael.
Music Man. Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana, Gary, Indiana. You never heard that?
Tito?
No.
Jermaine?
It's a song. Gary, Indiana is where the Music Man takes
Janet.
place. We were talking about musicals.
Mm-hmm. No, I've been to Gary, Indiana. I haven't seen the musical, though. But, Steiny, it's not a place that... All I'm trying to say is the league would be in a better place and it would draw more interest if there wasn't 7 champs in 7 years. We're going to end up looking at this decade like it's... what's the forgotten decade?
Careful.
The 1970s.
What are you talking about? For what sport?
Basketball.
Okay.
I'm just saying, no one can remember anything that happened in the 70s. Whenever we talk about...
What do you want to know?
Well, I know that you know, but I'm saying it goes from literally Wilt and Russell right to Magic and Bird.
What about Willis Reed and the Knicks? What about the Celtics with Havlicek and Cowens? What about the Blazers with Bill Walton?
They don't get enough run. They don't get any run, in fact. The Supersonics, the Baltimore Bullets, what do you want it?
That is the one everybody forgets. That's the 2 everybody forgets.
Why?
Washington, Seattle, and then Seattle, Washington. They played back-to-back years.
It's about markets. Indiana's going to be the forgotten champion if they win it this year. They just are.
Well, they're going to be no more...
Stop.
I mean...
No.
They're going to be no more or no less recognizable than Toronto, Lakers, Warriors, Bucks, Nuggets, Celtics.
Oh, please.
10 years from now, 20 years from now, people are going to go, oh, that Warrior team in 2022, sure they should have won it. They had Durant. And everybody's going to say, actually, they didn't have Durant. But that's the way people remember things.
No, that's not going to be how it goes.
That will.
No, it's the end of a dynasty. It's not the finale of a Durant.
Tell you what, let's go to Mr. Jones in Atlanta. He wants to talk about two of the best, Brock Purdy and Anthony Edwards. Hey, Mr. Jones, how you doing?
What's up, fellas? I'm doing okay. You know, I'm doing all right because I got a real A-Town representative trying to represent, you know, the new league, the new NBA.
Sure.
So, you know, I'm a coin this phrase right now because I told your man earlier, as y'all watching it, since I know some of y'all are rooting for Minnesota. I'm not rooting for Minnesota.
Why?
But I'm rooting for I'm a Laker fan. I don't care if they win. I just want to see Ant do good. You know what I'm saying? It's just like your kids. He might. I can't help what my son got drafted, but I want my son to do good. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Shedeur, right? Nobody wanted Shedeur to go to Cleveland, but hey, everybody wants him to do good. You know what I mean? But we're going with the real Atlanta. We're going with the real Atlanta.
Oh, I like
That's how
it.
we're rocking.
Yeah.
And I wanna speak on this Purdy thing because I'm probably one of the few to feel like with the contract we still kind of disrespected him. Usually I know most people are like, oh, he should have got less money, or you know, some of them are like he ain't worth that. But like my guy earlier called in and said, I think it was one of your coworkers, he's already earned the money. Like he's already been like whatever he's done for us already, he's already earned that, right? So, like my guy said, I don't know if y'all remember, I was one of the biggest Trey Lance haters. Oh, my God. I turned in my Niner badge when we turned in 3 first-round picks for some high garbage. Because I was like, what sense does that make when you had Justin Fields and macaroni and cheese on the board, but then we're going to go to North Dakota State to get a quarterback? Who goes to North Dakota State, like you said, who drives through Kansas? Who wants to go through North Dakota State for anything?
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Mr. Jones?
Like this.
Guilty
Mr.
as charged.
I gotta defer to Evan, who he's been to North Dakota.
Mr. Jones, I lived in Fargo. I got to admit, you're right. Not many people come up that way, but a few good ones do. And I would just point to a couple of the first-round picks they've had, not named Trey Lance. Not a bad football school, although there's not a lot going on in general.
Okay, so look, we're just speaking football, right? This keeps us football generator, right?
Yeah.
And we're playing all the places.
Mr. Jones, we had that bad sound.
They've also won like 17 national championships. By the way,
D2 or 1AA or whatever that's called.
Are you done?
They were never bowl eligible for like the Orange Bowl.
They're the Alabama of FCS. Get to know them. This is from the wonderful Whitley Sandretto. Apparently, Doc Rivers was Natalie Nicasi's mentor, Valkyrie's head coach. So she was an assistant with the Clippers. He was there in support.
Yeah, I saw him there. And
thanks, Whit.
Valkyrie's got beat.
No, I'm not from Fargo. I just lived there.
You've lived everywhere. You're kind of a vagrant.
Thought it was a vagabond.
Yeah, that too.
Oh.
Well, vagabond and vagrant. I think vagrant's a little seedier than a vagabond.
I actually don't know what that word means, so I'm going to take it as disrespect.
All right. We got Willard and Dibbs coming in on the other side.
Yeah. Willard's back from Mexico.
Dude.
Oh, my God.
Let me tell you what's going to happen today.
What?
Dibbs is going to come down my road. Not for the sweater.
Why?
But for where I'm playing golf today. Is
this why you've been so excited all day?
No, I'm not. I haven't been. I'm excited to golf, but I'm not excited to hear Dibley get mad at me. And you'll find out why on the other side.
I can't wait.
All right. Crossover next. And Willard's back. Willard's back. And he hasn't even talked about the Warriors because he wasn't here Thursday and Friday. Memorial Day weekend is almost here. Swing by Valvoline Instant Oil Change and make sure your vehicle is road ready. No appointments. Stay in your car. Done in about 15 minutes. Visit BayAreaOilChange.com for locations and coupons. Mm-hmm.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You better shape up, because I need you, babe. That's Grease.
Yeah, yes,
Olivia Newton-John.
They're not wearing leather pants, though, so the effect is not quite the same.
What a transformation for Olivia Newton-John in that
Steiny,
movie.
you are the one that I want. Come on.
Wow. Appreciate it. This is the crossover, and it's brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley and Mark Willard. We haven't seen Mark since last Wednesday, so it's good to see Mark. How are you?
Anything happened since I left? How are the Warriors doing?
Well, Steiny's wearing it on his shirt.
Did we win last night?
No.
No, okay. All right.
We also didn't lose.
Also true.
And I wonder when you got that sweatshirt.
Why?
No, that is a good question. It's a good question.
Because I think it would speak, at least it speaks to me anyway, about the character of a troll. Now, if you just got it after the Warriors were eliminated.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I got it game 3.
You know what that makes you, right?
I don't know.
Gutless. Makes you gutless.
Should have worn it after game 3.
You should have worn it when you got it because
it's pretty nice.
You're a card-carrying T-Wolves fan, and you waited until the elimination happened. It was an elimination sensation, and now you're ostensibly rubbing everyone's nose in it. I
waited
find
till
that to be gutless.
I not only waited till the season was over, I gave it some breathing room.
Yeah, see, I actually have your back today.
Thank you.
For two reasons. One,
Willie.
The breathing room was the correct play. If you'd worn this on Thursday, I'd have punched you. Yeah, but I wasn't here, and I don't think you wore it. And I actually wouldn't have punched you, but I would have been in favor of someone else doing it. But also, I'm with my daughter. Asked me this morning. So, who are you rooting for now? Wolves.
Oh,
and see, Willard knows how to do it.
No.
It's only a little bit for the reason you gave, though, which is that you root for the team that eliminated you.
Right.
I just like them the best. I liked them the best before, like, of the other teams. They bother me the least. I'm not going to root for any of the East Coast team. Shea Gilgeous is he's a foul chaser, and I like Anthony Edwards. I really like Anthony Edwards. I really like Naz Reid. There's certain players I like. That's what
you like DiVincenzo, restaurant quality.
DiVincenzo, exactly.
Yep.
I hope they win the whole thing. I do.
I probably would have sided with you, but you make it, Matt, impossible for me to root for Minnesota. Because that would, by proxy, mean that I'm rooting for you to have something good happen, and I can't do that.
Why not?
Because you're wearing the sweatshirt after...
It's a sweater.
You're wearing the sweater after that team eliminated my team, and I find it to be offensive. And Evan had it perfectly earlier. Different rules apply to different people. Guru can wear the cowboy jersey in here, and it still is somewhat annoying, but it's the goo.
He's named after Daryl LaMonica. Like, he's kind of grandfathered into it. But the point is, and I think really got down to the root of it, you don't root for a team just because they beat your team. That's not how you fan. You figure out which team you dislike the least, and then you ride with that squad. Now, I'll be rooting for the Timberwolves because I also think, too, I'd like to believe that because losing doesn't impact you or really affect you, that the opposite's also true, that winning doesn't affect you either. You hate losing more than you love winning. And so if the Wolves somehow run off this bad boy and win a championship, I don't think you're the kind of guy that would throw a parade.
No.
Because you don't throw parades in general.
I'll clench my fist. That's it.
You actually probably stop liking them if they win it. That's what I think you are.
When my guy gets fired,
you're like, I don't like them anymore because you're a contrarian.
He's off the bandwagon.
That's exactly right.
Too many people on it.
I go back to 1983 when, you remember this, Dibs, when the Celtics played the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yep.
And the Celtics lost at Game 7 at the Boston Garden, which meant the Sixers were going to the NBA Finals. And the Boston Celtics crowd chanted, "Beat LA." That's where it all started. That's where, being a class act as a fan began. And I think most teams' fans should take a cue from Boston.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Fred Warner. I'll take this one, but you're right. The 49ers are busy. Four-time All-Pro linebacker Fred Warner and the 49ers have reached an agreement on a 3-year, $63 million contract extension that includes over $56 million in guaranteed money. It makes him the NFL's highest paid linebacker.
Attaboy, Fred.
Yeah.
Look at the Niners.
Be happy.
Click.
You can start to put everything together when you realize that they just sold 6% of the franchise. So all of a sudden you've got this infusion of cash, and I'm not sure that those three families that bought pieces of the Niners, I don't know if they showed up with cash, but the Niners do have an infusion. They sold 1%, 2%, and 3% to three different families last week. So now you have the ability, not that you didn't before, but I'm sure the Yorks who go from 97% owners to 91, and you've got this money coming in, you can be a little bit footloose and fancy free with your cash.
I'm sure that is attached to this on some level, but I'll also say that seeing the cadence of all of this now, starting with Kittle, which was now maybe a couple of weeks ago, watching the cadence of this, it feels very much to me like this stuff has been sitting in their back pocket for months already. Like the Brock Purdy thing, if you consider A, he showed up to voluntary workouts, B, they waited until the Warriors were knocked out and then moments later announced this, C, tickets went on sale 3 seconds after they announced it for individual games. The schedule had just come out. The whole thing feels to me like this was in principle agreed on in February.
Which is obviously much different than the last offseason.
Exactly. I give the Niners credit from that perspective. I think that's important because that's what a lot of us left in January saying. Like, don't let your offseason control you again. And there were three big names to discuss, and they've gone click, click, click 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier, but I feel like, and it aligns with Warner, like these are all not prove it contracts, these are proved it contracts, and will continue to prove it contracts. All the big guys that they hit last offseason, there was some sort of risk involved. Ayuk, maybe not the age factor, but the level of play that he could put on the field before he got hurt even. McCaffrey, the age of a running back, and Trent Williams, obviously with the age for a left tackle. All three of these feel like very safe, reasonable, understandable, and in the case of Kittle and Warner, rewarding deals that hit you and put you at the best in your position because that's what those two players are. And Brock Purdy got paid effectively as a top 10 quarterback, which is what he is.
Right, and even if he's not top 10 in your mind, I was starting to think about all the quarterbacks who are starters in the league, and the Niners have one. They have one of them. And if you want to keep that starter, that's what the freight is. You got to pay the freight. And Trevor Lawrence and Dak Prescott, well, he's better than them, and they both make more average annual than he does, but what he makes is starting quarterback number, and I think you guys were talking about it earlier, it's basically a 3-year extension on top of the 1 year, so if things go really south, and I like the conversation you had about where that bar is, it's not Super Bowl or else you blow the whole thing up, but if they have 2 or 3 down years again in a row, well then all bets are off for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you say a down year is no playoffs?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the goal of where they're at now is to get back into contention.
And I think this year especially, and we don't know about all the additions, the new additions, shout out Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike, but you look at their schedule and you look at their schedule stack and the fact that this year they have an actual positive rest differential of 9 days against their opponents. Last year they were a minus 21, which was one of the worst in history. So this year you have a last place schedule and you've got rest advantages that you didn't have last year. So I look at this year as one where if you don't make the playoffs, pending obviously catastrophic injuries, but that would be a big disappointment.
Yeah, I mean, and we mentioned this earlier, but I guess you kind of have to revise it. Like one of the things we threw out was, is Brock Purdy worth the 7 starters that are no longer on the team? Ward, Greenlaw, Hufanga, Banks, Hargrave, Floyd, and Samuel. And you could even answer yes, but now you also have to include the contracts of Kittle and Warner. And when you put all 3 of those players together, are they worth those 7 guys? I think the answer is clearly yes.
I'd agree with that. Will you go over those names real slow again?
Charvarius Ward.
Okay.
Dre Greenlaw.
Yep.
Talanoa Hufanga.
Right.
Aaron Banks. Javon Hargrave. Leonard Floyd. And Deebo Samuel.
I think we overrate what the Niners let walk out the door. Those are big names.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to say that none of them hurt. I think a couple of them do. But out of that group, I don't think there's anybody who last year the fans were like, that dude's playing great. Is there anyone on that list who people were like, that guy is having a good year for us?
You mean last year?
Yeah.
For one half, Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
For a half of a game.
Half.
Yes.
Yeah.
For a half of a game.
He was
and then
flying around that
He was
half.
amazing.
He was everywhere.
He was amazing. It was pouring rain, but he was amazing.
Yeah.
He was incredible, and his energy is infectious and all of those things. I'm not trying to take a shot at these players. A lot of them have been very good 49ers. But if you do buy, like, now is now, like, we can't have who they were 3 years ago. Those players that you just mentioned largely made 49er fans feel very frustrated last year, if they were playing at all.
Well, and you used your draft capital to replace them, and you've gone about doing that. And so that's the cost of doing business. Banks got so much money that the Niners were never going to match that. Greenlaw's the one that kind of hurts, and the reports that they doubled back to try to get him to flip his commit, and he still wound up leaving. Ward was going to leave anyway. Yep. We heard about the tragedy and the situation with his wife. Hufanga oft injured. You already had drafted his replacement. So as you go through the list, even Deebo Samuel, we said it last year, you're probably not going to keep Deebo and Ayuk. And when Ayuk tore up his knee, that pretty much sealed his fate to stay. So Deebo becomes the odd man out, and you drafted his replacement last year as well. So none of those are that surprising.
Yeah, I thought Floyd was one that maybe they could have kept. Like, he was available. He played a lot last year, and considering they took a bunch of defensive linemen in the draft, illustrates a need at that position. But I'm with you. Like, none of those guys really stood out as game changers, and certainly not. Those are players that, as a group, probably contributed more to the sub 500 side of their season. And you had to do what you had to do. I also think that it's interesting now we look at these contracts that they've given out, and they're as much for the talent of these players as also you're paying for a drama-free offseason, which, thank God. Like, at least we don't have to sit here and talk about, well, Ayuk's playing this game of chess on social media, and he's stripping his Instagram, or Trent Williams is out here playing golf in Houston and he's not going to be ready. Christian McCaffrey wants a new deal. What does he deserve? All of these questions now that they had to deal with 365 days ago are gone.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Brock Purdy is the most interesting player in the NFL. There's nobody else who can bring about this size of a reaction. There's nobody. There is nobody else in the NFL that can have this range of opinions when something like this happens. There are people who believe he left millions of dollars on the table. I don't know if I would phrase it that way, but I'm sure impressed by the maturity that he showed here, because I know plenty of athletes who we've watched. They would walk right up to the Niners and be like, I'm not taking less than Tua and Trevor Lawrence. Why the hell would I do that? Why? You explain it to me. Why should I do that? We know tons of athletes who would do that, if not most. Most agents would do that. Similarly, though, there are millions of people out there who think that Brock Purdy is worth $30 million a year. And he's now the 7th highest paid quarterback in the NFL if you want to go on average annual. I don't know any other athlete in sport who consistently can bring out the entire spectrum of opinions no matter what he does. Is there any other comp?
Well, Tatum.
You think?
People think that Tatum is, for how great of a player he is, I think there's a very wide range of opinions on him.
Jason Tatum.
Yeah, Jason Tatum.
Well, and obviously now, his career arc has now changed.
Yeah, 100%.
But I don't know. I
mean, the quarterback rules everything. So
I actually think they might, Dak Prescott's pretty polarizing.
That's true.
That's true. Just because I work with Guru, and he says he stinks every single day, I'm like, he doesn't stink that much.
Well, but then with the backdrop of him now being the highest paid player in the NFL, I get why that would bother you.
Yeah,
I get that. I think there were some people scared that contract was going to ruin the Niners.
Yeah,
because he's better than Dak Prescott, or has had a hell of a lot better results. last few years.
Yeah, and that, I think, is what makes it so fascinating, because you look at last year, and there was a regression, and you look at some of the advanced metrics, and he still was top 5 in a bunch of them, but the team was 6-11, and the question of, can he do it with lesser talent around him? Well, that is still in place this year, because your receiving core is going to be Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall to start, and who knows who else. You're not going to be that experienced, and the running back is up in years, and hopefully he stays healthy. And if he doesn't, well, we saw how quickly the offense got pedestrian last year. So I think that's partly what you're talking about, Mark. Like, you and I both are fans of Brock Purdy, and we look at this deal. It's like, good deal for the Niners, good deal for Brock, but there are some fans who just can't wait to watch him fall on his face.
Well, I wonder, what kind of reaction did you guys get today? Because I would love to know. This is my question every time. Like, if you thought this was a bad deal, you would propose the Niners do what at quarterback?
Evan classified it as lukewarm, the reaction, and I categorized it as muted.
Muted.
But
what does that mean?
It means that it's, I think, more like people just kind of knew it was coming and it was going to happen. The one thing I'm fascinated by, I don't know if fascinated is the right word, but when Kaepernick was here, and even when they signed Garoppolo, like, I think the fans were more excited about their starting point to what they could be. Like, when Garoppolo got signed after 5 games, I was thinking, oh my God, they may have something here. Well, probably had to do with the fact that they stunk for the previous 2 or 3 years. Kaepernick came onto the scene like a ball of fire, and everybody, Jaworski called him the greatest quarterback of all time, and I was like, this guy's unbelievable. But I think there's something about, we've seen Purdy be very solid for 3 years. Like, that's what we've seen.
I think the starting point is the answer to what you're pointing out. The starting point for each of those quarterbacks, Garoppolo and Kaepernick, you're taking over teams that stink out loud. Stink out loud. And so you're in that space as a fan of, like, can we just have some hope at the quarterback position? And then here come these guys that kind of pop a little bit, and both of them reach a Super Bowl, and all of a sudden you're like, this is amazing. Well, Brock Purdy joins a group where it's not amazing to go to the playoffs and challenge for a Super Bowl. That's not amazing anymore. That's actually annoying to most 49er fans. So I don't know any other city in America who comes from, we didn't have a quarterback, and then you get a 3-year run, and in that 3-year run, you get an NFC title game, and you get another NFC title game and a Super Bowl appearance. I don't know any other city in America who wouldn't love that player.
Well, it's just the recency bias of it, right? And it's the feeling that you've already seen the best. And I think that the guy Steiny mentioned, Jimmy Garoppolo, is kind of at the bottom of all of it, at least for fans that I've talked to. Like, we literally on Friday got a group chat together to console a friend of ours who was so mad about this contract extension. And it's like, dude, you have your quarterback. You've been to a Super Bowl. Your team is in a pretty good place. You're about to reward Kittle. This was before Warner got done. Like, you're going to be fine. But his thing was, well, they were 6-11 last year, and Brock can't throw in the rain, and all this stuff that I've seen last year.
Right.
And it's almost like the first 2 years just do not matter, because there's this feeling of resignation towards what we just saw is what will be. And clearly when you're making a 5 or now 6-year investment in a player, it's because you think that you can be better, that player can be better. And I don't think that's crazy to expect Brock Purdy to continue to grow. He's only 25 years old.
Right. And he could be 2 years ago Brock. He could be last year Brock, somewhere in between. You hope he's not worse than he was last year, because then you've got real issues. But you said something there that struck me. You've got your quarterback, and he's been to a Super Bowl. If you look across the league, how many teams have that and can say that? There's only about 8. Like Philly, yeah. Kansas City, sure. The Rams with Stafford, even though he's an older quarterback. Jared Goff has been to a Super Bowl, not with Detroit. You start running out of names. Joe Burrow is one.
Bengals.
Josh Allen has not. He's not done that. They have their quarterback, but he hasn't taken him to the Super Bowl. So just what you said there about those 2 gigantic boxes doesn't mean he's going to take him back to the Super Bowl again. You hope he can, but he's already done that. Like, he's a real quarterback, and he's been to the final game of the year. That's got to be worth something. And in this case, it's $53 million.
Yeah, it just feels like people, they find the unknown factor in a player or the potential of a player more attractive than the information that we have at hand, which is if you have a good team around Brock Purdy, you're going to win a lot of games. And now you have your quarterback. I think the pressure shifts back to the front office, which is these draft picks, the 11 that you just got, you got to hit on those. Otherwise, this team isn't going to be very good around now your $50 million man.
Yeah, I just think when you have a quarterback who has achieved something and he's up for a deal, sometimes it's like pulling up to the pump. I don't like those prices.
Yeah, we did this on Friday.
Yeah, I don't like that price, but that's what it costs.
Yep.
Like I would argue for every person out there, and I've heard a million of these, and I bet you guys have too. Oh, I like Purdy, but I wouldn't have paid him that. Well, that's not. You don't get to do that,
right?
You don't get to be like, no, we'll pay you 40.
Do you like eggs, Mark?
I love them. Two a day at least.
Yeah, $10.99 for an organic dozen.
I think they're down.
Yeah, eggs are down.
Or go to Costco.
Grocery outlet.
Yeah.
Just depends
or Safeway.
on
Safeway's got good
see
deals.
you in the aisles.
Yeah.
And for everyone who wants to worry about the length of the deal, I'm just reading the Albert Breer breakdown. 62% of the money comes off the book after 3 years. So if you get through 3 years and it's like, oh, geez, buyer's remorse, well, then you can make the bold move and you can cut him, which means the coach is probably gone and the GM, and you can start the whole darn thing over if you want after 3 years.
Yeah. I mean, they had to do it.
Of course they had to do it.
They had to do it.
Again, I know people don't want his name like past Justin Herbert's, but his name is short of Trevor Lawrence's. It's short of Tua's. We all get to pick the entry points of this. I would like to really say I'm impressed at the way Brock Purdy handled this offseason. He easily could have said, I'm not signing for that. I'm not signing for that. Explain to me how Trevor Lawrence is better than me.
Yeah, those are ego things, and you're right. But
so I give him credit for that. This is an egomaniacal business.
It is.
And he didn't have any.
A 52 times his salary raise. And
understood.
And we know that he's cut from a slightly different cloth.
I agree.
I've never met the man, so I can't really speak to it, but he doesn't strike me as a guy who, gets the deal and now he's going to go out there and get a gigantic pendant and buy 7 cars and 3 houses.
But to Willard's point, he could do that. I mean,
sure.
And there was a precedent the last 2 off seasons for players that took the Niners to the woodshed for every last penny. Ayuk did that last off season. Nick Bosa did it the off season before. So if Brock Purdy really wanted to do that, it might have worked. And the Niners would have been stuck in another situation where we're just sitting here talking about when is this going to get done. And I think Brock Purdy, for him, that was worth taking a little bit less. And I'm glad he did.
And maybe it's also worth not being that number one guy in the crosshairs as the highest paid quarterback.
That's true.
I know he's making a boatload at 53 average annual, but you're not the guy. And that's where Dak, I think, takes on a lot of water because he's making so much and he can't win a playoff game, let alone to get to one. And so Brock is under the radar at $53 million a year.
Speaking of under the radar, what did you guys make of the timing of the announcement?
Friday at 2, right?
Friday afternoon.
Was it during the crossover?
It was during the crossover,
It was at about 2:30.
Right after, I think.
Yeah, it was at about 2:30 on Friday, 5:30 on the East Coast on a Friday afternoon. Mike Florio talked about this on the morning show. That's where you stick bad news.
Yeah.
So if this is coming from the agent, is he in some way not proud of the deal? Because he is underneath Tua and Trevor.
Yeah,
But how often do we do that? When do you see this in the NFL? Here comes a quarterback who's proven better than a couple of people in front of him and he goes behind him. When do you see that?
Not often, yeah.
It's food for thought, Mark.
I mean, you're allowed to think about it too. It's a nice sweater.
All right. What do you guys got coming up
Fits
today?
you snug.
Oh, my God.
A show.
All right.
Yeah. This.
Okay. I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
You guys mind?
No.
Okay.
I mean, you're allowed to stay.
Yeah, no, I know.
You're invited to stay.
No, I know, and I remember. I think Wednesday I did, right?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
It was
for a whole segment.
Thank you.
Did you watch any of that PGA yesterday?
Some of it.
I mean, God, it got exciting. And then over the span of like 12 minutes, I'm going to go outside and do some gardening. That thing got over in a hurry.
Yeah, he's pretty good, Scheffler.
Well, and plus Rombo kind of wet the bed a little bit.
Yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
All right, guys.
All right, gents.
Bring it home and bring it home strong on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Tiny. Oh, let's go. Let's talk this out. I can't wait. I cannot wait to talk this out with you. I'm fascinated. I'm going to try and I'll fail. I'd like to do this without a bloop, but I'm not going to be able to do it without a bloop. 2:30 in the afternoon on Friday, and I am sitting right there looking out at the Pacific Ocean on Pedregal in Cabo San Lucas, Mexico. I'm wearing nothing but trunks. That's it. Just trunks. And there it goes. Bzz, 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 bzz. And I'm like, oh, damn. Look at that. Brock Purdy gets his deal. And immediately, just like a live radio show, a whole table of all of my high school friends start throwing around every opinion that you could possibly imagine. Wonderful deal, terrible deal, he's good, he's not good. Brock Purdy is just like that Dos Equis guy. He is the most interesting man in the NFL. That's my only reaction to this. I'd have never seen someone bring about an opinion all the way over here to all the way over here consistently every single time.
It's wild because when you look at what he's done as a starting quarterback, and he's won 4 playoff games. I think there's only 7 active quarterbacks, maybe 8 if you look at all of the QBs still active who have as many, if not more. Jimmy Garoppolo, by the way, has 4 playoff victories. We'll put that aside for now. So he's done well, but the whole idea of draftism, you said this a couple years ago, the fact that he was the last pick in his draft will dog him most likely forever. It's going to be a part of his story when it's over. If he wins the Super Bowl, it'll be part of the story. I do think that that is how the perception hurts him in this way, because if you just took numbers and put them up on the wall, and numbers are numbers, his numbers are pretty good. If you just put his numbers up and Dak and Trevor Lawrence and you looked at him, you'd say, well, yeah, player A, he's got better numbers, and yet when he comes in and he makes $53 million a year, now we get mad. It's the draftism thing to me that just keeps rearing its head.
Yeah, well, what's your take? Would you have done this deal?
Absolutely. If I'm Brock Purdy, absolutely.
No, if you're the Niners.
Oh, absolutely I would.
Okay.
Especially because of the way it seems to be structured, and we'll get more concrete details as we get further down the road, but it looks like the majority of the money, as I mentioned, 62% up front in the first 3 years. And I said that all along, that for me, it's not the average annual. It's not even about the total guarantee at signing, which is $100 million. So he already gets $100 no matter what. And he's likely going to recoup more than that, probably closer to $180 guaranteed. But for me, it was about how you structure it, how much money is in the front half. That way, if things don't look great at halftime, then you can make a hard decision.
Yeah. I think this is, I think it's a total no-brainer.
Yeah.
Like, for me, I think this always comes from the baseline. Where do we start the conversation? And you and I agreed on this months ago. Like, I never even considered him making less than 50 as an option. It's not an option.
Yep.
That's what I meant when I said 10 minutes ago when I'm like, you don't get to pay him less than this. In my wildest dreams, I never even considered the idea of his deal being less than this.
Yeah, we talked about it a couple weeks ago, and I said, I was with you. I'm like, the deal's going to start with a pho.
Of course. Of course. Like the idea of him tucking himself below, like, let me see, who's down there? Who's slumming it down at 50, right? You got Justin Herbert at 52, Lamar Jackson's at 52, Jalen Hurts is at 51. Now here's the drop-off. For those of you who wanted him to take less than $50 million, we go to Kyler Murray.
Geno Smith's
46.
down there. Yep.
We're going to go to Deshaun Watson. I know all of you are going to run around with your Mahomes take. That's a Lee Steinberg problem. That thing probably should have been done or redone 100 times. Technically, Patrick Mahomes, the 14th highest paid QB in the league at $45 million, but he signed that deal back in 1952. I don't know what they're waiting for. Kirk Cousins is down there at 45. Matt Stafford at 44, because now you're getting into the older guys, obviously, and that's your top 16. There was never a possibility that this deal was going to be less than 50. So the fact that you got it at 53, I don't really understand how somebody can say that the 49ers overpaid. I get where you're coming from, but I don't understand what it was you wanted them to do or how this would have actually worked. How would you have gotten Brock and his agent to say yes to the 42 that you want to spend on it?
Yeah.
I just don't know. I don't even that was never on the table.
Never. And we actually were kind of breaking this down last week. If you wanted to go the other route, which is, you have him play this year on $5 million and then you franchise him and then you franchise him again, you could have done it to where it would have been 3 years and about, $110 million, but you don't want to have a disgruntled player. You were going to always get this done. And when you start to slot it in on where it's going to fall, could he have held out and pushed it and really tried to get over Trevor and Dak? Yeah, he could have, but I do think a couple things. One, you're going from $1 million to 53 in theory. That's a nice little raise for Brock.
Sure.
And the other piece is, and again, I'll never pretend to know him well, but it seems like money is not his number one driving force. And I also add in what I said in the crossover. Maybe it takes a little bit of the pressure off when you're not the guy, the number one top earning QB.
That's an interesting point. It is, because there's something to be said for, like, I want to be maybe paid commensurate with what I'm worth, but at the same time, like, how does the weekend sound different in the national media if Brock gets 58 or 60?
Oh, I mean, if he gets $60 million and $1 average annual, and he's now numero uno.
What if their entire negotiating strategy was, hi Parag, hi John, how you guys doing? We're going to sit down and here's our baseline. We're better than Dak. Now you talk. What if that's what they did? And what would the Niners have done? Would the Niners have, I don't know, gone after Sam Darnold and cut? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
what they would have done.
This thing would have gotten dragged out.
Maybe.
With, more Parag Marathe and more like painful negotiating.
And what if it gets dragged out the same way Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk did? And come August and September, the Niners cave, and there it is. Brock Purdy, $60 million a year. What does this sound like?
It sounds like turmoil between now and then, and it sounds like a quarterback who's not going to be at phase 3 of the OTAs, which I think is next week, and he wouldn't be in camp, and then he would show up, and there would be a ramp up, and you probably would drop a couple of games. You've got Seattle in the opener, and yeah, all of the things that we've experienced the last couple of years, I think would have probably happened again. And so you're Brock, and you realize that $53 million a year is a pretty nice living. I think that you can subsist on $53 million a year, and you want to just go play football. Get in there, install the offense, get to know the new players on the team, and let's get this thing turned back around.
I mean, how come more of you aren't actually looking at this contract as yet another piece of leadership?
Right.
That's what I see. I see Brock Purdy doing this the exact way that so many people have asked Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa and Trent Williams and everybody else, asking all of them to handle this. This is somebody, and now I believe this deal was, at least from the framework standpoint, has probably been in place for weeks, if not months, based on the way this kind of came out. But what do you have? You have a guy who left in January and said the utmost importance that we do this early and we don't miss any time. I want to lead my team into the offseason. Deal's technically not even signed, sealed, and delivered yet. He still shows up to voluntary activities. No drama. Every time somebody with a voice, Pelissero, Rappaport, anytime someone's talking about it, what's been the sound? Well, they're not done yet, but everything's good shape. Everybody's on the same page, all like
even
each other.
John and Kyle, too. Same thing, right?
Going to get this done. Brock talks about it, feel good about it, want to be a 49er. Boom. Here he is. Warrior season ends. Bang. There's Brock Purdy. I'm the quarterback. Yes, Tua makes this and Trevor makes that, and I don't care because I want to be here. And oh, by the way, ... Fred gets a bunch of money too. Look at that. I didn't take all of the money. I left some for Fred too. And now everybody is kumbaya. That's my number one takeaway on this deal. You can hate the number. You can hate Purdy. You can love the number. You can love Purdy. This was wonderful leadership by Brock Purdy. And that's not to, I'm not trying to, Brock.
You're Brockistan.
Well, no,
you are the president of Brockistan.
Absolutely, and I will keep my position, but I'm not saying like credit him as if he did some sort of charitable
heroic
act. I just think what he did was mature. Let's put it that way. He didn't have to play it this way.
No.
He didn't have to.
Well, it's clear that his priority number one is to get himself in a position to have a good year. And if he has a good year, the team probably has a good year. And if they have a good year, that means they get to play in January. And darn it, maybe they play in February. So that's his top priority. Yeah, the money's going to take care of itself. He was never going to come in and, I'll sign for $18 million a year just so I can be at OTAs, darn it. It was a balancing act, but it's clear to me that he's putting the football first. He wants to be there in camp. He wants to be there at OTAs. He's seen what happened the last couple of years, and he doesn't want to be that distraction. And as the quarterback, you've got to be in there. And so he wanted it taken care of, and the number settled at 53. And if you're Brock and you ask your new wife and your family, and they say, hey, 53, what do you think? You take the deal. We watch a lot of Deal or No Deal as we go to bed at night. It's kind of what we do as we fall asleep. And it's always like you talk to the family and the offer's $93,000 from the banker and it's no deal. And then the offer goes down. It's like, I should have taken the deal.
Yeah, but it's got to make sense.
It does.
It's got to make sense. And I know that, it's easy for you and me, $53 million. Like, obviously we cannot relate.
Right.
But like, how many of you would have been like, I love my company. I think we can do well with my company. Yes, the schmuck down the street is making more, but yes, I'll take the deal. How many of us do it? Put whatever number in you want.
Yep.
You make $53 million, you make $100,000, you make $30,000, you make $500,000. The schmuck down the street is making more.
Right.
How many of you take the deal? That's all.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
I think more than people would admit, because when you look at it, and maybe it's just because I'm a little older and I've lived a little bit, it doesn't always come down to money that's going to equate to the happiness.
100%.
And if you're in this spot and you can get it done in May and you don't have to miss any of the offseason stuff, and the number you're going to be paid is a pretty good number. So do I really need the ego stroke? Do I really need to be numero uno and make $60 million and $1 average annual? It's clear that he doesn't prioritize that.
It's also clear that most say, yes, I do. Yes, I do need to be that.
Yeah.
That's what most do.
And some take it all the way to the wire. Didn't Lamar Jackson take it deep into the offseason before?
That was a huge negotiating standoff. We're brought to you by Cache Creek Casino Resort. We want to take your calls, your texts, your comments all afternoon long. Got a lot to get to. 888-957-9570. Leroy, you'll lead us off. But if you're the Niners, would you have done this deal? And if your answer's no, tuck in what would you have done at the quarterback position this year if you don't like the deal? 888-957-9570. We will take your calls right now on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Fred Warner is now the highest paid linebacker in the National Football League, a 3-year, $63 million contract extension, over $56 million in guarantees. That all broke just about 30 or 40 minutes ago. And to me, the whole thing feels like a little orchestrated. That's just the way kind of my brain works when I see all this stuff.
You know what that would be, right?
It'd be an orchestration sensation.
Thank you.
I do think
Welcome back.
Yeah, and no, it's going to be back.
Trying to get you back in the rhythm.
Yeah, good. I appreciate it because it's good to be in Cabo too, but it's going to be back.
Yeah, good.
It's going to be back.
Yeah.
And it does feel, haven't you noticed that the whole time nobody seemed concerned about anything?
Right.
And
Fred didn't go to the voluntary stuff though, right?
No, I don't. He did not.
No biggie.
And neither did George.
Right.
And the second one reporter was like, "This is contract related," he immediately fired on her on Twitter and said, "No, it's not. Your source sucks."
Right.
Because I'm right here. And so, again, the time, which one goes in which order, I don't know. But everything about the way Brock Purdy has handled this suggests to me that everyone has been fully aware that this contract is going to be signed, sealed, and delivered soon. And I don't think it's an accident that they tuck it in on Friday afternoon and then wait till Monday at almost the exact same hour and bang, give you Fred Warner. And the message is, Brock got a lot of money, but not too much so that we can't handle our other people. I think that's the message the Niners are sending out.
And that's the message that makes the most sense because George Kittle, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Fred Warner is pretty much on a Hall of Fame track. I don't know if he's there already, but he's heading in that direction. And so for Fred Warner, he gets a 3-year extension on top of the remaining 2 years that he had. And so you take the money that you were still going to pay him and you put a lot of it. I don't know the exact structure yet, but I would imagine it's front loaded like Brock Purdy's is. And he gets all this guaranteed money, $56 million in guaranteed money. So that'll all be put up front in bonuses. And Fred Warner gets to go out there and have that ego stroke of being the highest paid linebacker. And now he's signed through 2029. And you probably think with Fred Warner, that'll be about it for the career, you would guess. I mean, maybe he could play longer than that, but you look at a 5-year chunk of Fred. You got Kittle. He's all signed up. McCaffrey, I'm sure after another season, he would look for another rework deal if he's still healthy. So you're keeping the band together. And the key now is to surround them with this lower paid labor, so to speak, and still be a good team.
There's some interesting stuff coming in on from our listeners on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. We'll get to that in a sec. Let's go to the phones. We'll take your calls all afternoon, 888-957-9570. Leroy in Oakland. Hey, Leroy. Thanks for calling, man. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, man? So, hey, you were with me this weekend in a conversation that me and my wife were having. So we had a disagreement. And I said, so what do you want, a cookie? And she said, not from you. And I just broke out laughing. And I broke out laughing, almost got in trouble. And then when I told her why I was laughing, she started laughing. So you got me in trouble, but then you got me out of trouble. So I thought I'd just share that.
That's the way I like to live. Dip that toe in the water and then pull it out of there. Yeah, let's go.
So real quick. I think the difference in the opinion about how, with Purdy and how he got paid, and some people are saying he got paid too much. Some people are saying, it's okay. I think the people who thought he was a top 20 quarterback was like, it's too much money. The people who thought he was a top 10 quarterback was like, hey, this is okay. I was somewhere in the middle, 13th, 15th, so I'm okay with it, but I just think that it's where people had him, and, I think that's where the difference of opinion comes.
Yeah, Leroy, thanks. I get that. I'm just still honestly trying to figure out, and thank you for the call, Leroy. I'm trying to figure out, and this is what I'd really love to hear today, and I mean this genuinely, right? I'd love to understand what it is, if you think this is, quote, too much. I don't think that's like some crazy opinion. I've just never understood what it is exactly that people have as a solution to that. What is it you would like to do?
Someone else. That's the solution.
Who the hell is that?
Well, that's where people will have their, in my opinion, half-baked ideas, and you can come up with whatever scenario you want. But the people who think that it's too much, the majority of them are people who don't think that Brock Purdy is good enough or that good. And so then you can either, when we had a call, maybe it was Thursday when you were out, or somebody talking about a draft pick that they should have made, a fourth-round pick that a quarterback got taken. No, you were here for that.
Yeah.
And it's
just go ahead.
And so, you could go that route. You could try to pick another Brock Purdy and hope you find, lightning in a bottle again.
But that's not even a route. That's not even a route.
It's a Hail Mary of a route.
Who wants to do that? I want to watch football this fall. I don't want to rebuild. I don't want to start over. I don't want to hope. I mean, it's funny how many people will trust this group to go draft a quarterback. But it's a lot of the same fans who hate the way this group has drafted offensive players. And they have some fair points. We went through this process 3 years ago and paid heaven and earth to grab a quarterback who can't play in the NFL.
Yep.
I don't the draft, to me, of all the other ideas out there, that feels almost like the worst one. And I hear the Sam Darnold stuff and all that, which is funny because he was here. Don't you think the Niners, I don't know, would have done? They would have played him if he was head and shoulders better or above Brock Purdy. That's all. Don't you want to watch football this fall?
You do.
Don't you want to have a chance to win the games?
Absolutely. And he gives you a good chance to win the games. I'm with you. I just, and people are lining up the phones at 888-957-9570. And the people who don't want to pay Brock Purdy that much, I'm also curious, what is your alternative? You got McCorkle Jones, you got Mac Jones, and, you can play Mac Jones instead if you don't sign Brock Purdy. But
okay. Yeah, you could.
And I'm with you, Mark. All the scenarios that are going to get thrown out, I don't think any of them are as good as paying Brock Purdy $53 million.
Brock Purdy's got 53. Fred Warner, for the second time in his career, remakes the linebacker market in the NFL. We can talk about any of it. We are talking about it today on Willard and Dibbs and 95.7 The Game. Tony in Stockton is next. Hi, Tony. What's going on?
Hey.
Oh, I got one word. Is this Name That Tune?
Hello.
There you are. Hi, Tony.
Hey, hi. So I think you guys made an excellent point earlier when you guys were saying that some of the fans were pointing and saying that, negotiating wise, they could walk in and say, well, Dak's making this much, $60 million a year, and we're better than Dak. But I think also the flip side to that is that what a lot of fans tend to forget when they do say that is that the team could turn around and say, well, to be honest and fair, he's not as good as Mahomes, and Mahomes is making a whole lot less money. So why don't we start negotiating there? I think both sides won in this case. I really think as far as a team, I think we're really off to a great start, and especially in a great situation with him. I like this contract. I like it a lot.
The issue with the Mahomes point, and Tony, thank you very much for the call. If anybody wants to fire back with the whole Mahomes thing, is not what he makes, it's when he signed it. That's the problem with the Mahomes point, is that he signed that deal eons ago. Absolutely eons ago. I'm trying to look at
he restructured it in 23.
Right. He restructured. But the baseline of that is still affecting what's going on with this. And the signing happened, I think it happened
in 2020.
2020. Yep. 2020 is a lifetime ago as far as this stuff is concerned.
And he signed a 10-year deal, which is mostly unheard of.
Right. I mean, listen, there are people, I can promise you this, there are people in NFL circles who think that the Patrick Mahomes contract is the worst player contract in sports. It is the most team-friendly contract in all of sports right now. It is akin to when Steph Curry went 4 years, $44 million because his ankles didn't work, and the Warriors turned that into a dynasty. It was the most important contract in the NBA. It allowed Iguodala and Durant and all of the things that came later and obviously does not allow them now. Now you see what happens when you have the highest paid player in the sport on your team. So I fully, you can respond and say, hey, he makes more than Mahomes. That is not a function of him being better than Mahomes. That's a function of that deal being 5 years old.
Right.
And so there's an order to things.
There is. And, Mahomes saw that the reality of that was not good. And so he restructured and gave him a lot of cap relief. And then he got massive amounts in a restructuring bonus and a signing bonus. So you don't have to feel bad for Mahomes and just look at his average annual value, because the restructure was good for the team and also good for him. And, that's how a lot of these deals get done anyway. Like this Brock Purdy deal, I would bet that he doesn't play all 6 years of this contract at this current amount. He'll probably go 3 or 4 years, and if things are going good, they'll tear up the last 2 years and give him a fresh deal.
Maybe.
And take that money that he's owed and give it to him up front in a bonus, and maybe lessen the cap, or they're going to maneuver it the way they need to maneuver it.
Yeah. Or, all things on the table. They could tear it up. They could restructure it. They could cut him. You know what I mean? Any of these things are on the table. That's a long time in NFL years. Larry is in the city and next up. Hi, Larry. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Y'all stole a little of my thunder. I was on the too much side, just given the history of the Niners and how we lose players and let players go because of the money. And what Brock Purdy needs, in my opinion, he needs an all-pro team around him to be successful. And so when you give him that amount of money, then I think it lessens the talent you can put around him. I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's a bum. Actually, he looks pretty good to me. But I just think that you need some extra pennies for those players that make to ensure Brock Purdy's success. And lastly, I'm going to say really, really quick, are we sure we trust Shanahan's QB acumen? This is the guy that passed up on Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson. He passed up on some cats. And not to say Deshaun is garbage now, but before, when we didn't have a quarterback, then he wanted, Bedford. I can't think of the guy's name, but he took him the third round, and yeah, Nicky Mull. We gotta not let Shanahan off the hook.
Well, there goes Larry, but I think we got the gist of it. Okay, a couple things there. Do we really trust Shanahan to draft a quarterback? This is going to sound maybe a little bit like a cop-out. I don't really trust anyone with regard to simply their draft evaluation. I don't because he's also the guy who drafted Brock Purdy, which means he found a complete diamond in the rough in the 7th round. So anything outside of the first round, I think there's a demerit for Shanahan for Trey Lance. I will say that. Anything outside of the first round, to me, you're not necessarily drafting your starter. You're drafting somebody who might be valuable, who might end up as one of your players, but he might not. Your first rounders, that's the only ones where you're like, that's my handpicked guy. I want this guy to be the guy for the next 10 years. And they did that with Trey Lance, and they were woefully, woefully wrong. But outside of that, I don't look at a coach and a quarterback as a draft thing. I look at them more as a development thing. And the reason I trust Kyle Shanahan is because the numbers will tell you that just about every quarterback he's worked with has played the best that he's ever played when with Kyle. That's true for almost every quarterback he's worked with. Whatever their ceiling is, it's going to come with Kyle.
Yeah, Sam Darnold would be an exception because he got to play.
He didn't play. Yeah, right. He didn't play.
I look at the Mahomes thing a little bit differently because, he could have taken Patrick Mahomes with the 3rd overall pick. And if you look at the team that he inherited from Chip Kelly, they were not a quarterback away from being a good team. So he had to do a complete rebuild. Now, I would be more willing to listen to people who talk about how, you could have taken other players that went later in that draft, like Hassan Reddick and Malik Hooker and other really good cornerstone pieces in the draft. You took Solomon Thomas, which was a mistake. For me, the mistake was not looking to get a quarterback in that spot, even though Mahomes turned out to be one of the best quarterbacks ever. If he was drafted to this team at that time, would he be the Patrick Mahomes that we're seeing today?
I
think it would be hard to say.
Probably not.
Right.
Hard to say, but probably not. Your context is important for every player, which is why here's another thing. This is where he started his call. I want to push back just a little bit on this idea that I feel is now getting dangerously close to just becoming accepted as fact by everybody. Purdy needs everything perfect around him. He needs all these good players dotted around him. He needs an all-pro roster around him, or else he's not any good. This has been totally disproven, number one. But number two, I think kind of along the lines of what you were just saying. I don't think anybody is very good if they don't have a good team around them. If you don't have a good coach, if you don't have good players, you're not going to be good. And the best example of this in today's NFL is Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford's a very good quarterback. He never got anything done in Detroit, ever.
Yeah.
He got stats. That's all he got done.
Because he had to throw it every down.
And they were terrible. The organizational structure was terrible. The people around him, the offensive line. So when I look at Brock Purdy, there are certain things, like I even hear it in people's voices. They're like, dude, Jawan Jennings is going to be your starting receiver this year? You mean the guy that essentially went for 1,000 yards last year with Brock, who had a bang, absolute coming out party in LA against the Rams in a game that had no Trent Williams, no Deebo Samuel, totally falling apart at the seams, and Brock and Jawan went out there and made unbelievable music and scored a bunch of points. Like, I'm not telling you, he's a put everything on his back kind of a guy. I just don't see Brock as having fallen apart because Christian McCaffrey got hurt. Yes, the year was not as good last year for a bunch of reasons.
Yeah.
And I'd start on the defensive side of the ball, not the offensive side of the ball.
You could look at the offensive side and you could look at a team that really struggled to run the ball. And it wasn't only because you lost your number one running back and you lost your number two running back, and then the number three running back got hurt as well. The offensive line was not great on the ground, and the Shanahan system is predicated on getting the lead and being able to control the clock and run the ball. And that's where Brock Purdy is so good, because he can run play action fakes and he can run the Shanahan offense when they've got the lead. And too often last year, they were in spots where they had to try to come from behind without the weaponry, quite frankly, to be able to do that.
888-957-9570. What do you make of this? 707 among those texting in today on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. The market is bad and needs to be reset. You guys harp on the QBs who make more than Brock, but we know they shouldn't be making that much. Fix the market. Brock and most of the top 7 shouldn't be making 50 plus. This one's fascinating.
The market is the market.
Well, that's true, but I'll take it a step further. If there's a position out there that right now, to me, is out of whack, you know exactly what I'm going to say.
It's wide receiver.
It's wide receiver. It's not quarterback. Do you want to know what happens when your quarterback gets hurt? You just watched it. It's called the end of the Golden State Warriors season. You watched it last year. He missed one game in Green Bay. The game was over in 3 minutes. I couldn't even get my food ready. The game was over so fast because you had to play with somebody else at that position. So I understand where you're coming from on the idea that these numbers just kind of shock our system, but I do think the quarterback is that important. It's the same 5 guys that go to the playoffs every year and start moving around and shaking for the most part. They're worth that much. That's why I tweeted last week that Steph Curry's underpaid. He got hurt. That was it.
Yep,
all this stuff that we did. Everybody root for everything, and the Warriors were in the top 5 in the odds. Oh, we're going to beat the Rockets, and you get game 1 in Minnesota. All this stuff is happening. Hamstring goes down. Thanks for playing. You never win another game. Some players are that important, and I think quarterbacks are usually on that list.
Well, they're always on that list, and you could look at all 32 teams, and if you don't have a not even great quarterback, a competent quarterback, you're going nowhere, and that's just the reality of football at just about any level. And so the Niners feel like they have a competent quarterback. I think that he's better than that. And so when you have that, you pay that man. And it reminds me a little bit of real estate in the Bay Area, because you take a house and it's 2,000 square feet and you pay $1.6 million for it. You take that same house and you put it in, Provo, Utah, or Kansas City, Missouri. The house is going to be worth about a third of what it is here. And it's just the nature of that market and this market. And that's just the going rate. And Grandy and I were talking about gas prices on Friday because, you pull up to a pump now and it's $4.59. You're like, that's not bad. but I'm old enough to remember when gas was like 89 cents.
Oh,
and so, but it's all part of the sticker shock nature of life in 2025. Quarterback making $53 million, that's ridiculous, but that's just the cost of having a good quarterback.
It's only ridiculous until they all break 60 and then 70.
Well, it's only ridiculous until your team doesn't pay for one of those guys, and now you're left with what?
Well, that's still my question. That's still my question. You don't have to love this deal. I would love to hear some actual substantive ideas on what the 49ers can and should have done at quarterback if they weren't going to do this. Because I would argue on this. And the reason I asked that question is, and, I've even been listening to Shasky on this for months now. And I think it's kind of a fascinating take where, and if you're listening, Joe, you're trying to thread a very, very interesting needle. You're trying to thread an interesting needle. It's a little Jerry Maguire. And I dig that about you. The very thin thread. Because listen to what, no, I like Brock Purdy, but that's a lot of money. Well, sure. Brock wasn't going to go below this. No chance. He went below Lawrence. He went below Tua.
He's making what Jared Goff is making the average.
He wasn't going to go below that. So unless you believe that Brock was just like, oh, darn, they won't give me 55. Okay, we'll do 45. Unless you think that he's a bumpkin with no agent who just would have rolled over, there was no chance he was going to take less than this. This, I believe, was almost the floor, which is why his agent broke it on Friday afternoon. I don't think that he's doing victory laps. It's a good deal. But
he should be doing a victory lap considering his percentage of what the guy's going to make.
Well, sure, but it's not a PR home run for Brock Purdy. It's not.
But who cares about the PR, you
correct,
know?
But the agent does. I don't think Brock does.
Right.
But the agent does.
We don't know if the agent does, but I kind of buy your theory a little bit about, when news is broken.
I'm intrigued that they did it then. That's intriguing.
Well, I do think that the end of the Warrior season made it a natural time to just go ahead and roll it out there. So could you have held it till today, to Monday? I suppose. But if the deal is done on a Friday, you're not going to be able to hold that anymore over the weekend.
Well, but I do think they have some control over when that all comes out. Because I actually don't
but just one comment to one person and that news is out.
Correct.
There's almost no secrets anymore.
Well, believe me, these Peliceros and Rappaports, they are not going to tweet it without the agent's permission, or that agent's never talking to him again. And that's their business. So, to me, I see it kind of a different way. We haven't gotten the fountain pen picture yet, have we? The Niners, we haven't got the Instagram of Brock in the building with the pen and John Lynch.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
That hasn't happened yet, right? So this didn't come from the Niners. Well, it
almost never comes from the team, right?
It came from the agent. So why'd the agent, whoever Fred Warner's agent is, he's like, we're doing this on Monday. You're the highest paid linebacker in the league. Brock's agent's like, how about Friday at 2:30? Because I just signed my guy for $2 million less than Trevor Lawrence.
But you do want to spread these out anyway. You're not going to have them both break the same day because you want your guy to get a full day of, you're the guy and this is the news.
To a degree.
Yeah,
but you know where I'm coming from on that.
I do. I'm buying half of it. It's a little conspiracy theory. It's a little too much of a conspiracy for me.
Okay,
and I think that the deal just gets done, and I don't think that they say, "Oh boy, it's a Friday. This is going to be embarrassing for us."
No, not embarrassing.
But I do know that a lot of news, especially bad news, comes out on Friday. If a team's going to release bad news, it comes out on Friday. That way. You don't have, you got the weekend shows to talk about it, but by Monday, it's less of a thing.
Yeah, if you want everybody to soak that sucker in, you just Tuesday at 11 in the morning.
Yeah.
Just let everybody all week long. But I don't think that's how the agent feels here. We're brought to you by San Francisco International Airport. More of your calls right around the bend here, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs.
This is the fourth snap for Rodgers. Floyd was there, and it's a little flip, a catch, a fumble by Hall, and a recovery by the 49ers. Warner made the stop and punched it right out of the arm of Breece Hall.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, you remember where Fred Warner started off last year?
Yeah, then he broke his ankle and still played.
Holy crap.
Remember that part of it?
I do.
I played, 2 months or maybe even more, 10 games with a broken ankle?
I just remember.
And he was still pretty good.
I remember we were there. We went to the Jets game, right? Remember that?
The opener?
I remember Jake Moody hitting 72 field goals that night.
Yeah.
I was down in my fantasy game, way down, and I had Jake Moody, and I beat somebody by like a 0.4 of a point, and he was very angry. He's texting me after. He's very angry. This is stupid that we have kickers and fans. Very angry, and I was very happy because the Niners won too. We had a great time. But the little pit in the stomach, because you're like, what's going on with McCaffrey? What the hell was that? Right? But Jordan Mason was amazing. And then I remember, after that night, pretty much everything sucked all year long. That's what I remember. So, yeah, I do remember Fred Warner's broken ankle. That was one of the many things that sucked the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, still played, though.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, that's is just really, really impressive. He played through it, and he missed, half a game, or did he even miss a game?
I can't remember. Did
he miss a game? It didn't seem like he missed any time with it. He just kept playing.
It was a number of weeks before we even found out that he was gutting it out. But he football players are a different breed.
Yeah, he played all 17 last year, so there you go.
Different breed.
Well,
a broken ankle.
Right, especially that guy, where captain of the defense, green dot, and you're out there just still making plays. And still had a good year, not as good. Part of that was because the defensive line couldn't keep him clean in the run game. And, when you've got offensive linemen getting to the second level and they're coming out to find you, as a linebacker, you're pretty much screwed in the run game.
They were bad on defense. Like, I'm not afraid to say that. They were bad on defense last year, and that was not the fault of Fred Warner, as mentioned, playing through it. And the 49ers know it, and that's why today, for the second time in his career, they made him the highest paid linebacker in all of football as he gets a 3-year extension worth $63 million, including over $56 million in guaranteed money. So this is damn near a fully guaranteed contract. I know that these get complex and all of that, but a healthy portion of this is guaranteed money, and why not? Because Fred Warner, whatever he is on the field, he's almost even better off of it as far as the guy who runs the show with this defense. Kind of a weird way, I think, from what I hear and what I read, Fred Warner, as wonderful as he is, and I think that they were tremendous friends, but he's kind of the reason Dre Greenlaw chose to leave and not come back, even though the Niners begged him, is because he wants maybe his own shop.
Yeah.
We heard that a bunch of times. You can't have this shop because this guy's not only here, he's about to get signed again.
And he's not only here, but he pretty much plays every single game and almost every single snap. Just looking at it, he's missed one game in his career. And his
career?
Yeah, his game logs are 16, 16, 16, 16, which was the first year they went to 17. And then 17, 17, 17.
Damn.
And his snap count percentages, they go from 90% to 99. He's never played fewer than 90% of his team snaps. And just looking at Football Reference on defense, he's played exactly 7,000 snaps of defensive football. 7,000 snaps in 7 years.
Yeah.
1,000 snaps a year.
Yeah.
I mean, my God.
It's crazy.
Yep.
We're live in the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We're taking your phone calls all afternoon on the Fred Warner news, the Brock Purdy news from late Friday afternoon, 888-957-9570. Kind of circling back to what we were talking about Brock just before the top of the hour here. Like, I think I made a statement that it based on the commentary I'm looking at here, some people don't agree with this. When I said, understand that about $53 million a year was probably the baseline for this conversation. And I'm not trying to make the case at all that the agent is ashamed of himself or that Brock took some sort of massive home discount, or I'm not making any of those points. I'm simply saying that in my wildest imagination, I never thought Brock would accept much less than that, if anything less than that. And the reason I bring that up is because I still do hear so many people, even people who are super accomplished in this business, go, well, I wouldn't pay Brock that. And to me, when you say that, I know what you think you mean. You think you mean, I'd like Brock, but not at that price. And to me, it's preventative. So if you say, I'm not paying Brock $50 million, it is the exact same statement as, I don't want Brock Purdy on my team. Those sound the exact same to me. Is that a fair premise? I think that's a fair premise.
Well, I mean, you had the player under team control, so you could have gone through the whole dance and done the whole thing about, oh, we're going to wait till next year and blah, 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 and he sits out and whatever. So
right, he doesn't show up.
I think the premise is largely accurate. So you have a quarterback that you like, and when you go to pay a quarterback that you like, there's a market, and $53 million is in the range of low to high. I don't know if he would have taken less. I'm sure that the team offer was not initially $53 million per year average annual. It was probably a little lower, and he was probably looking for a little higher. I don't think that these teams, or the two sides rather, were a gigantic gulf apart. It never got contentious. The Niners side, all you ever heard was, we like the player and we like our chances of getting it done. Brock stayed mostly quiet, but his actions spoke louder than his words, which are, I'm still showing up to phase one of the OTAs because it's important that the quarterback is there. So whether or not Brock could have squeezed him for a couple more million, I don't know if the negotiation, part of it was he wanted the full no trade clause, because that's something that ultimately might cost you a few million in the negotiation. If that's something that you really, really want and the team is going to give in to you on that front, that can affect what the average annual number turns out to be.
Could. Yeah, look, I'm not in the head of the agent. I'm not in Brock's head, and I do not have any inside knowledge of what the journey has been over the last handful of months. But every single one who says, I'd have paid him 40. Like, are you under the impression that he'd say yes? I'm very much under the impression that he would walk out of the room.
Well, let me just look at some of those deals that were signed this year that were in that range. Matthew Stafford got 2 years and $84 million. He got 42 average annual. He's 37 years old. Geno Smith got 2 years and 75. That's 37.5 per year. Geno's nowhere near as good as Brock Purdy.
Right.
Justin Fields got 2 years and $40 million. $20 million per year to go to the Jets. And, I was talking to a friend of mine who works for the Jets, and he's excited. He likes Justin Fields. But Justin Fields got $20 million average annual. So if we're looking at quarterbacks that are making what some fans want Brock to be paid, that's just not happening.
I actually really love this comment that just came in. 650 Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. I'd be more alarmed and concerned if Brock signed for under $50 million. I'd say maybe there really is a problem. Like, no joke. If this guy signed for 45, I'd want to call him and be like, why don't you believe in yourself?
Yeah.
Why the hell did you just take less than Kyler Murray? What the hell are you doing? Like, no agent was going to do that. And so, again, I'm not coming from a place of I know what Brock would have done, just my perception. And that's why I sat here alongside you for weeks, and both of us were like, of course this is going to be over 50.
Yep.
I don't know how on earth anybody who actually got into a negotiation would spin anything otherwise. I don't know how you could get into a room with Brock and be like, we're thinking 45, and have them listen to you. Like, the only reason I'd listen to him is I would smile and be like, I'd love to hear you Put together that argument.
Explain why I'm only worth 45.
So you're in debate class. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Tell me how you got to that number, Parag.
Well, that's what Mahomes makes. So, are you as good as Mahomes? Are you guys saying that your client is better than Mahomes?
I'm saying that would be a disingenuous argument.
I know, but you're talking about debate class.
Yeah,
that would be. And as you know, sometimes when you're in forensics, you have to take the side of the debate that you don't believe in.
Oh, yes.
And you got to craft that argument, darn it. And that would be my starting point.
That's fine. And quickly to be debunked by the fact that was signed over 5 years ago and has already been restructured.
No doubt. No doubt.
And that's all I'm getting at. I'd love to almost explore that argument. That I even hear former NFL players are on national networks. I wouldn't pay them over 40. What does that even mean? Say what you want to say. What you want to say is, I don't want him on my team.
Well, what you want to say is, I don't think he's that good.
Okay.
So if you're going to say that, then say that.
I love that you just said that, because to go back to when I got the news and my buddies and I are all sitting out by the pool on Friday, one guy, one man.
Yep.
He looked at me. We're all big Niner fans. Everybody there is huge Niner fans. And everyone's like, okay, like it's done. You know, some people were happy just because it was done. And others were just like, ooh, that's interesting. Let's dive into the numbers. And one guy just looks at me and goes, I don't like it. maybe he was wasted, but I'm like, why? And he goes, I don't think he's that good. And it was like, I respect your opinion.
Sure.
Like, fine. Don't think he's that good, but don't give me. I'd have paid him 29. Like, what is, I don't even, how do you do that? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. More of your phone calls, more of your texts. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
Brissett giving time over the middle. He gets picked off by Warner. Fred Warner climbs the ladder to get it, and now he sprints down the sideline, inside the 10. He won't be denied. Touchdown, San Francisco. It's a 45-yard pick six for Warner, and it's the defense that finds the end zone first.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was from Fox. Pick six, Fred Warner. Should I read producer notes? These are not yours, Lucas. What show is this from? So there's a little box next to me on my...
What's in the box?
My left. Yeah, thank you, Brad Pitt. Have you ever been called that before?
A couple times.
What's up, Lucas? You want to know, huh? You want to know.
I bet if you read it, we could tell you what show it's from.
What show it's from? All right, so there's... What's
is that loud, Dibs? Sorry.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's an overmodulation sensation. What that was.
Better now.
Damn.
Much.
Anyway, so there's a little box over here. They call it the producer box. And this is when people like Sam Lubman or Evan Giddings or Lucas Alexander, sometimes Grandy, sometimes Ken.
Yep.
When all of these...
Carter Chickering.
Yeah, these underlings have a little thought. They're like, ooh, thought bubble. Yes, I called you an underling, Ken. Sorry.
Dang.
I know. Just being, you know what. But anyway, they'll put a little something in there. Not like telling us what to say, but like, hey, what about this? What about that? Or like, you need to be out by such and such, or anything, whatever, notes. So, okay, I have a guess, but I'm gonna leave it out. I bet Lucas Dibs, you tell me. Producer note says, he keeps saying it's a lot of money. What was the alternative path then? If the money is tripping you up, would they have been closer to a Super Bowl going with Brock now or just hitting the reset button? I think we keep going into the fact that the whole team will be at training camp this year. How much weight does that carry?
A lot of good questions.
Yeah, who did all that?
That's Sam Lubman.
That's Sam Lubman is my guess.
That's a Lub special.
We'll put that in the Lubman category.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially because he's writing that to Spadoni, who is occupying your seat, and he's saying that he keeps saying, and I believe the he in this case is Joe Shasky.
See, I was thinking that he in this case would be none other than Mike Florio.
That's also possible.
The guest who was on with Lucas. A guest is, never mind. Anyway, the guest
came back ornery. I love it.
The guest who was on the morning roast today.
Right.
I don't know who he was. Because normally what's in the box, like when Lucas puts something in the box, it's very rarely, if ever, like for me responding to what you're saying. It's more for us.
Okay. It's more procedural and tactical.
I took he to mean the Mike Florio.
I didn't hear the Florio piece, and I don't know how many times he, in this case Mike Florio, referred to the money, but all of us, we talk about the money. And so I think theoretically Sam Lubman's question about what else would he want to do, and honestly, no matter what pivot you would have gone to, I don't think you would have been any closer. And I think about if you would have made this decision right when free agency started, if you were the Niners and you're like, you know what, he's not worth $53 million a year. We're not going to pay Brock. We're going to go somewhere else. Sam Darnold signed for 3 years and $100 million with Seattle. Okay. So you could have gotten into a bidding war and gotten Sam Darnold to be him. You could have gone to Darnold back in March if you decided then, guys, Brock's not the one.
What would you have done with Brock? Still under contract.
Make him your backup. Make him your Brock up.
See, here's
and if you don't like Brock as your starter, and this is a weird cockamamie idea, but if you wanted to pivot, the pivot would have been in March and then maybe in April in the draft, although I don't like that either. But honestly, if you were going to try to still go out and maybe be competitive, you would have had to do that back in March. You couldn't have waited till now and like, oh boy, who's out there now?
Well,
Aaron Rodgers.
This is my other thing. When people say I don't want to sign Brock to that much, he's not worth that much. And then my question would go, well, what do you want to do at quarterback? And the name you just brought up is what a lot of remember. Even Baldy did it at one point. Oh, you're Sam Darnold. All right, can we do that exercise for a minute and a half? Okay, you people that wanted them to get Sam Darnold, you think Real Housewives doesn't have enough drama? Do you understand the drama you're signing up for if you were to explore the idea of Sam Darnold? Not only are you bringing back the man's backup from the previous year to waltz in at over $30 million to now be your leader, you are taking someone that in a 3-year career has twice been to the NFC title game and once been to the Super Bowl, and effectively, immediately turning him into being your backup. And you think that your company wouldn't implode.
That depends on the leadership.
I mean,
it's a big ask.
On.
But think about what they've already done in the past, where you had Jimmy Garoppolo on the kiddie field, and you had Trey Lance, but you really loved Brock, and so you were slow playing Brock.
But nobody knew you loved Brock.
Kyle knew that he loved Brock.
But we didn't.
You
know.
had Garoppolo on the side field,
yes,
and then you're kind of putting your eggs in the Trey Lance basket, but not really.
Not at all.
Well, you let him start, and then he got hurt.
For politics, you let him start.
Well, all I'm saying is that you've done drama before.
But I would
Shout
argue,
out TNT.
I'd argue this is way more drama than that. I agree with you. You've done drama. You tried to navigate it well. You lucked out of it because Brock Purdy ended up being a really good quarterback. But aside from that, you don't go for that. I mean, listen, I don't want this.
Well, the other piece that you would do if you did all this in this cockamamie scenario is you would trade for Jimmy Garoppolo and have him be QB3.
Do you know how...
now that's drama.
That would be dramatic. Do you know how often NFL teams and how hard they reject drama whenever possible?
Of course.
I mean, first of all, from a political standpoint, we already watched this with the way the league handled Colin Kaepernick, which was, to me, unconscionable, but we don't need to go back into that. Our opinions are all on the table with that. But that's part of the league's history. Literally, every team in the league was like, nope, I don't want Fox News at our games. That's what the league did with Kaepernick. Then, you want a more recent example? How about this year's draft? How about it? Because once upon a time, he was going to be the number 1 pick in the draft. He didn't go in round 1. He didn't go in round 2. He didn't go in round 3. He didn't go in round 4. An NFL coach's son started prank calling him. The whole thing became ridiculousness, all based on what? I believe owners and general managers not wanting to sign up for perceived drama. So this idea that you're going to grab Brock Purdy, a Super Bowl appearing quarterback at age 25, and automatically make him your backup next year, or like actively trade him when he's only making $1.1 million per year so that you can, by 30 times, up your payroll for the upcoming year to sign the person who was his backup the year before. Like, my God, this is a wonderful show. I would love to have seen this like a Friday Night Lights version of this, but this is like, that is not a workable locker room thing to do.
Not when you have a quarterback who's been really good. Now, if you have a situation where your quarterback hasn't been great, then we can talk about, bringing in Sam Darnold. And, you look at teams that have had to do that because their drafted player turned out to not be as good as you thought. But Brock Purdy's been every bit QB1 that you could have ever dreamed that Trey Lance would have been. If Trey Lance would have done what Brock Purdy has done, well, all of a sudden Shanahan and his drafting would be viewed in a different way. Think about that. If you would have traded up for Trey Lance, you traded 3 first-round picks to move up 11 spots or 10 spots, whatever it was, and you got Trey Lance, and Trey Lance took you to 2 NFC championships and a Super Bowl, well, Kyle Shanahan would be a genius.
Massive extension.
Right.
Yep.
But instead, you got lucky with Brock Purdy, and yet Brock Purdy's done exactly that. 2 championship games and a Super Bowl, and yet some people don't think that that's worth $53 million. What would Trey Lance have gotten if he did what Brock Purdy had done?
$1 billion.
Right. He might have reset the market.
Oh, for sure he would have.
Right.
For sure he would have. 6'4" and runs
and
like
a howitzer and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He's way better than Dak. 65.
Well, and fans, I don't even know what the contract would have been, but no fan would have said, I don't think you should pay him more than 25 or 30.
No, of course not.
It's because of the draftism that you coined so long ago.
Try this one on. 925 on the text line. Y'all missing the point. This is about opportunity cost. You could spend $53 million on 2 elite pass rushers and then use the 11th pick in the draft on Jackson Dart.
I like the player, Mark.
Do ya?
I like the pick.
Do ya?
I mean, maybe. Talk to me in 2028.
Listen, 925. Yes, you could have done that. You could have done that. And I would argue the next thing that would have happened, the moment the 49ers do that, the next thing that would have happened was that Vegas would have immediately recalibrated the 49ers as the underdog in the NFC West as opposed to the favorite that they currently are. Jackson Dart? Jackson Dart.
Well, we'll see.
I mean, sure, we'll see. But
yeah, I mean, we saw Bo Nix last year step in and play great.
Bo Nix, yes, was picked right around at that spot in the draft.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart was not picked until 15 picks later. But I guess, we'll see is not the motto I'm looking for offseason marketing for my favorite team. Catch the 49ers in action. We'll see. I don't want a rookie. We're not in rookie time. This is not where we are as a franchise. This is not where the Shanahan regime is. We're not at rookie time at quarterback.
Well, which franchises are at rookie time? Start at the bottom of the standings and then move up, and that's where you're going to find the teams that are at quote-unquote rookie time. And even the Carolina Panthers, their quarterback will be in his third year coming up, but they're still kind of trying to emerge from rookie time.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams that should be in rookie time, but there weren't enough rookies to play their time.
Right.
The Raiders should be in rookie time. They're not.
They're not. No, they keep trying to chase after it.
The Panthers, the Saints, they have a rookie. They didn't draft one high enough, but it's rookie time. It's rookie time for the Saints.
If you're a bad team, then you're probably in rookie time.
Yeah.
The Bears are perennially in rookie time. I know he'll be in his second year, Caleb Williams, but ostensibly they're trying to emerge from rookie time yet again because they can't seem to get the QB right.
I like rookie time.
I do too.
Rookie time.
You know what? The Niners were in rookie time when they drafted Trey Lance.
Right.
Because they didn't have a quarterback that they really trusted. And so they went the rookie time route, and then they were able to get fortunate with Brock Purdy. If you're constantly drafting a quarterback with your high first-round pick, A, you're not any good because you're drafting early in the first round, and B, you have no quarterback.
I'm laughing because we just got another fun text. This is from the 216. And I looked at 216, and I'm like, I don't even know where the hell that is. Do you know what the 216 area code is?
No clue.
Yeah, me neither. Let me look this up. 216 area code. Yep, I had a feeling based on the text. 216 area code is Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland, this is for you. Okay, 216. You guys are just too scared to make the wild decisions my Browns do. I'd like to say hello to whoever's listening there in Cleveland and agree with you. Yes, a lot of these non-Brock Purdy ideas, that's exactly what they do. They scare the hell out of me because I think they look like something Cleveland would do. That's exactly what all of your ideas, Jackson Dart, and look at the Browns quarterback room. It's just a line of people who are all wild decisions. And I hope Shedeur Sanders is the one. I hope that when the smoke comes out of the building there in Cleveland, I hope that's who emerges as the new quarterback. I really do. I couldn't even name all the people they got in that quarterback room. Is Flacco there?
Dylan Gabriel.
They
took this year.
Flacco, right?
Sounds about right.
Flacco got signed there. And then they got
Pickett.
Pickett.
They
Cody
traded
Pickett.
DTR for Pickett.
Yes, Pickett. I mean,
our scrub for your scrub.
Right, and then Shedeur Sanders.
Right.
And Deshaun is still there too, by the way. Also, Deshaun Watson.
Kind of.
But he is. He's there. That's the roster. Those are bad decisions. I can't say that about the rookies yet. I don't know. but you used 2 picks on quarterbacks when you had already just signed 2 veterans and one of the highest paid players in the league who stinks and can't play is also in there too. That's what a quarterback room looks like when you just keep throwing crap against the wall every year, which is what it sounds like to me when people are like, I don't like this new deal for Brock.
Yeah, I don't like this guy with 4 playoff wins in his first 3 years. Let's do something else. Let's do what Cleveland did, which is trade for Deshaun Watson. They sent a first, a fourth, a first, a third, and a first and a fourth. They sent 3 first-round picks and 2 fourths and a third for Deshaun Watson, who he had a few good games, but he's been an unmitigated disaster on a guaranteed deal. So if that's the way you want the 49ers to comport themselves in the draft and in the market, well, they're not going to. There's a reason why Cleveland is always bad. They can't get it right, and when they try to get it right, they go unmistakably wrong trying to get it right. I was just looking at Cleveland's history of first-round picks going backward. They had one this year. Mason Graham looks like a good player, but last year didn't have one. 23 didn't have one. 22 didn't have one. 3 years of no first-round capital. Hard to find a quarterback when you don't have a high first-round pick.
888-957-957. Let's go to D-Dubs in Rincon Valley. Hey, D-Dubs, what's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to talk about the perfect storm that's been created by the amount of money paid to Brock. And I'm not really tripping on the money. I'm tripping on what the media is going to do to him, knowing that we've got the weakest schedule coming up. And if he doesn't perform, is he going to be able to handle the media attention to micromanage all of his stats, right? The second thing I want to talk about is we still have to contend with Philly. We still have to contend with the Commanders. We still have to contend with Green Bay. Is Brock really going to take us to the promised land? I want to hear your take off the phone.
Okay.
Appreciate you guys.
I'd love to answer both of
you
those.
can get it on the radio. Stay tuned.
Yeah, that's where we are right now. So, yeah, let's do it. Is Brock really going to take the 49ers to the promised land? I believe so. I can't sit here and predict what each year is going to look like, so I can only answer it this way. I believe he's capable, and I find it actually laughable, the idea that he's not. He went to overtime of a Super Bowl already. Are you in some way under the impression that you walk away from a game like that and be like, well, can't do it? Like, what?
Yeah. He took you to the promised land, but he didn't have a key to get through the front door.
I get it, but like when you're that close, I don't know how you could argue that it's just like preventative. At age 25, you can't do it, even though you've moved through the playoffs twice already in 3 years, and one of them you went to a Super Bowl and took a team to overtime. Like, of course, I believe he can do it. Now, with regard to the idea of is he going to be able to handle the media pressure if he doesn't play well, I mean, I tend to think those things just take care of themselves. No matter who you are and no matter what you make, it's professional sports and you have to play well or you don't get to stay.
Yeah.
Like, so that, I think it's funny when people are like, the media pressure. Screw the media. We're a part of it. We're not scaring anybody.
You know what?
They've got a real life that they're trying to keep up out there.
Yeah.
They're scared of being called into the office and being told to bring their playbook. They're not scared of Willard and Dibbs being like, you suck.
Yeah.
Like
they're scared of a 290-pound edge rusher who runs a 4.5 40, clipping them from behind when they're getting ready to throw the ball down the field.
That sounds terrifying.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
So, 2 talking heads on a very popular afternoon drive show. If we happen to get critical, is he going to suddenly wilt under the pressure of the spotlight? I don't buy that.
Like, in other words, I don't think that Brock is suddenly going to feel a ton of new pressure this year just because of this contract. I think he already felt that. I think he's wired the right way. If he didn't feel it until now, that's a problem. Now, I won't reject the idea that this does, it adjusts the way people will view him. But I think if you're going to be good at professional sports, you have to be awesome at blocking that stuff out.
Yes.
And just performing.
He's no longer a cute story of the guy who was the 74th highest paid quarterback or whatever that number is. He's no longer that. It will forever be a part of his backstory. So now there is more of a, the scrutiny is going to come from, he's now making $53 million average annual value. So when he has a bad game, it's going to be scrutinized in a different way because he's now, the 7th highest paid by average annual. So some of that scrutiny will change, but I'm with you. If that gets to you, then you are not cut out to even be a quarterback in the NFL.
So I guess Brian Baldinger was on with you guys on Friday. Huh?
It was great. Baldy was awesome.
This is his reaction to this exact idea.
I think the money changes things for sure. And to say that it doesn't, I don't think that's realistic. The franchise is in his hands now. They are depending upon him. Now, he can go out there and put the same, placid face on and smile and answer the questions and, do the things that he has done. But, you get into those games like that, that championship game with Detroit a couple years ago, and you're down 17, you're expected to come bring that team back and win that game. That's just one example. But, yes, you're expected to win these games, the close games, the games in the fourth quarter. You start keeping that stat of fourth quarter comebacks, all those kind of things. Like, you're going to be measured by a lot of those things. And, if you come up short or you can't finish those drives, then, the sky will fall, the pressure amount, the phone calls to the Morning Rose, to this station, whatever, they're going to be amplified for sure.
Wow, Baldy. Jeez, you caught a stray in the middle of having a guy on our own show.
Yeah.
The hell was that? Well, let me take it a step further. I totally disagree with him. And he says, like, it's silly to disagree with this. Let me tell you why I don't think it's silly to disagree with it. I think that was already true. We watched it. You go out there and you lose football games for the 49ers coming off of the performances you've already had, the sky falls.
But it's different now because he's making 53. I do think that now, because some of the callers will call in and say, you never should have paid him that money. I told you all.
It's just different words, but it's the same opinion.
It's a stronger opinion.
Yeah,
I'm understanding what you're saying.
Know what I mean?
Like, I do think that now the contract, though, now is a part of the reason to criticize.
No, that's
and it wasn't
fine.
before.
Like, if I'm Brock, I'd say this. You criticized me when I was making $1 million. Yeah, go ahead. Be louder when I make 53. You already criticized me. So just criticize me, but now I make $52 million more dollars.
Right. And so that's just a part of the criticism. It's another arrow in the quiver that you didn't have if you were a critic before.
Okay, I wonder what y'all think about that. Do you believe that this deal that Brock Purdy has now signed brings with it more pressure, or does it effectively stay the same? I honestly believe the way Brock and most athletes are wired, I don't think it changes a whole hell of a lot. I really don't. A bigger house, but I don't think it changes the way he's going to go approach 49er football or process a loss.
I don't think so either, but it's just the fans. I think it changes the way fans will perceive him. And, part of the narrative now will be, well, if he didn't make all that money, if he would have just played for 30 like I wanted, we'd have more talent around him. He wouldn't have to carry the thing.
All right, 888-957-9570. Bob, Doug, you'll be first up, but let's weigh in and take some calls on that. Do you think that this adds now an entirely new layer of pressure? 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs.
So Cook makes an incredible run, but coughed it up at the end as Fred Warner, the rookie, popped it out.
3rd and 5. Pressure. Right on him is Fred Warner. And down again is Russell Wilson.
Goff throws, and it's intercepted. It's picked off by Warner. Fred Warner for the touchdown.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Those are from Fred Warner's rookie year. So, in other words, he always been good. And if you're just joining us, Fred Warner, not just Brock Purdy, now Fred Warner has a new deal as well, and he is once again, for the second time in his career, the highest paid linebacker in the league. 3-year extension, $63 million, $56.7 million of that is guaranteed. And all, by the way, maybe this is the undersold part of all of this news, George, Brock, Fred, hunky-dory this offseason. No drama, mama. That's it. That's it. Like, I think August is just going to be, like, clean, which is what we've been hoping for 3 years in a row and not gotten it.
Right. I was just thinking about that earlier in the show. Like, what is there to talk about now between here and the start of the year? Football. And that's it.
That's weird.
And I believe it's a week from tomorrow. Phase 3 of the OTAs gets underway. So you've got, I think, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday this week, and you've got dates the week after, and then a few dates the week after that, and then that's it. Wrap it up until you get ready to report to training camp. So, yeah, we actually get to talk about football players doing football things instead of, Brandon Ayuk's Instagram and, Nick Bosa's silence and Deebo Samuel, he's unhappy, and all the rest of the dramatic nonsense. So maybe we can actually, go down to practice and look at some of the rookies and look at some football and say, yeah, that guy's bigger than I thought. And boy, that guy sure looks good in shorts. As long as you wear the right shorts.
But are they the right shorts?
Correct.
Exactly.
Had to get there first.
Zucci Main texted in, and this is kind of what we were talking about moments ago based off of what Brian Baldinger said to you guys on Friday when this news broke about Brock. And Zucci says, hey, I'm with you, Mark. He is Mr. Irrelevant QB who's QB'd for the San Francisco 49ers. That's pressure. The biggest pressure now is all the new, air quotes, family members who will show up to Thanksgiving with their hands out. Like, I totally get, and if you're just joining us, I get what Baldy is saying here.
I think the money changes things for sure. And to say that it doesn't, I don't think that's realistic. The franchise is in his hands now. They are depending upon him. Now, he can go out there and put the same placid face on and smile and answer the questions and, do the things that he has done. But, you get into those games like that, that championship game with Detroit a couple of years ago, and you're down 17, you're expected to come bring that team back and win that game. That's just one example. But, yes, you're expected to win these games, the close games, the games in the fourth quarter. You start keeping that stat of fourth quarter comebacks, all those kind of things. Like, you're going to be measured by a lot of those things. And, if you come up short or you can't finish those drives, then, the sky will fall, the pressure amount, the phone calls to the Morning Rose, to this station, whatever, they're going to be amplified for sure.
Baldy.
Yep.
Anyway, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. I just think that if I were a betting man, and I have been known to be one, I would bet that if Brock were listening to that, he'd be like, I already felt all of those things. Like, I don't think Brock Purdy ever went into a Niner game. I don't think he went into the Super Bowl and he's like, dude, I really want to play well, but if I don't, it's cool because they only pay me $1 million. Like, that's just not. So I understand where Baldy's coming from. The sound might be more negative, the sound of the world that spins around all of this. But I do not believe that this, at least if he does it right, and if he's really that dude and he's made of what we think he's made of, this does not change a damn thing for him because he already felt all of that pressure and the sky already fell whenever things didn't go well.
Well, if you look at it from his standpoint and the money, it actually might be less pressure because now he's gone through and done enough to get this kind of a contract.
That's a good point.
If you're thinking about it from his standpoint, if I'm Brock Purdy, there's pressure in every snap when you're the quarterback of an NFL team. You've got 11 guys on the other team who are trying to take the ball away from you, and some of them are actually trying to hurt you. Not intentionally injure you, but tackle you and get the ball away from you and, put it on you and all the rest of it. So there's pressure in that. I can't imagine being a QB at that level where you've got 11 elite athletes on the other side all trying to take it away and do those things. So there's pressure there, but I think that there's less pressure for him because now he's got $180 million in guaranteed dollars. But for me, the real thing where the contract becomes a part of it is what the fans think and the national media. And, you can't wait until they lose the opener to Seattle, let's just say 23-9, and he throws 2 picks, no touchdowns. Every single talking head on every show nationally is going to be talking about a terrible contract, a gross overspend. The money went to his head, wasn't enough to go around to the rest of the roster, and it just becomes a part of the conversation now.
Right, but he can go find quiet space and block that out to the point that I think you were just making.
Yeah, I'm not worried about him.
To me, that's all that we're talking about right now is him.
For me, we're talking about the conversation.
Well, right, but that's noise. That's what athletes and celebrities will call noise. In other words, I think the point you're making, and I agree with it, but you stop me if this is not what you're saying. What would feel more pressurized? If I play poorly today, people will yell. Or if I play poorly today, my contract value is going to go way down.
I might be out of the league, even beyond that.
So for
me, it's not even close. And that is what I'm saying.
Right.
If you're in a casino and, you entered with $100 and now you're sitting on 4,200 because you went on a heater and now you're betting $50 a hand and you're like, okay, if I get down to $3,000, I'm going to walk away. But you're playing, you're having fun, you're having drinks and the rest of it. If you enter with $100 and you're down to your final $10 chip, now it's like, it's do or die.
That's a big
deal. It's a must win.
That's a big
must-win hand.
Yeah, I'd comp this to Jonathan Kuminga. Let's go back over the last 4 months. What do you think bothered him more? Do you think it bothered him more that people like you and me talked about him? Or do you think he was bothered more by the fact that benching him looked really bad to the rest of the league in a contract year?
The injury probably bothered him more than the other two, but you're right.
The pressure is getting to this point. Not making it live up to somebody else's bar. You know what I mean?
But there is some of that, and a good friend of mine just texted me the name Barry Zito. And when he signed for $126 million with the Giants, instantly there was that level of added pressure because the Giants went out and gave him that deal. And I think Barry even has spoken to this where he felt like he had to go out there and kind of prove that,
I'm sure. There's even, Adamas' slow start this year. I think it's known. A lot of people were like, look, whenever you come to a brand new team and it's a big deal and everything, sure, you want to impress. Comp's a little different because Zito or Adamas were coming from other teams. And so it's like this, you arrive and now you're this expensive guy. Brock Purdy has a little bit of cachet built up with the Niner fan base already. But no, I'm not rejecting the idea that you want to live up to your contract. I'm just saying I agree with you. It's even more pressure to get to the contract than it is to live up to it once it's already been signed.
And it depends on your situation. Barry Zito had already been a Cy Young Award winner, and so the expectation that Giants fans had when he came here was higher because he had already done it in Oakland and he had already shown to be that dude. And for Brock Purdy, the contract it's not an albatross, but if he struggles and if they struggle, especially this year against the last place schedule, I do think that the noise, it builds. And it's not only us on this show and us at this station and this market and whatever. It'll be a national story. It's a national narrative. The Mr. Irrelevant, he got paid and turns out maybe he's not that dude.
Oh, no doubt. Well, and they're the Niners. They're one of the big brands. Sure, of course, that total agreement there. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. We'll take your calls right now, 888-957-9570. Do you think that this deal now brings with it some sort of newfound pressure on Brock Purdy? Hey, Doug, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I'm glad that the Niners got business done early this time.
Yep.
I think that they learned from not doing it before. I wanted to just mention something a little different, but in answer to your question, I think that every player is different. Every mind is different. So I'm not going to try to get inside Brock Purdy's head and figure out, if he has a couple bad games, if he's going to feel more pressure or not. From what I've seen of the kid, I think that he's just going to go about his business. I think he's had ups and downs before, and I think he will handle it well. And I don't know that that's a major thing. You can come down on one side or the other on it. The thing I wanted to mention was that with regard to the contract, the elephant in the room, to me, was Dak Prescott's contract.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that in the negotiation, each side could have used it. The 49ers could have used it as a cautionary tale. Well, look, they gave Dak $60 million, and what's he done? He's made it to the playoffs, I think, once or twice, and maybe not, and a whole bunch of interceptions, and folds under pressure and gets injured. And Purdy's camp could have used it as, hey, look, they paid Dak Prescott $60 million, a year. I mean, and look what Brock's done. He's gone to the NFC Championship game. He's gone to the Super Bowl. So it's interesting to me how each side could look at what to me is the elephant in the room, and use it, the 49ers could look at their own situations in the last few years and use it, the way you want. So I'm glad he got paid. I think it's pretty fair. I think the Niners are, in a way, kind of lucky. Last year wasn't such a great year because it brought the salary down a little bit. And I'm a Brock Purdy fan. I'm a 49ers fan. I hope the young man does well. I think he can handle it. He's handled it pretty well up to this point. Those are my thoughts on things, guys.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Must be the, is it the top of the hour or something like that?
Yes, and he must be at the campus near the Campan Isle, which is where the chimes go off the giant tower there at UC Berkeley.
That's probably exactly where he is.
No doubt.
Yeah.
At first, I thought it might have been a wind chime, an overactive wind chime, but then I checked the clock and I thought, time for the legal.
Time for the legal. Let's do it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio.
I know you're going to go out to a bunch of games this year, but Grandy and I were there Friday when the Brock Purdy news broke.
Talk to me.
Just looking out from our little spot on the concourse, and it was a sea of lavender, and there were so many people showing up early. And then they opened the doors at 5:30, and there was an absolute roar as people burst through the doors. Not literally, but people just poured in, and there were so many hoodies and shirts and jerseys, and the lavender love was crazy. The people are excited.
The first ever.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome.
How many people get to be involved in the first ever anything? It's the first ever game. Did you stay for the game?
I couldn't, couldn't make it.
Yeah, that's right.
Couldn't stick and stay.
I had
to scoot on down to L.A. But, the people who were there, the excitement and the smiles and people coming up to the table during the breaks, it was pretty awesome to see.
I love it. No, I can't wait to go. And, of course, you can hear all of the games, the home games right here on 95.7 The Game, all the games on the Odyssey app where the Valkyries have their own special dedicated channels. So download the app if you haven't already and check that out. And I can't wait to get out and experience the whole thing. I mean, Doug's comments on the Purdy situation are pretty interesting as far as like where this goes next, the concept, the perception, what have you. I just don't see, and I would probably give this grace to most successful professional athletes, because I can promise you every one of them, no matter how successful you are, at some point you were told that's a pipe dream. That's not realistic. So they're myth busters. This is who they are. They're odds busters. This is who these people are. So if you can succeed through that, if you can be the last pick in the draft and you can be thrown to the wolves halfway through a season with 2 injured quarterbacks in front of you and just then waltz your team into the NFC championship game, dude, you're made of something. You're made of something pretty significant if you can do stuff like that. So I get what Baldy's saying as far as how this will sound if things don't go well on a given week. I don't think that that's going to bother him or trip him up at all. And by the way, it can't. If that changes him, if that gets to him, he's not made of what I think he's made of.
Yeah, they should know that by now. And the way he's reacted to adversity has been terrific. And even when he's had bad games, he steps to the microphone and he takes on his share of the blame, if not more of it. He's not one to point the finger, even though last year was full of adversity. And he could have said, God, guys, you look at who I'm playing with. I've got, we're down a couple of receivers. I don't have my running back. Our defense can't stop anybody. But yeah, go ahead and blame me. He never did any of that. And so I do think that he's cut from the correct cloth to be able to take on the burden of being, top 7 now in average annual value. There's extra pressure from the outside that comes with that.
Well, and you know where my mind goes when, and I'm sure you've heard this 1,000 times, he's not worth that money. Can we explore that for a second?
Sure.
What does that mean? Do you ever watch sports and you just look at an athlete and you're like, 42.2? Like, where is that bar coming from?
Well, it just depends on the player in the league. Like Zach LaVine, for example. He's not worth what they pay him.
Okay, but if he's not worth that, I would argue our sensibilities on that idea are coming from the other players around him, right?
Yeah, usually.
I don't think you're attaching it directly to wins and losses. I don't think we're doing that.
Nor are you attaching it in a vacuum. Like, if you want to look at Brock Purdy making $53 million a year to play football, you could look at that and say, well, he's not worth $53 million. Nobody's worth $53 million.
Okay.
But then you step outside of that statement and you realize, well, it's a multi-billion-dollar franchise. It's a $100 billion entity, the National Football League. So, yeah, it turns out it's okay to pay a guy $53 million a year. If the franchise is worth $7 billion and the salary cap is $300 million, can you pay him 53 of the 300? Well, yeah.
Yeah, you can, and they will.
Probably should.
Well, right, but I'm going to look at all kinds of athletes. Is Kevin Durant worth what they pay him?
At times. What do they pay him, like 57?
Something. I think it's 50, whatever. Like, you look at him, if you watch him play basketball, you're like, yep, he's worth it. Well, they stunk. They went 36 and 46. He's got 2 other really highly paid players on his team, and they were terrible. So you're not equating it to winning. I think what most people are doing when you say that, you're equating it to the people around him, to his counterparts, his comrades. What does this kind of quarterback make in the NFL? And so for those of you who have sort of responded to this, but well, he's not worth $53 million. Well, I would actually argue if you want to pick a side for who, quote unquote, I hate doing this because I thought both of them did great, but who won the deal based on the salaries that are around him, well, then the 49ers won. They completely won.
I don't see it that way.
Why? If he's not worth 53. But if Trevor Lawrence is making more, and Tua is making more, and Goff is making the same, and Jordan Love is making more, if you're going to do how? Like Dak is making more than anyone. Like, I would love someone to argue what that even means. He's not worth $53 million. Based on what? I'm asking the question. I don't know.
Well,
what is that even based on?
Based on the perception that he is a byproduct of those people around him. That's what the number one answer would be. People think that if he's a system quarterback, and as we've learned through conversations with Kurt Warner and many other quarterbacks, they're all system quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes is a system quarterback. Josh Allen, same thing. Lamar Jackson, don't get me started. They've built their system around Lamar Jackson, but he's a system quarterback, and they just signed Derrick Henry to an extension today, so that system continues on, and it works because you have Lamar Jackson. So Brock Purdy's a system guy, but the critics, the detractors will say He's a byproduct of having great players around him.
Right, which another fascinating one to me, and like just to help out, I'm going to expand this beyond Brock. That whole thing gets disproven constantly. I don't think Tua is a great quarterback, but good God, have you seen the Dolphins without him?
Yeah, they're terrible.
They can't score a point. The whole thing's over. Did you watch the game in Green Bay last year when Brock was out? 3 minutes into the game, you're like, we can go do something else, hon.
Well, and think about the Jets the first year Aaron Rodgers was there. Like, they lost Aaron Rodgers on, the 7th play or something?
I don't even think it was that long, but yeah.
They had a hard time scoring touchdowns the entire year.
Do you remember that they won that game?
That he got hurt.
Isn't that weird?
Like 9-7 or 8-5.
Against Buffalo, right?
I think so.
Against Buffalo. They won that game.
It was a low-scoring affair. I remember that.
It was. But anyway, I just, this whole concept of, oh gosh, they're a product of their surroundings. Watch one of the games when they're out. And you and I have actually had this debate a number of times, and it was back when McCaffrey was really humming before the injury, and the whole, who's the most important player on the offense? Who would you play a game without? Is it McCaffrey? Is it Debo? Is it Trent Williams? And I'm not asking all of you to agree with me, but I firmly believe, and will to my grave, the answer is Brock. The answer is almost always the quarterback. Watch a team without its quarterback. It does not look the same. They often cannot function. And I know there are situations where backup quarterbacks have come in and done things.
Nick Foles.
Yeah. That's such an incredible outlier.
Rare, yep.
Such an outlier. If you think that, I would much rather argue, and I'm not, but I'd rather, if you forced me, let's go back to your debate class, and I've got to pick a side, right? Brock is a product of his surroundings, or are the surroundings a product of Brock? I know which one I'd like to argue.
Right.
I don't think either of them are terribly true, but I would much easier argue that the surroundings are a product of Brock than Brock is a product of the surroundings.
Well, it's always going to be symbiosis with any offense and a play caller and the quarterback. And if you try to assign more credit or blame around that, then I think you're missing the greater point about football in general. Last year, the 49ers offense was not as good. Brock Purdy was not as good. I would argue Kyle Shanahan was not as good. So the collective of all three of those parts, Brock, the team around him, and the play caller, none of them were as good as they were the year before. So you could parse out the blame and the credit however you want to do it. But ultimately, a football team, it's a complementary exercise.
Absolutely.
And if the defense is not holding up their end and they're getting gashed for long drives late in games, and if the offense is not able to run the ball and the quarterback is not as accurate as he has been and the coach is not calling plays the way he used to, then the whole thing's going to fall apart.
Yep. I look at pressure coming this season.
Oh, and the special teams too. Sorry.
Damn right.
Gotta make sure we throw that in there.
Signed a new kicker over the weekend.
Oh, yeah. Greg Joseph.
Yep.
Little competition.
I look at the whole thing like that. Okay. I'm so glad that we accidentally just stumbled into that. That's pressure. Who got more pressure on him in September? Brock Purdy or Jake Moody?
Oh, it's Jake Moody.
Oh, not even close.
Although Mac Jones, first round draft capital. I think you hear him knocking. McCorkle.
It's Jake Moody.
No, that's pressure.
That's pressure. Hey, son, if you miss this kick, you're out of a job.
Right.
That's pressure. What's happening to Brock right now is kind of the opposite of pressure. He's a made man now.
He is. But I don't know if it's pressure that comes from the fans, but it is definitely additional scrutiny. When you have a player who suddenly makes that much money, and you know this, fans look at athletics a lot through the lens of money. And so when you're making that much money as the quarterback, well, now you better perform.
We're sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. On the fly a little bit. Can we take, I want to get back to Brock and the Niners coming up in a little bit. Can we jump off the island for just a second because of something that Aaron Gordon said after the Nuggets were defeated over the weekend that I think is incredibly applicable to Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors and the future of the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Willard and Dibs.
Brissett giving time over the middle. He gets picked off by Warner. Fred Warner climbs the ladder to get it, and now he sprints down the sideline, inside the 10. He won't be denied. Touchdown, San Francisco.
Fred has one mission in life right now, outside of winning the Super Bowl and being probably Father of the Year, Man of the Year, and all the other awards you could give Fred. All he wants is the ball. Like, that's his thing. He wants the ball. Any way he can get the ball, whether he's punching the ball out, whether he's picking it off, whether he's taking a fumble, like, he wants the ball. And I don't know if a lot of linebackers think like that. A lot of linebackers are pretty content, going to make tackles and pumping their chest up when they do and all that stuff. Fred wants the ball. That's the most important thing to him.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Baldy from earlier this year on The Roast talking about Fred Warner, and we're talking about Fred Warner because Fred Warner is once again the highest paid linebacker in the NFL. New deal for him today, 3 years, $63 million. That agent broke that news on a Monday.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy's agent broke that news on a Friday.
Okay. Yeah.
Do with that whatever you want.
Yeah, I don't do much with it, and you just never know how these things all shake out and, which deal gets done when. And I do know that we were getting ready to do a big show picking through the Warrior wreckage.
I thought about
and,
that. I'm like, ooh, their prep just went out the window.
Well, because Thursday was the day after the loss, and so there was a lot of anger and frustration over...
Sure.
All of it. And then Friday, you start to get a little bit further away from it. And we had the exit interviews, which we played all of it on Thursday. And then Friday, Steve and Mike Dunleavy both spoke. And, we're getting ready to play a big chunk of that. And then, so all of a sudden, 53 milli for Brock. And so you pivot and all the rest of it. So, yeah, I don't know if there's anything that I take from it that it happens on a Friday. I don't know if the agent would feel like it's bad news. I mean, he got his client $53 million.
It's not bad news. I just don't think it's victory lap news. I don't. And I know that agents and players do look at it this way. Like, he just signed a deal for less than Trevor Lawrence. He did.
And maybe the team was like, yeah, we want to get this out today because we got something else coming on Monday. And we think we're going to have another announcement. So, if you guys want to go ahead and leak it to your people, we kind of want to get this out here today now that it's done, as opposed to wait until Monday because we got other things going on Monday.
I wonder how much the team actually has say in it. I mean, obviously, the agent doesn't want to throw something out there that's going to tick the team off or be inaccurate. I know that, but you all see the way these tweets get written now. I mean, look at, let's see, we were looking at Adam Schefter's tweet earlier. Did you see Rappaport's tweet about Fred Warner? What do you notice about the way this one sounds? The 49ers and all-pro linebacker Fred Warner have agreed to terms on a new 3-year contract extension worth $63 million per me and Mike Garafolo. The deal, done by Justin Schulman of Athletes First, makes Warner the perennial Pro Bowler, the NFL's highest-paid linebacker. He gets $56.7 million guaranteed. I noticed two things about that. First of all, you have to shout out the agent, be like, this is who did that.
Yeah.
This is a fancy person.
Well, they did the same thing with the Brock Purdy deal.
Right, but here's the second thing I noticed. He gets $56.7 million guaranteed and becomes the NFL's highest paid linebacker. That's a victory lap. That's a, hey, pound my chest, look at me.
Right. Now, Purdy's deal was never going to be that. He was never going to be the highest paid quarterback.
Oh, that was absolutely discussed.
Well, not when
he's better than Dak Prescott.
But when the deal comes in at 53, it's not like he was close to being the highest paid quarterback.
Precisely, which is why I don't think it's a pound your chest victory lap for the agent. There are multiple quarterbacks who are worse than Brock Purdy who are paid more. And that doesn't usually work that way. It's usually the reverse, like it did with Dak. Like Dak, that's a victory lap for the agent. It's like, hey, I'm the guy who got the Cowboys to think that Dak Prescott's better than Joe Burrow. Look at me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a big deal. I'm not saying that they're embarrassed. I just think it's a little different, and why the agent puts it on a Friday afternoon. You just signed a deal that is below what many other players are making who are worse than you. That is the reality of the tote board.
Yeah. I mean, it's the reality as pertains to your perception. I'm sure if you're Trevor Lawrence's agent, you probably think your guy is every bit as good as Brock Purdy.
No.
He doesn't have as good of a team.
Trevor's
Trevor's
agent and Trevor's mom think that. Nobody else thinks that. You don't think that, do you?
I think that he's in a worse situation.
Of course.
He's in a situation where your team isn't as good. You've had a coaching carousel, and the talent around him is not as good either. So we can look at all these things in many different ways. Brock Purdy is in one of the best situations in the National Football League. He's got a lot of talent around him. He's got, on his offense, he's got Hall of Famer, three Hall of Famers on his offense of 11. Kittle, McCaffrey, and Trent Williams.
Okay.
So you play with 3 of the other 10 guys are Hall of Famers. Your coach is one of the smartest minds in football. Your organization is the gold standard. Your GM is a guy who always puts you in a spot to compete. His situation is,
no doubt,
across the board, one of the 5 best in all of football.
No doubt, but you also know that kind of stuff is pretty hard to get across the board in contract negotiations.
It is, but
scoreboard is scoreboard.
The tote board of how much you're making, I get it. But when I look at like how we assess players, I think it's important to look at context as well. Now, Trevor Lawrence is in a situation where his coach, he's probably going to be his 3rd head coach or his 4th head coach in 6 years. The organization is not a joke, but they're closer to joke than they are juggernaut.
It's been messy, no doubt. But
the GM situation, you had Trent Baalke as your GM, and he's surrounded by almost no talent on offense.
But here's my point. My point is that those things that you're bringing up, while I agree with you, they often get blown through by the player and the agent when it comes to negotiations. We could do a contextual conversation about Brandon Ayuk as a wide receiver, and I think we could get a lot of people to agree with us. If you bring context to the party, this is not a $30 million receiver. There's all these things going on around him.
Which is why the team kind of blew it 7 ways from Sunday.
Totally agree.
Because he's not that guy.
Right. But in the negotiations, that often gets lost because you want the player, and the player can get stubborn. And Brandon was stubborn. Brock deserves some credit for not being stubborn. But I don't think his agent wants to run around all week and go, we weren't stubborn. Like, that's not what he wants to highlight, which is why you got Friday afternoon.
Yeah, I just don't see it that way. But, I don't really read into it like that. If it's really, really bad news, I get it. This was not bad news.
It's not bad news, but it's just not victory. Like, this stuff does get thought about, trust me.
I know it does, but it also could be a number of different situations that led this to get out on Friday.
Maybe. Here, we want to get to the Aaron Gordon stuff. Let's take one more, and then we'll do that. Coach D in Fremont. Hi, Coach D. What's up?
I think your whole premise is 100% wrong. It is a victory lap from this standpoint. Brock Purdy was the worst paid player in the NFL last year. There were long snappers making more money than Brock Purdy. Also, Brock Purdy covered up one of the worst trades in NFL history. I put it in top 5. That's why I want you to change the narrative. Brock Purdy covered up that Trey Lance horrible trade deal to cover up the Niners.
Agreed.
Period.
Agreed.
Right? But don't say it's not a victory lap when this guy was the worst paid player in NFL history based on his position.
Right.
You were talking about the receivers, right?
Right.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, based on what he was earning, I was looking up today. Look it up. Google it. The long snappers were making more money than him.
Coach
and
D,
you're saying 53 money is not a lift, is something like a...
You're damn right.
Asking.
You're damn right, and I'll say it again, and here's why. You're right about all of your premise. I just don't think that affects it. Believe me, if I'm Brock Purdy's agent, and Coach D, thank you, if I'm Brock Purdy's agent, and I walk into a room with the Niners, and their first argument is, look, you're really good. We think you're better than Trevor Lawrence. We think you're better than Tua. But you only made $1 million last year. So we can leap to 53, but we can't leap to 55. That's crazy. I don't think that's a part of the conversation at all. There's no part of it that's like, we can go 52 more. We can't go 54 more. I don't think that's where negotiations go. Believe me, I think this is a great deal for both sides. I am mindful of the fact that this broke when it broke, and I just trust me that in the celebrity world, these things are thought about. When do we want to break the news? And if the agent was out there wanting to peacock this, then it would not have happened on Friday afternoon. It just wouldn't have, because that's not the way that stuff works. Mike Florio said as much this morning on the Morning Roast. When you get the highest paid deal in the league, you get Monday afternoon.
Well, this was not ever going to be the highest paid deal.
Well, again, I keep saying that you didn't know that. There was absolutely moments 3 months ago or whenever the hell Dak Prescott got his deal that people went, oh, crap, but he's better than Dak. Wouldn't you go in there and say, you got to give me more than Dak?
There was never an indication from anyone I talked to and anything you read that this was going to suddenly be the highest paid deal.
But I'm also not talking about Dak. I'm talking about people who were 5th and 6th in line. He's
7th.
Yeah, and he's better. He's better than the guys who are right in front of him.
Well, some of them. He's tied with Jared Goff.
Right.
And you could argue whether or not he's better than Jared Goff.
I think he's better than Tua, and he's definitely better and more accomplished than Trevor Lawrence when it comes to the way you negotiate contracts. So, look, I'm not saying Brock got a bad deal. I'm just saying that I don't think the agent feels like he hit a grand slam here. And that is a credit to Brock, by the way, because he's the one who's in charge.
I don't know what the agent feels. Yeah. If I get my guy $265 million and I get him $180 guaranteed, and I get him from $1 million a year to $53 average annual, and I get all this money up front in the first 3 years for a 25-year-old, I'm feeling pretty good about that deal.
Those are his stats. Like, again, if Brock is happy at the end, wonderful. Then you're happy with the deal.
Then you hit a grand slam.
But Brock did. The agent, this is like...
the agent did too.
This is his batting average.
Right, but the agent got a guy $53 million. I'm not going to sit here and argue about how he feels. You don't know. I don't know.
Nobody knows, but we do know one thing. It broke on a Friday, and you don't do that if you are super thrilled to spread it to the world.
That's your opinion.
Yes, it
and
is.
You don't know you don't know whether or not other forces were in play to where they had to break it when they did.
I mean, what would those forces be?
That would be the Niners saying, hey, we got something else coming Monday. Let's announce this today because we got something else we're going to do on Monday.
The Niners are not, they're not the ones breaking the news.
They're not breaking it.
They haven't even.
They could be the ones who say, yeah, go ahead.
The agent may or may not.
Sure.
Right? Like,
right. But until, if pen's not to paper yet, then,
which it's still not.
Well, as far as we know,
I don't think.
Do we have to have a picture of a guy signing a contract to believe it?
They usually do it.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah.
When it's a new player, absolutely.
All right, check this out. We want to set the table with this and see what you all think. 888-957-9570. Aaron Gordon of the Nuggets said something after the Nuggets were eliminated in Game 7. And it's very, very applicable to Steph Curry and the Warriors. What do you all think about this?
Health is a lot, I would really, really appreciate it if there were a couple of days in between games in the playoffs instead of every other day. Regardless if you go 7 games. I understand if you do your work early and you get first seed, then you can have some time off. But I think the days in between games, not just off day and a travel day, but a travel day and a recovery day, just two days. I think the product of the game would be a lot better. I think there'd be just a better product on the floor, just to give all these professional athletes just one more day of rest, and you would see a higher level of basketball, probably less blowouts.
Okay, so the premise of what he's saying is 2 things. A, as he says right there, first of all, no back-to-backs, and now no only 1 day off between games. You need at least 2 days off between each game. There's also another clip where he starts specifically bringing up names, and he's essentially saying the team who wins the title is not always, and in fact is usually not the best team. It's simply the healthiest team. And so Jason Tatum, out. Dame Lillard, out. Steph Curry, out. You can go through all of these injuries that have taken place and knocked teams out. And the teams that are left right now are 4 teams that are relatively healthy. What do you think of this idea that now in the playoffs, Aaron Gordon is saying you need at least 2 days off in between at least most games?
Well, they got 2 days off between game 6 and 7.
That's
so
true,
it
too.
seems to me like, when you needed it the most for game 7, you got exactly what you were looking for. And I did a little bit of not a deep dive. It was a shallow dive. I was going to go deeper, but I found a couple of examples that satisfied my thirst for the information. And I went back to the 90s, and the Bulls and the Knicks played a second-round series, and they actually played back-to-back games. They played Saturday at the Garden. They played Sunday at the Garden. And then I went back. I thought, you know what? Let me go back to 75. Golden State Warriors win the title. At that time, they had a 1-2-2, 1-2-2. The format was 1 at home, then 2 on the road, then 2 back at your place. And there were some times where it was like 4 and 5 days off between games, then 1 day off. It's all kind of all over the board. And I hear what he's saying, and he's not totally wrong. I did a little bit of a look at game 7s, and a lot of game 7s do wind up a bit lopsided. And I went back in history, recent history, because I said this to you before, that I think it was 9 of the last 14 going into this game were won by the road team. And you had, which I thought was a bit odd, because normally the home team, game 7, the revved up crowd and the rest of it. But if you look at the reality of the situation, it's a TV show. And it's something that you always say. And you look at this situation, the reason why they put it on Sunday and not Saturday is because Sunday's the big NBA day. That's the big NBA spot, 12:30.
It's the big TV
Sunday.
day.
It is.
Or Sunday night, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't matter. If they had played on Friday, they would have played Sunday. They played on Thursday. They played on Sunday because they wanted that Sunday viewing spot. So he's not wrong, but the league doesn't care.
Well, there is the TV side to it, though I could argue that the networks who love to have as many properties as possible, even in this most recent round, what are we getting all the time? We're getting a lot of doubleheaders. You're getting a lot of doubleheaders. And this could even, what he's talking about, could scratch the itch of the East Coast fan who has to stay up till 1 a.m. to watch the end of that 7 o'clock tip with the Lakers and the Warriors, or 6:30 tip that's going on out here on the West Coast. You would have fewer nights where there's 2 games and more nights where there's 1. And I don't think that's a terrible thing. But here's kind of my issue with it. What Aaron Gordon, and I know not all of the injuries fall in this bucket because Jason Tatum is super young. And the reason Aaron's talking about this, he battled through it, but he played with a strained hamstring. And I know that got a lot of Warrior fans' eyebrows up because it's, quote, the same injury as Steph, which I don't think 2 injuries are ever alike. But if you want to take that route, you certainly can because they named it the same thing.
It was more severe, but
Steph's.
Gordon's. He was grade 2 hamstring strain.
Okay.
More severe.
I mean,
but what
I don't
Doc
even know how
Pandia
that's
has
possible.
told us,
Yeah.
well, every hamstring strain is different depending on the location, the muscles involved, etc. Whether or not you've had the injury before.
Yep.
So you can't just look at grade 1 versus grade 2, 2 different bodies, and say, well, he played, so he should have played. It's all
No, never. I mean, yeah, I don't think you can
so
ever do
many
that.
factors go into it.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's why this kind of came up. And Aaron is not 30 yet, but he will be in 3 months. Steph Curry is 37. Dame Lillard, I think, is 34, maybe, if I have that right. Basically, what I think Aaron is suggesting is tailoring the league to people in their 30s, as opposed to tailoring it to people in their 20s. And in theory, I have no vote into who's more important, 30-year-olds, 35-year-olds, 25-year-olds. I just think in professional sports, though, that's a hard thing to get by the goalie. The idea that, like, there are younger, stronger, healthier, more effective athletes, but we're going to slow this down so that you 35-year-olds can catch up to the 25-year-olds, so that Steph Curry can be on an even footing with Anthony Edwards more often. So we're going to take more days off in order to do that. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like the way sports is supposed to be built.
Agreed. And also, if you look at what the league is trying to do, especially in the playoffs, they're trying to be an everyday entity. And tonight, there's no NBA game. We've got no game tonight, Monday, May 19th. And I'm sure the league would love to have a game, but the schedule doesn't work that way. So what you get the rest of the way is the West tomorrow, the East on Wednesday, the West on Thursday, the East on Friday. So now you get into that rhythm of a game every other day. And honestly, that to me is the way it should be. And you look at the NFL, Mark, and like last year, I think the Chiefs were the team that played 3 games in 11 days.
Yes, they did. Yeah, the whole Christmas fiasco thing.
Right.
Yep.
So if you think for a minute that these leagues really care about your health and welfare or your player safety in the name of scheduling, last year the 49ers had 21 days fewer rest than their opponents. They played 4 teams who were coming off their bye. 4 teams. Competitively, that's patently unfair. Yet the league just rolled that out as the schedule, and this year they have a rest advantage. So Aaron Gordon's not wrong in that if you had fewer games closer together, guys probably would be fresher and maybe they would play better. But I don't think the league's that interested in that.
No, probably not. I don't think that he's going to suddenly say this and they're going to be like, wait a minute, the 4th best player on the Nuggets wants us to totally revamp the way we do playoffs. All right, let's listen to him. But he's also sitting here going, well, wait a minute. You did lose Steph Curry. You lost Steph Curry and he fell out of a series that the Warriors, I'm not going to do what everyone's doing. They would have won, Dan. They might have.
Yep.
They might have.
Well, we can say this. They would have had a better chance to win if they had Steph Curry.
And they had the lead at the end of the night when they went to bed the night that he was hurt. They had the lead. They had home court advantage. They had all of these things. And so if he plays the rest of the way, do they win? Analytics say yes, but we will obviously never know. It is pretty affirm. I'll say this, they would not have lost the next 4 games in a row.
Agreed.
Like that, I feel comfortable saying, but they did. They did. And the Bucks lost Dame Lillard, and they were already in a bad spot, and then they were immediately kind of swept out of the whole thing. Now, Jason Tatum is still a young player, but Jason Tatum gets hurt. The Celtics win 1 more game, but then poof, they're out of that series. And there are others. I think the other evidence is you look at the 4 teams that are left. Look at the 4 teams that are left. Give me their frontline star player who's in their 30s on any of the 4.
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to find it. Like Julius Randle might be 30. He's not their frontline star player.
No, he's probably their second best player.
Yep, I would
Julius
guess
Randle
he's 30. Feels like he's been around forever.
Julius Randle is he is 30.
Yep,
He
almost
just turned 30.
30 and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, Grandy was here. He was getting ready for the buzzer.
Nas Reed is the one who looks like he's 35. He's 25.
25.
He's 25 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right?
Like
so
Oklahoma City, they're all 25.
Right.
Lou Dort might be 30, but
but he's not.
No, I was just trying to think of a Thunder who's not like in his teens.
Caruso.
Okay, but Shai Gilgeous and Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams, these are young players. Anthony Edwards is 23. Karl Anthony Towns is 29. Jalen Brunson is 28. OG Anunoby is 27. Mikal Bridges is 28. 20.
Yes.
20.
Well, there's a reason
one of
why,
them has had his 30th birthday.
Yes.
Happy birthday, but you get the idea.
Well, and if you go back in history, 2 things are clear. One, older teams, and I'm saying the Warriors are an older team, they don't win the championship. I highlighted the Bulls when they won their final chip, and they all were, for the most part, 35. Jordan was 36. Rodman was 37, but Pippen was only 31. And that was a team wrapping up a dynasty.
Yep.
They had some muscle memory. The other piece is if you look at the championship teams going backward in time, all those teams do exactly what Aaron Gordon's describing. They stay healthy. When the Warriors won it in 2022, their top 6 played every game.
Healthy.
Yeah, every team, you have to be healthy, and that's, it's the nature of it.
Right, but I think his point is there a little bit of a nature or a nurture with regard to how these injuries are coming about? We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. Love to hear from you, 888-957-9570 in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll get back to the Niners for sure, but we'll take your phone calls right now. What do you think of the idea of the NBA going to at least 2 days off in between playoff games? 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Hope you're feeling all right, Steph. You feel better now, huh? Okay.
How soon until he plays his first round of golf? Or has he already?
Probably already has.
Well, and the indication was he would have been ready yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at that.
Me either.
Live your life.
You have to.
I don't even know if this is true because I was like knee deep in chips and salsa. But somebody said that and this was on our text line, Gordon's hamstring, thanks 415, Gordon's hamstring was a grade 1. And it was upgraded to a grade 2 after he played. Is that true? Is that accurate?
That doesn't sound true. I thought it was reported as a grade 2 originally.
It was reported as a grade 2 as well.
All I saw was a little notification that came up. It was like, Gordon is probably not going to play. And then all of a sudden it was like, Gordon's going to play.
That was Shams an hour before he had to say, he's actually playing today.
Yeah. I that's all I saw. I have no idea. Grade 1, grade 2. Nuggets weren't going to win that game anyway. I have no idea.
He said, and this is Aaron Gordon, he said it would have sidelined him 2 to 3 games if they would have advanced, which tells me it was probably closer to a grade 1 because Steph missed 2 to 3 games. He actually missed 4 games, and he wouldn't have missed more than 4.
4.5, yeah.
And also, as Doc Poundia has told us many times about this injury, and Steph said it too, first time, so you don't know. And I don't know the history of Aaron Gordon and his hamstring, but it could be like Steph Curry's ankles, where Steph rolls his ankle, and within 19 seconds, he can tell you if it's a lace him up and play, I'm going to miss a game. This one's 3 to 5. It's really bad because he sprained his ankles each probably 30 times.
Right.
So you know, right?
Of course.
But when you have the hammy for the first time, you got no clue.
Yeah, that's why he told Draymond walking off the court. I'll be right back. Yeah, in your button-down shirt, you will.
Can I read Shams' tweet from yesterday morning?
Sure.
7 a.m. Shams Charania on Twitter, ESPN. Denver's Aaron Gordon has a grade 2 hamstring strain and needs several weeks to recover from the injury, sources tell ESPN. The Nuggets' playoff star has been searching for ways to play in today's Game 7 against Oklahoma City, but it's becoming physically improbable to do so.
Okay. Improbable. Not impossible.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know grade 1, grade 2. I just don't. I hope I don't hear anybody do the whole, well, Aaron played, so why didn't Steph?
3 hours later from Shams, sorry. Aaron Gordon will play and start in Game 7 for the Nuggets.
And then that went well. Went well. Okay.
He doubled down on the fact that it was a grade 2, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, which, again, every individual body part on every individual is different. Fred Warner played 10, 11 games with a broken ankle. And
football player.
True.
Yeah.
But it's what he did. And, for some of these guys.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you have an injury and guys play through it. Sometimes you just can't. And it differs from person to person and injury to injury and body to body.
Well, and some injuries allow you to tough it out. Others you can make markedly worse. And then there are other times where you're willing to take that chance. And then sometimes you get burned. Just look at the Kevin Durant situation, right? I don't know, man. Listen, I don't want this many injuries either. I don't want this many stars going out. I don't think that whatever happened 50 years ago, I don't understand this, but I'm not a doctor, and I don't really know how this all comes together, but it doesn't feel like whatever happened 50 years ago is relevant. I know people love to use this as a thing. It's like they flied coach.
Yep.
And then they would land and they would walk from the airport to their Motel 6. And then they would play every night of the year, and the whole season was over in a month and a half. I'm kidding, I'm being sarcastic, but you get it. I don't know why that doesn't work anymore, but it doesn't work anymore. Whether it's just unwillingness or unable, I don't know. But that style doesn't work anymore, but I do want to know when the bubble bursts. Again, I'm not saying the league's going to do anything about what Aaron Gordon said here.
Yeah.
But what I am saying is, when does this stop, right? Now we're going to go from 1 day off in between games to 2 days off in between games. Are you lessening the schedule, or are we playing into July? How are we going to go about doing this? How far does load management go before you're just skipping a month out of the season for fun. You go on sabbatical or something. Like I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not even about the regular season because load management has been proven to work. And I don't know if you have fewer injuries now since load management became a real mainstay in the association, but you get into the NBA playoffs, and this is where I think it's going to be hard to change because you're not going into July. You get into like late June, and it's time for baseball. People are in the summer mode. People want to be outside. People want to go and enjoy, baseball and 4th of July and hot dogs and all the rest of it. So the NBA Finals are a fixed position entity, and it starts this year on June 5th. And then, by the way, Aaron Gordon, if you make it back to the NBA Finals, there's 2 days off in between each of these games. And they build it in that way because they go Wednesday and then Sunday, and then they go Tuesday and then Thursday, and then, back on a Monday. They slot these things out in certain TV windows. And so when you start on June 5th, everything has to be backdated, right? So that you end the conference finals no later than June 2nd. If it goes game 7, Pacers and Knicks, that is on Monday, June 2nd. So those teams will have at least 2 days off before the finals. But as you start to go back in time, you have to assume best of 7s, and the league's not going back to best of 5 in the first round.
Nope.
So now we're in a spot where as you go backward and you're allowing for 7 games in these series, you can't really stretch them out any longer.
No, I totally get that. By the way, if you're just joining us, we want to let you hear again what it was Aaron Gordon said after the Game 7 loss yesterday.
Health is a lot, I would really, really appreciate it if there were a couple of days in between games in the playoffs instead of every other day, regardless if you go 7 games. And I understand if you do your work early and you get first seed, then you can have some time off. But I think the days in between games, not just off day and a travel day, but a travel day and a recovery day, just two days. I think the product of the game would be a lot better. I think there'd be just a better product on the floor just to give all these professional athletes just, one more day of rest, and you would see a higher level of basketball, probably less blowouts.
I don't know, man. Whenever someone talks, I get it. I understand when they make gajillions of dollars, people hear stuff like this and like, oh my God, what a whiner. Now you need another day off? Like, why can't you use that first day off as a recovery? I don't know. I can't agree or disagree. I've never physically done anything like what they do. I try to relate on some level. I do get the idea of plane flight day is not relaxing. That does not set you up to wake up and feel all bushy-tailed. I mean, I took a 3-hour plane flight yesterday. It sucks. It sucks.
It tires you out a little bit.
I felt exhausted the entire day. I felt exhausted on the plane. I felt exhausted after the plane.
You can't sleep on the plane?
Oh, I totally sleep on the plane. I can't not sleep on the plane.
I'm totally with you.
I bought the Wi-Fi and tried to do work, and I did, I was grading papers. I did one paper, and I'm starting to get the elbow in the ribs from Christy. Dude, your mouth is open, and someone's sitting next to you, and you're sawing. Shut the hell up. And I'm like, I can't stay awake. It absolutely,
me either, bro.
It zaps you.
Me either.
So this idea of dude, put everything you have physically into an event that happens at 7 o'clock at night, and then probably hurt parts of your body, stay up late, go to bed, wake up the next day, get on a 3 or 4 hour plane flight, land, study, film, get up the next day. I get it. I'm not trying to make excuses. I understand why they want more time. I don't functionally know how you do that, and I don't know why you would structure your advantages for older veteran players. I just don't know why you would do that.
And I'm not sure if that's completely his message. I think it's more about, injuries and having guys get hurt. And I don't know if it necessarily is just older players. Jason Tatum, you mentioned, is a younger player relative to, Damian Lillard and Steph Curry and Aaron Gordon and all that. But if the players really wanted this, then they're going to need to be open to the idea of starting the season on October 1st. And if not, even before that. So if the players all want this, then you're going to have to stretch that season back a little bit. and you're going to have to start the playoffs in early April as opposed to mid-April.
What if I threw this at you and worked this into the conversation? What Aaron needs is not an extra day off. What Aaron needs is for the league's cap penalties to loosen up. That's what he needs. Do you know what I notice as far as like who's moving forward in the playoffs? It's not about who gets 2 days off in the playoffs. It's about who has good players on the bench. And the more 30-year-old you become, the more expensive you become. And the more expensive you become, the less money your team has to get some good players to stick around you, who can give you a 6-minute break, every quarter, to the point where you only need to play 30 minutes a night instead of 40 minutes a night. I actually think that would go further than adding an extra day off and making the TV networks completely just obliterate this entire system. I'm looking at teams that are younger and therefore often less expensive.
Cheaper, yep.
And it allows them to build a deeper team. How many players were the Nuggets playing? Like maybe 8.
Generally 8, yep.
Sometimes 7. And a lot of them have got a lot of miles on them. Aaron Gordon, Russell Westbrook, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray has a lot of injuries even though he's a younger player. But they're expensive because they won a ring and everybody gets paid. And look at who's left. 1, 2, 3, 4 teams who've never won a ring.
Right.
Nobody's ever won a ring. And, I mean, I know Shea's making money and all that stuff, but these are still teams that are young in their process and had recent draft picks and have done, give them credit too, they've done a good job of building a deeper roster. Meantime, you got the Warriors over here with 2 players north of $50 million, and if one of them gets hurt, balloon is popped, it's over.
Yeah, you've got no depth.
Nothing.
And as you mentioned it, I was looking at their salaries, and Shea's making 36. Hartenstein, he makes a clean 30. Then you get to Lou Dort, 16.5. Isaiah Joe, 13. Chet Holmgren's only making 11.
Wow.
Aaron Wiggins is making 10.5. Caruso's not even making 10.
There it is.
So you start to
There's your answer.
You start to tick off all these good players in their 20s making between, like Kendrick Williams is making 6.7. Cason Wallace is making 5.5. You've got all these guys between 22 and 28 years of age making between 6 and 15 for the majority of them. And that's the deal. And so, that's kind of how you have to build it. You build it that way for the 82-game regular, but then you need to rely on your stars to get those 16 wins in the offs.
Like, what does Jalen Brunson make? What is Jalen Brunson? Jalen Brunson signed a 4-year.
He's making like 50, right?
$104 million.
Yeah, so 51.
No, over 4 years.
Oh, I'm sorry.
$26 million.
But that contract was one of those that was like extraordinarily team friendly.
Well, as it's turned out to be.
Right.
Yes. You know what I mean? I don't think, let me see if that one if that one's expired. Jalen Brunson's contract. Yeah, 4 years, $104 million. Okay. And then, no, here we go. That was
156.
That's the one that just expired. That one just expired. And now it's 4 years, 156. But still, this year he's making less than 35. Shai Gilgeous, Jalen Brunson, they're making less than 35. Steph Curry's over here making, 56? So, and the Knicks, look at the depth the Knicks have. The Knicks have lost Jalen Brunson for a while. They've lost Karl Anthony Towns for a while. Got a bunch of other people that can still score. Like, I just think that they're, like, to me, that's the answer's not another night off. The answer is another 6 minutes off inside the game. But there's too many teams, the top-heavy ones, the Lakers, the Warriors this year. It's like, dude, if you take your star off the floor or out of the game, you suck. Like, immediately. To me, that's a bigger issue.
Yeah, and I do think it's twofold for me. One is the Warriors have had opportunities to have younger players still be on the team and still be contributing. Now, Jordan Poole, I'll put aside because he got a big raise and he ended up going elsewhere and he's turned into like 3 or 4 different players. But, the Wiseman thing and, Kuminga's a guy not making much, but he was somebody who you decided couldn't be in your rotation. He could have been a young player playing a lot of minutes.
He could have been. First this, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let me say this, because I hear that, and it's a fair sort of point, the idea that the Warriors have opportunities to find people to put around Steph. Let me remind every time someone does this, though, if you still want Jordan Poole on the team, if you want Jonathan Kuminga to have actually cooked and be someone you want to pay $35 million a year to, if James Wiseman could have been someone else, it could have been LaMelo Ball. You do any of those things, Jimmy Butler's not on this team. Jimmy Butler doesn't fit.
Well, Kuminga would this year, because Kuminga wouldn't have gotten his raise yet.
This year.
Right.
But you wouldn't be able to do anything with him going forward. You wouldn't be able to, you're allowed to do these things if Joe Lacob wants to pay $8 for every dollar.
And he might.
Yep. But again, yes, the Warriors have had those opportunities, but I will argue this: when you achieve so much that you get players to that level, they're 35 years old, and you still want to pay them $50 or $60 million a year, you do get penalized for being good. The Warriors have absolutely been penalized for being good. This idea that players that you drafted and you developed, counting the same dollar for dollar on your cap as somebody that you sign as a free agent, I think is crazy.
Well, it allows you to go over the cap. You do have to pay a tax penalty, but for example, Jonathan Kuminga, the team holds his bird rights. So if they decide that they want to sign Jonathan Kuminga, they can sign him to whatever they want, and they're allowed to go over the cap because they have his bird rights. Now, they do have to pay tax penalties for going over the cap, but you're allowed to do that. And so it really hurts the smaller market, smaller money teams more, because oftentimes they can't afford to pay that much money in tax penalties as well as paying the player that much money as well.
Yeah. No, I have felt that for years. That the Warriors dynasty, obviously wonderful, and you have an owner who is willing to extend and all of that, but in the end, they started to get penalized for that in the effort to keep Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson all together. I think that should be a different salary structure with the way that counts against your cap. I've always thought that. And so I just, looking back on what happened with the Warriors this year, I think we end up feeling that a little bit, where you look at it and go, damn, this team didn't have, Steph goes out for a couple games. They couldn't even win a game. You didn't have anyone that you could stick out there. Yeah, you have no one that you can stick out there. You get almost $110 million wrapped up into two players.
Right.
You are very limited in what you can go do.
You had a similar situation in 2022, but the difference was those guys who you played, Gary Payton II, and I'm looking here, he was making $1.9 million, and he went out there and he played great. He played every game. He was fantastic. Jordan Poole was on that team, and he was making not much more. He was making 2.1. So in the championship year, you had a similar situation. Steph was making 46. Klay was making 38. And Wiggins was making 31. Draymond's making 24. So your top four were taking almost all of the cap space, but the difference was the low money players on that team actually contributed and played well.
Yeah.
And on this team this year, they just didn't.
Yep. But again, and that's part of that is youth.
Yep.
Part of that is the way, I'm not totally taking the Warriors out of it. Part of it is the way you develop your players. But the choice that Steve Kerr ended up making, he's look, we have to make this all about Steph Curry. I totally get that. And when you do that, you're going to get stuck. You're going to get stuck if someone gets hurt, and someone's very likely to get hurt because they do not have the luxury in big games to only play their big players 30 minutes a night. They'll lose.
Right.
They'll lose.
Which is what happened, where you had to chase it against Houston because you kind of punted game 5, and then game 6 at home, you didn't get it done. And then now you're in chase mode. One just final piece before we pivot, the whole idea about rest and whatnot. Oklahoma City had 9 days off before game 1 against Denver, and they lost. They came out after a 9-day break, and they lost the basketball game.
I think sometimes that much is worse.
Yeah.
You don't
Agreed.
want that much. You got to stay in your flow. Speaking of staying in the flow, we've spent most of the day still reacting to not only the Brock Purdy contract, but the Fred Warner news that broke just a few hours ago. 3-year, $63 million extension. He is now once again the highest paid linebacker in the NFL. Welcome to your car if you're just getting off of work. 888-957-9570. We'll take your calls on the Purdy and Warner situations throughout the 5 o'clock hour. 888-957-9570 is the number. I love this deal for both sides. To me, there was never a question that Brock Purdy was going to get over $50 million. I think the Niners achieved two things here. I think they got this kind of quote-unquote as low as you could have hoped, considering who the other players are that are on this quarterback list, and he is way more accomplished than some of them. But more importantly, add in Kittle and Warner, and the 49ers, it appears, are braced and set now for a drama-free offseason, which is something that they sorely need after what's happened the last few years.
Yeah, let's just get out there and run around in shorts and start to work through our practices. And you get the timer up there on the scoreboard in period 4 and period 6, and then the kicker runs out for a little bit, and we can all get out there with our hats and our sunscreen and watch these guys run around, and we don't have to worry about where is so-and-so and will so-and-so actually sign, or will he hold out all the way until training camp? Can you imagine getting into it, going through the rest of the spring, through the summer, all the contracts are signed, all of the drafted players eventually will also be signed, the undrafted guys in camp, and now we can just talk about depth chart and football, and you can look at the schedule and you can get excited about actual sports things instead of contracts and agents and social media.
And then I look at it this way too. If you look at the two contracts that just came down, Friday, Brock Purdy, Monday, Fred Warner, I absolutely believe what the Niners just did was effectively throw a 1-2 punch on each side of the ball's future leader. And I think that when you look at the way this deal is structured, if it was even possible, Dibs, became an even bigger fan of Brock Purdy when that deal came down, because this was handled so maturely by Brock Purdy. He didn't have his deal yet. He still came to voluntary workouts in the offseason, and now accepts a deal that does bring context into play. I'm not sitting here arguing that he should have made $58 million. I'm arguing that he could have. He and his agent would not have been crazy people to sit there and say, I deserve more than Tua. I deserve more than Trevor Lawrence. In fact, there was a tweet from Pelissero or Rap Sheet or one of those guys a few months ago that were like, well, Brock's agency is aware of the fact that Dak Prescott makes $60 million, and, they like to be in that neighborhood because, well, let's be honest, he's kind of owned Dak Prescott. And right now has accomplished more than Dak Prescott. He could have done those things. He chose not to do any of those things. I know you don't love this, but this is the way my brain received a lot of this. The fact that this broke Friday afternoon tells me that the agent didn't feel the super need to do a victory lap, which to me, I'm going to process as likely. I can't say for sure, but I think Brock drove this bus. Because if I think an agent drove this bus, I think that they would have been more stubborn. But Brock drove this bus. I'm not saying this is a discount, but this is a deal that slots him in a spot that I think is on the lower end of what this window could have been. Like if you were to guess what he was going to get, at least going into this season, this is on the lower end of that spectrum, considering who else is out there and what they're making. No?
Perhaps, but I don't really know. I don't think there's another contract that's going to be signed, so this is kind of it. But if you think about what's already been signed, where he slots relative to the comps, forget what you think he's worth. That's not the way this works. It works where a market is set, and if you're a player that's better than the guy who's making top value, you can argue that you deserve more because I'm better than that player. So I'll even allow that, potentially he could have been up around 57, 58, whatever the number is where you think, or Kyle Strong and his agent thinks that they could have deserved or commanded. I look at this situation and think it's May 19th, and Brock Purdy probably really, really, really wanted this done and put to bed. So if he ranks his motivations and all this, money might be number 2. money might actually be number 3.
I just think he put it. I feel like he checked his ego at the door.
I think that he looked at it and said, the number one most important thing to me in all of this is to get it done so that I can go play football. And if that means, okay, you know what, Brock, we could probably get you to $58 million, but you're going to have to play chicken. We're going to have to call multiple bluffs, forget OTAs. And you know what? You're probably going to be late to camp. Mm-hmm. I think maybe August 23rd. How does August 29th feel for you, Brock? Are you willing to wait until September 2nd and then we can get from 53 to 58 and a quarter? And if he says that and you look at it and you're Brock Purdy, you're like, no, it's not worth it for me to go through 3 more months of this and not play football.
It's just amazing to me how many times you hear people kind of still unable to check history at the door, in addition to ego. Check this out from our text line. Just texted in a short time ago. I think this is 408. Willard, stop it. If you had a chance at having Trevor, meaning Lawrence, or Purdy on the 49ers, with everyone else on the team being the same, give York that option and see what he does. Oh, I know exactly what he would do. It ain't what you think. It's amazing to me how many opinions die that hard. You still are on the premise that Trevor Lawrence is better than Brock Purdy solely because of where they're picked. One the first, the other the last. Give me one other shred of evidence. And yes, you can play we're not, like, their teams are not the same. Sure. I get that. I understand that. But you cannot find one other piece of evidence that Trevor Lawrence is a better player than Brock Purdy. And even if you think that, still not how contract negotiations work. It's not how those conversations go. They're like, if Brock Purdy signed before Trevor's getting less. Trevor's getting less. That's the comp. You put the numbers side by side, and it's not even close. But I can answer that one as clear as day. If you offered me those 2 quarterbacks, I would definitely rather have Brock Purdy on the team than Trevor Lawrence.
I'd rather have Brock Purdy on this team because, he works in the situation. And this is where I always try to inject context into the conversation because Trevor Lawrence is a different kind of quarterback. And in his, 5 years in Jacksonville, he's endured multiple head coaches, multiple different star receivers, and I use star in quotations. He's been through a lot more adversity just based on situation and team than Brock Purdy has. Now, that's no fault to Brock. It's not his fault that he's got a better coach and a better offensive line and more talent around him. It's up to Brock to take that situation and thrive, and he's done so.
I think that we're forgetting, at times where Jacksonville, and I don't want to go too deep down this hole, but we're forgetting at times where they were the last 3 years. This is a team that won a playoff game 3 years ago. This is a team that was the favorite to win the division last year. This is a team that had the lead in the division with very few games to go. And they keep finding ways to crater. Am I putting that all on Trevor? Of course not. Of course not. But you watch the games. I watch the games. Brock Purdy has performed at a higher level in the NFL than Trevor Lawrence has. Period. He just has.
Yeah.
So you can context this thing to death if you want, but the bottom line is Brock Purdy is a more accomplished player. I personally think he's a better player. He's got better legs. He sees the field better. All of those things. That equals a better contract if you want to be stubborn about it. But he's not. He's not. It's funny. It's something that I think got dismissed through the months when people would look at Brock and you're like, oh, that rosy-cheeked little guy, he'll take less. And we were like, he's got an agent. He's going to twist their arm a little bit. And you know what? I think he did check his ego at the door. He still got $53 a year, but he checked his ego at the door because he had every right to go in there and try to get more than Tua and Trevor. And that is what players usually do. It's what the history of this league. Sure. It's what they usually do.
But it doesn't mean that that's the right thing for the player and the situation. And I'd look at this situation and I see a guy who got a nice little raise, nice little bump, and he also now gets to show up a week from tomorrow for phase 3 of the OTAs, and he gets to be a quarterback who's got a contract. And that, to me, has tremendous value when you're trying to be a player who's going to lead a team in a season where you're looking to bounce back. So the best way to bounce back, if you're Brock Purdy in the Niners, is to have everybody signed, sealed, and delivered, be on the field together, and start the process of turning the 6-11 around. And the most important guy in all that, among people who wear helmets, is Brock Purdy. So, yeah, you could have maybe held out for an extra couple, 2, 3, 4, whatever the offers were. I don't think that he ever was going to get $60 and $1 to be ahead of Dak. I mean, maybe. And if you wanted to get to that point, maybe
that way is what
he could have. But the way we've seen
he gets some credit
the history of the Niners, the history of the Niners is they're going to try to win the deal.
Yeah.
So if Brock was going to get the win, he probably would have to go full Ayuk and wait until September.
But don't, like, he gets credit for that. That's all.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
And I also agree with you that this is probably more of a Brock call than the agent.
Yeah.
Because agents tend to they will also want to win the deal. But the agent works for the player, not the other way around. So if the player says, you know what, Kyle Strong, and you're my agent, they're offering 53, let's get a full no trade and get me a whole bunch of that up front, and I'll do it. And Kyle's like, but Brock, I think I could get you 58 if you be patient.
No.
And Brock says, nah, I want to play football. 53 is enough.
And that's when Kyle said to Brock, fine, but we tweeting it on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, because I'm so embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I can't even show my face in the agent luncheon.
You're
all the guys are going to laugh at me.
You're overstating and being sarcastic with my opinion.
I am.
And I get that.
Yeah.
You and I are going to disagree on this one to the end. And
I do think that there's a fraternity of agents, and other agents are probably calling each other going, dude, you see Strong and only got him 53?
Dude, I'm telling you, that stuff is thought about.
No, I get it.
That is absolutely thought about. And this, you know what, where my mind goes is, and you and I have talked about this before. Remember when Tom Brady got, there were pictures of him with Ronaldo. He went overseas, and they were talking out at midfield after a match. And there was Tom Brady and Cristiano Ronaldo. And people were like, okay, right, two big stars. And then people started putting pieces together. And they wait a minute. That soccer team is owned by the same people that own the Tampa Bay Bucks. What's going on out there? And then, the ball starts moving. And the next thing you know, what happens? We got a coach. We got a coach fired. And to me, this doesn't make me right, but I believe there's something here to be said. Did Tom want to be filmed so that messaging could be sent? In other words, owners of the Bucks, now everybody knows that I'm here, and if you would like me to continue playing football, because I could retire, if you want me to continue playing football, then maybe you're going to do it my way. Tom Brady can go see Cristiano Ronaldo wherever the hell he wants. Why did he do it out at midfield? That is the way celebrities think. They know that everything that they do, puzzle pieces start getting put together, and then people will draw opinions from that. So I don't know this, that, or the other about exactly how this tweet all came to be. But, Friday afternoon is not where you put the top line of your resume. It's not what you do. Especially not when it's a deal that's been talked about for a year. This was a highly anticipated
ever since
deal.
They lost the Super Bowl.
So why would he tuck it in there? I find it fascinating.
You're fixated on this.
Not fixated. I think it's a thing. And the larger point I'm trying to make is Brock deserves a ton of credit, because I think he took a deal that was probably not exactly the deal the agent wanted to take. Just my take.
Right.
That's all.
But it's his life. And so I give him, I guess credit's not the right way to describe it, but it's clear that he took a deal that he's comfortable with, and gets it done in a time where he is probably happy that it's over. And you've been in a bunch of negotiations. Sometimes you don't have the stomach for it when you get all the way down to the wire and you're trying to like get X and Y and Z, and the company's pushing back and they want to give you A and B and C, and you get down and it can get uncomfortable. And sometimes it's better to just, for the individual, to say, you know what, let's meet in the middle and let's just be done with this, because I don't want to have another phone conversation with you, Kyle Strongen. I want to get enough to where my family can be happy and this gets it done. So let's just wrap this up. Even though he might be getting advice of, you know what, Brock, I think we can get another little bit of this and we can get some more of that if you bear with me.
Hey, Lucas, can you find, what was that thing that Jed York said that got everybody going last year, essentially admitting that they had a quarterback who was going to reset the market? Did he or did he not actually use those words? I'm trying to remember. Do you remember the comment I'm talking about?
I do, and I'm looking to find it right here.
Did he use those words? They have a quarterback essentially that we think might reset the market. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I don't remember exactly what the word choice was, but it got everybody going that York came out and publicly stated, yeah, we like Brock Purdy, and we're about to break off a huge contract for him. I would love to hear that again now, knowing that Brock tucked himself right in between, right underneath Trevor Lawrence and Tua Tagovailoa. Because, yeah, I would like, all I'm saying now on this, Dibs, is I would like to highlight Brock Purdy's leadership in this process. I hope 49er fans don't get so consumed with, we either think Brock is good or we don't think he's good, and so he's not worth 53, or he's this or that or the other. Hopefully it doesn't get lost in that what I think Brock Purdy just did was he's done a wonderful job for himself, but he also, he took the team into account, which is what Tom Brady did for years, and I think is step one to winning. And I think it's a huge deal.
Yeah, so instead of this deal hamstringing their ability to add around him, it in fact might help it as you get further down the line. I found something from an ESPN report. It said Jed York believes Purdy could, quote, reset the market for quarterbacks with his extension, and this suggests that his new deal would be a significant step up from previous contracts, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
And York said that he believes Purdy's a top 10 quarterback and all the rest of it. I'll see if I can find more in this ESPN.com report.
Yeah, what was the date?
February 10th, 2025.
Okay, February of this year.
York said he recently saw Kyle Strongen and remains hopeful a deal can be reached. Quote, I know we want Brock to be here for a long time and we'll do everything we can to make that work. Jed York speaking at, I think that was at the Super Bowl.
Okay.
It was in New Orleans.
All right. So 3 months ago, he did use the words reset the market.
Yep.
And then he took $53 million less than Tua. Okay.
$53 million less than Tua?
He took $53 million, ...
Okay,
less
I was going to say.
than Tua Tagovailoa.
York said, Brock is just a tremendous human being. I'm looking forward to a long-term partnership. Jed York from the Super Bowl in New Orleans.
All I'm trying to say right now is great job, Brock. I hope 49er fans appreciate the way this all went down, because that tells me that Jed said it after they had already gone 6-11. The bad year had already happened, and he still used the phrase reset the market. And then Brock went out and took 7th place. I think this is wonderful leadership. I'm not going to call it a discount. I'm going to call it maturity. That's what I'm going to call it. Brock Purdy was very mature with the way he handled this whole thing. He showed leadership. He left room for teammates. Do not get caught up in, they gave that guy $53 million. Don't do that. He could have gotten more. No doubt in my mind. If his agent wanted to play that a certain way, he could have gotten more. And my brain doesn't need to be yours. My brain will go to, that's why that broke on a Friday afternoon. That's just how I feel. And Florio, which one, Lucas, do you know which Florio is the one where he talks about that? Like, he did talk about the fact that that's usually where you put bad news. I don't think this is bad news. I just don't think Kyle Strongen wants to use this as the number one piece on his resume, because it's not even about Brock, right? It's not about how much money Kyle made out of this. It's about each one of these deals for an agent is an advertisement to all of the other future prospective players that they could represent. And every player wants the agent that gets the most money. That's what so many of them are looking for. So I just, in the end, what I'm saying is I love the way this went down. I love it. I love it for the 49ers.
Yeah, credit John Lynch and Parag Marathe and whoever else had their hand in this contract, because this is the way the 49ers probably wanted it to go. And you could talk about how, you're going to reset the market. And I'm looking at a piece from Cam Inman from the Mercury News, and this is from March when Jed York was talking, and he said, this is at the owners' meetings in Orlando. It's what the market is. Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. I don't know how many players are making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. The answer is 9. And, Jed York says, when we signed Jimmy several years ago, It was the largest deal in history for 3 minutes. But Jimmy was at 27.5. That's what the market is, and you have to accept the reality of the world. To me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but all of sports, and those guys should be paid a lot of money. Jed York at the owners' meetings in March.
He said that Brock is going to ask for something that no one's ever asked for before. Did he say that?
That, I believe, is the quote from the piece from Cam Inman.
Okay. But he didn't.
Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before, York said without trepidation.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Well, he might have, and the team countered with something less than that, and then they met in the middle. I'm sure Brock didn't come in at 53, and the team said, done.
I bet he didn't come in at 61 either. I bet he didn't. You know what I mean? Like that's, and by the way, even if he did, I don't care. Like this is what he took. This is what he took. And I don't think he had to. And so I love that. I love that. And I know some of you don't think he's worth 53, and that's fine. But if you look at the cadence of this whole thing, you will notice that especially over the last 5 to 7 years, this is the way quarterbacks do it. They're going to come in a little bit higher. Now, all of a sudden, this offseason, we've had 2 quarterbacks that essentially have come in and said, you know what? I'd like to acknowledge my team here. Because when was it that Josh Allen signed his extension? How long ago was that? That was this offseason, right?
Yeah, it was right around the draft, I think.
Right. And he took less than Dak Prescott, at least if you want to go on average annual, which I know is not the end-all, be-all. And he
got the largest guarantee in history.
Largest guarantee, but not the most average annual. And he spoke to it afterward and said, I don't need that ego boost. I want my team to win. Maturity. Way to go, Josh. Brock followed suit. Same thing. They could have played this like Nick Bosa, like Brandon Ayuk.
Right.
They brought a bunch of ego to the party. Messes things up.
Well, and they got money. They got more money.
I'm not mad at them because the Niners brought ego to the party too. So I'm not saying it's one side's fault, but they brought ego to the party. Josh Allen did not. Brock Purdy did not. I give them credit for that.
Yeah, you give them credit, and ultimately you do what makes you happy in a contract negotiation. And if you are driven by the dollar and only the dollar and nothing but the dollar, then you grind it out all the way into August and September. And if you're Brandon Ayuk and Nick Bosa, you make it kind of uncomfortable for the team, where I think Nick signed, Baldy was saying this when we had him on Friday, I think he signed on a Thursday or a Friday.
It was a Wednesday or a Thursday and then before the game.
Correct.
In Pittsburgh on Sunday.
Correct.
Yep.
So, he chose to go that route. And, the rap on the Bosas is that they get every last dollar. And if that's the way you want to do it, you're allowed to. It's a negotiation. And Nick had the stronger leverage. The Brandon Ayuk one's a head scratcher because, and not only because we know now that he got hurt, but, you already had a drafted receiver and you had Deebo Samuel. And so that one feels a little bit weird to me that, they played that all the way to the wire and then he got that much money at the buzzer.
Yeah, it didn't need to go that way.
Right.
The Niners misplayed that one badly.
Completely.
By the way, so this morning with the Joes, this is what Mike Florio said in theory, again, details still to come on this deal, but insinuating that this is a good deal for the Niners, maybe more so than Purdy.
And I don't think it was an accident that this thing got leaked at 5 o'clock Eastern time on a Friday. That's where bad news goes to die, not good news goes to thrive. I think when we start digging into this thing, we're going to realize, hey, you know what? As quarterback contracts go, this is pretty good for the 49ers. It gives them protection. It gives them flexibility. And it forces Purdy to keep proving he can play at a high level.
I totally agree. Again, not that it's a bad deal for Purdy, but those of you who sort of feel like the Niners, quote, overpaid, they didn't. The other option would be to just go get a new quarterback. And if that's your opinion, that's fine.
Right. It's not their opinion.
That's the other option. Like you weren't like, this is as low, I think, as about as low as it could have gone.
It's probably right in there. And, Brock, I don't think that it's necessarily a bad deal for a guy making $1 million. And he comes out and he's making $165 million over the first 3 years. And that's where Mike Florio was talking about the flexibility, because you pay out almost 2/3 of the guarantee in the first 3 years. And if it's not working after the first 3 years, and maybe the whole thing's not working, if you have 3 straight years and you're 6-11, let's just play this out hypothetically.
Yep.
So that would be 4 straight years of 6-11. Well, Brock Purdy's going to be gone. Shanahan's gone. Lynch is gone. And you're starting the whole thing over.
Oof.
So that would be worst case scenario, is you get 3 more years of Brock and it's like, whoa, we made a mistake and we paid him too much, but you have an out at that point where you can take a dead cap hit. You could eat some money, and then you can bring in your new GM and your new coach, and they're going to find their new quarterback, and you start the whole thing over.
I hope that does not happen.
I agree with you. I don't think it will happen.
I think it could be even accelerated, because this year, everything is set up for the 49ers to be good. I don't really know much about their roster yet. There's so many will sees on the roster. They could be awesome, or they could really struggle in a bunch of spots. So I can't even analyze this yet. You know what I mean? People will be like, ooh, yeah, Michael Williams on the edge. You have no idea if he's any good or not. He might be amazing. He might be the rookie of the year. He might also be a complete bust. I have no idea what they're going to get out of this group. But the schedule alone suggests that if Brock Purdy is who I think he is, they're going to win most of their games. That's what the schedule suggests. There just aren't enough sort of like craters in that schedule to create a problem if a team is relatively healthy and playing relatively well. I'm not even saying they need to be a Super Bowl contender, but out of that division and with that schedule, this team, I think it's fair for fans to look at this team and think, wow, what a huge disappointment and failure if they don't make the playoffs this year. They barely play any good teams. At least our perception of those teams.
Right.
I'm sure some of them will surprise.
Well, if you base it on 2025 over-under win totals as the metric for strength of schedule, they have the easiest strength of schedule of the 32 teams. And I do think that's a good way to look at it. Not how they did last year, but how the odds makers, people who make millions and billions of dollars doing this, how do they see these teams? And oh, by the way, the Niners over-under for wins is 10.5.
10.5.
10.5. Even though you've got a bunch of new players, your top wide receiver is Juwan Jennings, no disrespect, but you don't have Debo, you don't have Ayuk probably for a month. McCaffrey should be back, and you have a 37-year-old left tackle, 10.5.
Wasn't it 11.5 last year at this time?
I think it might have been,
Right? 11.5?
Yeah.
And we both took under. I'd take the over on 10.5.
Bills, Eagles, Chiefs, and Ravens are 11.5 this year.
Yeah.
And then Lions, Niners are the next two. So they're tied for 5th in win total.
I'd take the over.
Yeah, I probably would too. And, last year I love to use the phrase scheduled loss.
Yes.
And I talked about that Buffalo game.
Do we have any this year?
I'd have to look, but I didn't really see any because your travel spots are mostly good and there's not too many short weeks or short weeks. I apologize, Low Neil. So the schedule, not only are the opponents not daunting, but the stack, the way it lays out, you are road heavy early, But other than that, you don't have too many really tough spots.
Yeah, confirmed 11.5 in the offseason last year was the over-under. You know, I also wonder about this. There's been so much made about, okay, Brock Purdy, if the 49ers give him north of $50 million, they're not going to have room to do the other things that they need to do. I could see both arguments here. Like, some people will go, well, yeah, look at the list of people that they just let go. They just dumped Deebo Samuel and Leonard Floyd, and right, they let Aaron Banks walk. And we can go through that list of people. Here's the other thing, though. Can't I argue that they did sign him for over 50, and they extended Kittle, and they extended Warner, and they extended Diamador Lenore? Like, this contract is not getting in the way of anything that they really want to do. Yes, they had to get cheaper at some spots. That's part of the NFL. That list that Evan read off during the crossover, I'm like, none of those players played well last year, and a lot of them didn't play at all. So I don't like this whole, like, the Niners had a bunch of talent walk out the door. Yes, they did, but not talent that was actually talenting. It wasn't doing anything for them in this moment. At least it wasn't last year.
Yeah. I mean, Aaron Banks is a guy who got a lot of money. I would have loved to keep him, but the price that he got from the Packers was semi-astronomical, and so too rich for your blood. And you're right about the turnover of any NFL team. It's natural. The attrition is going to happen. And also, if you look at this contract in the future, the salary cap goes up every year. So even if it's 53, and it's not 53 every year, by the time you get to 2029 and 2030, if he's still on this deal, that's going to be a relative bargain.
For sure. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good, and by Safeway. You can weigh in on any of this. Is the deal a bargain? Is the deal an overpay? We literally could have smart people say either one of those. Are you still worried that now that it's at $53 million, that it will get in the way of other deals the 49ers need to make? We'll take your calls as we head for 6 o'clock. 888-957-9570. Willard and Dibbs.
was looking up today. Look it up. Google it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Google it.
I do like to Google it. I like to Google it sometimes. When in doubt, Google it.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
I was looking up today. Look it up. Google it.
Maybe it's the pause that I love so much about that. Look it up. Google it.
I was looking up today. Look it up. Google it.
Strong Google it.
You know what I just saw? Not on Google.
No.
But it's on the internet.
Yep, the internet.
I saw Draymond Green say, I don't feel like I lost my matchup with Julius Randle. I lost my matchup with Julius Randle.
I didn't see that part of the Draymond Green show.
Yep, that's on the Draymond Green show.
I saw a clip earlier where he was talking about, why they're still, going to be competitive next year. And I actually was buying what he was putting down. He said having a full year of this core together, there could be some upgrades in the offseason.
Yep,
but
and you hope, by the way.
Yes, and he actually added that. Right. He said, injuries are a thing, of course, but having them all together will hopefully make it so you're not playing playoff games in February. And he said that.
Sure.
Because this year, they were straight chasing it. Once they got Jimmy Butler and you're a game below 500, it's like, okay, it's go time. And with an older team, you don't want go time to be in February. You want it to be in April.
What did everybody sound like on Thursday? I was out Thursday and Friday, obviously. By the way, that was an excursion that was planned months ahead of time. If I had known that it was going to be...
Yeah, I should have done a better job of tamping down people who were like, Willard's running scared.
Oh, was there a lot of that?
And there's a little bit of it. And I said, you're damn right he is.
Yeah.
Captain Positive done flow the coop. Actually,
I'm not
Thursday,
sitting here and listening to everybody's doom and gloom crap.
There was some doom and gloom, but Thursday was really highlighted by the exit interview sound. So we were playing, because every player spoke.
What stood out?
I mean, a lot of it. Steph Curry, the real headline was Steph saying, yeah, we were kind of like Sunday. Like, he wouldn't know until he did a couple of tests, but...
He was admitting that he would have played.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he didn't know for sure, but had he been able to go live with it and get into a couple of live sessions, he kind of liked where he was heading towards Sunday. So that was kind of heartbreaking.
That's too bad.
Yeah. Jimmy was good, and Draymond actually was very, very reflective, and he was, kind of honest, like what he was saying about Julius Randle, and, just tip of the cap to Minnesota. Minnesota was really good. And I look at that game 5 and they shoot 64% from the floor or something. It's like Minnesota was really good in that series. And yeah, you lost the chef, and game 3 was there for the taking, and you didn't. And that ultimately was kind of the end of things, but I was giving them their flowers. And also Pods in game 5, he was amazing. And I'm glad you weren't here, because I was doing a big mea culpa, because I was.
Yeah, don't you think I would? There you go.
Yeah,
I would have. We spent all day that day arguing about that guy.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that you were right.
No, not
but it does
at all.
mean that. I mean, what I said about Pods.
It's one game,
and then that one game he played in game 5, he was awesome.
Right,
and he was like keeping him in that thing.
I'm just trying to figure out why the previous 2 games suddenly meant that everybody hates the guy, and I know the emotion of the moment. You don't hate him and all that, but this is what we do, and these are young players, and the bottom line is that's where I feel the Warriors need more consistency, and there's every reason to believe that he will be at least one of the options for more consistency next year. And the only way to do that, and actually here's one of the things that I like most about where Podziemski is, like he has that irrational confidence in himself. Although maybe not quite all the way formed yet. He talks like that. I think he acts like that in practice. But damn it, in the night, what did he finish up with in that game? 28, 29, 27, 26, whatever he had. He had that one shot that he was about to fire on. And at the last minute, he turned and threw it at somebody's shins. And it went out of bounds. And Kirk grabbed him off the court and screamed at him.
Yep.
And sat him down.
Shoot the ball.
Right. Right, exactly. Just like Die Hard. Schießt im Finster.
Yep.
Shoot the glass.
Yep.
Yes. And Steve Kerr, I saw him after the game talking about one thing I want to say to that guy. When you get back, you shoot when it's open. Period.
He had 28.
You're not waiting for anything. Shoot the ball.
Yep.
Because he does. He has to become one of those guys. He's got to become a reliable kind of 3rd/4th scorer. That's what this team needs. They need a little more depth, and they need to be able to sit Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry on the bench at times and let them watch basketball and rest without having the game completely fall apart. That's what they need.
Yeah, the non-Steph minutes. We've been saying it for years and years, but the other takeaway from the exit interviews was Jonathan Kuminga, who I thought was terrific, and he was asked about, the relationship with Steve Kerr, and he said, yeah, there was some ups and downs this year, and he went on to kind of elaborate on how, he just tried to stay ready and all the rest of it, but, the whole idea of ups and downs was uttered in there, and also Draymond and Steph both, as a part of their comments, said things to the extent of, yeah, we think nothing but the best for Jonathan, whether it's here or somewhere else.
Yeah, they sort of opened that door.
Yeah, it was here or somewhere else. They both kind of threw that out there, and so it was like, oh.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, they're acknowledging his restricted free agency.
Yep.
So, you have to, you don't want to speak for the guy. You also don't want to speak for the organization either.
Right.
So you have to thread that needle, and so I think they did. So...
Yeah, and we can get into it more as we get into the real offseason, but they're in an interesting spot because only Brooklyn has the cap room to give him, let's just say, $25 million. They're the only team that, as of now, has that room, and the Warriors can sign and trade him at a higher number because they have the bird rights. So they could sign him to 4 years and 120, for example, and then trade that $30 million deal to another team and get back Cam Johnson and a $9 million guy or, something of that ilk. You know what I mean? So the Warriors have some interesting, they don't have a lot of flexibility, but the Kuminga piece is where they can maybe make the most impact if they decide not to keep him.
Yeah. But then again, that player that you bring back, we're heading right back to checkbook championshipville. Those numbers are going to get real, real high when you got 2 players making north of $50 million a year.
And I don't know if you saw the picture from the Valkyries game, but there's a shot of Kuminga and Joe Lacob
sitting next to each other.
And they're like, both heads are back and they are having the time of their lives and they are laughing. And so the one thing we have to remember in the Kuminga conversation is that the owner seems to really like him. And that matters.
Oh, I think he more than seems it.
Yeah.
He does.
No, for sure. For sure. So,
I don't know what do you do about that? You have no control over what someone else will offer him. I don't even know if the Warriors want to lowball and keep him. Do they? The one thing I was comfortable with that, if I were Steve Kerr, I would have said this at some point during the season to calm everybody down. But he basically... And I don't know if he said it this way during the season. He was like, if Jonathan Kuminga's on this team next year, I will absolutely be working my butt off to figure out ways to integrate him and be on the floor with Draymond and Jimmy and Steph all at the same time. But we couldn't do that because he was hurt. And then when he came back, we're in the middle of our flow and we didn't have time.
He actually said that.
He said that. I think he said that clearly in the exit interview.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I know he danced around that in ways in the regular season, but I wish instead of sort of highlighting, A, we got something going here, and B, the analytics say that Jonathan and Draymond and Jimmy aren't playing well together. I wish there was that follow-up highlight sentence of, and we don't have time to work on it right now. We want to. We think Jonathan's amazing. He's clearly talented, but we don't have the time because we are in desperation mode right now.
And you don't practice, too.
Right. It might have helped some Kuminga fans if he had said that in that way in March or April.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. And, just some of the Kuminga fans are also of the mind that Steve Kerr does not develop young players. So that became just another log on that fire of, of course he's not going to play. Kuminga's young, and this is what Kerr does. And so that became part of that narrative as well. But he made that pretty clear in the exit interview, like, we just didn't have time.
We didn't have time.
And then he got hurt. Or he was hurt before Jimmy came.
And then when he came back, we didn't have,
right, we had no time then. So,
like, they tried.
Yeah.
It's not like he benched John